cases are finished. Can't you see this?
But sir,
whatever I'm telling you,
I understand.
I
understand, Mr. Londe. I agree with what you've said. That's what I said. That is a fair point that we will put forward to the BJP. But my question to you, sir, is how can anyone give a clean chit to Sanjay Raut? Isn't this something that should be investigated? Isn't the ED doing its job?
We are not going giving clean chit to anyone. Whosoever has committed a crime should be punished. No doubt about it. But you keep on inquiring the cases for years put together. You are inquiring Herald case for last 8 years, but you could not able to reach at any perfect conclusion. Where all things are given in the books of accounts. Here is the same case with Sanjay Raut, whose everything is available on the books of accounts. He took money by check. It was in the form of loan, and he paid it back in the form of check. Where is the money trail? But nobody is asking about Barak, whose money trail is open, who has committed a scheduled crime of the Enforcement Directorate, PMLA.
Okay.
Where does this money goes and where does this money come from?
Point taken, Mr. Atul.
He is from a border state. He's from a border state.
Point taken. And that's a question. That's a question we will put forward to the BJP. Mr. Atul Londe, thank you for joining us. Mr. Mahesh Tapse of the NCP is also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Tapse, is it not a serious allegation that needs to be looked into when raids were conducted yesterday at Sanjay Raut's residence and 11.5 lakhs of cash, unaccounted cash, his residence?
I think there is a slight misinformation on this. The cash has been accounted for. This is the latest update on that. 11 lakh rupees is absolutely accounted for. This is what the latest information is. So that is not the case. The case being invested here is that 55 lakh rupees taken by Mr. Sanjay Raut from Mr. Praveen Raut, and Mr. Praveen Raut and the Patra Chawl incident has been probed. So here, if he has taken a loan, which is mentioned in his political affidavit, which is filed as a member of the Rajya Sabha or as a candidate of the Rajya Sabha, it is mentioned. So what is there to hide? What did Mr. Sanjay Raut hide? He took a loan of 55 lakhs. He mentioned it in his political affidavit, and he has subsequently returned. So if anybody is giving a loan to him, he has mentioned it. So there is no other trail of money. So what is this entire thing showing? I mean, definitely investigative agencies are more than welcome to investigate. But where is the trail of money? I mean, there's such. See, now we are all doing a media trial. This has happened, that has happened. But what is the statement, official line coming from the?
No, but then, Mr. Tapse, is the NCP's contention that Sanjay Raut is innocent?
I absolutely agree. Why only Sanjay Raut? Now, most of the people from the opposition who are particularly targeted for political reasons are innocent. Everybody is innocent unless proved guilty. And what is the conviction rate? We have seen thousands of cases being probed by such agencies, thousands of properties being attached, but the conviction rate is extremely low. I think only 23 people have been convicted so far. So in the case of Mr. Sanjay Raut, we all know that he's been extremely vocal as far as the BJP is concerned. As far as it's the same thing, he has been extremely vocal.
Okay.
And so many other leaders, whether it's Anil Parab, whether it's some leaders from Congress Party, whether it's some leaders from TMC or Aam Aadmi Party. What is the need to call Sonia Gandhi? What is the need to call Rahul Gandhi? And what has happened after calling them for 5 days? So this is all a preset agenda at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party. It is being done. They are in power. They are free to do what they want to do. But the people of the country, the citizens of the country, they are not going to be mute spectators to this kind of injustice in time to come. 2024, there is going to be huge uprising in the country.
Okay.
And eventually BJP will be thrown out of power.
All right, Mr. Mahesh Tapse, appreciate you joining us this morning, sir, on India Today. So you've got the Congress and the NCP. We've spoken to both party representatives maintaining that this is nothing but a political witch hunt, that Sanjay Raut has been targeted because of all of the strife that we're seeing currently within the Shiv Sena and because he's taken on the BJP on several occasions. So it'll be interesting to see how this political fight plays out. But you heard what both leaders have said. They're questioning why this kind of a selective crackdown on opposition leaders alone. We're going to try and get you a BJP word also on this. Let's get you details of how this trouble mounting for Sanjay Raut. On one hand, I've given you details of the Enforcement Directorate now formally arresting Sanjay Raut. An FIR has also been registered against him by the Mumbai police. This is over a woman witness in the same case, the Patra Chawl land scam case, claiming that she's received rape and murder threats, with warning her against issuing any statement before the Enforcement Directorate in this particular case. And that's why the FIR has been registered against Sanjay Raut. And the allegation, the charge against him is for insulting the modesty of a woman. The Mumbai police have filed this FIR on the charge of insulting the modesty of a woman based on the complaint lodged by Swapna Patkar, a witness in this case, in the ED case. The complaint was lodged at the Vakola police station by the witness, and the police have confirmed the same. They're looking into the details. In fact, the witness had approached the police claiming she was receiving rape and murder threats, and she received it in a letter which was inserted in a newspaper delivered to her on July 15th. This threat was typed out. And the woman witness claims that she was being threatened to withdraw her statement against Sanjay Raut. The Mumbai police have now provided security for her and have registered that FIR. Let's take this back across to Mustafa Sheikh. Mustafa, double trouble essentially for Sanjay Raut. Give us details about what really this woman witness has alleged. We understand that she's in fact given details to the Enforcement Directorate, allegations against Sanjay Raut, and that's why she believes that he is behind these death threats she's receiving.
Well, what we know of this complainant was has alleged against Sanjay Raut while the MVA government was there, and at that point the cognizance was not taken. We saw last week that an audio clip was released in which a person, apparently Sanjay Raut, was using foul language to this woman, and now it's being said that this was in regard with the Patra Chawl case, and hence on her complaint Vakola police has registered an FIR, and they are investigating whether the threat which was being given, whether that voice was of Sanjay Raut and whether it was related to Patra Chawl case or not. So this is something which is being investigated by the Vakola police. Back to you.
Okay, so we're going to track all the latest updates that come in on this big development as well. A woman witness in this very case, in the Patra Chawl land scam case, speaking out, claiming that she's received rape and murder threats. FIR has been registered against Sanjay Raut in this case with the charge of insulting the modesty of a woman. Now, the ED crackdown against Sanjay Raut doesn't all go well for Uddhav Thackeray, for the Uddhav Sena. Sanjay Raut has been the strongest voice, the closest aide, Man Friday of Uddhav Thackeray, previously to Balasaheb Thackeray as well. He's been very, very vocal in his criticism of the BJP, hasn't held back and made several controversial comments as well in the past. In our next report, we talk about the rise of Sanjay Raut in Maharashtra politics.
Most trusted Uddhav aide. A brash Uddhav Sena spokesperson. Head of Sena mouthpiece Samna. Known for acerbic attacks on Uddhav's opponents. Sanjay Raut has been in the eye of multiple storms throughout his political life, often for his sharp tongue. Starting his career in 1980 as a junior reporter, Raut was handpicked by Shiv Sena patriarch Balasaheb Thackeray to take over the reins of Samna. Known for his scathing attacks on Sena opponents through his editorials, Raut quickly rose through the ranks. Raut was first elected to Rajya Sabha in July 2004. He was soon named party's chief whip in the upper house.
तो पाकिस्तान के नागरिक की असेंबली नहीं है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। अगर पाकिस्तान की भाषा हमको पसंद नहीं है तो हमारी इतनी मजबूत सरकार है, पाकिस्तान को खत्म करो।
Raut is known to have played a major part in forging the 2019 alliance with the NCP Congress and breaking away with the alliance with BJP. which ensured Uddhav achieving his lifelong ambition and becoming the Chief Minister. Under Uddhav as Chief Minister, Raut was often part of several run-ins with voices critical of the Aghadi government. Be it his infamous spat with Bollywood actor Kangana Ranaut,
मुंबई में रहते हो, महाराष्ट्र में रहते हो, यहाँ अपना सब कुछ कमाते और आप फिर भी यहाँ की पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं रखते। मैं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री और गृह मंत्री से सीधा अपील करता हूँ, जो लोग मुंबई पुलिस की बुराई कर रहे हैं, डिमोरलाइज कर रहे हैं और यहाँ की जो राजनीतिक पार्टी ऐसे व्यक्तियों का समर्थन कर रही है, आप उनके खिलाफ कठोर एक्शन लें।
और his face-off with Navneet and Ravi Rana.
देखिए, बंटी एंड बबली अगर पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कोई एतराज़ नहीं है। ये जो स्टंटबाजी है, फिल्म के लोग हैं, ये फिल्मी लोग हैं। ये स्टंटबाजी या मार्केटिंग करना उनका काम है सबका। और बीजेपी को अब ऐसे लोगों की ज़रूरत पड़ती है अपने मार्केटिंग के लिए। सब हिंदुत्व की मार्केटिंग करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमको मालूम है हिंदुत्व क्या है।
Raut was at his scathing best. The rise of Raut as number 2 in the party soon became a friction point in Shiv Sena. Many Sena leaders complained of a coterie within the party, blocking off access to Uddhav Thackeray. The rebellion that resulted in the collapse of Aghadi government is also blamed on Raut and his tongue lashing.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे आहेत ना, ही जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या. हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला असेल.
Sparing Uddhav himself, most rebel Sena MLAs had launched a full frontal attack on Raut. Sanjay Raut is once again in the eye of the storm over his alleged involvement in the Patra Chawl scam, worth 1,000 crore rupees. Will the firebrand Sena face survive the political upheaval? Bureau Report, India Today.
With the bold and fierce Sanjay Raut now being arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, what does this mean for Uddhav Thackeray? We're going to be talking about that on the other side of a very short break here on First Up. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're First Up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का मेडल है आपके पास और ये पहला आपका कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का मेडल है। आपको लगता है कि ये अभी यहाँ से आपका जो प्रोफेशनल जो लाइफ है, जो करियर है, वो कम्प्लीटली चेंज होने वाला है, अलग एकदम बदलने वाला है?
अभी थोड़ा चेंज करने मतलब अभी खाना पीना में और ज़्यादा फोकस करेगा और नेक्स्ट कॉम्पिटिशन के लिए।
मम्मी पापा या फैमिली जो है, अगर आप उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बता सकें कि क्या है बैकग्राउंड, अगर आप किस तरीके से एथलीट बनने के पीछे क्या कहानी थी, कैसे आपने वेट लिफ्टिंग को चूज़ किया?
ओके, मेरा पहले 2008 से मैं ताइक्वांडो 8 to 12 ताइक्वांडो खेला। उसके बाद मैंने सालों ने बोला, मैंने ताइक्वांडो भी ब्लैक बेल्ट हो गया और इंटरनेशनल भी खेला, ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल लिया। मैंने सालों ने बोला आपका हाइट तो ताइक्वांडो में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, अब दूसरा गेम में चलेगी तो बहुत अच्छा आएगा बोला। फिर मैंने हमारा मणिपुर का पढ़ाई में मेंग कुंजू का एक्शन फोटो है, इसका लाइफ हिस्ट्री, ऐसे मैंने पढ़ाई किया। फिर मैंने सोचा मुझे भी मेंग कुंजू में थोड़ा हाइट भी थोड़ा सता, इसलिए मैंने सोचा मुझे भी वेट लिफ्टिंग चेंज करने। फिर मुझे भी मतलब मैं बच्चा के टाइम थोड़ा ताकत घर से, और इसके मैं खुद से चली गई। फिर मैंने मेरा रंजन सर 2012 में मैंने सर मुझे भी लिफ्टिंग चाहिए।
Cash Mountain news break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita Cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Patra Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested and come in jail.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seemed to be on the back foot with huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey. Cash Mountain Kand. Relentless coverage.
Guys, welcome to India Today. I have to first of all share what I thought of the teaser and the trailer.
Okay. Yes.
I remember the first time I saw the teaser, I stayed with it from the first frame till the end. It literally felt like you're listening to a fable. Like in our childhood, our grandmother would tell us, ek zamane mein ye hota tha, and I was with it through the end. And then I see the trailer, which is bang on, which is to another level. So my first question to you guys is, when a film like this comes to you, as actors, you're always hungry to try something different, all three of you. What was your first reaction and how excited were you? Were you sharing the same excitement that I did when I saw it?
Much more. Much more, trust me. This is one of the finest scripts I read. And I was like, oh my God, this is insane. I have to be a part of it. It was really as simple as that. It was a no-brainer. The script is so brilliant.
Alia, do you remember the narration, or did you guys have a reading where you felt that character, you felt what we felt while watching the trailer?
Yeah, I remember the narration very clearly, and I think I had the same reaction, which was actually a reaction of surprise and shock, because I just wasn't expecting it. Like, it started off, the film started off a certain way, and I was listening. Suddenly, it just changed, and my attention was like there. Like, I was surprised, I was hooked, I was shocked, and that doesn't happen very often, especially when you hear many narrations, and you don't get that feeling, like that, such a strong feeling so often.
Welcome back. Let's continue getting you all the updates and the big story that we're tracking this Monday morning. Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena has formally been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. He was taken into custody at 12:05 a.m. The Enforcement Directorate officials had in fact questioned Sanjay Raut for over 6 hours in the Patra Chawl land scam case. The ED officials had also, remember, searched Raut's home yesterday for the most part after he refused to appear for questioning despite being summoned twice. He was arrested after 11.5 lakh rupees was found in his residence. Being defiant, Raut said any action taken by the ED will not deter or scare him and that he'll stick to Bala Sahib Shiv Sena's ideology. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, reacting to this, very clearly said that cops will probe the matter, law will take its own course. Former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, in a scathing attack, called the arrest of his closest aide, Sanjay Raut, as a shameless conspiracy. The Congress, NCP, all of them have backed Sanjay Raut, claiming that this is ED misusing its power and referring to this as political vendetta.
उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसमें एक टक्का भी सही बात नहीं है। आप कोई चिंता मत करो, एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई दी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे।
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chawl land scam. Sanjay Raut was questioned for over 6 hours yesterday, after which post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Yesterday, ED officials reached Sanjay Raut's residence and carried out a search operation for around 9 hours, after which Sanjay Raut was issued summons and called to the ED office. MP Sanjay Raut joined ED officials at the ED office in South Mumbai, after which he was questioned for several hours and post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Sanjay Raut has been under investigation in the Patra Chawl land scam as there were diversion of funds which was found from Praveen Raut, a director of Guru Ashish Construction, to Sanjay Raut and his family members. Other than that, there were various land parcels and a flat which were attached by ED in the month of April. With camera person Swapnil and Latif Sheikh, this is Divyesh Singh in Mumbai for India Today.
एक मिनट जाना। संजय राउत साहब के पास घर पे एक लेटर मिला जिसमें 10 लाख नाम लेकर आपका नाम था उसमें। उसकी जानकारी मैं लेता हूँ तो उनको ही मालूम होगा ना, उनको ही पूछना मांगता है, पुलिस पूछेगा।
कई दिनों से संजय राउत को ईडी ने समन्स भेजा था, लेकिन लोकसभा का अधिवेशन चल रहा है। अधिवेशन के कारण मैं उपस्थित नहीं रह सकता, ये कारण बताकर वो ऑप्शन रह रहे थे, लेकिन आज ईडी खुद जाकर उनके घर गई, चौकसी की और ईडी को कुछ न कुछ पुरावा मिला होगा, इसलिए उन पर गुनाह दाखिल हुआ।
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है। सत्यमेव जयते।
जिस तरह से ईडी का जो जांच चल रही थी, कई महीनों से जांच चल रही थी और ईडी बहुत सक्षम यंत्रणा है। उन्होंने पूरी तरह से खातरी करने के बाद, पूरा तपास कंप्लीट करने के बाद संजय राउत जी का कई बार बयान लिया, उन्होंने कई बार ईडी कार्यालय में उन्होंने बुलाया, उसके बाद भी ईडी ने कोई उसमें जल्दबाजी नहीं की। उसके बाद वापस दोबारा उन्होंने उसकी जांच की और जांच करने के बाद कल जब ईडी उनके घर पे पहुंची तभी समझ में आ रहा था कि बहुत बड़े पुरावे ईडी के पास लगे हुए हैं। ईडी ने बड़ी तरीके से जांच करके इस अंत तक पहुंची कि आज संजय राउत पे कार्रवाई होना चाहिए, इसलिए उनके घर पे भी छापे डाले और कल रात में जो उनके ऊपर जो उनको अटक किया है, मुझे लगता है ये सिर्फ इनफ नहीं है, इसके पीछे कई राज छुपे हुए हैं।
I absolutely agree. Why only Sanjay Raut? Most of the people from the opposition who are particularly targeted for political reasons are innocent. Everybody is innocent unless proved guilty. And what is the conviction rate? We have seen thousands of cases being proved by such agencies, thousands of properties being attached, but the conviction rate is extremely low. I think only 23 people have been convicted so far. So in the case of Mr. Sanjay Raut, we all know that he's been extremely vocal as far as the BJP is concerned. As far as it's the same thing, he has been extremely vocal. Whether it's Anil Parab, whether it's some leaders from Congress Party, whether it's some leaders from TMC or Aam Aadmi Party, what is the need to call Sonia Gandhi? What is the need to call Rahul Gandhi? And what has happened after calling them for 5 days? So this is all a preset agenda at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party. It is being done. They are in power. They are free to do what they want to do. But the people of the country, the citizens of the country, they are not going to be mute spectators to this kind of injustice in time to come.
जिस तरह से ईडी का जो जांच चल रही थी, कई महीनों से जांच चल रही थी और ईडी बहुत सक्षम यंत्रणा है. उन्होंने पूरी तरह से खातरी करने के बाद, पूरा तपास कंप्लीट करने के बाद संजय राउत जी का कई बार बयान लिया उन्होंने, कई बार ईडी कार्यालय में उन्होंने बुलाया. उसके बाद भी ईडी ने कोई उसमें जल्दबाजी नहीं की. उसके बाद वापस दोबारा उन्होंने उसकी जांच की और जांच करने के बाद कल जब ईडी उनके घर पे पहुंची तभी समझ में आ रहा था कि बहुत बड़े पुरावे ईडी के पास लगे हुए हैं. ईडी ने बड़ी तरीके से जांच करके इस अंत तक पहुंची कि आज संजय राउत पे कार्रवाई होना चाहिए, इसलिए उनके घर पे भी छापे डाले और कल रात में जो उनके ऊपर जो उनको अटक किया है, मुझे लगता है ये सिर्फ इनफ नहीं है, इसके पीछे कई राज छुपे हुए हैं.
So those are all the political reactions that have come in from midnight since the news broke of Sanjay Raut being arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us with all the updates. Now the ED procedure will kick off. Mustafa, we understand that in about 30 minutes from now, Sanjay Raut is going to be taken for that formal medical test.
Well, yes, what we are given to understand that he will be taken for medical test and then to court for production. Behind us is the ED office where he is being lodged, and since last night after the arrest was done, he has been here only. His brother had said that this is a political vendetta, but now the ED investigations in the Patra Chawl case relating to Sanjay Raut will start. The financial transactions which had taken place, it's one of the reasons that will be cited in the remand copy to seek custody of Sanjay Raut. On the other hand, the troubles are mounting for Sanjay Raut, with Wakola police registering a case for threatening a woman in the same Patra Chawl case. And given that, after in some time, maybe around 11 a.m., Sanjay Raut will be taken out from this office of the Enforcement Directorate in Bellatpia, Mumbai, then taken to a hospital for a medical checkup, and after that he will be taken to court. So this is what we are learning, that he will be produced in front of the special PMLA court. Since yesterday the raid was carried out, but he was shown arrested in the midnight, and today is the day when he'll have to face the courts. Arguments are likely to take place between the ED and the defense lawyers. The lawyers of Sanjay Raut will have to wait and see what the ED courts decide as far as the custody is concerned. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, thank you very much for joining us with all of those details. Of course, Mustafa and all our reporters in Mumbai will be getting us all of those updates as Sanjay Raut will be taken out of the ED office in just a few moments from now for that medical test. But of course, Sanjay Raut is only the latest in a list of Maharashtra politicians, leaders who've been facing the ED heat in different scams, in different cases. But there's one thread that's common here, which is that all of these leaders are part of the opposition, and not a single BJP leader in Maharashtra is facing the Enforcement Directorate scanner.
Another Mahavikas Aghadi leader under ED glare. After Sena's Anil Parab, NCP's Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, trouble mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Uddhav's close aide has been accused of money laundering charges in the rupees 1,000 crore Patra Chawl scam. This is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by ED for their involvement in a scam. In September 2019, ED filed a money laundering case against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Pawar in connection with the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Former Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab is also facing heat for his alleged links to the violation of coastal zone rules in the construction of a resort in the Dapoli beach in Ratnagiri. Nationalist Congress Party leader and former minister Nawab Malik was arrested on February 23, 2022 by the Enforcement Directorate. Malik was arrested over alleged land and money transactions with henchmen of fugitive terrorist and underworld don Dawood Ibrahim, who is also mastermind of 1993 Mumbai attacks. The ED is probing a money laundering case against former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh based on the FIR filed by the CBI in April 2021. The FIR alleges corruption and bribery by the then minister in the Hafta Gate involving extortions from bar owners. Using dismissed Mumbai Police Assistant Inspector Sachin Vazi. While the Mahavikas Aghadi calls naming of only its members in ED cases as political witch hunt, the BJP calls it an all-out war on corruption. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we'll get you all the details you need to know on Sanjay Raut's arrest by the Enforcement Directorate this Monday morning. On the other side of a short break, we're also going to be focusing on India's massive medal haul at the Commonwealth Games. 6 medals and counting as Achintya Shule has bagged India's 3rd gold medal.
Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So, what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
You are watching
Let's get you all the highlights this morning from the Commonwealth Games. Achintya Shule has bagged India's 3rd gold medal. We've got 6 medals overall at the 2022 Commonwealth Games after storming to victory in the men's 73-kilo weightlifting event in Birmingham on Sunday. Shule was a favourite to win gold by virtue of being the reigning Commonwealth champion, and he justified that tag by snatching 143 kilos, a games record based on benchmarks, before lifting 170 kg in the clean and jerk for a total of 313 kilos.
सो तीसरा गोल्ड मेडल मिल चुका है भारत को वेट लिफ्टिंग में, और इस बार मेडल आया है अचिंत्य की तरफ से. अचिंत्य, पहले तो बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. और जिस तरीके से आपने अपना स्नैच इतना स्मूथली कवर किया, फिर आपने अपना टारगेट ऑलरेडी सेट किया होता, आपको पता था कि जी मेरा ये 143 है और मुझे क्या टारगेट लेके गोल्ड हासिल करना है, कैसे प्लान किया?
सर, हमने तो पहले अपना परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ट निकालने का सोच के आया था. तो जब मुझे कोच साहब ने बताया कि हमने परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ट करना है, तो उस स्टेज से मैंने माइंड सेट किया. फिर जब मलेशिया वाला जो थोड़ा फाइट में आया, तो हमने सोचा कि हम बीट करते हैं उनको पहले परफॉर्मेंस में, तो हम फिर आगे में सेफली जा सकते हैं. मतलब गोल तो हमारा था ही, हम परफॉर्मेंस निकालने की कोशिश कर रहा था. तो पहले हम स्नैच में अपना परफॉर्मेंस जो मेरा मतलब बेस्ट था वो पकड़ा, उसके बाद क्लीन जर्क में थोड़ा, सेकंड लिफ्ट में थोड़ा सा चक्कर के वजह से ब्लैकआउट आया था, उसके वजह से मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कहाँ मारना है, कुछ पता नहीं लग रहा था, इसलिए थोड़ा वो अटैम्प्ट गिर गया। बाकी सेकंड अटैम्प्ट में ठीक था तो मैंने इजीली किया वो अटैम्प्ट।
शुरुआत 2011 में हुई थी, भाई से जो है आपने जो है मोटिवेट हुए थे आप वेट लिफ्टिंग करने के लिए। जर्नी कैसी रही एज ए एथलीट, कितना जो है परिवार का सपोर्ट रहा?
फैमिली से तो मेरा फुल हमेशा सपोर्ट रहा और सभी से मुझे हमेशा सपोर्ट ही मिलता आया है, कोच साहब से ऐसे, बाकी तो मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट मिला है।
अब चूँकि आप कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का इतना प्रेस्टिजियस ये आपके लिए मेडल है और हर एक खिलाड़ी का सपना होता है ओलंपिक्स का ना मेडल हासिल करना, आप उसको कैसे प्लान कर रहे हैं? ये जो वेट कैटेगरी आप इसमें आपको लगता है कि आप यू आर हैप्पी इन दिस वेट कैटेगरी या फिर आप आगे चलकर आप कुछ सोचेंगे बदलने के बारे में?
मैं इस कैटेगरी में ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई करने की कोशिश करूँगा। जी सर।
And here's another exclusive conversation. India Today spoke to Jeremy Lalrinunga, who won the second gold medal for India in the Commonwealth Games being held in Birmingham.
सो देश को आज एक और गोल्ड मेडल हासिल हुआ और देश को गोल्ड मिलाया किसने? जेरेमी ने। जेरेमी, ये आपके करियर का कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का सबसे बड़ा मेडल है। बहुत आपने तैयारी भी की थी, स्ट्रगल भी किया, बताइए कैसे रहा? 2011 में शुरू किया था करियर?
हाँ जी, वेट लिफ्टिंग 2011 दिसंबर में स्टार्ट किया था और स्टार्ट करने के बाद मैं कोच मेल सोमा का अंदर भी ट्रेनिंग किया था और आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में मैंने 2012 में ज्वाइन किया और वहाँ आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में जारजाऊ की कोच मिज़ोरम का ही है, उनने मुझे ट्रेनिंग करवाया और तब से कंटिन्यू ही कर रहा हूँ।
आज आपको लगता है कि आपने जो सोचा था वैसा किया? हालांकि गोल्ड मेडल मिल गया, लेकिन आपको लगता है जो आपने प्लान किया था वो आप कर पाए?
जो मुझे चाहिए था ये गोल्ड मिला है, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस दे नहीं पाया और मैं दिखाना चाह रहा था सबको मतलब कि मैंने कितना मेहनत किया है, लेकिन गेम में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ पता ही नहीं लगता, तो थोड़ा सा मसल क्रैम्प्स का वजह से हो नहीं पाई क्लीन एंड जर्क में, लेकिन खुश हूँ अभी।
खुश है अभी? आपकी फैमिली बैकग्राउंड भी सब स्पोर्टिंग है, पापा भी खेलते हैं, भाई भी खेलते हैं, 5 भाई आप लोग, कैसा रहता है घर में एटमॉस्फेयर?
घर में तो सर मस्ती करते रहते, पापा तो भाई जैसा ही ट्रीट करता है और मम्मी अकेला लड़की अभी, और मम्मी भी ऐसे ही ट्रीट करते हैं हम सभी, और आपस में बॉक्सिंग भी खेल लेते हैं पापा लोग के साथ भी, और मतलब काफ़ी मज़े करते हैं हम।
67 में ये आपका आज आखिरी इवेंट था, इसके बाद आप तैयारी करेंगे पेरिस की, आपको वेट भी चेंज करना होगा, ये ट्रांजिशन जो बदलाव होगा उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? कितना कठिन होने वाला है?
बहुत मुश्किल होगा। मेन फेस जो है मेरा वेट गेन करने का, अगर वेट गेन होगा तो ट्रेनिंग तो मैं अच्छा करता हूँ, मैं खुद में इतना मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मैं ट्रेनिंग कर लूँगा अच्छा से। अगर 73 मतलब चला जाऊँगा अभी 67 छोड़ के, ओलंपिक के लिए तैयारी करूँगा, बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दूंगा मैं।
आखिरी एक सवाल जेरेमी, ये मेडल आप किसी को डेडिकेट करना चाहेंगे? फैमिली में, कंट्री में, किसी को आप बताना चाहेंगे ये मेडल किसके लिए आपने जीता है?
एक ही को नहीं दे सकता क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम से मैं ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ और हमारा देश को तो सभी को डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ, फिर भी मेरा फैमिली और मेरा ग्रैंडफादर और ग्रैंडमदर के लिए। हाँ जी,
थैंक यू।
हाँ जी, थैंक यू।
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
watching.
गुरुराज, कैसी रही आपकी जर्नी 2010 से लेकर 2022 तक?
बहुत ही सफ़र किया हूँ मैं 2010 से। तब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था वेट लिफ्टिंग। मैंने 12th का बाद डिग्री ज्वाइन किया। तब मेरे को लगा वेट लिफ्टिंग मेरा कैरियर है, लाइफ बना सकते हैं इसमें। मुझे वहाँ पे अच्छी सी कोच मिला है, राजेंद्र प्रसाद नाम से। वो मुझे वेट लिफ्टिंग सिखाया और उसी कॉलेज का दिन में मैंने स्टेट और इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑल इंडिया ऐसे खेल के 2014 में नेशनल पहुंच गया था, नेशनल मेडल लिया। उसके बाद 2015 में मुझे एयरफोर्स ज्वाइन किया हूं मैं। एयरफोर्स में भी बहुत अच्छी सपोर्ट था लिफ्टिंग करने का। वहाँ पे टीम था, जितेंद्र कोच था और वहाँ पे मेदवान सर था। ये लोग मुझे बहुत ही सपोर्टिव किया हूँ। और 2015 में मेरे को नेशनल कैंप में आया था मैं। उस टाइम मेरा 56 कैटेगरी में था मैं। 2016 मैंने इंटरनेशनल कैरियर स्टार्ट किया था।
गुरु भाई, अगर बात की जाए आपके इस मेडल से अब किस तरीके से आपका जो प्रोफेशनल करियर है वो बदलेगा, कितना जो है एक बड़ा ये प्लेटफॉर्म है, कितनी बड़ी अचीवमेंट है आपके लिए?
ये मेरा सेकेंड मेडल है। फर्स्ट मैंने 2018 में सिल्वर जीत गया था उसमें गोल्ड कोस्ट में। और ये उसका बाद मैंने कैटेगरी 61 में आया, चेंज किया था। अब मुझे लगा था 61 में।
Cash Mountain News Break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita Cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Patra Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested and come in jail.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seem to be on the back foot with huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey, Cash Mountain Kand, relentless coverage.
In association with Airtel Extreme Fiber. If it's important, blue dot it. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. The City Bred SUV. HDFC Bank Parivartan. A step towards sustainable progress.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. At 9 a.m. this Monday morning, we're getting you all the updates coming in from Mumbai. Sanjay Raut has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Any moment now, he's going to be taken for the medical test. And we're getting you all the latest updates from the ground. As always, let's begin with the headlines. After intense grilling and day-long raids at his home, ED arrests Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in the land scam case. Uddhav Sena claims witch hunt. The BJP calls it corruption crackdown. FIR against Sanjay Raut on complaint of woman witness in Patra Chawl case. Complainant alleges rape and murder threats to her, warning her against giving a statement to the Enforcement Directorate. After weeks of Parliament fire and fury, Centre lists opposition's key demand of debate on price rise in Lok Sabha. Will there be a constructive discussion or another washout on the cards? After Kejriwal government's big flip-flop over liquor policy, Delhi stares at a liquor crunch. Political showdown continues. BJP claims mega liquor policy scam. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi's Lanka rerun prediction for Prime Minister Modi claims citizens will storm Modi's residence. Congress plans march to Modi's house. And it's raining medals. India clinched its 6th medal at the Commonwealth Games. Weightlifter Achinta Shuli bags India's 3rd gold. Harmanpreet and company defeat arch rivals Pakistan. At midnight, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut was formally arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. At exactly 12:05 a.m., he was arrested because the Enforcement Directorate maintains that he hasn't been cooperating with the investigation or his questioning. For over 6 hours, he's been questioned in the Patra Chawl land scam case yesterday. Enforcement Directorate officials had searched Raut's home for most part of Sunday after he refused to appear for questioning despite being summoned twice. Raut was arrested after 11.5 lakh rupees were found at his home. Being defiant, Raut said any action taken by the ED will not deter or scare him and that he'll stick by Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, reacting to these developments, said that the cops will probe the matter and that law will take its own course. Former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, in a scathing attack, called the development as a shameless conspiracy. The Congress and NCP, meanwhile, have also backed Uddhav Sena have also backed Sanjay Raut, slamming the ED for misusing its power.
उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसमें 1% भी सही बात नहीं है। आप कोई चिंता मत करो, एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे।
Let's get you all of the political reactions also coming in since midnight on Sanjay Raut's arrest.
एक मिनट जाना संजय राउत साहब के पास घर से एक लेटर मिला जिसमें 10 लाख नाम लेकर आपका नाम था उसमें। उसकी जानकारी मैं लेता हूँ तो उनको ही मालूम होगा ना, उनको ही पूछना मांगता है, पुलिस पूछेगा।
कई दिनों से संजय राउत को ईडी ने समन भेजा था, लेकिन लोकसभा का अधिवेशन चल रहा है। अधिवेशन के कारण मैं उपस्थित नहीं रह सकता, ये कारण बताकर वो ऑप्शन रह रहे थे, लेकिन आज ईडी खुद जाकर उनके घर गई, चौकसी की और ईडी को कुछ न कुछ पुरावा मिला होगा, इसलिए उन पर गुनाह दाखिल हुआ।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। विधि का विधान है, जो जैसे करेगा उसे वैसे ही भरना होगा। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ यदि कोई सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करके जनता को लूटता है तो उन लोगों को अंततः परास्त ही होना है। ये अतीत के इतिहास के पन्ने भी हमें सिखाते हैं और वर्तमान में देश भी देख रहा है।
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है। सत्यमेव जयते।
कोई 1000 करोड़ से ऊपर का मामला है, वो घोटाले की जानकारी दे दें, ईडी को सारे पक्ष रख दें और बता दें कि किस किस का क्या क्या हाथ है, किस किस का क्या क्या खेल है, उसमें वो जानकारी दे दें। वो असल में क्या कि जानकारियाँ छुपा रहे हैं। सच का सच बाहर आएगा और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होकर रहेगा।
पर क्या ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार चल रही थी तब ईडी का कोई नोटिस नहीं था। ईडी उस समय तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी राउत साहब, और जैसे ही सरकार गिरती है वहां पर एकनाथ शिंदे जी मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। अभी तक जो अपने मंत्रिमंडल का गठन नहीं कर पाए, पर वहां से और केंद्र सरकार की जांच एजेंसियों ने संजय राउत जी को हिरासत में ले लिया। ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है, देश जानना चाहता है।
जिस तरह से ईडी का जो जांच चल रही थी, कई महीनों से जांच चल रही थी और ईडी बहुत सक्षम यंत्रणा है। उन्होंने पूरी तरह से खातरी करने के बाद, पूरा तपास कंप्लीट करने के बाद संजय राउत जी का कई बार बयान लिया, उन्होंने कई बार ईडी कार्यालय में उन्होंने बुलाया। उसके बाद भी ईडी ने कोई उसमें जल्दबाजी नहीं की। उसके बाद वापस दोबारा उन्होंने उसकी जांच की और जांच करने के बाद कल जब ईडी उनके घर पे पहुंची तभी समझ में आ रहा था कि बहुत बड़े पुरावे ईडी के पास लगे हुए हैं। ईडी ने बड़ी तरीके से जांच करके इस अंत तक पहुंची कि आज संजय राउत पे कार्रवाई होना चाहिए, इसलिए उनके घर पे भी छापे डाले और कल रात में जो उनके ऊपर जो उनको अटक किया है, मुझे लगता है ये सिर्फ इनफ नहीं है, इसके पीछे कई राज।
And joining us this morning is Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, who is with Eknath Shinde, with the Shinde Sena. Mr. Kesarkar, good morning. We've been getting in a number of voices from Uddhav Thackeray's camp, from the opposition, all of whom are questioning the timing of this crackdown on Sanjay Raut, saying that he's in fact facing this kind of heat from the Enforcement Directorate because of him taking on Eknath Shinde, because of him backing Uddhav Thackeray.
It is totally false. We never had demanded any action against him, and his action is, I don't know his relation with
So we seem to have lost. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
In spite of that, he was not arrested. He was just questioned, and unless there are concrete proofs, nobody would be arrested. So linking it with the Shinde group or our fraction or our CM is totally wrong, and people are also trying to link our CM's visit to Delhi with that, because our expansion is expected any time now, and because of that, one meeting was pending between Honorable Amit Shahji and our Honorable CM, and that was basically because of our cabinet expansion and nothing else. In what way Mr. Raut is concerned with our formation of government? He is just a spokesperson of Shiv Sena. So we are also Shiv Sena, and we are not afraid of Mr. Raut in any case, because he used to say so many bad words about him.
But he is, Mr. Kesarkar, the most vocal voice also of the Uddhav faction. And besides that, let me also highlight what the opposition is saying here, sir. They're saying that this case isn't new. It's something that the investigation has been going on for at least 2 years or so. And I'm sure you remember that the first summon that was issued by the Enforcement Directorate in recent times was amid all of this political crisis in Maharashtra. So that's why they're questioning the timing, sir.
No, not at all. Please try to understand. They have given sufficient time to Mr. Raut. And if you go through the audio clip that was viral 2 days back, he was telling a lady that you must change your statement given to AD. And I was also MOS home of Maharashtra. When investigation agencies always take a step when somebody tries to tamper with the evidences. So that could be one of the reasons why this action was taken.
We spoke to the BJP also on this, Mr. Kesarkar. They're saying that the rot runs much deeper, that Uddhav Thackeray is also directly involved. Is that a comment that you also back, what your ally has said and alleged here?
No, not at all, not at all. And I always feel that they should control their feelings while making such statements, because he's a topmost leader and he has some respect in Maharashtra, definitely. And nobody should make such comments which will create law and order situation in Maharashtra. Because not only Mr. Raut's action against Mr. Raut was taken, so many builders from Mumbai and Pune are under arrest from ED because of the redevelopment projects. There, the poor people who were supposed to get their home in their name are still on the street, and such action will give justice to those poor people who are suffering in this entire development process of redevelopment of slums and the old chawl.
But you look at the common thread here, sir, Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, of how the Enforcement Directorate has investigated several such corruption cases in Maharashtra in last few years. It's always been leaders who don't belong to the BJP. Anil Parab, Anil Deshmukh. Now you have Mr. Sanjay Raut. There's a clear common thread here, which is that whatever political beliefs are there, it's based on that the ED takes action.
No, I'll have to tell you one thing, that in such connection where Mr. Raut is arrested is a different, where redevelopment projects is the main subject, whereas number of builders from Maharashtra are arrested. Deshmukh case is different, which is known to the entire India, that there were corruption charges against him, which were made by the then Mumbai Commissioner of Police. And that's why that matter was being investigated. Anil Parab's matter, there were certain complaints from Somayaji. So I think that he's still following up that complaint. And these are all separate issues. And number of times when such action is taken against any BJP leader, it is not given much publicity. That is also a truth.
But the reality is, sir, what Mr. Sanjay Raut said, Mr. Kesarkar, yesterday was what's happened to the case against Narayan Rane, what's happened to MP Bhavana Gavli. None of them seem to be facing any ED action.
Madam, when investigation is going on, you must give proper answers, you must give the proper evidences, and then the action is not taken. If proper evidences are given, even if now Mr. Raut produces the evidences before the court will not give the custody to ED. That is the fact. So I am not, actually I am a spokesperson for Shinde Group, so I am not a spokesperson for ED either. So I will not be able to answer all those questions. But so far our group is concerned, we have never demanded his arrest, neither we are responsible for this. Whatever statements he used to make are all political statements. But his link with Mr. Praveen Raut is, if it is established by the ED, Praveen Raut is already in jail for maybe 1 year or something like that. So if he has links, then he will have to face these consequences also, because it is related to redevelopment of Patra Chawl, where the original tenants are still on the road. They haven't received the justice, and the money is being siphoned from that project and have gone elsewhere. And that is the case.
All right, Mr. Deepak Kesarkar.
It is a fraud of more than 1,000 crores.
Okay, we will track all the latest, but thanks for joining us here this morning and sharing your view on this big development of Sanjay Raut being arrested. So interesting reaction that's coming from the Shiv Sena. They're saying that there must be a fair investigation into this. They're not choosing to, lash out at Sanjay Raut or Uddhav Thackeray as the BJP has, but they're maintaining that there's a need for a fair and impartial probe into what's happened. I want to get you the latest updates from the ground. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us live from Mumbai. Mustafa, any moment now, we're expecting the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to be taken out of the ED office to be taken for his medical test.
Well, yes, of course. What we can see is that the police barricading now has increased. The police presence has increased. One of the Shiv Sena office bearer, Vibhag Pramukh Pandurak Sakpal, is someone who came here and he was discussing with the police about the security arrangements. So this is the gates of the office building, which is at this point is closed. This is the same gate which will be opened, and from here Sanjay Raut will be brought out and he'll be taken to a hospital for a medical checkup and then to special PMLA court. We can see CISF security here, which is just coming inside the premises of the Enforcement Directorate office. So central forces providing security. As you can see, the gate has been opened and the CISF officials which had officers which had come are now entering the ED office here. So the security arrangements are being made properly so that Sanjay Raut then can be taken out and escorted from here to what we can say is that a nearby hospital, be the JJ or the St. George Hospital. Since there was the government was of Mahavikas Aghadi, at that from that point the Enforcement Directorate had started using central forces for the security, as the Home Department was with the state government, and that trend continues with the CISF officials, which we just saw entering the Enforcement Directorate office. So in some time from now, Sanjay Raut will be taken out from here, taken to first the hospital and then to court for production. Back to you.
Okay, so we're hearing at this point, as Mustafa is just showing us, security has been beefed up there. So any moment now, Sanjay Raut will be taken out. But if you look at the kind of allegations against Sanjay Raut and the political reactions that have come in, this has clearly become the biggest talking point in Maharashtra, Mustafa. And how has really the Uddhav Thackeray faction, how have they responded to Uddhav's closest aide now being arrested?
Well, yes, there is what we can say political reactions coming in with Eknath Shinde saying that there is nothing for Sanjay Raut to be scared if he has not done anything wrong. At the same time, Shiv Sena and other opposition parties saying that there are scores which are being settled. It's a political revenge which is being taken. As we asked Deepak Kesakar about Narayan Rane and other cases of the Enforcement Directorate, people who have now supported or joined BJP. So these cases have not progressed since then, and this is one of the reasons why the opposition claims that the corruption cases which are being brought out are brought out only of the leaders who are in opposition. Even if the corruption cases are true, it is an action which is being taken as one-sided action. That's what the opposition are saying, and the political environment in Maharashtra has heated up, and it's a back-to-back setback for Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena after people leaving, after he losing government. Now close aides are being arrested by central agencies. Back to you.
Mustafa, getting us the latest updates from the ground there outside the ED office where Sanjay Raut is expected to be brought out anytime now. There's a big question mark on what prompted his arrest, Mustafa. Was it over the fact that he wasn't cooperating with the investigation, with the questioning by ED, or was it about the money, the cash that's been found? Because the opposition maintains that that money has been accounted for.
Well, it seems like the intention of arrest was very much clear since the time the Enforcement Directorate officials reached the house of Sanjay Raut. Remember that he was summoned 2 to 3 times before, and he had not appeared because the parliamentary session was going on. That's the reason which he had given. But yesterday, when the ED officials reached Sanjay Raut's house, Rebel Camp MLA Sanjay Raut had already said that the way ED has entered Sanjay Raut's house, it looks like he is going to be arrested. And that's what seems to have happened, and he was arrested. So the intention was very much clear the way he was raided, because in a similar manner Nawab Malik's house was raided early morning and he was arrested by afternoon. So that is something which was clear, that the intention was to arrest. The reason, what was the reason for the arrest is questionable. Maybe after going to court, after the remand copy is submitted, we'll be able to get a better idea of the evidences which the ED got and why they thought that the custody of Sanjay Raut was necessary. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, stay on with me. We're going to keep coming across to you for all those live updates from the ground. I want to play out for our viewers what Sanjay Raut had to say yesterday when the Enforcement Directorate made a surprise appearance at his home and conducted raids for most part of Sunday.
आणि शिवसेना इतकी कमजोर नाही आहे. खरी शिवसेना काय आहे हे आज तुम्ही पाहताय. मेरे खिलाफ जिस प्रकार से झूठी कार्रवाई, झूठे कागज, झूठे एविडेंस लोगों को मार मार कर पीट कर बनाए जा रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र को कमजोर करने के लिए, शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए. लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा. दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा.
And expect Sanjay Raut's arrest now to echo in Parliament as well, as a Shiv Sena MP, Priyanka Chaturvedi, who's with the Uddhav Thackeray faction, has given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha. Priyanka Chaturvedi has sought a discussion on the misuse of investigative agencies like ED, CBI and the Income Tax Department. So the Shiv Sena now upping the ante. All those who side with Uddhav Thackeray now seeking a discussion in Parliament as well. Paulami Saha is joining us with more details on this. Paulami, it looks like it'll be another day of disruptions, and there's no doubt that several opposition parties, the likes of Congress, will also back the Shiv Sena, will back the Uddhav Sena in the Rajya Sabha.
That's right, because the Congress also had been raising this similar matter in Parliament last week as well, when Sonia Gandhi was being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate as well. So the Shiv Sena, led by Priyanka Chaturvedi in the Rajya Sabha, and of course they will be raising a similar noise in the Lok Sabha as well. They will find support from other opposition parties as well. The opposition is expected to meet in Parliament in a short while from now in order to strategize, of course, for the day and how exactly are they going to corner the government. But already you can see that the Shiv Sena is upping the ante against the centre. In Parliament, Priyanka Chaturvedi now giving a notice in the Rajya Sabha for suspension of business, saying that central agencies like the Enforcement Directorate, the CBI and the Income Tax Department are being misused for political agenda and in an attempt to target only opposition leaders in a bid to silence them.
Looks like, Paulami, it'll be another day of disruptions, particularly in the Rajya Sabha. This issue within this session itself has been brought up before as well. And now with Sanjay Raut's arrest, the Shiv Sena has an opportunity to now go all guns blazing within Parliament on the misuse of central agencies, as they say.
That's right. This is going to be a hot topic today in the Rajya Sabha specifically, like you said. In the Lok Sabha as well, undoubtedly, the Shiv Sena faction of Uddhav Thackeray's will, of course, raise the pitch over this. But in the Rajya Sabha as well, you can expect that there will be a loud noise made by the opposition, the joint opposition, about this, like I said, because the Congress, of course, raised this issue previously as well in last week of Parliament session. And today, of course, there is again expected to be a lot of disruptions by the opposition, which will be raising the pitch about this. The opposition, remember, has been working in a united fashion in this Parliament session. They have been lending support to each other while they have different issues pertaining to, sometimes it's of course a price rise and the issue of GST. Then it has, of course, been the issue of misuse of central agencies as well. The Aam Aadmi Party having raised the issue of the Hooch tragedy in Gujarat. But they've been working in a joint fashion, lending support to each other, raising voices for each other. So expect that the opposition will come together and lend support to Priyanka Chaturvedi in the Rajya Sabha as well, when she, of course, unlikely she'll get permission for the notice that she's issued, for the notice that she's in fact put forward before the chairman. But the fact is that she will, of course, be raising this in the Rajya Sabha, undoubtedly.
All right. Thanks, Paulami, for joining us with all of those details. We're tracking what plays out in the Rajya Sabha as the Shiv Sena upping the ante. You've got Priyanka Chaturvedi now issuing a suspension of business notice, seeking a debate and discussion on the misuse of central agencies. And it's double trouble for Sanjay Raut, essentially, because an FIR has also been registered against him by the Mumbai police. This is again linked to the same scam, the Patra Chawl land scam case. And this is because of a woman witness approaching the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police has filed an FIR against Raut on the charge of hurling an open threat and filthy abuses against a woman witness over the phone. Raut has been accused of outraging the modesty of a woman based on the complaint lodged by Swapna Patkar, a witness in the ED case. The complaint was lodged at the Vakola police station by the witness. She had approached the police recently claiming that she was receiving rape and murder threats, and that was put out in a paper which was inserted in a newspaper delivered to her back on July 15th. The woman witness had told ED that Benami land parcels which belonged to Raut were purchased in her name, and she says that she's being threatened now to withdraw the statement that she gave to the Enforcement Directorate. Mumbai police has provided security now to the woman witness as requested.
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है। सत्यमेव जयते। अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है। सत्यमेव जयते।
Let's take this across to Mustafa Sheikh for the latest updates on this FIR that's now been registered against Sanjay Raut. Give us details about this case, who this woman witness is, Mustafa, who's spoken out now against Sanjay Raut and approached the police.
Well, yes, one of the ladies who says that she is the witness in the case. Now, the sections of outraging modesty has been applied in the case, so I'm not sure whether we can divulge the details about the woman. But yes, she's a person who had been filing complaints against Sanjay Raut for last few years because Mahavikas Aghadi government was in the state. No action was taken till now. The audio clip which has come to light from her side is the audio clip which was recorded in 2016. She claims to be a witness in the Patra Chawl case, and hence she was threatened, is what she has said. And on the basis of that audio recording dating back to 2016, a complaint has been registered against Sanjay Raut. So this is an FIR which has been registered against Sanjay Raut. We'll have to wait and see what happens because Sanjay Raut will now be in the ED custody for a long time. So the investigation for this case will take some time. We'll have to wait and see how it progresses. Back to you.
Also bring in Mr. Anand Dubey of the Shiv Sena on this broadcast. Mr. Dubey, what do you make of Sanjay Raut's arrest?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि आज की रात भारत देश और महाराष्ट्र के लोकतंत्र के लिए काली रात है। संजय राउत को जिस प्रकार कई घंटों के पूछताछ के बाद अरेस्ट किया गया है, यह केवल और केवल बदले की राजनीति है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी संजय राउत जी के मुंह को बंद करना चाहती है। संजय राउत जी विपक्ष के बड़े चेहरे हैं। पिछले 2-2.5 वर्षों में उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की जो नीतियां अच्छी नहीं थी उसका खुलकर पुरजोर विरोध करने का काम किया है और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अच्छा नहीं लगता। और साथ ही साथ संजय राउत के साथ शिवसेना भी जुड़ी है, तो बीजेपी चाहती है कि संजय राउत जी को परेशान करें, शिवसेना को भी परेशान करें और ये विशुद्ध रूप से एक बदले की राजनीति है। और ये दोनों ही केस, एक मैडम जो गवाह है और ये जो पत्रा वाला चाल है, ये दोनों केस को जानबूझकर टाइमिंग पर लाया है ताकि संजय राउत को फ्रेम कर सकें, संजय राउत को अरेस्ट कर सकें, उनको पकड़ सकें ताकि वो अपनी आवाज न रख सकें। और सबसे हैरानी की बात कि पार्लियामेंट का सत्र चल रहा है। अरे भाई, आप किसी सांसद को पकड़ रहे हैं, आप स्पीकर को परवानगी लिया, आपने स्पीकर से आपने कुछ लिया, कानूनन जानकारी दिया उनको कि हम संजय राउत को अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रक्रिया में नहीं दिया। क्यों? क्योंकि आप कानून संविधान अब किसी को नहीं मानते हैं। आपने पूरी तरह से मन बना लिया है कि भारत से, महाराष्ट्र से विपक्ष को हमें खत्म कर देना है। ठीक है, अब आपके पास यंत्रणा है, ताकत है, शक्ति है, जो मर्जी आप करिए। हम कानून का जवाब कानून से देंगे। हमारे वकील कोर्ट में जिरा करेंगे। संजय राउत जी बहुत जल्दी आप देखेंगे कि वापस आएंगे और फिर से हमारी आवाज करेंगे।
ठीक है, Anand Dubey ji, thank you for joining us here on India Today and sharing your view on this big story. So you've got Anand Dubey, part of the Shiv Sena faction, saying that this is clearly political vendetta at play and saying that very soon we'll give a fitting answer to these agencies and the BJP. And we're switching focus to some other big breaking news coming in this morning. Superstar Salman Khan has been granted a gun license. He'd applied for the same for self-protection in the backdrop of threat letters that he'd received recently. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang had allegedly threatened to kill Salman Khan soon after the murder of singer Sidhu Moosewala. There was a note which in fact the police are investigating, which said that Salman Khan will meet the same fate as Moosewala. And it is after that that Salman met with the Mumbai Police Commissioner seeking a gun license. The nod has been given by the Mumbai Police for Salman to have a firearm with him for his own protection. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us with more details on this. So Mustafa, Salman Khan given the nod by the Mumbai Police to hold a firearm legally. Give us details of what prompted this step by the Mumbai Police. What prompted the application from Salman Khan?
Well, yes, as we know that in June, Salman Khan got a threat letter. In that threat letter, he and his father was threatened, saying that you will suffer the same fate as Sidhu Moosewala. And after that, the investigations had started. Focus was on Lawrence Bishnoi gang. The threat case is registered with the Bandra police, but as of now, there has been no update or arrest in this case. Meanwhile, looking at the threat perception, Salman Khan thought it's better that a weapon license is required, and hence he applied for a weapon license. And also also met the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar regarding this entire issue, and after which the process was started and Salman Khan's application was forwarded to the Zone 9 Deputy Police Commissioner in whose jurisdiction Salman Khan resides. The criminal cases against Salman Khan were analysed, and it was analysed whether it will be proper to give him a gun license, and after all due procedures the permission was granted to Salman Khan to issue to get a firearm license. What we are getting to know is that the license is for one firearm, and generally for self-protection people buy a .32 caliber pistol or revolver. So that's something which Salman Khan may buy in the near future. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, thank you for getting us all of those details. And with that news break, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. But we're keeping our focus on what's playing out in Maharashtra and the dramatic arrest of Sanjay Raut. The latest political reactions and much more coming your way. Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You are what?
The World Health Organization has triggered the highest alarm yet again. In the last 14 years or so, this is the 6th time that a public health emergency has been declared. A public health emergency of international concern, which means that it concerns the entire global community, which also means the entire international community must sit up and take note of what is to be done next. Strengthen the surveillance systems, track down patients, ensure there is contact tracing, ensure that there is proper protocol in place to manage the infection. Many experts say that looking at the kind of information that is available right now, it is highly unlikely that monkeypox will assume pandemic proportions. In fact, here are the kind of comparisons that are being made. Monkeypox, because it's not extremely transmissible, it's unlikely that the entire population will be vulnerable to it. Very, very unlikely. So having measures like lockdowns, etc., that worked to a great extent in the COVID-19 pandemic clearly will not work here, and they're not even going to be required, is what many experts are saying. In fact, they also go on to say that you will see cases increase. In fact, cases of monkeypox will be seen in the general population as well, not only just in men having sex with men, but even in the general population. But that does not mean that it will assume pandemic proportions.
We don't have to worry that this will spread to everybody. While everybody might be at risk, it can be prevented mostly by
Let's get to all the updates coming in, all the reactions. So on Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's late night arrest at midnight at 12:05 a.m. he was taken into custody, formally arrested by the ED after being questioned for over 6 hours in the Patra Chawl land scam case. The Enforcement Directorate officials had searched Raut's home after he refused to appear for questioning despite being summoned twice. He was arrested after 11.5 lakh rupees were found in his residence. Sanjay Raut said any action taken by the ED will not deter or scare him and that he'll stick by Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena. Chief Minister Shinde vowed action also. In his reaction, said that law will take its own course. Former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray called Raut's arrest a shameless conspiracy. The likes of the Congress and the NCP have also backed Sanjay Raut.
बना के उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसमें एक टक्का भी सही बात नहीं है। आप कोई चिंता मत करो, एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे।
And here's a look at all the political reactions also that have come in.
एक मिनट देना। संजय राउत साहब के पास घर से एक लेटर मिला जिसमें 10 लाख रुपए नाम लेकर आपका नाम था उसमें। उसकी जानकारी मैं लेता हूँ तो उनको ही मालूम होगा ना, उनको ही पूछना मांगता है, पुलिस पूछेगा उसको।
कई दिनों से संजय राउत को ईडी ने समन्स भेजा था, लेकिन लोकसभा का अधिवेशन चल रहा है। अधिवेशन के कारण मैं उपस्थित नहीं रह सकता, ये कारण बताकर वो ऑप्शन रह रहे थे, लेकिन आज ईडी खुद जाकर उनके घर गई, चौकसी की और ईडी को कुछ ना कुछ पुरावा मिला होगा, इसलिए उन पर गुनाह दाखिल हुआ।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। विधि का विधान है, जो जैसे करेगा उसे वैसे ही भरना होगा। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ यदि कोई सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करके जनता को लूटता है तो उन लोगों को अंततः परास्त ही होना है। ये अतीत के इतिहास के पन्ने भी हमें सिखाते हैं और वर्तमान में देश भी देख रहा है।
कोई 1000 करोड़ से ऊपर का मामला है, वो घोटाले की जानकारी दे दें, ईडी को सारे पक्ष रख दें और बता दें कि किस किस का क्या क्या हाथ है, किस किस का क्या क्या खेल है, उसमें वो जानकारी दे दें। वो असल में क्या है कि जानकारियाँ छुपा रहे हैं। सच का सच बाहर आएगा और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होकर रहेगा।
जिस तरह से आज संजय राउत ने जो करप्शन किया है, महाविकास आघाड़ी बनाने के लिए कांग्रेस एनसीपी की तरफ से बड़ा पैसा संजय राउत को दिया गया है। इसीलिए उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने भाजपा को छोड़ के, भाजपा को धोखा देके महाविकास आघाड़ी कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन करके खुद मुख्यमंत्री बने और इसके माध्यम से संजय राउत को कितना पैसा मिला उसकी भी जांच ईडी ने करना चाहिए।
पर क्या ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार चल रही थी तब ईडी का कोई नोटिस नहीं, ईडी उस समय तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी राउत साहब, और जैसे ही सरकार गिरती है वहां पर एकनाथ शिंदे जी मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। अभी तक जो अपने मंत्रिमंडल का गठन नहीं कर पाए, पर वहां से और केंद्र सरकार की जांच एजेंसियों ने संजय राउत जी को हिरासत में ले लिया। ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है, देश जानना चाहता है।
भावना गवली एंड both were by ED. What happened to them the moment they joined BJP or they aligned with the BJP? They got clean sheet. and it is happening throughout the country. Whom they are arresting only those who are in opposition. So this is very clear-cut case of political vendetta and nothing else. Earlier, Shiv Sena was in alliance with the BJP. No objection was taken on anybody. The moment they broke away, the Pratap Sarnaik's case came out, Bhavna Gavli's case came out, and so many other cases. We also know that the fake notices of ED has been issued to many MLAs who later on joined Eknath Shinde.
I absolutely agree. Why only Sanjay Raut? Most of the people from the opposition who are particularly targeted for political reasons are innocent. Everybody is innocent unless proved guilty. And what is the conviction rate? We have seen thousands of cases being proved by such agencies, thousands of properties being attached, but the conviction rate is extremely low. I think only 23 people have been convicted so far. So in the case of Mr. Sanjay Raut, we all know that he's been extremely vocal as far as the BJP is concerned. As far as it's the same thing, he's been extremely vocal. Whether it's Anil Parab, whether it's some leaders from Congress Party, whether it's some leaders from TMC or Aam Aadmi Party, what is the need to call Sonia Gandhi? What is the need to call Rahul Gandhi? And what has happened after calling them for 5 days? So this is all a preset agenda at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party. It is being done. They are in power. They are free to do what they want to do. But the people of the country, the citizens of the country, they are not going to be mute spectators to this kind of injustice in time to come.
Let's take this back across to Mustafa Sheikh for all the latest updates on this. Mustafa, the reaction that's coming from Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also been extremely interesting because the Shinde faction hasn't gone all out, all guns blazing against Sanjay Raut. Their very clear line on this is let law take its own course, let the investigation be completed.
Well, yes, that is something which will happen indeed, that law will take its course, investigation will be completed, Sanjay Raut will be in jail and for under the PMLA court case. So that is something which is now bound to happen as Sanjay Raut has been arrested in the case. We are showing you live visuals from outside the Enforcement Directorate office. There is a silver color, grey color Innova car which we can see, and this is the car which in most likelihood Sanjay Raut will be taken from this car towards the hospital for a medical checkup. And ahead of this car we are getting to see where the police barricading is there. There are police escort vehicles which are standing. So anytime from now Sanjay Raut can be taken out from the ED office and taken to a hospital and then to court is something which is likely to happen. We are also getting to see CISF officials which are at the entrance of the ED office, and central forces are helping the Enforcement Directorate in escorting Sanjay Raut. And on the other side, on the right hand side, we are getting to see that some Shiv Senics like the Shiv Sena Vibhag Pramukh from Girgaon area, nearby area is present here on the right side. So there are about 4 to 5 people from Shiv Sena who are present inside the premises, and this is what the entire situation looks like. In some time from now, Sanjay Raut will be taken out, he will be produced before court, and then the law will take its own course. Back to you.
What we're also hearing, Mustafa, is that several of the parties who are backing Uddhav Thackeray, who have been backing Sanjay Raut amid this entire crackdown, are planning a mega protest in Mumbai today. Me? I don't think Mustafa is with us. We're going to reconnect with him, but you can see our cameras firmly focused on the entrance of the ED office, and that's because any moment now Sanjay Raut will be taken out. He's going to be taken for the medical test and later today produced in court as well. The Enforcement Directorate has formally arrested him, but it will be interesting to see what they've mentioned in their remand copy. What is the evidence that they have against Sanjay Raut, and what prompted them to finally arrest him in the Patra Chawl land scam case right now? Let's play out for you exactly what Sanjay Raut had to say about the Enforcement Directorate's crackdown against him yesterday.
आणि शिवसेना इतकी कमजोर नाहीये. खरी शिवसेना काय आहे हे आज तुम्ही पाहताय. मेरे खिलाफ जिस प्रकार से झूठी कार्रवाई, झूठे कागज, झूठे एविडेंस लोगों को मार मार कर पीट कर बनाए जा रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र को कमजोर करने के लिए, शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए। लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा। दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा।
Okay, so we're standing by for Sanjay Raut to appear outside of the ED office. He's going to be taken by ED officials for the medical checkup any moment now. Yesterday, when in fact Sanjay Raut was asked about this entire crackdown against him, we just played out the reaction for you. But besides that, it was all about the messaging also that he was in fact leading to. He was time and again showing off his hand, waving the saffron flag in his hand. Let's take this across to Mustafa Sheikh as well. Mustafa, any moment now, Sanjay Raut, all set to be taken out, will be taken for the medical test and then produced in court. And that's when we will get clarity on exactly what's prompted the arrest of Sanjay Raut by the Enforcement Directorate, whether there is any fresh evidence that's emerged.
Well, fresh evidence is something which we'll get to know once he is produced in the court. But yes, there is a lot of movement here in the outside ED office. The additional director, Satyabrat Kumar, who has been investigating since a very long time the cases which are happening in Mumbai and Maharashtra, he has just entered the Enforcement Directorate office. So he was the person who came down from Delhi, investigated Sanjay Raut and then arrested. And then then Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest, saying for non-cooperation. So it is likely that Sanjay Raut will be taken out any moment now. The senior officials who were interrogating him, Satyabrat Kumar, has just entered the ED office, and from any time from now, Sanjay Raut will be taken out from this ED office and taken to hospital for a medical checkup.
Mustafa getting us all the latest updates from the ground there. Anytime now, Sanjay Raut will be taken out. I can see also that there's a huge security deployment around you, Mustafa.
Yes, Mumbai Police, CISF, Central Forces are providing security here around, you can see. And the escort will be done by the CISF officials who are standing right across the gate of the Enforcement Directorate office. And the car which was just outside the gate of the Enforcement Directorate has now been parked, suggesting that there is some time before Sanjay Raut is taken out for the medical checkup. So there is, it's likelihood that in 1 hour or half hour he will be taken out for medical checkup. The car which was there to take him is now being parked. So we'll have to wait and see what happens now. But yes, the security deployment has been done in huge number. But as of now, we have not seen a lot of Shiv Sainiks gather here. Sloganeering, which was happening till last night, is not there. And this entire premises of the Enforcement Directorate office has been barricaded by the police from both sides. They are keeping a watch on who is entering the premises. There are a lot of offices in this area. Those people have to show their I cards and then they are allowed to go in. So there is a lot of security arrangement which has been done so that there is no law and order issue back to you.
Okay, so you see those images on the right of your screens. That was yesterday when Sanjay Raut was being taken by the Enforcement Directorate from his residence to the ED office. He used it to the maximum as a symbolic moment. He had with him a saffron flag which he waved with his hand. He was seen sending out a message that he will fight back essentially, and expect that today as well when he comes out of the ED office in just moments from now. But there's no respite for Sanjay Raut. Even as he's been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, he's staring at another case. An FIR has been registered against him by the Mumbai police. This is linked to the same land scam, to the Patra Chawl land scam. But here a woman witness has filed this particular FIR against him. She's filed a complaint saying that she's been threatened and has faced open threats over her statement against Raut in the scam. The Mumbai police has filed the FIR based on this complaint on the charge of hurling open threats and filthy abuses against a woman witness over the phone. Raut has been accused of outraging the modesty of the woman based on the complaint lodged by the witness. Her name is Swapna Patkar in the ED case. The complaint was lodged at the Vakola police station by the witness. Patkar had approached the police recently, claiming that she was given rape and murder murder threats in a paper which was inserted in a newspaper delivered to her on July 15th. Patra had told the Enforcement Directorate that Benami land parcels which belonged to Raut were purchased in her name. And she's claiming that she's now being threatened to withdraw the statement given to ED against Raut. Mumbai police has also provided the witness now security.
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है. सत्यमेव जयते.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chawl land scam. Sanjay Raut was questioned for over 6 hours yesterday, after which post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Yesterday, ED officials reached Sanjay Raut's residence and carried out a search operation for around 9 hours, after which Sanjay Raut was issued summons and called to the ED office. MP Sanjay Raut joined ED officials at the ED office in South Mumbai, after which he was questioned for several hours and post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Sanjay Raut has been under investigation in the Patra Chawl land scam as there were diversion of funds which was found from Praveen Raut, a director of Guru Ashish Construction, to Sanjay Raut and his family members. Other than that, there were various land parcels and a flat which were attached by ED in the month of April. With camera person Swapnil and Latif Sheikh, this is Divyesh Singh in Mumbai for India Today.
Let's take this back across to Mustafa Sheikh outside the ED office. Any time now, Sanjay Raut will be stepping out, which will be a moment that Raut will use, Mustafa, to send out a message of defiance, a message of resilience, as well as he did yesterday when, he waved that saffron flag around, put up his fist in the air to say that he's going to put up a fight.
Well, it's likely. We'll have to see what kind of security arrangements are made, because the car which was just waiting outside for Sanjay Raut is now parked. So it looks like it will take some time before he comes out of the ED office. But yes, once he comes out, it's likely that he will wave at the media which is standing outside the Enforcement Directorate office, and he may raise some slogans too. That's something which we are expecting to happen. But yeah, that would be for a few moments before he is made to sit inside the car which is waiting for him, and then he'll be taken for medical checkup and to court. So it's likely that Sanjay Raut will try to send out a message that he's not scared, or he will remain defiant and continue his stand with Shiv Sena, and this is something which is likely to happen. But yes, as we were saying earlier, that he's been arrested in a criminal case, in a money laundering case, and this case will now be investigated. And as we have seen in the past too, that it takes about 1.5 years, 2 years before a person who is arrested under PMLA comes out of jail. Back to you.
Okay, we're going to be standing by, Mustafa. We're going to come across to you in just a few moments from now as we slip into a very short break. But here on India Today, our focus remains on all the big developments that are coming in the Enforcement Directorate's investigation against Sanjay Raut. The Shiv Sena MP has been arrested. The issue is going to be echoing in Parliament, and the live updates from Mumbai coming your way in just a few minutes.
Now, ever since the World Health Organization has declared monkeypox disease as a public health emergency of concern, another issue that the WHO has focused on is how it is spreading in communities where men have sex with men. That's right. The LGBTQ community has been targeted as a high-risk community where the monkeypox infection is currently spreading. But is the LGBTQ community responsible for the spread of this virus? No. In fact, experts say that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread through bodily fluids, but it is a contagious disease, so it can spread via touching. If a person comes in close contact with someone who has contracted the virus, if a person touches skin lesions or scabs of someone who has been infected with monkeypox, in dirty linen and bed sheets, and also the healthcare workers who are actually taking care of such patients across the world.
Any person who has skin is naturally at the risk of getting the infection, because skin to skin contact, where the active skin lesions are the mode through which the infection spreads predominantly.
Ever since the outbreak happened in African countries where it is an endemic, monkeypox has not spread as far and wide. But like it happened in the United Kingdom, 2 men were found to be infected with the first cases of monkeypox being reported in the month of May this year. After that, the WHO has said that more than 16,000
Cash Mountain news break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Patra Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested in coming days.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seemed to be on the back foot, but huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey. Cash Mountain Kand. Relentless coverage.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं बिंदिया रानी, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स की सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट 55 kg वेट कैटेगरी में। बिंदिया, आपका पहला कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स और सिल्वर मेडल, कैसे एक्सप्लेन करेंगे अपनी खुशी को?
आज मेरा ये लाइफ का गेम से इसमें मेरा सिल्वर मेडल आया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत आई एम सो फील वेरी हैप्पी। मेरा फर्स्ट लाइफ के लिए सिल्वर मेडल आया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत खुश है।
मैं ये जानना चाह रहा था कि एक एथलीट बनने के पीछे आपने कितनी कड़ी मेहनत की, किन किन चुनौतियों का आपको सामना करना पड़ा, चाहे वो परिवार की बात रही हो, चाहे आप खुद आपने किस तरीके से ना अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाया वो।
और ये मेरा कोचों ने भी बहुत हेल्प किया, और टॉप्स और साई ने बहुत हेल्प किया। उसके बाद मेरा कोच विजय शर्मा, प्रमोद सर, वो लोग ने अभी भी ट्रेनिंग में पूरा, मेरा टेक्निक थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, इसके लिए रूम हमने इधर बताया, फिर रूम में जाके सौ की सोचना है। सालों ने ये बताया, ये ऐसे बोला, मैंने सालों का एडवाइस मैंने दिमाग से लगाया, इसके लिए वो सालों ने बहुत हेल्प किया।
स्नैच में आप थोड़ा सा अभी आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा सा और इम्प्रूव करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि आप क्लीन जर्क में बेहतर कर रहे थे, लेकिन स्नैच में थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम थी, उस पर आप कैसे काम कर रहे हैं?
मैं स्नैच भी अभी तो कभी कभी अच्छा किया, तो क्लीन जर्क तो कॉम्पिटिशन में ट्रेनिंग में इतना फेल नहीं है।
Cash Mountain news break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Patra Chawl. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested and come in jail.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seemed to be on the back foot with huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey. Cash Mountain Kand. Relentless coverage.
Hello and welcome. This is India's Agenda. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the top stories this Monday morning first. ED arrests Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in the land scam case after 6-hour grilling and marathon raids at his house. Medical tests of Raut next. Political showdown over Sanjay Raut arrest. Uddhav Sena claims witch hunt. BJP calls it corruption fight. Congress and NCP back the arrested Member of Parliament. FIR against Sanjay Raut on complaint of woman witness in Patra Chawl case. Complainant alleges rape and murder threats to her if she gives a statement before the Enforcement Directorate. After weeks of Parliament fire and fury, Centre lists opposition's key demand of debate on price rise in Lok Sabha. Will there be constructive debate or another washout on cards? AIMI and Chief Asauddin Owaisi's Lanka rerun prediction from Prime Minister Modi claims citizens will storm Modi's residence. Congress plans march to Modi's house. After their threats from Moosewala killers, Bollywood star Salman Khan gets a firearm license for self-protection. In a late-night development, firebrand Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has been arrested for over 6 hours of questioning in an alleged land scam case. The ED officials had searched Raut's home for the most part of Sunday after he refused to appear for questioning in spite of being summoned twice. Raut was arrested after 11.5 lakh was found from his house. Being defiant, Raut said any action taken by the ED will not deter and scare him, and he'll stick by Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena. Chief Minister Shinde has also promised action against Raut, saying cops will probe the matter. Former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray in a scathing attack called Raut arrest a shameless conspiracy. Congress has hit out at ED for misusing its power.
उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसमें 1% भी सही बात नहीं है। आप कोई चिंता मत करो, एक ध्यान में रखो। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे।
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chawl land scam. Sanjay Raut was questioned for over 6 hours yesterday, after which post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Yesterday, ED officials reached Sanjay Raut's residence and carried out a search operation for around 9 hours, after which Sanjay Raut was issued summons and called to the ED office. MP Sanjay Raut joined ED officials at the ED office in South Mumbai, after which he was questioned for several hours and post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Sanjay Raut has been under investigation in the Patra Chawl land scam, as there were diversion of funds which was found from Praveen Raut, a director of Guru Ashish Construction, to Sanjay Raut and his family members. Other than that, there were various land parcels and a flat which were attached by ED in the month of April. With camera person Swapnil and Latif Sheikh, this is Divyesh Singh in Mumbai for India Today.
एक मिनट देना संजय राउत साहब के पास घर से एक लेटर मिला जिसमें 10 लाख नाम लेकर आपका नाम था उसमें। उसकी जानकारी मैं लेता हूँ तो उनको ही मालूम होगा ना, उनको ही पूछना मांगता है, पुलिस पूछेगा।
कई दिनों से संजय राउत को ईडी ने समन भेजा था, लेकिन लोकसभा का अधिवेशन चल रहा है। अधिवेशन के कारण मैं उपस्थित नहीं रह सकता, ये कारण बताकर वो ऑप्शन रह रहे थे, लेकिन आज ईडी खुद जाकर उनके घर गई, चौकसी की और ईडी को कुछ न कुछ पुरावा मिला होगा, इसलिए उन पर गुनाह दाखिल हुआ।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। विधि का विधान है, जो जैसे करेगा उसे वैसे ही भरना होगा। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ यदि कोई सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करके जनता को लूटता है तो उन लोगों को अंततः परास्त ही होना है। ये अतीत के इतिहास के पन्ने भी हमें सिखाते हैं और वर्तमान में देश भी देख रहा है।
कोई 1000 करोड़ से ऊपर का मामला है, वो घोटाले की जानकारी दे दें, ईडी को सारे पक्ष रख दें और बता दें कि किस किस का क्या क्या हाथ है, किस किस का क्या क्या खेल है, उसमें वो जानकारी दे दें। वो असल में क्या कि जानकारियां छुपा रहे हैं। सच का सच बाहर आएगा और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होकर रहेगा।
जिस तरह से आज संजय राउत ने जो करप्शन किया है, महाविकास आघाड़ी बनाने के लिए कांग्रेस एनसीपी की तरफ से बड़ा पैसा संजय राउत को दिया गया है। इसीलिए उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने भाजपा को छोड़ के, भाजपा को धोखा देके महाविकास आघाड़ी कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन करके खुद मुख्यमंत्री बने और इसके माध्यम से संजय राउत को कितना पैसा मिला उसकी भी जांच ईडी ने करना चाहिए।
पर क्या ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार चल रही थी तब ईडी का कोई नोटिस नहीं, ईडी उस समय तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी राउत साहब, और जैसे ही सरकार गिरती है वहां पर एकनाथ शिंदे जी मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। अभी तक जो अपने मंत्रिमंडल का गठन नहीं कर पाए, पर वहां से और केंद्र सरकार की जांच एजेंसियों ने संजय राउत जी को हिरासत में ले लिया। ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है, देश जानना चाहता है।
भावना गवली एंड पत्रा चौल, both were by ED. What happened to them the moment they joined BJP or they aligned with the BJP, they got clean sheet, and it is happening throughout the country. Whom they are arresting only those who are in opposition. So this is very clear-cut case of political vendetta and nothing else. Earlier, Shiv Sena was in alliance with the BJP. No objection was taken on anybody. The moment they broke away, the Pratap Sarnai's case came out, Bhavna Gavli's case came out, and so many other cases. We also know that the fake notices of ED has been issued to many MLAs who later on joined Eknath Shinde.
I absolutely agree. Why only Sanjay Raut? Most of the people from the opposition who are particularly targeted for political reasons are innocent. Everybody is innocent unless proved guilty. And what is the conviction rate? We have seen thousands of cases being proved by such agencies, thousands of properties being attached, but the conviction rate is extremely low. I think only 23 people have been convicted so far. So in the case of Mr. Sanjay Raut, we all know that he's been extremely vocal as far as the BJP is concerned. As far as it's the same thing, he has been extremely vocal. Whether it's Anil Parab, whether it's some leaders from Congress Party, whether it's some leaders from TMC or Aam Aadmi Party, what is the need to call Sonia Gandhi? What is the need to call Rahul Gandhi? And what has happened after calling them for 5 days? So this is all a preset agenda at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party. It is being done. They are in power. They are free to do what they want to do. But the people of the country, the citizens of the country, they are not going to be mute spectators to this kind of injustice in time to come.
Lakshita Nandgopal spoke with Shinde Sena spokespersons on Deepak Kesarkar to Deepak Kesarkar on Sanjay Raut's arrest.
We've been getting in a number of voices from Uddhav Thackeray's camp, from the opposition, all of whom are questioning the timing of this crackdown on Sanjay Raut, saying that he's in fact facing this kind of heat from the Enforcement Directorate because of him taking on Eknath Shinde, because of him backing Uddhav Thackeray.
It is totally false. We never had demanded any action against him, and his action is, I don't know his relation with
So we've seemed to have lost. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
In spite of that, he was not arrested. He was just questioned, and unless there are concrete proofs, nobody would be arrested. So linking it with the Shinde group or our fraction or our CM is totally wrong. And people are also trying to link our CM's visit to Delhi with that, because our expansion is expected any time now. And because of that, one meeting was pending between Honorable Amit Shahji and our Honorable CM. And that was basically because of our cabinet expansion and nothing else. In what way Mr. Raut is concerned with our formation of government? He is just a spokesperson of Shiv Sena. So we are also Shiv Sena, and we are not afraid of Mr. Raut in any case, because he used to say so many bad words about him.
But he is, Mr. Kesarkar, the most vocal voice also of the Uddhav faction. And besides that, let me also highlight what the opposition is saying here, sir. They're saying that this case isn't new. It's something that the investigation has been going on for at least 2 years or so. And I'm sure you remember that the first summon that was issued by the Enforcement Directorate in recent times was amid all of this political crisis in Maharashtra. So that's why they're questioning the timing, sir.
No, not at all. Please try to understand. They have given sufficient time to Mr. Raut. And if you go through the audio clip that was viral 2 days back, he was telling a lady that you must change your statement given to AD. And I was also MOS home of Maharashtra. When investigation agencies always take a step when somebody tries to tamper with the evidences. So that could be one of the reasons why this action was taken.
Well, let's now listen to what Sanjay Raut had said hours before he was arrested.
आणि शिवसेना इतकी कमजोर नाहीये. खरी शिवसेना काय आहे हे आज तुम्ही पाहताय. मेरे खिलाफ जिस प्रकार से झूठी कार्रवाई, झूठे कागज, झूठे एविडेंस लोगों को मार मार कर पीट कर बनाए जा रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र को कमजोर करने के लिए, शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए. लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा. दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा.
Travel mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who was arrested by the ED overnight in a money laundering case. Mumbai police has filed an FIR against Raut on the charge of hurling open threats and filthy abuses against a woman witness over telephone. Raut has been accused of outraging the modesty of a woman based on the complaint lodged by Sapna Patkar, a witness in the ED case. The complaint was lodged at Vakola police station by the witness. Patkar had approached the police recently, claiming she was given rape and murder threat in a typed paper which was inserted in a newspaper delivered to her on the 15th of July. Patkar had told ED that Benami land parcels that belonged to Raut were purchased in her name, also saying that she was being threatened to withdraw the case. Mumbai police has provided security for Patkar as requested by her.
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है. सत्यमेव जयते.
Now, Sanjay Raut has been a trusted aide first to Balasaheb Thackeray and then to Uddhav Thackeray for over 4 decades. The firebrand MP has often landed in controversy over his comments. Here's a report on the rise and fall of Sanjay Raut.
Most trusted Uddhav aide. A brash Uddhav Sena spokesperson. head of Sena mouthpiece Samna. Known for acerbic attacks on Uddhav's opponents. Sanjay Raut has been in the eye of multiple storms throughout his political life, often for his sharp tongue. Starting his career in 1980 as a junior reporter, Raut was handpicked by Shiv Sena patriarch Balasaheb Thackeray to take over the reins of Samna. Known for his scathing attacks on Sena opponents through his editorials, Raut quickly rose through the ranks. Raut was first elected to Rajya Sabha in July 2004. He was soon named party's chief whip in the upper house.
तो पाकिस्तान के नागरिक की असेंबली नहीं है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। अगर पाकिस्तान की भाषा हमको पसंद नहीं है तो हमारी इतनी मजबूत सरकार है, पाकिस्तान को खत्म करो।
Raut is known to have played a major part in forging the 2019 alliance with the NCP Congress and breaking away with the alliance with BJP, which ensured Uddhav achieving his lifelong ambition and becoming the chief minister. Under Uddhav as chief minister, Raut was often part of several run-ins with voices critical of the Aghadi government. Be it his infamous spat with Bollywood actor Kangana Ranaut,
मुंबई में रहते हो, महाराष्ट्र में रहते हो, या अपना सब कुछ कमाते और आप फिर भी यहाँ की पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं रखते। मैं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री और गृह मंत्री से सीधा अपील करता हूँ, जो लोग मुंबई पुलिस की बुराई कर रहे हैं, डिमोरलाइज कर रहे हैं और यहाँ की जो राजनीतिक पार्टी ऐसे व्यक्तियों का समर्थन कर रही है, आप उनके खिलाफ कठोर एक्शन लें।
और his face off with Navneet and Ravi Rana.
देखिए, बंटी एंड बबली अगर पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कोई एतराज़ नहीं है। ये जो स्टंटबाजी है, फिल्म के लोग हैं, ये फिल्मी लोग हैं। ये स्टंटबाजी या मार्केटिंग करना उनका काम है सबका। और बीजेपी को आप ऐसे लोगों की ज़रूरत पड़ती है अपने मार्केटिंग के लिए। सब हिंदुत्व की मार्केटिंग करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमको मालूम है हिंदुत्व क्या है।
Raut was at his scathing best. The rise of Raut as number 2 in the party soon became a friction point in Shiv Sena. Many Sena leaders complained of a coterie within the party, blocking off access to Uddhav Thackeray. The rebellion that resulted in the collapse of Aghadi government is also blamed on Raut and his tongue lashing.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे आहेत ना, ही जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या। हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला असेल।
Sparing Uddhav himself, most rebel Sena MLAs had launched a full frontal attack on Raut. Sanjay Raut is once again in the eye of the storm over his alleged involvement in the Patra Chawl scam, worth 1,000 crore rupees. Will the firebrand Sena face survive the political upheaval? Bureau Report, India Today.
A quick update from my colleague Ritvik, who's now joining us for more details on that. In fact, I'll just go across to Ritvik in a moment from now. But let's get you details of Sanjay Raut and the Financial Probe Agency, which is investigating the case around the alleged irregularities, which is to the tune of over 1,000 crores. This, remember, has got to do with the Patra Chawl scam. Who are the key people involved in all of this? Praveen Raut, who's Sanjay Raut's friend, is accused of manipulating Maharashtra Housing Area Development Authority. The second person in all of this, Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, an HDIL subsidiary in which Praveen Raut was a director, entered into an agreement with the tenants and the MHADA to redevelop the settlement. The company allegedly helped HDIL get the land parcel for private developers. In return, Praveen Raut got illegal payoffs from HDIL, and Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha allegedly got 83 lakh rupees and bought a flat in Dadar. It is alleged that Sena MP Raut got Benami land parcels as well as per this deal, which were allegedly bought in the name of Swapna Patkar. Remember, there is another woman involved in all of this who has now turned an ED witness. Ritik is getting us more details on that story. Ritik, we have in fact put together all of this for our viewers in terms of who the key players in all of this really are. Now, first of all, give us an idea about what next as far as Sanjay Raut is concerned. As per the procedure, he will be taken for a medical checkup, but also he would be readying his legal strategy. What can you tell us?
Yes, absolutely. As per PMLA Act, the money laundering case has been registered, and we can see that the illegal transactions which are coming into foray in this whole deal is now being investigated by ED officers. Basically, Guru Ashish Construction, which was led by Praveen Raut, he was first arrested and he was summoned. Then he was also taken statement of, and in his statement he has clarified that several, like hundreds, scores of rupees he had got through these transactions were transferred to his close aides, his family members, relatives, and many of the people, and one of them was Sanjay Raut's wife. So the flat which was brought in Dadar area was the money which was used to buy that flat was part of this transaction, is what is alleged. And in the same case, Sanjay Raut was also summoned for the investigation, because Sanjay Raut was summoned for continued 3 times, but he didn't appear. So yesterday on Sunday, we saw that early in the morning, ED officers reached his home, and after 13 hours of investigation, he was detained, and now he is shown arrested. In some time, he will be produced in the court, and ED will try to take his custody. At the same time, the lawyer of Sanjay Raut is telling media that he is being investigated and all the documents related to the case are submitted to the ED officers. Now there's no need to have him arrested, but we'll have to see what happens in the court.
It continues to be with us on that story. Ritik, what about the role of Swapna Patkar? In fact, the BJP has been supporting her. There are many others who have come out and spoken in her support, given that a video clip, I beg your pardon, an audio clip has also been doing the rounds in which apparently Sanjay Raut seems to be threatening her, using abusive language against her. What has been her role in all of this? Take us through the details of that as well.
Yes, the audio clips which were circulated all throughout the social media, and which even India Today had access of, we saw that Sanjay Raut is threatening Swapna Patkar. He's saying that she should not go to ED officers, she should not reveal more information about the whole transaction or the whole matter which is being investigated. He also abused her very badly. We could listen that in that clip, and she was threatened. She was threatened to rape, and she was also followed, is what she's alleging. Now Wakola police station has taken an FIR against Sanjay Raut, and now that is also being investigated. So the problems seem to be mounting for Sanjay Raut. ED is investigating the matter of Patra Chawl scam, alleged scam, and now even Wakola police station has taken an FIR in this threatening case.
Prithvik, as always is the case when it comes to, questioning by the ED, or in this case even arrest by the ED, it becomes a huge issue between the opposition and the ruling party. And in this case, the opposition has gone all guns blazing against the ED, saying that right from the time the Modi government came to power, this is the agency that is being used to settle political scores. They continue to talk about the fact that name us one BJP leader who has been questioned by the ED in the recent past.
Yes, absolutely. All the opposition leaders we saw from yesterday are giving reactions and are saying that the issue is not about any scam, any alleged scam, but it is about threatening Maharashtra. It is about threatening the opposition parties in Maharashtra. We saw Uddhav Thackeray speaking to some of the Shiv Saiниks yesterday at his residence in Matoshri. He said that the conspiracy is being hatched and deliberately they are trying to finish off Shiv Sena party. And as we know that since a decade long, Sanjay Raut has been the voice of Shiv Sena. He has been writing for Samna, which is the mouthpiece of Shiv Sena, and he is very vocal and he's always put forward the official stand of Shiv Sena party. In that case, if Sanjay Raut is being arrested, he's saying that the voice of Shiv Sena is being silenced, and what they're trying to threaten the Maharashtrians of Maharashtra, and this party which strengthens Maharashtrians and Hindus is being threatened, the conspiracy is being hatched. We also saw leaders from Congress and NCP who also came out in support of Sanjay Raut. All were saying that the central agencies like ED is being misused, the power is being misused against the state machinery, and now we can see that the investigation or the arrest which is being made of Sanjay Raut by ED is not being justified, is what opposition is saying.
Pratik, continue to be with us. I'll come back to you for more on that. We're talking about Shiv Sena and the manner in which the ED is continuously mounting heat on Sanjay Raut, who has been accused of money laundering charges in the over 1,000 crore Patra Chawl scam. But this isn't the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by the ED for their involvement in a scam. Here's a detailed report.
Another Mahavikas Aghadi leader under ED glare. After Sena's Anil Parab, NCP's Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, trouble mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Uddhav's close aide has been accused of money laundering charges in the rupees 1,000 crore Patra Chawl scam. This is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by ED for their involvement in a scam. In September 2019, ED filed a money laundering case against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Pawar in connection with the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Former Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab is also facing heat for his alleged links to the violation of coastal zone rules in the construction of a resort in the Dapoli beach in Ratnagiri. Nationalist Congress Party leader and former minister Nawab Malik was arrested on February 23, 2022 by the Enforcement Directorate. Malik was arrested over alleged land and money transactions with henchmen of fugitive terrorist and underworld don Dawood Ibrahim, who is also mastermind of 1993 Mumbai attacks. The ED is probing a money laundering case against former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh based on the FIR filed by the CBI in April 2021. The FIR alleges corruption and bribery by the then minister in the Hafta Gate involving extortions from bar owners, using dismissed Mumbai Police Assistant Inspector Sachin Wazi. While the Mahavikas Aghadi calls naming of only its members in ED cases as political witch hunt, the BJP calls it an all-out war on corruption. Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining us from Mumbai, he is at the ED office where Sanjay Raut is being, in fact, taken. He will be questioned once again. Today he continues to be in the custody and they have to follow the procedures as per the law. Just take us to the details of what really is expected as far as further questioning, seeking further custody, etc. is concerned.
Sure. First, to begin with, I'll tell our cameraman to take us through the security arrangements and show you live feed and visuals from outside the Enforcement Directorate office in the South Mumbai area of Balad Estate. There seems to be a heavy deployment of not just police cover but also CISF officials and the riot control force. The riot control police is also here. If you can see some officials standing in the military fatigues. Sanjay Raut is soon expected to be taken out from here, and he will be taken straight to JJ Hospital for his medical checkup, post which he will be produced at the PMLA court inside the Sessions Court in the South Mumbai area. Also, what we know for now is that ED will argue and press for additional charges and extended custody. They're hoping to get that, and also they will put on record in front of the presiding judge the fact that how they managed to seize some cash and electronic devices and instruments such as laptops and mobile phones. However, these electronic instruments will be extremely key in order to determine and establish the fact if any kind of communication related to the properties that are in question in Alibag and Dadar were also discussed. Also, the role of several other people who could have potentially been involved, and we are also hoping that these electronic devices might just open up a can of worms, and the names that have been suppressed so long could probably come up. This is only after a thorough check of these devices. So as for now, we will have to wait in terms of what really comes out of that. But also what we know is that Satya Brata Kumar, the additional director from Enforcement Directorate, arrived later yesterday evening after he was told that Mr. Sanjay Raut is not cooperating, and of course non-cooperation orders were also issued because he was not really divulging any details and giving answers, giving answers to the questions which the ED officials were seeking. So, these are the kind of details that we have for now. But however, for now, they are running a little bit behind schedule. They were supposed to be present, according to Sunil Raut, at 11:30 a.m. But until now, they still haven't left the Enforcement Directorate premises. But also, if I'll pan the camera once again, then you see this Jeep that is right here. Yes, that will be acting as the pilot car or the lead car, and beyond which other vehicles will be accompanying and taking Mr. Sanjay Raut for the other proceedings for the whole of today. Of course, we don't know by what time will he be brought back again to the ED office. But however, we don't see that happening anytime until lunchtime at least, because the matter will go on for a few hours after he has been taken to court, and these are the kind of things that we expect that will go on later during the day.
Dev, in fact, you all have been talking about the fact that Sanjay Raut has not been cooperating during the investigations. This is something that the ED has spoken about. Having said that, give us an idea about where this case stands as of today, as far as building together the pieces, putting together pieces is concerned, as far as the irregularities in the redevelopment project of the Patra Chawl scam is concerned. What is it that the ED has learned, and what is it that they picked up so far about Raut's role in all of this?
Sanjay Raut's role will be extremely key as they try to establish in terms of how directly or indirectly he was linked, and how he was also a beneficiary of a scam, a redevelopment scam of a complex, of the Patra Chawl area in Goregaon, and the land originally belongs to the Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority. So being a government land, how was he able to make such kind of inroads and take it over? That is the first thing they're also going to try and establish. But over and above that, the role of his wife Varsha Raut and other associates, Praveen Raut, who is already in ED's custody since quite some time now, but also the other two associates, Swapna Patkar and Sujit Patkar, who is believed to be a close aide of Sanjay Raut. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, that a lot of can of worms will open up, and of course they're going to purely be following the paper trail and the documentation work in order to establish and clearly prove that this was Sanjay Raut's doing, and it is the handiwork of the senior Shiv Sena leader who got other associates and family members also involved in this. So we have seen that how in Anil Deshmukh's case also, wherein it's a money laundering case against a politician, not just him, but two of his other PAs were also probed. In fact, not just probed, but they were thoroughly interrogated, and the extent of the investigation went too far and ahead, so that their role could also be clearly determined and be proven in the court of law that they all were hand in glove. So similarly, they are also going to try and establish a chain or a pattern of events in order to gauge the extent of involvement of the other names and the members also that have been coming up, and the names that have been regularly cropping up. So these are the kind of details, Sneha, that's available. Directly Sanjay Raut's involved, but as and when more names keep coming up, they will also most probably be summoned and be called for investigation and interrogation. Of course, since it is the central agency, financial probe agency, they are not going to leave any stone unturned, and of course they will also be calling these people, like I said, regularly if and when required, in order to understand how they were involved, or if they hold any kind of information pertaining to the Patra Chawl redevelopment land scam case, which is over 1,000 crores.
All right. Dev, of course, I'll keep coming back to you for more on that. Be with us. Coming back to you in a bit from now. Our continuous coverage on the other side, this very short commercial break as well. Sanjay Raut has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. All the details of the investigations and the politics on that story, we're getting you every single update in just a few moments.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Do you want to hear dead people? Well, you might in the near future through Alexa. Amazon is all set to go a notch higher in the tech world with the introduction of its latest feature of Alexa. During Amazon's Global Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Conference, Alexa AI gave an unusual demo by mimicking the voice of a dead relative to a child. Yes, you heard it right. Through the use of artificial intelligence and recent advancements in text-to-speech technology, Alexa will be able to mimic someone's voice using less than a minute of recording. The AI may not eliminate the loss of your loved ones, but it can definitely make their memories last longer. While this may be comforting for some people grieving, a lot of netizens are feeling uneasy about the whole idea. Especially Twitterati is quite apprehensive and using hashtags like creepy and morbid for this new Alexa feature.
You are watching
Israel's Defense Ministry's Edge of Tomorrow program is going to change the course of modern warfare. Because all that you see right now, this is going to exist in real life. The program was unveiled by Israel's Ministry of Defense and Elbit Systems, one of Israel's leading companies producing electronic defense devices. The program will incorporate networked warfare technologies for their soldiers. They basically come up with a suit designed to improve the combat strength of their military. And it will enable the ground forces to stay connected to one another. It's pegged that the program will make Israeli soldiers more lethal, enhance their stamina and awareness, and improve their chances of survival in any situation. The suit will have a set of wearable technologies with many connected subsystems. These will be specialized suits for every kind of soldier on a team. The soldiers will have display goggles with a night vision system and a sleeve that transmits information. If that were not futuristic enough, the suit would have computerized rifles and fire detection capability. The suit is going to turn these soldiers into super soldiers, the kinds that we've already seen in a lot of these superhero movies from recent times. The program is not yet launched and is still under research development.
You are watching India.
Some news just coming in. This is from Karnataka. Another day, another Karnataka Congress Chief Minister faced in Karnataka. After DKS and Siddaramaiah, SR Patil is in the race as well. Moily is pitched for Lingayat Nita Patil as the face of Karnataka. Meanwhile, loyalists have released Next CM Siddha song. Now, Siddaramaiah's Chief Minister posters have been raised as well. Outside his house, a massive divide in the Congress over Karnataka Chief Minister face.
ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಶಿಫಾರಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವರು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು
Trippa is getting us more details on that story. This infighting within the Congress is at another level now, with all of these top leaders in fact gunning for each other, and then also the camps essentially putting forward these names in the form of these posters, sloganeering and songs. Priyanka, I wonder what the leadership of the Congress is now planning, given that this is all very public, isn't it?
Veerappa Moily openly batting for SR Patil for the next chief minister candidate is quite interesting as it comes amid rumours about infighting within the Karnataka Congress for the chief ministerial post. Now, SR Patil is one of the senior Congress leaders in the state. He's from the Lingayat community. He's all said to have been sidelined in the state for several posts earlier as well. He was in the run for the leader of the opposition in the council post, which was given to BK Hariprasad. Now, such comments also come at a time when there's the infighting
I'll
within
just come
the
back
Congress.
to you. Hold on to your thoughts. In fact, that song, the promotional video has been released. Let's take a look at that first.
ಅವರೇ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಿಎಂ ಕರುನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯಿಂದ ಇದು ಕಾಯಂ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರೇ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಿಎಂ ಕರುನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯಿಂದ ಇದು ಕಾಯಂ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ರಾಜ ನೀನು ಕಾಪಾಡೋ ಕಾಮಧೇನು ಬಡವರ ಮನೆ ನಂದಾದೀಪ ನೀ ಒಳ್ಳೆತನದ ಹರಿಕಾರ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆಶಾ ಕಿರಣ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯೂ ನೀ
where the singer clearly is in fact singing praises of Siddaramaiah, and also this is an indication that at least a faction, Priyanka of the Karnataka Congress, is supporting Siddaramaiah. Also there are other people in the fray as well, like we said, S.R. Patil is there, and the other names of D.K. Shivkumar have also been doing the rounds.
The race for chief ministerial post within the Congress in Karnataka is intensifying now. Siddaramaiah's loyalists have come out with a song in support of him for the chief ministerial post. Earlier in the day, several posters had also been put up in front of his residence in Bangalore, calling him to be the next chief ministerial candidate in the state. Now, this also comes ahead of Siddaramotsava, which is a big event that's being planned in Davangere on August 3rd to celebrate the 75th birthday of the senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah. The race for the chief ministerial post is intensifying in the state. Just a couple of weeks ago, D.K. Shivkumar, who's also the chief minister, who's also eyeing for the chief ministerial post, had openly called for the support of the Vokkaliga community in the state to become the next chief minister, which had not gone down well with Siddaramaiah's loyalists. Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed Khan had also openly said that the people of the state want Siddaramaiah to be the next chief minister, which had led to a war of words between D.K. Shivkumar and him as well. Now Randeep Surjewala had also come down heavily on Zamir Ahmed Khan for his comments, and the Congress party in Karnataka had also been considering taking disciplinary action against Zamir Ahmed Khan. With all these factions within Karnataka Congress projecting their leader as the next chief ministerial candidate, we'll have to wait and see how the Congress faces the elections, which are just 8 months away.
Priyanka, thanks for getting us those details. We'll of course keep coming back to you because that is one war that is not going to be ending anytime soon. Let's shift focus now in a major development. Bollywood actor Salman Khan has been issued a gun license. Mumbai police has approved firearm license to the Bollywood actor after he applied for a weapon license for self-protection in the backdrop of threat letters that he just recently received. Now, Salman Khan had earlier met Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Fansalkar in this regard on the 22nd of July. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang, remember, had allegedly threatened to kill Khan like singer Sidhu Moosewala. Earlier in 2018, the Bishnoi gang had issued a similar threat against the Daban star when the trial for the black bug poaching was underway.
तो जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा। सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे, जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको। अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, बिना मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं। तो जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा। सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे, जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको। अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, बिना मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं।
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, it's raining medals. India clinches its 6th medal. Weightlifter Achinta Shioli bags India's 3rd gold in Commonwealth Games.
गुरुराज, कैसी रही आपकी जर्नी 2010 से लेकर 2022 तक?
बहुत ही सफ़र किया हूँ मैं 2010 से। तब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था वेट लिफ्टिंग। मैंने 12th का बाद डिग्री ज्वाइन किया। तब मेरे को लगा वेट लिफ्टिंग मेरा कैरियर है, लाइफ बना सकते हैं इसमें। मुझे वहाँ पे अच्छी सी कोच मिला है राजेंद्र प्रसाद नाम से। वो मुझे वेट लिफ्टिंग सिखाया और उसी कॉलेज का दिन में मैंने स्टेट और इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑल इंडिया ऐसे खेल के 2014 में नेशनल पहुंच गया था, नेशनल मेडल लिया। उसके बाद 2015 में मुझे एयरफोर्स ज्वाइन किया हूं मैं। एयरफोर्स में भी बहुत अच्छी सपोर्ट था लिफ्टिंग करने का। वहाँ पे टीम था, जितेंद्र कोच था और वहाँ पे मेदवान सर था। ये लोग मुझे बहुत ही सपोर्टिव किया हूँ। और 2015 में मेरे को नेशनल कैंप में आया था मैं उस टाइम मेरा 56 कैटेगरी में था मैं। 2016 मैंने इंटरनेशनल कैरियर स्टार्ट किया था।
भाई अगर बात की जाए आपके इस मेडल से अब किस तरीके से आपका जो प्रोफेशनल करियर है वो बदलेगा, कितना जो है एक बड़ा ये प्लेटफॉर्म है, कितनी बड़ी अचीवमेंट है आपके लिए?
ये मेरा सेकंड मेडल है। फर्स्ट मैंने 2018 में सिल्वर जीत गया था उसमें गोल्ड कोस्ट में, और ये उसका बाद मैंने कैटेगरी 61 में आया, चेंज किया था। अब मुझे लगा था 61 में अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करके मैंने दोबारा कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स और ओलंपिक कैटेगरी में ये अच्छा सा परफॉर्मेंस कर सकते।
Alright, so Achinta Sholay has bagged India's third gold medal and 6th overall at the 2022 Commonwealth Games after storming to victory in the men's 73-kilogram weightlifting event in Birmingham on Sunday. Sholay was the favourite to win gold by virtue of being the reigning Commonwealth champion, and he justified his tag by snatching 143 kilograms, a game's record based on benchmarks, before lifting a whopping 170 kg in the clean and jerk for a total of 313 kg.
सो तीसरा गोल्ड मेडल मिल चुका है भारत को वेट लिफ्टिंग में, और इस बार मेडल आया है अचिंता की तरफ से। अचिंता, पहले तो बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको। और जिस तरीके से आपने अपना स्नैच इतना स्मूथली कवर किया, फिर आपने अपना टारगेट ऑलरेडी सेट किया होता, आपको पता था कि जी मेरा ये 143 है और मुझे क्या टारगेट लेके गोल्ड हासिल करना है, कैसे प्लान किया?
सर, हमने तो पहले अपना परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ट निकालने का कोशिश सोच के आया था। तो जब मुझे कोच साहब ने बताया कि हमने परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ट करना है, तो उस स्टेज से मैंने माइंड सेट किया। फिर जब मलेशिया वाला जो थोड़ा फाइट में आया, तो हमने सोचा कि हम बीट करते हैं उनको पहले परफॉर्मेंस में, तो हम फिर आगे में सेफली जा सकते हैं। मतलब गोल तो हमारा था ही, हम परफॉर्मेंस निकालने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो पहले हम स्नैच में अपना परफॉर्मेंस जो मेरा मतलब बेस्ट था वो पकड़ा। उसके बाद क्लीन जर्क में थोड़ा, सेकंड लिफ्ट में थोड़ा सा चक्कर के वजह से ब्लैकआउट आया था। उसके वजह से मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कहाँ मारना है, कुछ पता नहीं लग रहा था, इसलिए थोड़ा वो अटैम्प्ट गिर गया। बाकी सेकंड अटैम्प्ट में ठीक था, तो मैंने इजीली किया वो अटैम्प्ट।
शुरुआत 2011 में हुई थी, भाई से जो है आपने जो है मोटिवेट हुए थे आप वेट लिफ्टिंग करने के लिए। जर्नी कैसी रही एज ए एथलीट, कितना जो है परिवार का सपोर्ट रहा?
फैमिली से तो मेरा फुल हमेशा सपोर्ट रहा, और सभी से मुझे हमेशा सपोर्ट ही मिलता आया है, कोच साहब से ऐसे, बाकी तो मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट मिला है।
अब चूँकि आप कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का इतना प्रेस्टिजियस ये आपके लिए मेडल है, और हर एक खिलाड़ी का सपना होता है ओलंपिक्स का ना मेडल हासिल करना, आप उसको कैसे प्लान कर रहे हैं? ये जो वेट कैटेगरी आप इसमें, आपको लगता है कि आप यू आर हैप्पी इन दिस वेट कैटेगरी, या फिर आप आगे चलकर आप कुछ सोचेंगे बदलने के बारे में?
मैं इस कैटेगरी में ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई करने की कोशिश करूँगा। जी सर।
Well, India today spoke to Jeremy Lal Ringuna, who won the second gold medal for India in Commonwealth Games being held in Birmingham. Listen in.
सो देश को आज एक और गोल्ड मेडल हासिल हुआ, और देश को गोल्ड मिलाया किसने? जेरेमी ने। जेरेमी, ये आपके करियर का कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का सबसे बड़ा मेडल है। बहुत आपने तैयारी भी की थी, स्ट्रगल भी किया, बताइए कैसे रहा? 2011 में शुरू किया था करियर?
हाँ जी, वेट लिफ्टिंग 2011 दिसंबर में स्टार्ट किया था, और स्टार्ट करने के बाद मैं कोच मेल सोमा का अंदर भी ट्रेनिंग किया था, और आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में मैंने 2012 में ज्वाइन किया, और वहाँ आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में जारजाऊ की कोच मिज़ोरम का ही है, उनने मुझे ट्रेनिंग करवाया, और तब से कंटिन्यू ही कर रहा हूँ।
आज आपको लगता है कि आपने जो सोचा था वैसा किया? हालांकि गोल्ड मेडल मिल गया, लेकिन आपको लगता है जो आपने प्लान किया था वो आप कर पाए?
जो मुझे चाहिए था ये गोल्ड मिला है, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस दे नहीं पाया, और मैं दिखाना चाह रहा था सबको मतलब कि मैंने कितना मेहनत किया है, लेकिन गेम में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ पता ही नहीं लगता। तो थोड़ा सा मसल क्रैम्स का वजह से हो नहीं पाई क्लीन एंड जर्क में, लेकिन खुश हूँ अभी।
खुश है अभी? आपकी फैमिली बैकग्राउंड भी सब स्पोर्टिंग है, पापा भी खेलते हैं, भाई भी खेलते हैं, 5 भाई आप लोग, कैसा रहता है घर में एटमॉस्फेयर?
घर में तो सर मस्ती करते रहते, पापा तो भाई जैसा ही ट्रीट करता है, और मम्मी अकेला लड़की अभी, और मम्मी भी ऐसे ही ट्रीट करते हैं हम सभी, और आपस में बॉक्सिंग भी खेल लेते हैं पापा लोग के साथ भी, और मतलब काफ़ी मज़े करते हैं हम।
67 में ये आपका आज आखिरी इवेंट था, इसके बाद आप तैयारी करेंगे पेरिस की, आपको वेट भी चेंज करना होगा। ये ट्रांजिशन जो बदलाव होगा उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, कितना कठिन होने वाला है?
बहुत मुश्किल होगा। मेन फेस जो है मेरा वेट गेन करने का, अगर वेट गेन होगा तो ट्रेनिंग तो मैं अच्छा करता हूँ, मैं खुद में इतना मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मैं ट्रेनिंग कर लूँगा अच्छा से। अगर 73 मतलब चला जाऊँगा, अभी 67 छोड़ के ओलंपिक के लिए तैयारी करूँगा, बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दूंगा मैं।
आखिरी एक सवाल जेरेमी, ये मेडल आप किसी को डेडिकेट करना चाहेंगे, फैमिली में, कंट्री में, किसी को आप बताना चाहेंगे ये मेडल किसके लिए आपने जीता है?
एक ही को नहीं दे सकता, क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम से मैं ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ, और हमारा देश को तो सभी को डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ, फिर भी मेरा फैमिली और मेरा ग्रैंडफादर और ग्रैंडमदर के लिए। हाँ जी, थैंक यू।
They're doing India proud. Now that brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So, what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
Cash Mountain news break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita Cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Patra Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested and coming jail.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seemed to be on the back foot with huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey. Cash Mountain Kand. Relentless coverage. Cash Mountain news break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Patra Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested and come in jail.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seemed to be on the back foot with huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey, Cash Mountain Kand, relentless coverage.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the top stories this Monday morning. ED arrests Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in the land scam case after 6-hour grilling and marathon raids at his house. Medical tests of Raut next. Political showdown over Sanjay Raut arrest. Uddhav Sena claims which and BJP calls it a fight against corruption. Congress and NCP back the arrested MP. FIR against Sanjay Raut and complained a woman witness in Patra Chawl case. Complainant says rape and murder threats have been issued to her. Another day, another Congress Chief Minister face in Karnataka. Amid fight between Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah, Veerappa Moily pitches for Lingayat Neta S.R. Patil. Fan video pitches Siddha as the next Chief Minister. After weeks of Parliament fire and fury, Centre lists opposition's key demand of debate on price rise in Lok Sabha. Will there be constructive debate or another washout on the cards? After death threats from Moosewala killers, Bollywood star Salman Khan gets a firearm license for self-protection. A top story at this hour. Parliament is going to debate the issue of price rise today. With 10 days left into the monsoon session, the parliamentary proceedings have been crippled in fact by chaos in both houses. Opposition has planned a protest over this matter. Centre will counter the charges levelled by the opposition. The government has repeatedly claimed it's ready to debate all issues, but cited Nirmala Sitharaman's absence because of COVID for not discussing this. A number of MPs from opposition parties are suspended for disorderly conduct.
तथा श्री गुरुराज पुजारी ने कांस्य पदक जीतकर भारत के लिए उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन किया है। मैं अपनी ओर से पूरे सदन की ओर से पदक जीतने वाले सभी खिलाड़ियों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और इस प्रतियोगिता में भाग लेने वाले अन्य सभी भारतीय खिलाड़ियों के लिए भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रमंडल खेलों में भारतीय खिलाड़ियों का उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन पूरे देश के युवाओं को, विशेष रूप से युवा खिलाड़ियों को प्रेरित करेगा। प्रश्न संख्या 201 श्री पी वेलुसानी। माननीय मंत्री जी, माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती प्रतिमा मंडल, पी वेलुसामी। ओके ओके सर, यस सर। क्वेश्चन नंबर 201। Please,
Thank you, Speaker sir. After the federal rate increase, what is the total amount of outflow withdrawal under foreign portfolio investors related to Tamil Nadu? Sir, thank you, Speaker sir. After the federal rate increase, what is the total amount of outflow withdrawal under foreign portfolio investors related to Tamil Nadu? Sir, proceed.
Joining us more details on that story, joining us from Parliament. Maushmi, the houses are all set to debate, discuss price rise. This has been a long-standing demand. However, the finance minister is not present, has not been around, and that's the reason why the government kept on communicating that that's only the reason why this discussion will have to wait.
See, even if you see right now, the Rajya Sabha has been adjourned, and in the Lok Sabha, there is business is being conducted, but in this, during the question hour, there is a lot of pandemonium in the Lok Sabha, and the Lok Sabha speaker said that I want that the House should function. So the speaker is going on taking questions, and amidst all the pandemonium that is happening now, let us tell our viewers that price rise is one of the raging issues that both houses have seen adjournment notices on. The other issue is the misuse of agencies. The Trinamool Congress and the Shiv Sena and the left have given adjournment notices in both the houses, and continuously we can see a lot of sloganeering in the lower house. We will have to wait and see whether the Lok Sabha is also adjourned, but the Rajya Sabha has already been adjourned till 12 noon, Sneha.
Maushmi, I'll keep coming back to you for more on that, for these developments from the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament.
आज सर आपकी अनुमति से आइटम
Some news just coming in. Uddhav Thackeray is all set to chair a key meeting at 1 o'clock. Sanjay Raut has been arrested and Uddhav is all set to chair a meeting. So the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray now going into a huddle as far as the latest developments regarding the arrest of the Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Raut is concerned. This meeting is going to be held at 1 o'clock today. Dev Kotak has more details on that story. Dev, just explain to us what really is going to be on the agenda as far as this meeting of Uddhav Thackeray is concerned.
Well, definitely this meeting is not specially being organized only because the incident has happened with Mr. Sanjay Raut, but in fact since the last few days, since Mr. Uddhav Thackeray ceased to be the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, he has been holding regular meetings, and almost every day he has been visiting the Sena Bhavan also to try and meet a lot of party cadres who have been visiting him from different parts of the state and different parts of Mumbai. Of course, this is being seen as an activity that is being organized on a daily basis to strengthen the lost trust amongst the party cadres who have been demoralized and destabilized. But however, today, because of the intensity and the seriousness of situation where Mr. Sanjay Raut was arrested late last night by the Enforcement Directorate for purportedly being involved in a money laundering scam pertaining to a land redevelopment case, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is expected to meet other Shiv Sena party senior functionaries and talk about an alternative route, and also the legal parameters will be discussed so that they can also accordingly, if need be, suggest a lawyer or bring in more legal experts on this situation in order to avoid a similar kind of situation that had happened in the case with former Home Minister Mr. Anil Deshmukh and a few other politicians that are already in jail at the moment. Even a Nawab Malik for that matter, in order to avoid the similar kind of mistakes and also taking a cue, learning out of that situation, they will be fully prepared, and I think a strategy will also be discussed so as to understand that how the ED can be convinced that there is no involvement of Mr. Sanjay Raut. Of course, all of this entirely depends on the kind of proof and the incriminating material over a period of time the ED finds, and also basis the kind of probe that they conduct. And if they are satisfied with the kind of answers they receive, they will proceed further ahead. So, however, not wanting to speculate and go far too ahead of the situation, we continue to track the details. But for now, going back to your original question, that a meeting will be held in which Mr. Uddhav Thackeray himself is going to be present and is going to be chairing. So they're going to be talking about the manner in which it has the whole situation played out yesterday, where early morning, and that too on a Sunday, what was the need for the ED team to raid Mr. Sanjay Raut. But then it brings us back to one question again. Had Mr. Sanjay Raut cooperated earlier, this situation could have been potentially avoided. So these are the kind of arguments that are being held back and forth, and the series of details that we constantly and continue to bring you in through our live regular updates. Also currently I am outside the Enforcement Directorate office. They're running a bit delayed and are a bit behind schedule because Mr. Sanjay Raut by this time was already supposed to be taken out from the ED premises and be moved to JJ Hospital for a medical checkup,
which is a procedure. Yes,
he will be taken to the PMLA court.
I'll just come back to you for more on that. They be with us, and we are staying with all of those developments. Remember, late last night, firebrand Shiv Sena leader Raut was arrested after 6 hours of questioning and many hours of raids at his house. The ED had in fact looked at Raut's home for the most part of Sunday after he refused to appear for questioning in spite of being summoned twice. Raut was arrested after 11 lakh was found from his house. Being defiant, he said any action taken by the ED will not deter and scare him, and he'll stick by Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena. The ED had questioned Raut for over 10 hours on the 1st of July and had summoned him again on the 20th and 27th. He skipped both the summons, but he says that he informed the ED through his lawyers that the parliament session was on and that he's not going to be able to attend the summons. The ED, remember, is investigating alleged violations under PMLA in a case pertaining to irregularities in the redevelopment of Patra Chawl in Mumbai.
उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसमें 1% भी सही बात नहीं है। आप कोई चिंता मत करो, एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे।
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chawl land scam. Sanjay Raut was questioned for over 6 hours yesterday, after which post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Yesterday, ED officials reached Sanjay Raut's residence and carried out a search operation for around 9 hours, after which Sanjay Raut was issued summons and called to the ED office. MP Sanjay Raut joined ED officials at the ED office in South Mumbai, after which he was questioned for several hours and post-midnight he was placed under arrest. Sanjay Raut has been under investigation in the Patra Chawl land scam as there were diversion of funds which was found from Praveen Raut, a director of Guru Ashish Construction, to Sanjay Raut and his family members. Other than that, there were various land parcels and a flat which were attached by ED in the month of April. With camera person Swapnil and Latif Sheikh, this is Divyesh Singh in Mumbai for India Today.
Dave continues to be with us. Dave, in fact, a lot is being said about incriminating evidence being found from his house. What more can you tell us apart from the 11.5 lakh rupees that was found? What are the clues that the ED has got for them to go ahead and arrest Sanjay Raut? What is the specific reason really behind the arrest? We'll just go back to Dev in a moment from now, but we're getting you all the details as far as Sanjay Raut is concerned. In fact, these are details of the manner in which Shiv Sena has been saying that this is nothing but a political conspiracy against Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut is going to be produced before a court, and before that there is going to be a medical examination as per procedure is what we know. The Financial Probe Agency is investigating a case around the alleged irregularities to the tune of over 1,000 crores in a redevelopment project in Mumbai's Goregaon suburb, the Patra Chawl scam. Praveen Raut, who's Sanjay Raut's friend, is accused of manipulating the Maharashtra Housing Area Development Authority, Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, an HDIL subsidiary in which Praveen Raut was the director, entered into an agreement with the tenants and the MHADA to redevelop the settlement. The company allegedly helped HDIL get the land parcel for private developers. In return, Praveen Raut got illegal payoffs from HDIL, and Sanjay Raut's boy Batsha allegedly got 83 lakh rupees and bought a flat in Dadar. It is alleged that Sena MP Raut got Benami land parcels as well, which were allegedly bought in the name of Swapna Patkar, who has now turned a witness for the ED. Politics, as expected, has erupted after Sena MP's arrest. Sena slammed ED arrest, calling it political vendetta. Uddhav Thackeray has called Raut arrest a shameless conspiracy. Congress also has hit out at the ED, saying that its powers are being misused. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has promised against Raut. BJP has said that this is the law taking its own course, given that Sanjay Raut has been involved in corruption. Sanjay Raut, remember, was arrested late last night after hours of questioning in connection with the redevelopment of a chawl in Mumbai.
एक मिनट जाना संजय रावत साहब के पास घर पे एक लेटर मिला जिसमें 10 लाख लेकर आपका नाम था उसमें। उसकी जानकारी मैं लेता हूँ तो उनको ही मालूम होगा ना, उनको ही पूछना मांगता, पुलिस पूछेगा।
कई दिनों से संजय राउत को ईडी ने समन्स भेजा था, लेकिन लोकसभा का अधिवेशन चल रहा है। अब अधिवेशन के कारण मैं उपस्थित नहीं रह सकता, ये कारण बताकर वो ऑप्शन रह रहे थे, लेकिन आज ईडी खुद जाकर उनके घर गई, चौकसी की और ईडी को कुछ ना कुछ पुरावा मिला होगा, इसलिए उन पे गुनाह दाखिल हुआ।
Recovering it from a joint family which has 3 brothers, has 2 daughters, has the mother, is not unaccounted for cash. These are all sources-based stories that Enforcement Directorate is known to plant to try and justify their political conspiracy. They are going as per the script of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they do not have any truth or any proof to prove that there was anything which was unaccounted for. I continue to say this is nothing but a political conspiracy, and Enforcement Directorate is nothing but an extended department of Bharatiya Janata Party. They have compromised the institution, they have compromised with the responsibility that was entrusted upon these officials to keep up the nation's flag flying high and maintain the transparency. They have only attacked political opponents of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that is shameful.
कि आज भारतीय लोकतंत्र, महाराष्ट्र के लोकतंत्र के लिए काला दिन। दिल्ली पिछले 2.5 सालों से इस प्रयास में थी कि संजय राउत को कहां परेशान करें, संजय राउत को कैसे अरेस्ट करें। एक बहुत पुराने मामले में धोखे से उनको अरेस्ट किया। संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे। संजय राउत जी एक मराठी वीर है और महाराष्ट्र की अस्मिता और मुंबई की अस्मिता के लिए अंतिम सांस तक वो लड़ेंगे।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। विधि का विधान है, जो जैसे करेगा उसे वैसे ही भरना होगा। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ यदि कोई सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करके जनता को लूटता है तो उन लोगों को अंततः परास्त ही होना है, ये अतीत के इतिहास के पन्ने भी हमें सिखाते हैं और वर्तमान में देश भी देख रहा है।
कोई 1000 करोड़ से ऊपर का मामला है, वो घोटाले की जानकारी दे दें, ईडी को सारे पक्ष रख दें और बता दें कि किस किस का क्या क्या हाथ है, किस किस का क्या क्या खेल है, उसमें वो जानकारी दे दें। वो असल में क्या है कि जानकारियाँ छुपा रहे हैं। सच का सच बाहर आएगा और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होकर रहेगा।
जिस तरह से आज संजय राउत ने जो करप्शन किया है, महाविकास आघाड़ी बनाने के लिए कांग्रेस एनसीपी की तरफ से बड़ा पैसा संजय राउत को दिया गया है। इसीलिए उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने भाजपा को छोड़ के, भाजपा को धोखा देके महाविकास आघाड़ी कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन करके खुद मुख्यमंत्री बने और इसके माध्यम से संजय राउत को कितना पैसा मिला उसकी भी जांच ईडी ने करना चाहिए।
पर क्या ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार चल रही थी तब ईडी का कोई नोटिस नहीं, ईडी उस समय तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी राउत साहब, और जैसे ही सरकार गिरती है वहां पर एकनाथ शिंदे जी मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। अभी तक जो अपने मंत्रिमंडल का गठन नहीं कर पाए, पर वहां से और केंद्र सरकार की जांच एजेंसियों ने संजय राउत जी को हिरासत में ले लिया। ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है, देश जानना चाहता है।
I absolutely agree. Why only Sanjay Raut? Most of the people from the opposition who are particularly targeted for political reasons are innocent. Everybody is innocent unless proved guilty. And what is the conviction rate? We have seen thousands of cases being proved by such agencies, thousands of properties being attached, but the conviction rate is extremely low. I think only 23 people have been convicted so far. So in the case of Mr. Sanjay Raut, we all know that he's been extremely vocal as far as the BJP is concerned. As far as it's the same thing, he's been extremely vocal. Whether it's Anil Parab, whether it's some leaders from Congress Party, whether it's some leaders from TMC or Aam Aadmi Party, what was the need to call Sonia Gandhi? What was the need to call Rahul Gandhi? And what has happened after calling them for 5 days? So this is all a preset agenda at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party. It is being done. They are in power. They are free to do what they want to do. But the people of the country, the citizens of the country, they are not going to be mute spectators to this kind of injustice in time to come.
Akshita Nangopal spoke with Shiv Sena spokesperson Deepak Kesarkar on Sanjay Raut. Listen in.
We've been getting in a number of voices from Uddhav Thackeray's camp, from the opposition, all of whom are questioning the timing of this crackdown on Sanjay Raut, saying that he's in fact facing this kind of heat from the Enforcement Directorate because of him taking on Eknath Shinde, because of him backing Uddhav Thackeray.
It is totally false. We never had demanded any action against him, and his action is, I don't know his relation with
So we've seemed to have lost. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
In spite of that, he was not arrested. He was just questioned, and unless there are concrete proofs, nobody would be arrested. So linking it with the Shinde group or our fraction or our CM is totally wrong. And people are also trying to link our CM's visit to Delhi with that, because our expansion is expected any time now. And because of that, one meeting was pending between Honorable Amit Shahji and our Honorable CM. And that was basically because of our cabinet expansion and nothing else. In what way Mr. Raut is concerned with our formation of government? He is just a spokesperson of Shiv Sena. So we are also Shiv Sena, and we are not afraid of Mr. Raut in any case, because he used to say so many bad words about him.
But he is, Mr. Kesarkar, the most vocal voice also of the Uddhav faction. And besides that, let me also highlight what the opposition is saying here, sir. They're saying that this case isn't new. It's something that the investigation has been going on for at least 2 years or so. And I'm sure you remember that the first summon that was issued by the Enforcement Directorate in recent times was amid all of this political crisis in Maharashtra. So that's why they're questioning the timing, sir.
No, not at all. Please try to understand. They have given sufficient time to Mr. Raut. And if you go through the audio clip that was viral 2 days back, he was telling a lady that you must change your statement given to AD. And I was also MOS home of Maharashtra, when investigation agencies always take a step when somebody tries to tamper with the evidences. So that could be one of the reasons why this action was taken.
Well, the Financial Probe Agency is investigating this case around alleged irregularities to the tune of over 1,034 crores in a redevelopment project in Mumbai's Goregaon suburb, the Patra Chawl scam. Who are the people involved in all of this? Praveen Raut, Sanjay Raut's friend, is accused of manipulating the Maharashtra Housing Area Development Authority. Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited is an HDIL subsidiary in which Praveen Raut was the director, entered into an agreement with the tenants and the MHDA to redevelop the settlement. The company allegedly helped Vadwan HDIL get the land parcel for private developers. In return, Praveen Raut got illegal payoffs from HDIL, and Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha, got 83 lakh rupees, which she used to buy a flat in Dadar. It is alleged that Sena MP Raut got Benami land parcels as well, as per the deal, which were allegedly bought in the name of one Swapna Patkar, who has now turned an ED witness. Dev Kotak continues to be with us from the ED office in Mumbai. Dev, what is expected as far as today's questioning is concerned? The ED also expected to ask for further custody, Dev, of Sanjay Raut.
Yes, absolutely. First, to begin with, this name that you have been referring to, Swapna Patkar, who is the estranged wife of Sujit Patkar, another close aide of Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Raut, who is currently facing the Enforcement Directorate heat. He is in for more trouble because yesterday Wakola police station in Santa Cruz also registered an FIR at the behest and the complaint of Swapna Patkar against Sanjay Raut, where sections of 504, 506 and 509 under the Indian Penal Code have been registered. These are sections for criminal intimidation, and also we hear that if we have been able to access the audio clip, then we can also clearly hear where Sanjay Raut is using foul language and is going on to sort of further intimidate. Of course, the sections also pertain to, outraging the modesty of a woman, and some certain expletives have been used against Swapna Patkar. So definitely this name is something that really irks Mr. Sanjay Raut, and now with him being in custody, this angle will also be sort of uncovered in a way where they are going to probe him further as to why Swapna Patkar had called him and why was he angry or mad at her, where he has just gone on to cuss her and use extremely foul and filthy language, including abusive words. So this is just one part of it. But however, the legal part of it, where he will be produced in the PMLA court that is designated for all MPs and other senior politicians who have been accused of any wrongdoing, especially money laundering or financial misappropriation. They produced in that court, and he was supposed to be produced by 11:30, but we don't see that happening before the next 1 hour or so, because right now we are outside the ED office and Mr. Sanjay Raut still continues to be up there. He will be taken to complete his medical checkup first at the JJ hospital. So this is just the start of mounting pressure by the Enforcement Directorate, who will turn up the ante and up the heat levels against Sanjay Raut in a case that is believed to be over 1,000 crores pertaining to the redevelopment of a land that belonged to Mahada, the state government. So of course ED is definitely not going to leave any stone unturned and probe this angle as well. So these are the kind of details that we have for now, Sneha, but also one very key factor is the very obvious part. Of course, as per the FIR and the charge sheet, he will be booked under the Money Laundering Act and the various provisions around it. Of course, because he has been brought to the ED office for less than 24 hours now, so a lot is yet to be probed and they are yet to thoroughly interrogate him. But of course, as per rules and per procedure, he needs to be produced in court and before that taken for a medical. So that is exactly what the ED people are doing, what they had done in case of Mr. Anil Deshmukh, or even an Abu Azmi for that matter. So these are the kind of things that they will be following, and they will play only as per the book. Of course, now this has become a political slugfest.
Undoubtedly and expectedly, they will keep coming back to you for more on that. Be with us. Meanwhile, more trouble is mounting for Sanjay Raut, who was arrested by the ED. The Mumbai police has also filed an FIR against Raut with the charge of hurling open threat and filthy abuses against a woman witness over telephone. He has been accused of outraging the modesty of a woman based on the complaint lodged by Swapna Patkar, a witness in the ED case. The complaint was lodged at Bakola police station by the witness. Patkar had approached the police recently claiming she was being given rape and murder threats in a type paper which was inserted into a newspaper that was delivered to her on the 15th of July. She had also told the ED that Benami land parcels which belonged to Raut were purchased in her name. Patkar claims she was being threatened to withdraw the statement given to the ED. Mumbai police has provided security for Patkar as requested by her.
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है. सत्यमेव जयते.
Ritvik is getting us more details on that story. Joining us from Matoshri right now. The Shiv Sena essentially under Uddhav Thackeray, Ritvik, going into a huddle this afternoon. Yes, Sanjay Raut is going to be one of the key points of discussion given the manner in which the arrest has taken place. But talk to us a little about what else is on the agenda.
Absolutely. Today, Uddhav Thackeray has called meeting of senior leaders of Shiv Sena, namely MP Arvind Sawant, Vinayak Raut, ex-minister and senior leaders Subhash Desai and Anil Parab. They are expected to come here at 1 p.m. at Matoshri, and they'll be having discussion over the forward strategy of how Shiv Sena will be tackling this huge problem in front of them. Sanjay Raut will be produced in court in some time, and ED will be pressing for his custody. But at the same time, what Shiv Sena is facing problem is that who will be the next face from Shiv Sena, who will be putting forward the plan, who will be putting forward the role of Shiv Sena, because in Shiv Sena for a decade long we've seen Sanjay Raut as a voice of the party. He has been writing in Samna, which is a mouthpiece of Shiv Sena, and he has always been in the forefront to put forward the ideas and the role of the party. Now they are going to decide as to who will speak on behalf of Sanjay Raut, and also how they'll be gathering support from other regional parties, so as to say NCP from Sharad Pawar and also Congress. What sources are telling us that Uddhav is trying to reach out to senior leaders of all the opposition parties in the country. He's been talking to Sharad Pawar, he's been talking to Congress leaders as well, and once they garner the support, they'll be coming out in full force again. We've been also watching since morning that the motion has been moved in Parliament for the discussion of the misuse of central agencies. Now it is to be seen that what Shiv Sena will do, because what we know Shiv Sena as, their aggressive party, the party which is always on the streets, which has a very aggressive cadre, and in that sense, how will Shiv Sena react remains to be seen.
Ritvik, Guru, thank you for the moment. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that story, and we're staying with all of these developments, this drama that is playing out in Mumbai city. Let's talk a little more about Sanjay Raut. Well, he has been a trusted aide first to Bala Sahib and then to Uddhav Thackeray for over 4 decades. That's the kind of association he has had with the Shiv Sena. The firebrand MP has often landed in controversy over his comments. Here's a report on the rise and fall of Sanjay Raut.
Most trusted Uddhav aide.
a brash Uddhav Sena spokesperson. Head of Sena mouthpiece Samna. Known for acerbic attacks on Uddhav's opponents. Sanjay Raut has been in the eye of multiple storms throughout his political life, often for his sharp tongue. Starting his career in 1980 as a junior reporter, Raut was handpicked by Shiv Sena patriarch Balasaheb Thackeray to take over the reins of Samna. Known for his scathing attacks on Sena opponents through his editorials, Raut quickly rose through the ranks. Raut was first elected to Rajya Sabha in July 2004. He was soon named party's chief whip in the upper house.
तो पाकिस्तान के नागरिक की असेंबली नहीं है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। अगर पाकिस्तान की भाषा हमको पसंद नहीं है तो हमारी इतनी मजबूत सरकार है, पाकिस्तान को खत्म करो।
Raut is known to have played a major part in forging the 2019 alliance with the NCP Congress and breaking away with the alliance with BJP, which ensured Uddhav achieving his lifelong ambition and becoming the chief minister. Under Uddhav as chief minister, Raut was often part of several run-ins with voices critical of the Aghadi government. Be it his infamous spat with Bollywood actor Kangana Ranaut,
मुंबई में रहते, वो महाराष्ट्र में रहते, या अपना सब कुछ कमाते, और आप फिर भी यहाँ की पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं रखते। मैं महाराष्ट्र की मुख्यमंत्री और गृह मंत्री से सीधा अपील करता हूँ, जो लोग मुंबई पुलिस की बुराई कर रहे हैं, डिमोरलाइज कर रहे हैं, और यहाँ की जो राजनीतिक पार्टी ऐसे व्यक्तियों का समर्थन कर रही है, आप उनके खिलाफ कठोर एक्शन लें।
और his face off with Navneet and Ravi Rana.
देखिए, बंटी एंड बबली अगर पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कोई एतराज़ नहीं है। ये जो स्टंटबाजी है, फिल्म के लोग हैं, ये फिल्मी लोग हैं। ये स्टंटबाजी या मार्केटिंग करना उनका काम है सबका। और बीजेपी को अब ऐसे लोगों की ज़रूरत पड़ती है अपने मार्केटिंग के लिए। सब हिंदुत्व की मार्केटिंग करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमको मालूम है हिंदुत्व क्या है।
Raut was at his scathing best. The rise of Raut as number 2 in the party soon became a friction point in Shiv Sena. Many Sena leaders complained of a coterie within the party, blocking off access to Uddhav Thackeray. The rebellion that resulted in the collapse of Aghadi government is also blamed on Raut and his tongue lashing.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे ते आहेत ना, हे जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या। हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला असेल।
Sparing Uddhav himself, most rebel Sena MLAs had launched a full frontal attack on Raut. Sanjay Raut is once again in the eye of the storm over his alleged involvement in the Patra Chawl scam, worth 1,000 crore rupees. Will the firebrand Sena face survive the political upheaval? Bureau Report, India Today.
ED heat mounts on Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who has been accused of money laundering charges to the tune of over 1,034 crores in the Patra Chawl scam. But this isn't the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by the ED for their involvement in this scam. Here's more.
Another Mahavikas Aghadi leader under ED glare. After Sena's Anil Parab, NCP's Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, trouble mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Uddhav's close aide has been accused of money laundering charges in the rupees 1,000 crore Patra Chawl scam. This is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by ED for their involvement in a scam. In September 2019, ED filed a money laundering case against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Pawar in connection with the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Former Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab is also facing heat for his alleged links to the violation of coastal zone rules in the construction of a resort in the Dapoli beach in Ratnagiri. Nationalist Congress Party leader and former minister Nawab Malik was arrested on February 23, 2022 by the Enforcement Directorate. Malik was arrested over alleged land and money transactions with henchmen of fugitive terrorist and underworld don Dawood Ibrahim, who is also mastermind of 1993 Mumbai attacks. The ED is probing a money laundering case against former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh based on the FIR filed by the CBI in April 2021. The FIR alleges corruption and bribery by the then minister in the Hafta Gate involving extortions from bar owners, using dismissed Mumbai Police Assistant Inspector Sachin Vazi. While the Mahavikas Aghadi calls naming of only its members in ED cases as political witch hunt, the BJP calls it an all-out war on corruption. Bureau Report, India Today.
A quick commercial break here. On the other side, we're getting you details of another scam and how that unfolded. Partha Arpita TMC link now is exploding. India Today has accessed a video of Partha Arpita campaigning together for TMC in 2021.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
The World Health Organization has triggered the highest alarm yet again. In the last 14 years or so, this is the 6th time that a public health emergency has been declared. public health emergency of international concern, which means that it concerns the entire global community, which also means the entire international community must sit up and take note of what is to be done next. Strengthen the surveillance systems, track down patients, ensure there is contact tracing, ensure that there is proper protocol in place to manage the infection. Many experts say that looking at the kind of information that is available right now, it is highly unlikely that monkeypox will assume pandemic proportions. In fact, here are the kind of comparisons that are being made. Monkeypox, because is not extremely transmissible, it's unlikely that the entire population will be vulnerable to it. Very, very unlikely. So having measures like lockdowns, etc., that worked to a great extent in the COVID-19 pandemic clearly will not work here, and they're not even going to be required, is what many experts are saying. In fact, they also go on to say that you will see cases increase. In fact, cases of monkeypox.
You are watching India Today.
Some news just coming in. This is a mega India Today news break, where TMC has been claiming the party has no links to actor Arpita Mukherjee. But these pictures that we have accessed of Arpita sharing stage with Patra Chawl during a political campaign addressing a TMC rally in 2021 during the assembly elections speaks volumes of the fact that Arpita Mukherjee indeed was associated with the TMC, if not a formal member. Visuals of the campaign rally in April last year that shows Patra Chawl sitting right next to her and Arpita Mukherjee also campaigning for the TMC during the assembly elections. How can then the Trinamool Congress distance themselves from Arpita Mukherjee, who is seen actively campaigning during the TMC rally? This is the assembly elections in the year 2021.
আমি একটা প্যান্ডেলে গেছি প্রোগ্রামে পুজো উদ্বোধনে, আরে আমি কি করে জানবো কে কে আছে না আছে, বলো দেখিনি, মহা মুশকিল। একটা মহিলা নাকি সেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে ছিল, আরে সে নাকি পার্থর বন্ধু, আমি কি ভগবান জানবো কে কার বন্ধু, বলো দেখিনি, মহা মুশকিল।
Indrajit is getting us more details on that story. Indrajit, the TMC trying hard to distance themselves from Arpita Mukherjee, but if she's seen campaigning for the TMC candidate during the course of the assembly elections, then how can the party distance themselves from her, even though she may not formally be a member of the party, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. The Trinamool Congress is finding it very, very difficult to distance itself from Arpita Mukherjee because visual evidence clearly suggests the deep links that Arpita Mukherjee shared with Patra Chawl, Education Minister, former Education Minister, former Industry Minister of Mamata Banerjee's cabinet. In fact, the visual that is playing out on the screen of India Today right now, the ones that we are showing our audiences, this is last year during the West Bengal Assembly elections, the high voltage West Bengal Assembly election campaign. Arpita was sharing the stage with Patra Chawl. You can see there in these visuals, clearly evident, very prominently on the stage, seated next to her, of course, is Patra Chawl on her right. And this was a campaign rally that took place in North 24 Pargana district. The visuals are from 13th of April 2021, when Patra Chawl was invited to be the star speaker at a campaign rally for another Bengal minister right now, Rathin Ghosh. He is the TMC MLA from Madhyam Gram. So this was a campaign rally in favor of Rathin Ghosh. And we can see not just Patra Chawl, but even Arpita Mukherjee on the dais. She was felicitated on the dais, and she even spoke. She even gave a speech, delivered a speech at that campaign rally. clearly goes on to show the deep-rooted nexus that existed between Arpita Mukherjee and the party. Why would she be on a party platform? Why is she, attending a party event is a question that the Trinamool leadership needs to answer. However, from day one, on 22nd of July this year, when Patra Chawl and Arpita Mukherjee was arrested, we've seen a concerted effort from the Trinamool Congress leadership trying to distance themselves from Arpita Mukherjee, saying, we don't know who she is. There are a lot of people with whom, political leaders click photographs. Of course, there is a logic to the fact that when we say that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee went to the Naktala Udayan Shankar Durga Puja Pandal during the inauguration, and on dais was Arpita Mukherjee as an actor. Apart from Arpita Mukherjee, there were other dignitaries as well. One can understand. But what about this visual that we are putting out now? This is a campaign rally, a Trinamool Congress campaign rally, not a social gathering. What is Arpita Mukherjee doing at that campaign rally? Why is she on the dais?
I'll just come back to you. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP is now joining us. Your reaction to this video? She is actively campaigning for a TMC candidate during the assembly elections in the state last year. How do you respond?
First of all, I want to congratulate Indrajit Kundu and your channel for putting out this evidence which the Bharatiya Janata Party has been saying from day one. This is a scam of the TMC, for the TMC, by the TMC. It is a scam that shows that there is too much corruption in the West Bengal government, and that too much corruption and too much cash goes right to the very top, at the doorstep of the Mamata Banerjee-led Chief Ministerial Office. It can't be said that she was ignorant, because that would show she's incompetent, and perhaps she was indulgent. Now, the fact of the matter is that your channel had also put out a video where Mamata Banerjee is heard saying good work to Arpita. The fact of the matter is that there were envelopes of the West Bengal education government that were found in her house. There are deeds, there were admission cards. All of these evidences clearly linked that Arpita was not acting alone. She was not a lone wolf in this corruption, but in fact this was a corruption at the highest levels of the TMC government. Now, this video or this picture that you're putting out, it clearly shows that she was a part and parcel of the TMC infrastructure. And this entire video shows now that there was an institutionalization of corruption by the TMC and corruption of every institution under the TMC. They can't deny it. This link is clearly evident. And also another fact is that the Calcutta High Court had come out heavily against the West Bengal government and ordered CBI probes. At that time, they had even cancelled the admission of the daughter of MOS Education, Mr. Adhikari. What action has TMC taken on Mr. Adhikari as yet?
Okay.
So, this scam is of the TMC, by the TMC, for the TMC, and this video and picture put out by you only goes to further that.
All right, Shehzad Poonawala, thanks for getting us your perspective on that. We'll, of course, try and get a word from the TMC on what they have to say about this video that we put out. That video that just gives an indication that Arpita Mukherjee, even though she may not be a formal member of the TMC, was indeed campaigning for a TMC candidate with Patra Chawl right there. Some news just coming in. Hindu students made to recite the Kalma. Kanpur school shocker over Kalma, where Islamic Kalma has replaced the morning prayers as what it appears. Parents are on warpath. Hindu groups are protesting. The BJP Kanpur unit is sprinkling Ganga Jal in the school.
ये कल हमें एक ट्वीट मिला था और इस ट्वीट में जो ट्वीट करता था उसने ये कहा था कि फ्लोरेट स्कूल पढ़ता है पी रोड थाना सीसा मऊ में। यहाँ पे जो सुबह की प्रार्थना होती है, प्रार्थना के समय पर वहाँ पर कुछ मुस्लिम जो इबारतें वो पढ़ाई जाती हैं। यहाँ पे हमने जब सभी बच्चों से भी बात की है, स्कूल प्रबंधन के लोगों से भी बात की है, तो उनके द्वारा अवगत कराया गया है कि पिछले 12 साल से ये लोग स्कूल को चला रहे हैं और वहाँ पर चारों धर्म से संबंधित प्रार्थनाएं मॉर्निंग में कराई जाती हैं। कभी किसी पेरेंट्स के द्वारा इसका विरोध नहीं किया गया। अभी 2 दिन पहले किन्हीं पेरेंट्स ने इस संदर्भ में विरोध किया था। विरोध के बाद स्कूल प्रबंधन ने तत्काल प्रिंसिपल को आदेश दिया था कि आप इस प्रार्थना को रोक दें और केवल राष्ट्रगान कराएं प्रार्थना के समय पे।
अब पर्टिकुलर एक ही चीज़ में एम्फोसाइज होगा तो फिर आपको लगेगा कि एक ही चीज़ हो रही है, बट उसके साथ बाकी की जो 4 चीज़ें हो रही हैं उसको इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते। हमारी 2003 से 4 प्रेयर्स चल रही हैं।
कौन कौन सी प्रेयर्स होती हैं?
श्लोक होता है और एक एक सांचीवाड़ी होती है, इंग्लिश प्रेयर होती है, एंड देन एक मोमडन का 2 लाइन का श्लोक है।
कलमा
That is not kalma. You cannot say that is kalma. Kalma is a different thing.
क्या कहते हैं इसको?
ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह करके एक लाइन वो करवाते हैं। आपको मैं डायरी दिखा दूँगी। We are having all these prayers in our school diary also. And जो पेरेंट्स ने ऑब्जेक्ट की हैं चीज़ें, उनका बच्चा हमारे पास नर्सरी से पढ़ रहा है सर।
Controversy that's brewing in Kanpur once again, where Hindu students have been made to recite the kalma, which are Islamic verses essentially. Kanpur school shocker over kalma, and Islamic kalma verses seems to have replaced the morning prayers, is what is being said by the parents there also. Parents obviously on a warpath, and Hindu groups are protesting. Simar has more details in that story. Simar, what's really going on? What has happened there?
Well, the ruckus was created by the parents and the people of the right-wing organizations in front of the school after the incident came into the notice that in the name of the morning prayers, kalma was being recited to the children of 1 to 8th class. After this incident got into the notice of the parents, they complained to the police officials, after which police reached to the school and had a word with the management of the school. Now,
be with us, Simran. I'll just come back to you for more updates. Vinod Bansal of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad is now joining us. Vinod Bansal, your reaction, आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? Kalma versus को recite किया गया है स्कूल में. Parents are extremely upset about this.
देखिए, बात यह कि जो विद्यालय हैं, विद्यालय शिक्षा के मंदिर होते हैं, उनको कलमा के केंद्र बना करके पेश करना, ये तो न सिर्फ हिंदू समाज के विरुद्ध घोर अपमान की बात है, बल्कि छोटे छोटे मासूम बच्चों के साथ भी एक निर्दयतापूर्ण व्यवहार की बात है। आज देखिए, कलमा पढ़वाने का क्या औचित्य है, और ये तो इस्लाम खुद कहते हैं कि इस्लाम के मानने वाले मौलवी मुल्ला तब कभी एक बार कलमा पढ़ लिया तो वो तो मुसलमान बन गया। इसका अर्थ क्या है और कौन लोग हैं ये, कैसे किस तरह के ये षड्यंत्र इस उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी चल रहे हैं। बाबा की सरकार में भी आप देखिए लोग हिम्मत कर जाते हैं इस तरह की दुस्साहस करने का। ये बेहद चुनौतीपूर्ण कार्य है उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस के लिए। मैंने सुबह ही उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस को टैग करते हुए ट्वीट किया कि आखिरकार ये जो छोटे छोटे मासूम बच्चों को धर्मांतरित करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास चल रहा है, इस पर अविलंब विराम लगना चाहिए और ऐसे सब विदूषित मानसिकता के लोगों के विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जानी चाहिए। ये मुझे लगता है कि ये जो अल्पसंख्यक के नाम पर जिस तरह से बहुसंख्यकों को प्रताड़ित करके उससे धर्मांतरित करके मासूम बच्चों को एक तरह से धर्मांतरित करने का जो कुछ प्रयास चल रहा है, उस पर विराम लगने की आवश्यकता है। ऐसे सब लोगों के विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित किया जाना बहुत जरूरी है, जो कि जानबूझ करके न सिर्फ छोटे छोटे मासूम बच्चों को एक जहर भर रहे हैं, अभी तो उनके जो उनको धर्मांतरित करके और समाज के अंदर विद्वेष पैदा करने का भी कुछ प्रयास कर रहे हैं। ये जो है वो बेहद गंभीर मामला है और इस पर विराम लगना चाहिए। इसकी कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करके ऐसे सब लोगों को जेल में डालना चाहिए।
विनोद बंसल, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Heard from Vinod Bansal of the VHP talking about that new controversy. That report brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Now, ever since the World Health Organization has declared monkeypox disease as a public health emergency of concern, another issue that the WHO has focused on is how it is spreading in communities where men have sex with men. That's right. The LGBTQ community has been targeted as a high-risk community where the monkeypox infection is currently spreading. But is the LGBTQ community responsible for the spread of this virus? No. In fact, experts say that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread through bodily fluids, but it is a contagious disease, so it can spread via touching. If a person comes in close contact with someone who has contacted the virus, if a person touches skin lesions or scabs of someone who has been infected with monkeypox, in dirty linen and bed sheets, and also the healthcare workers who are actually taking care of such patients across the world.
Any person
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, हर गुस्ताखी साफ, ब्रोकरेज क्यों देना, nobroker.com है ना.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. ED arrests Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in a land scam case after marathon grillings and raids at his home. Medical test of Sanjay Raut next. Political showdown over Sanjay Raut's arrest. Uddhav Thackeray, his Sena, claims witch hunt. BJP calls it corruption fight. Congress and NCP now backing the arrested MP. An FIR against Sanjay Raut on complaint of woman witness in the Patra Chawl land scam case. The complainant alleges rape and murder threats given to her after she gave a statement before the Enforcement Directorate against Sanjay Raut. And Arpita Mukherjee TMC link explodes after Mamata Banerjee says that she doesn't know Arpita. India Today accesses 2011 TMC rally video where Partha and Arpita seen sharing stage. Another day, another Karnataka Congress CM faced Nataka amid the fight between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. Veerappa Moily now pitches for another Lingayat Neta, SR Patil. Fan video pitches Siddaramaiah as the next CM face. After death threats from Moosewala's killers, Bollywood star Salman Khan gets a firearm license for self-protection. Here's some big breaking news that we're currently tracking. A controversy has erupted over singer Farmani Naz's Har Har Shambhu song. Fatwa has now been issued against the singer Farmani by Deoband Ulemas. She sang this. In fact, we're looking at the song that she sang, Har Har Shambhu, during the Kawad Yatra. Fatwa has been issued claiming that a Muslim shouldn't sing this type of song. Here's singer Farmani, who's been hounded as a fatwa has been issued against her for singing the Har Har Shambhu song during the Kavod Yatra. Let's take a quick listen to reaction on this.
किसी भी तरीके के गाने हों उनसे परहेज करना चाहिए, बचना चाहिए। और ये जो है फरमानी कोई औरत है, इसने जो है ये गाना गाया है, ये वैसे भी जो है शरीयत के ख़िलाफ़ है और मुआशरे के अंदर जो मुसलमान होने के बावजूद इस तरीके के गाने गाती है तो ये गुनाह है, उसको इस चीज़ से परहेज करना चाहिए, तौबा करनी चाहिए।
कभी भी ये सोच के नहीं गाते कि भाई हम किस धर्म से हैं, हम क्यों गा रहे हैं। तो देखो जी, कलाकार का कोई धर्म नहीं होता। हम जब अपने स्टूडियो में रहते हैं, अपना जब काम करते हैं, तो हम ये भूल जाए कि हम कौन है। हम कलाकार हैं, तो हम सिर्फ ये समझ के गाते हैं कि हमारा काम है लोगों को अच्छा सुनाने का, क्योंकि वो हमारा इंतज़ार करते हैं हमारे जो ऑडिशन है कि कुछ नया लाए। तो इसी वजह से हम कव्वाली भी गाते हैं। हमारा कव्वाली का भी चैनल है नाज नज़म के नाम से, और हमारा भक्ति का भी चैनल है। तो हम सभी तरह के उन पे अपने अच्छे कभी भजन, कव्वाली और म्यूज़िक के साथ अच्छे से अच्छे गाने उनको देते हैं। तो हम सिर्फ कलाकार हैं, इसलिए हम सब चीज़ गा लेते हैं।
All right. That's Farmani who speaks about, or rather justifies, the song she sang. But let me quickly take you through that particular song which has attracted a fatwa against her. Let's have a listen. Har Har Shambho, the song that she sang during the Kavod Yatra. All right, that's that song that has attracted a fatwa against her, Har Har Shambho. This is a song that she sang during the Kavod Yatra. Yes, it is a Hindu or religiously significant to the Hindu religion. But a fatwa from the Deoband Ulema really raising a lot of questions on the intentions here, because you have so many Muslim singers across the industries, in Bollywood particularly. Let me quickly cut across to Kumar Kunal for some understanding on what exactly the Deoband Ulemas were expecting when they issued the fatwa. Kumar, you know, the most revered, famous singer in Bollywood or the Hindi film industry, Mohammad Rafi, he was Muslim. He sang Enough and More songs, numerous tracks, and we all celebrate him today. I don't think a Deoband Ulema issued a fatwa to him. What's this selective outrage?
See, times have changed, and that's why this controversy. And actually, what the girl has done, that is hardly any controversy, because it is not at all controversial, because it is quite popular on YouTube, and that has been taken by all the Hindu devotees, especially during the Kavod Yatra. But now, after the Kavod Yatra has almost that has ended, now this controversy has erupted, and
clearly, you know, the Deoband Ulema there not setting his priorities right. Vijay Shankar Tiwari, who's from the BHP, joining us live. Mr. Shankar, here is this lady who belongs to the Muslim faith, has sang a song which could be relevant to the Hindu religion. This seems to have offended the ulemas of Deoband. They say that music itself is not part of the religion, and then you have slogan or you know singing verses which is significant to the Hindu religion. That's totally not allowed.
मैं समझ गया हूँ, लेकिन मुझे आप हिंदी में प्रश्न करेंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
फतवा के बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे? जो ये लड़की इन्होंने गाया है हर हर शंभो गाना, वो मुसलमान है, ऐसी गा नहीं सकती, ये हिंदू रिलीजन का एक पार्ट है, तो ये कैसे गा सकती है?
देखो, मैं ये पहली घटना नहीं है। इसके पहले बिहार में भी एक मंत्री ने जब जय श्री राम कहा था, तो आपको ध्यान में होगा कि जय श्री राम कहने पर उन पर फतवा जारी हुआ था और अंत में उनको माफी मांगनी पड़ी थी। उसी प्रकार से मध्य प्रदेश में भी एक बहन ने जय श्री ओम नमः शिवाय बोल दिया था, तो नमः शिवाय पर भी इनको
इन्होंने फतवा जारी किया और अंततः वो माफी नहीं मांगी उन्होंने, लेकिन ये इनकी परंपरा में। तो एक चीज मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ ऐसे लोगों से कि वो कौन सी बात है जिसके कारण वो हिंदी और ये गंगा जमनी तहजीब की बात करते हैं, हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे की बात करते हैं। अगर ये किसी भी हिंदुत्व के विषय को, हिंदुओं के देवी देवताओं को, हिंदुओं की मान्यताओं को, हिंदुओं के पर्वों को, हिंदुओं की सोच को घृणा करते हैं, तो फिर कौन सा तत्व है जो ये भाईचारे की तरफ ले जाता है, गंगा जमनी तहजीब की तरफ ले जाता है? ये मुझे समझ में आज तक नहीं आया है। यानी जो हिंदू है इनकी बात माने तो ठीक है, लेकिन अगर वो अपनी बात करेगा तो और कोई मुसलमान भी अगर हिंदुओं की बात करने शुरू कर दे, उनके देवी देवताओं की प्रशंसा कर दे, तो उस पर ये फतवा जारी कर देते हैं। ये इनकी परंपरा का, इनके चरित्र को समझने की जरूरत है। इनका यही चरित्र है, इस्लामिक चरित्र है। ये कभी भी भाईचारा और गंगा जमनी तहजीब ये ठपोसला है और इसकी मान्यता इनके मन में कभी नहीं थी, केवल एक दिखावा है।
जी शंकर जी, यहाँ पर जो ये बॉलीवुड में इतने सारे गाने होते हैं, जो इतने सारे सिंगर्स हैं, जैसे मोहम्मद रफ़ी है, वो भी मुसलमान तो ही थे, उनके लिए ऐसे फतवा जारी नहीं किया था, तो ये बेचारी लड़की के ऊपर ऐसे फतवा जारी करना क्या मतलब है?
हाँ, ये जो कमजोर लोग होते हैं उनके खिलाफ फतवा जरूर जारी करते हैं। ये कभी सलमान खान के खिलाफ फतवा जारी नहीं कर पाएंगे, ये कभी आमिर खान के खिलाफ फतवा जारी नहीं कर पाएंगे, कभी शाहरुख के खिलाफ फतवा। जो गरीब है, जो और जो कहीं ना कहीं राजनीति से बंधा हुआ है, ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ ये तुरंत फतवा जारी कर देते हैं। ये अभी तक देखने में आपको आया होगा।
जी शंकर जी, ये जो ऐसे फतवा जारी करते हैं वो आप कैसे देखते हैं? क्या वो इनटॉलरेंट है? आप बोलते हो कि इनटॉलरेंट है या वो इस्लाम में ऐसे घुल गए हैं कि वो कुछ और नहीं दिखता उनको?
नहीं, देखो ऐसा है कि आप ये समझिए कि और कुछ भूलने की, यही इस्लाम है। इस्लाम की वास्तविकता यही है। बाकी जो सब लोग कहते हैं ना, वो बिल्कुल भाईचारा, गंगा जमनी ये छलावा है। जो ये फतवा जारी करना, सर से तन को अलग करना, ये वास्तविकता है। इसको आप सच्चाई के रूप में लीजिए। इनके मदरसों में इनको यही सब कुछ पढ़ाया जाता है।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। हर मदरसा में ऐसा पढ़ाई नहीं देता है, वो गलत बात है। मगर ये जो सरतन से जुदा वो बोला है उन्होंने, वो गलत बात है। मगर मदरसाज में ऐसी बात उनको सिखाई नहीं जाती है।
ये मैंने कहा, केरल के राज्यपाल ने ये कहा है। आप उनको काउंटर कर सकते हो?
करेंगे, हम बिल्कुल करेंगे, मगर ऐसी बात मदरसाज में बिल्कुल उनको बताया नहीं जाता। मगर आप बोलिए, आप बोल रहे थे कि
मैं सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ। आप क्या कहेंगे मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन मैं वो सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ जो इस्लाम की सच्चाई है। अगर इस्लाम को समझना है तो हिंदू बन करके कभी इस्लाम को नहीं समझ सकते। इस्लाम को समझना है तो आपको मुसलमान बन के ही इस्लाम समझना पड़ेगा। ये जो कर रहे हैं यही इस्लाम की सच्चाई है।
Shankar ji, thank you very much for joining us. Let me quickly cut across to Kumar Kunal, who's live with us. You know, Kumar, what Shankar said, a very pertinent point. Would the ulemas of Deoband really dare to issue fatwas against Salman Khan, who shakes a leg with bikini-clad women, Amir Khan, who possibly does the same, went nude for his film PK, Shah Rukh Khan, again singing, dancing, things that are not allowed in Islam. They're all Muslims.
Actually, this is a kind of cheap popularity, and these ulemas, they are also getting undue attention due to all these kind of fatwas, and that's why this has become so common these days. Just take the example of this girl. This has she has done nothing wrong. She is an artist, and she has also sung several other songs as well. But when she sung this particular song related to Hindu religion, a fatwa has been issued against her, and that's why you just can't claim that you are just doing the same thing with all those artists. You have taken examples and many of such artists who are working in Bollywood and different film industries, and they are also doing similar activities, but nothing is happening, nothing happened to all those artists. So this is a kind of double standard by all these ulemas also, and they should look that if an artist is doing his or her work, should this happen to them? So this is a pertinent question, but now since this girl Naz has sung this song, she is from Western UP, from where Devand is also there in the Saharanpur district, and actually this fatwa has some importance on her security as well, how safe she is there. So definitely from that point of view, one should look this case as well, that in a politically and religiously volatile situation, how safe she is there at Devand, even if she is living at the other, even if she is living in other part of country, how
Kumar
safe
Kunal,
she is.
this is certainly not justified. It's that the woman is doing her job, and but even if she enjoys doing what she does, what's to do with the ulemas of Deoband? They're trying to protect Islam, but there are many more issues that they've got to take up on priority. To start with, the hate crimes that have been a spur of crimes in the name of Islam that have been carried out in just the recent past over Nupur Sharma's comments. Maybe some self-introspection there. Let me quickly cut across to that ulema of Deoband who justified this fatwa. Here's what he said.
किसी भी तरीके के गाने हों उनसे परहेज़ करना चाहिए, बचना चाहिए। और ये जो है फरमानी कोई औरत है, इसने जो है ये गाना गाया है, ये वैसे भी जो है शरीयत के ख़िलाफ़ है, और मुआशरे के अंदर जो मुसलमान होने के बावजूद इस तरीके के गाने गाती है तो ये गुनाह है, उसको इस चीज़ से परहेज़ करना चाहिए, तौबा करनी चाहिए।
All right, some big reaction by Aditya Thackeray. For the first time, Uddhav Thackeray's son now reacts on Sanjay Raut's arrest. Aditya says this is too much. This isn't right. Quite overwhelming news, of course, of Sanjay Raut's arrest, because he's the main man for the Uddhav Sena. He's been the firefighter, the voice of Uddhav Sena, the strongest critique of the BJP, the man who's really held the party, at least held Uddhav Thackeray and camp together, whatever is left of it, but nonetheless was really the Man Friday of Uddhav Thackeray. His son Aditya Thackeray, for the first time, responding to the arrest, saying, or reacting to it, saying this is too much, this isn't right. Let's listen in. Aditya Thackeray now, is that all that he has to say? This is too much, this isn't right. Has anything more been said by Aditya Thackeray on Sanjay Raut's arrest? Because he is known to be the closest to the Thackeray family. Mustafa, if you're with me.
Yes.
Yeah, Mustafa, Aditya Thackeray reacting to Sanjay Raut's arrest in 2 lines. This is too much, this isn't right.
Yes, Aditya Thackeray is on a 2-day tour. Basically, he's touring since the time the Sena rebellion had taken place. This was a pre-planned tour. He's some rural parts of Maharashtra. He'll be visiting like Konkan and Kolhapur. At the start of the tour, which is today, he has reacted saying that now the limits have been crossed and this action is not justified, is what Aditya Thackeray has said, and he has said that this is not the right step. We have seen in the past, whenever Aditya Thackeray was speaking on this issue, he was clearly saying the way Maharashtra government collapsed is a challenge to the democracy, and it's likely that the opposition, including Aditya Thackeray, will continue to say the same things, saying that the democracy is in danger, and such actions are, uprooting the uprooting opposition from Maharashtra is not a right step. So that's what.
All right. This matter is also going to come up in the parliament, is what we're expecting. But stay with us, Mustafa. We're quickly cutting across to the live proceedings in the Rajya Sabha.
कल होगा, इसके ऊपर हम सबने सहमति भी बनाई थी और ये बात हुई थी कि एक बार डेट तय हो जाए तो हाउस अच्छी तरीके से चलेगा, सुचारू रूप से। आज लोकसभा में लिस्टेड है, कल राज्यसभा में 2 बजे प्राइस राइज पे डिस्कशन होगा और जहाँ तक नोटिस का बात है, आज सुबह ही डिस्टर्ब किया तो चेयरमैन हैव टू एडजर्न। तो मुझे लगता है एलओपी की बात हमने एग्री की है, प्राइस राइज पे कल डिस्कशन होगा। अभी हमने लेजिस्लेटिव बिजनेस के लिए और क्वेश्चन आवर के लिए अलाउ करना चाहिए।
धन्यवाद। So, leader of the house has said the discussion on price rise will come tomorrow. Vijay Reddy.
Sir, in the light of the fact that the rejection rate under PM Swanidhi is about 25% and the higher percentage are in pending status, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, does the government intend to use this PM Swanidhi to include street vendors in the formal economic structure of the economy? In the formal economic structure of the economy to get accurate picture of India's GDP. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Sir, I want to thank the Honorable Member. As I said in the response to the earlier supplementary, town vending committees are in place in local areas in pursuance of the Street Vendors Act 2014. Now, this is a subject under the purview of the state governments. The Swanidhi scheme has the effect of facilitating the transfer of the 40 or 50 lakh street vendors that we have in India from the pure informal economy, where for their daily survival they have to take money, borrow money at exorbitant rates. Sometimes the rates are as high as 3,600% per year, by being given micro loans of 10,000 rupees initially, and then if they pay it back, immediately getting 20,000 and a third loan of 50,000, a total of 90,000. You are converting people, first releasing them.
That's the proceedings right now in the Rajya Sabha. On one hand, a lot of discussion, also price rise being discussed, but the opposition MP Priyanka Chaturvedi, right outside the parliament though, she is holding a placard, of course raising the issue on the misuse of Enforcement Directorate, the central agency by the BJP. ED stands for Extended Department of BJP. This is Priyanka Chaturvedi's placard as she holds it up in front of the parliament in protest. This was decided that they're going to be raising the issue. A motion was passed on the matter as well. Possibly we're going to see a likely discussion on the same. Opposition MPs asking for a discussion on ED allegedly being misused by the BJP. Now, in a late-night development, Firebrand Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has been arrested after 2 sessions of questioning in the alleged land scam case. Enforcement Directorate officials had searched Sanjay Raut's home for the most part of Sunday, started at 7:30 a.m. and then went on until the evening before he was moved out at around 6 p.m. to the Enforcement Directorate's office. He refused to appear for questioning despite being summoned twice. He cited parliamentary proceedings that the session was on, which is why he couldn't be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. Twice over, gave the same reason. And finally, the third time around, ED landed up at his home. Sanjay Raut was arrested after 11.5 lakhs cash was found from his home. Being defiant, Raut had said that any action taken by the ED will not deter him or scare him. He'll stick by Bala Sahib Thackeray and the Shiv Sena. The ED had questioned Sanjay Raut for over 10 hours on July 1st, had summoned him again on July 20th, which he skipped. The ED is now investigating alleged violations on PMLA in a case pertaining to irregularities in the redevelopment of the Patra Chawl land in Mumbai.
उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसमें 1% भी सही बात नहीं है। आप कोई चिंता मत करो, एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Mustafa Sheikh joining us live for more. Mustafa, What an ordeal for Sanjay Raut. It was marathon grilling, started last morning, ended late in the night with his arrest. He's now in custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Do take us through the movements. What is expected? The ED will be producing him for a medical test and then back again to custody?
Yes, since last night Sanjay Raut is in the Enforcement Directorate custody. Right behind us is the Office of Enforcement Directorate of Mumbai, and we have seen that there have been security deployment done. This is the premises which has been, there is heightened security here, and people and car movements are not being allowed. And in some time we are hearing that Sanjay Raut has to be taken out and first for medical checkup, and then to the court where the hearing is going to take place. Vidya, our colleague, was telling us that you can see there's some movement in the car which is supposed to take Sanjay Raut out. So this Innova car again being placed outside Enforcement Directorate office. So whether Sanjay Raut is taken out anytime soon or again there is a delay, something we'll have to wait and see for some time. But yes, there is movement as of now what we are getting to see outside Enforcement Directorate office, wherein Sanjay Raut's the vehicle which was supposed to take Sanjay Raut towards the hospital is now parked in front of the Office of Enforcement Directorate, and the CIS of security which is present is activated. And here this is the same gate from where Sanjay Raut
is expected to come out. But Mustafa, a quick word, if we can get some clarity again on what grounds has the Enforcement Directorate arrested Sanjay Raut? Is it really the cash of 11 lakhs that was found which led to his arrest?
Well, the cash of 11 lakhs doesn't seem to be the case of the arrest. It's a case which was being investigated by ED for 6 months, and it's a land deal case. And the seizure of cash is just part of it. It's not a huge amount, but it seems that the Enforcement Directorate had decided to arrest Sanjay Raut. They were summoning him, but he said that as the parliamentary session is going on, he will come after that. So on the Sunday morning, they raided his house, and at that point, it was clear that Sanjay Raut will be arrested because there were visuals of Sanjay Raut touching his mother's feet and she performing an aarti. So it was slowly clear to Sanjay Raut that he is now going to be arrested, and hence a show of strength he did while he was leaving his house towards ED office. And then some more hours of questioning. A senior officer from Delhi had come down from the Enforcement Directorate to question Sanjay Raut, and this officer has been in Mumbai for a long time and has been at the helm of affairs during Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik case. So he declared Sanjay Raut arrested at 12 in the midnight, and after which since then in the morning we see that Sanjay Raut was in the ED custody and the questioning was continuously on. What we hear is that the ED officials are also meeting the senior lawyers representing the government, the ASGs, to argue Sanjay Raut's case, and it's likely that the Enforcement Directorate will ask the most police custody which is possible. We'll have to see the defense arguments and then the court judgment about the custody.
All right, a very complex case undoubtedly. The Enforcement Directorate so far, 6 months of investigating the matter, has not found anything concrete to prove him guilty. They've taken him into custody, saying that he has not been very cooperative, and the fact that they found 11 lakh cash at his house. In fact, my colleague Sneha Murdani there really elaborates to us the key players in this Patra Chawl scam, which the ED suspects Sanjay Raut to be in the center of it all.
Let's get you details of Sanjay Raut and the Financial Probe Agency, which is investigating the case around the alleged irregularities, which is to the tune of over 1,000 crores. This, remember, has got to do with the Patra Chawl scam. Who are the key people involved in all of this? Praveen Raut, who's Sanjay Raut's friend, is accused of manipulating Maharashtra Housing Area Development Authority. The second person in all of this, Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, an HDIL subsidiary in which Praveen Raut was the director, entered into an agreement with the tenants and the MHADA to redevelop the settlement. The company allegedly helped HDIL get the land parcel for private developers. In return, Praveen Raut got illegal payoffs from HDIL, and Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha allegedly got 83 lakh rupees and bought a flat in Dadar. It is alleged that Sena MP Raut got Benami land parcels as well as per this deal, which were allegedly bought in the name of Swapna Patkar. Remember, there is another woman involved in all of this who has now turned an ED witness.
All right, now politics has erupted after Sena MP Sanjay Raut's arrest. Sena has slammed ED arrest, calling it political vendetta. Ex-Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, in a scathing attack, has called Raut and the arrest against him shameless conspiracy by the BJP. Congress has hit out at the central agency, saying that the ED is misusing its powers to topple the elected governments and destroy our federal structure. Maharashtra Chief Minister now, the new Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, has vowed to take action against Raut, saying cops will probe the matter and law will take its own course. BJP has, in fact, BJP now has, they've been gloating about Sanjay Raut's arrest, saying nothing can save Raut from the ED's immense heat. Raut was arrested at midnight after hours of questioning in connection with the redevelopment of the Chawl, the Patra Chawl in Mumbai.
घर पे एक लेटर मिला जिसमें 10 लाख रुपए का नाम लेकर आपका नाम था उसमें।
उसकी जानकारी मैं लेता हूँ तो उनको ही मालूम होगा ना, उनको ही पूछना मांगता है, पुलिस पूछेगा।
These are all sources-based stories that Enforcement Directorate is known to plant to try and justify their political conspiracy. They are going as per the script of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they do not have any truth or any proof to prove that there was anything which was unaccounted for. I continue to say this is nothing but a political conspiracy.
आज ईडी खुद जाकर उनके घर गई, चौकसी की और ईडी को कुछ न कुछ पुरावा मिला होगा, इसलिए उन पे गुनाह दाखिल हुआ।
एक बहुत पुराने मामले में धोखे से उनको अरेस्ट किया। संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे। संजय राउत जी एक मराठी वीर है और महाराष्ट्र की अस्मिता और मुंबई की अस्मिता के लिए अंतिम सांस तक वो लड़ेंगे।
मैंने बहुत पहले एक वीडियो उनका देखा था, उनको पूछा गया था कि उस वक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना की सरकार थी देवेंद्र जी के नेतृत्व में, तब उनका एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ था। ईडी के बारे में और सीबीआई के बारे में उनको सवाल पूछा गया था, तो उन्होंने खुद कहा था कि एक स्वतंत्र व्यवस्था है, ये व्यवस्था अपना काम करती रहती है, इसमें कोई राजनीति नहीं होती है। वैसे इसमें क्या राजनीति है? अभी आपको पता है उनकी जब स्टेट में भी सरकार थी तभी से उनको तो नोटिस जा रही थी। अभी वो बोलते हैं कि मेरा कुछ संबंध नहीं है, और बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की कसम खा के उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने कुछ भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया, तो वो सारी बातें सामने आ जाएगी।
संजय राउत के वर्तमान हालात के बारे में कहने के लिए पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेता ही उसके बारे में टिप्पणी कर पाएंगे। मैं सामान्य व्यक्ति हूं, सामान्य लोगों का काम करते रहता हूं। संजय राउत के घर में जो भी पैसे मिले 11 लाख रुपए, उसका हिसाब किताब तो संजय राउत ही दे पाएंगे। मुझे लगता नहीं कि और कोई भी दे पाएगा।
भ्रष्टाचार की जांच करना, भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त लोगों को गिरफ्तार करना यदि ईडी का दुरुपयोग है तो शिवसेना ये बता दे उसका सदुपयोग क्या है। मुझे लगता है कि पहले अपने आप को ऐनक में देखना चाहिए और देखने के बाद कोई टिप्पणी करनी चाहिए। शिवसेना अपने अंतर विरोधों के कारण और अनैतिकल यानी अनैतिक रास्ते को अपनाने के कारण बिखर रही है, इसलिए दूसरों पर आरोप लगाने से पहले अपने घर को झांकना चाहिए।
All right, India Today tracking the story there. Uddhav Thackeray in Mumbai is now headed towards Sanjay Raut's residence. Remember, you saw visuals coming in of last evening where Sanjay Raut was taken away from his home amid all those raids, marathon questioning, his family members being present right there, mother in quite a disappointed and upset mood that she was in. We saw images of the family members where and Sanjay Raut hugging his mother, etc. The whole family, they live in a joint family. The entire family there were waving goodbye to Sanjay Raut as he was taken away by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, if we can play out those visuals of Sanjay Raut with his mother, where it seemed like quite an emotional mood there, where Sanjay Raut and his mother were hugging each other. Mother was quite upset. And it appears Uddhav Thackeray now is headed towards the residence of Sanjay Raut only to show his solidarity with the family, because it's Sanjay Raut's entire family who are right now aggrieved. Mother particularly, the mother was very upset while she sent off Uddhav Thackeray, she sent off Sanjay Raut along with the Enforcement Directorate. Here, those are the visuals there where you see the mother of Sanjay Raut just before he was taken away by the Enforcement Directorate. Raut taking his mother's blessings. Very upset and emotional moment this was. And it appears that Uddhav Thackeray now is headed towards Sanjay Raut's residence, only to show solidarity with the family and also maybe for some kind of reassurance to say that he will ensure Raut is out and safe. This could be a message he wants to convey because it's Raut's family now that is aggrieved, upset. That's the mother there of Sanjay Raut. Very upset that her son has been taken away, that he's been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Mustafa, who's been tracking those developments. Mustafa, Uddhav Thackeray now headed towards Raut's residence to show solidarity. What maximum can he possibly say to the family of Sanjay Raut?
Well, yes, it's a message which Uddhav Thackeray is Sanjay Raut is left. Sanjay Raut has left the office. You can see he just came out of the ED office.
The Enforcement Directorate office.
Media, Sanjay Raut, you can see after being arrested, has just left Enforcement Directorate office. He's sitting in his car being taken for medical. You can see on the other side, the media is present. Sanjay Raut waved while sitting inside the car. He is now being taken to the hospital for medical checkup. So he has left after he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and his car is moving towards the hospital for medical checkup, after which he'll be sent to court for production. This is the schedule which is going to take place. So soon after now being taken out of the custody of ED, Sanjay Raut will be going towards the hospital for a medical checkup, and from here he'll be going to the court. So clearly you can see a security arrangement which has been made outside the ED office. The vehicles are not allowed to enter. Police security is present at you can say a lot of police security presence outside ED office, and Sanjay Raut, you can say, is leaving from ED office. He will be taken to a nearby government hospital from here.
Yeah.
For a checkup, for a COVID test before he is produced inside the court. So you can see here the convoy has left and Sanjay Raut has been taken out of by the ED custody.
Sanjay Raut there headed towards the hospital for a medical test.
Is due to take place, which will be happening anytime soon.
You know, Mustafa, it looks like Sanjay Raut leaves no opportunity to wave at crowds and to really flex his muscle, to really show that he is defiant, untouched, unperturbed. And at this point, he's been moved towards the hospital for a medical check and then to court. Are people there trailing him? Do you see Shiv Senics who are standing outside the ED office? Who exactly did Sanjay Raut wave to?
Well, yes, when Sanjay Raut came out, he waved at the media, the cameras which were placed outside the ED office. Not much of the supporters of Shiv Sena were seen outside the ED office this morning. There was a lot of police presence. There were very few, 5 to 10 Shiv Senics who were present, some office bearer of Shiv Sena who were inside near the ED office who had come to shelter, but there was no protest or anything of that sort which had happened. And Sanjay Raut is still wearing that saffron muffler, the scarf which he was waving while he left his house yesterday, and he continues to
very symbolic
wear that.
to
He was still
Raut.
Confident and as a routine procedure.
You know, that's very symbolic, that saffron stole, that scarf that he wears with the Shiv Sena symbol on it. He's been waving that constantly, has not taken it off ever since the ED raids happened at his home last morning. But today, for him to come out and wave at the crowds, you're saying there's hardly anyone outside the ED office. Who was he really waving at then? The cameras?
Yes, he was waving at the cameras, and because there was not much of a crowd of the Shiv Sena supporters who were present outside the ED office, there was a lot of police presence seen. So there was no protest or sloganeering seen from the Shiv Sena since morning. It was the media cameras who he was waving at. He then came and sat inside the car, and now he's been on the way to a hospital for a medical checkup.
All right. You know, a big moment for Sanjay Raut's family, because they're really hoping that he pulls off some legal loopholes to get away from custody, ED custody. But what's the likelihood, Mustafa? You know, Sanjay Raut is accused in a land scam case amounting to 1,034 crores. This is the amount that the ED suspects has been laundered. Sanjay Raut seems to be the man right in the middle of this entire scam, and the ED also really looking at his role in facilitating the builder Praveen Raut to carry out his construction and deprive many of the Marathi families of those apartments that they rightfully were to receive. If these allegations are proven, then Sanjay Raut is in for a long haul, isn't it?
Well, yes, the cases which are registered against him and the section under which the cases are registered, it seems like a stringent section, and hence it will take time before Sanjay Raut secures a bail. And also what the ED officials are telling us is that there are more cases which can be investigated if more complainants come out. So that is something which we have to wait and see whether more cases come out and more investigations can go on. But even in this case, as the PMLA is a stringent act, you can say that it will take some time before Sanjay Raut is out on bail.
Right. Mustafa, just after the Supreme Court gave unfettered powers to the Enforcement Directorate to arrest if they suspect foul play under the PMLA Act, it appears that questioning the ED on the arrest itself now will be a futile exercise and possibly slightly harder now for Sanjay Raut to prove himself or to get away from custody, ED custody in court today. It might just be hard for his counsel to relieve him.
Correct. It's a formality of some sort, because it's likely that he will be sent in the ED custody. How many days is something depends on the hearing. At the same time, it looks like the ED will be asking for the maximum custody as much as possible so that they can question Sanjay Raut and get more information from him. So it's likely that the custody will be given of Sanjay Raut to the ED, but for how many days is something we have to wait and see, and whether the investigations which have started from Praveen Raut reach Sanjay Raut, can more names from Shiv Sena prop up in this case is something which the Enforcement Directorate is also looking at, especially as the Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections are upcoming. Shiv Sena has ruled this corporation for last 30 years. So now it seems that the agenda of corruption is something which would be raised by the BJP, with more and more scams coming out and people getting arrested. So that is something which we'll have to wait and watch for. But as of now, it is difficult for Sanjay Raut to come out of jail anytime soon. Back to you.
We're looking at a few Maha-Aghadi leaders, Maha-Vikas Aghadi leaders, tall leaders who have been quite vociferous with their criticism against the Modi government, be it Nawab Malik. Again, his allegations of associating with Dawood Ibrahim has been pulled out by the ED. He is now behind bars for a long while now. Next, we're looking at Sanjay Raut also. A few more within the Maha-Vikas Aghadi who is now behind bars, and they haven't gotten out of prison for a few months now. Are we looking at the same fate for Sanjay Raut?
Well, yes, it looks like because they have been arrested in the similar cases, the similar sections of PMLA Act, it is true that it is difficult to secure a bail under the PMLA Act sections, and many of the cases were bundled up and put before Supreme Court, saying that there is a misuse of power of Enforcement Directorate. But Supreme Court didn't agree, and they said that whatever ED is doing is doing just fine. So that powers are still with the Enforcement Directorate, and it is difficult to get bail under the PMLA Act. So it then take months, because if you look at Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, who have been arrested earlier, they still continue to be in judicial custody, they still continue to be in jail. So it's likely that similar fate will be met with Sanjay Raut.
Yeah, you rightly said Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik, and now Sanjay Raut. We're looking at these, at least Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik have been in prison now for quite a few months. They haven't been able to secure bail. Sanjay Raut now has been taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. They're going to be taking him to a medical checkup and then to court. According to my colleague Mustafa, this is merely formality. It may not be possible for Sanjay Raut at this point, or his counsel, to relieve him from arrest. Which would mean the ED might prolong his custody for as long as they want to, as long as they believe that they haven't found enough evidence, or that Sanjay Raut has not been cooperating, or that he could likely influence stakeholders in this crime. So here we're looking at Sanjay Raut headed towards the hospital there for a medical checkup, and then from there on the court. Again, Mustafa, which hospital, which court will he be taken to?
Well, currently they are on the way to JJ Hospital, which is a government hospital, and then the PMLA court, which is at the Sessions Court in the Fort area. So PMLA court is where Sanjay Raut will be produced. As our colleague Vidya was telling us from the court, that there are two courts. One is a special PMLA court, the other is a specific court which has been made for MPs and MLAs. As Sanjay Raut is a Rajya Sabha MP, so whether in that court the hearing will take place is a question. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes. But yeah, it will be the Sessions Court where the designated courts are for the PMLA sections, and it's there when that Sanjay Raut will be produced and the hearing will take place. It's likely that from the government side the ASG will be representing, and we'll have to see who represents Sanjay Raut's side. But before this, in this similar case, Pravin Raut has been arrested. He continues to be in jail. Now Sanjay Raut will be produced, and maybe in the remand copy we'll get to hear what are the exact grounds on which Sanjay Raut has been arrested yesterday.
Yeah, for now, it appears prima facie that 11 lakhs was found in his home, that he is not being cooperative, that there are links to him and Pravin Raut, the main accused in this scam, is not justified. It's very suspicious. The transactions between Pravin Raut and Sanjay Raut's wife is really suspected to be the link primarily between the accused and Sanjay Raut.
तो उसे इस तरीके का ट्रीटमेंट उसके साथ होना चाहिए. देश की जनता भी ये चाहती है. गरीब लोग जिनके पैसे खून पसीने के पैसे हैं, अगर वो लीडर हो या कोई बड़ा व्यक्ति हो, उनके साथ में अगर वो गलत करते हैं, देश के पैसे डुबाते हैं, तो उनके साथ ये ट्रीटमेंट होनी चाहिए. अटक झालेली आहे मराठी प्रतिक्रिया. संजय राऊतजींना जे अटक झालेली आहे, बरेचशे दिवसापासून आपण सगळे लोक माहिती काढली, प्रत्येक गोष्टीचं विचारपूस केली आणि मग त्याच्यानंतरच त्यांच्यावर कारवाई करण्यात आलेली आहे. आणि मी पहिल्या दिवशीपासून सांगत आहे, जे लोक बेईमान आमच्यासारखे लोकांना हनुमान चालीसा वाचलं म्हणून आम्हाला जेलात टाकलं. आज मी ऐकलं राज्यसभामध्ये एक खासदार मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंट राज्यसभाचे ते म्हणतात की संजय राऊतांना अटक केली म्हणून आम्हाला त्याच्यावर बोलायचं आहे. तर मी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंट होती, मला तर काही कारण नसताना 124A सेडिशन आणि देशद्रोह लावला, तेव्हा कुठे होते आपले एज अ मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंट. तर मला वाटते जेही कारवाई झाली ते योग्यपणाने ईडी आपलं काम करत आहे आणि सुप्रीम कोर्टनी सुद्धा त्यांच्या बाजूनी निकाल दिलेला आहे की ईडी जे काम करत आहे ते नियम अनुसार काम करत आहे. ते इंडिव्हिज्युअल डिपार्टमेंट आहे, त्यांचं कर्तव्य ते बरोबरीने करत आहे. पण माझा एक प्रश्न आहे की जे महाराष्ट्राचे गोरगरिबांचे पैसे जर एखादा व्यक्ती या पद्धतीने मिसयूज करत असेल तर त्याला सजा झाली पाहिजे की नाही पाहिजे. मग मी असो की कोणी तिसरा व्यक्ती असो, त्याच्यासोबत ईडीनी असा व्यवहार केला पाहिजे की नाही केला पाहिजे. मला असं वाटते ज्या आज शेतकरी आहे, आपण सगळे पत्रकार आहे, मला एक गोष्टी तुम्हाला सुद्धा विचारायची आहे की एक आता साधा पत्रकार जर आहे, त्यांना 2 मुलं जर त्यांचे असले तर एक मोठे शाळेमध्ये टाकणं कठीण आहे. आपलं घर घेऊन चालणं कठीण होऊन जाते फायनान्शियल क्रायसिसमुळे. आमच्या क्षेत्रात अमरावतीमध्ये 4 महिने पहिले एक पत्रकाराने सुसाईड केला. का? कारण परिवार चालू शकत नाही एवढा क्रायसिसमध्ये. पण एक पत्रकारांनी ज्यांनी आपलं भविष्य सुरुवात केली, पत्रकारांनी आज एवढी संपत्ती कुठून आली, त्याचा आन्सर त्यांच्याकडे का नाहीये. ज्या फ्लॅटमध्ये तुम्ही राहतात,
that's Navneet Rana there who's speaking. Of course, we're looking at all those who have been against Sanjay Raut at this point, ecstatic with the fact that the ED has arrested him. They say that this was about to, either ways, was due to happen, better late than never. More trouble mounting for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate after overnight grilling in a money laundering case. Mumbai police has now filed an FIR against Raut on charges of hurting or in fact hurling open threats and filthy abuses against a woman witness over telephone. This is in the latest. Soon after Sanjay Raut was arrested, this news broke out that Swapna, who's been the sole witness in the Patra Chawl land scam case, testifying against Sanjay Raut, has received threats, rape threats by people associated to Sanjay Raut. This is what she said in her complaint to the police. Raut has now been accused of outraging women's modesty based on the complaint lodged by Sapna Patkar, a witness in this ED case. The complainant, in fact, the complaint has it's been lodged at the Wakola police station by this witness. Sapna Patkar had approached the police recently claiming that she was given rape and murder threats in a typed paper, which was inserted inside a newspaper delivered to her on the 15th of July. Patkar had told ED that Benami land parcels which belonged to Raut were purchased in her name. Patkar claims that she was being threatened to withdraw the statement given to the Enforcement Directorate against Raut. Mumbai police have now provided security for Swapna Patkar as requested by her since she claims threat to life. In fact, Swapna Patkar is said to be an actor and a person who knew Sanjay Raut closely at one point, and she says and claims that ever since she testified against Sanjay Raut before the ED officials, there have been constant threats coming her way. Many times when Sanjay Raut called her and abused her. In fact, now a formal complaint has been registered with the Wakola police in Mumbai, where Swapna claims that she received a threat letter which was inserted inside her daily newspaper. And that threat letter had rape threats, death threats issued to her. And not fearing though, Swapna has reached out to the police, the Wakola police, and she's filed a formal complaint which has now been turned into an FIR. And now Sanjay Raut has another issue mounting on him, which is of outraging a woman's modesty. Based on the complaint filed by Swapna Patkar, it appears that more trouble coming in for Sanjay Raut, which of course the Raut camp, basically the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, saying all this is, these are attempts by the BJP to only target any voice against them.
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है. सत्यमेव जयते.
All right, so we're looking at voices coming in from the BJP and the Shinde Sena, most of them gloating about how Sanjay Raut, who they believe is corrupt, has finally been arrested, and this was due to happen, better late than never. Most of the BJP netas and the Shinde camp saying that this has nothing to do with them, it all has everything to do with Sanjay Raut's corrupt activities. Don't link us to the ED raids, don't link us to ED arrest. It is Sanjay Raut's criminal activities, corrupt activities that's led him to jail or led him to be arrested by the ED. That's what most of them are saying. But of course, it seems like Eknath Shinde camp has declared Sanjay Raut as corrupt. Remember, we're looking at the same Eknath Shinde leaders and the majority of the Shiv Sena workers or netas who are now with the Eknath Shinde camp. All of them very closely worked with Sanjay Raut all these years. They were very much part of the Uddhav Sena. They were very close to Sanjay Raut all these years. But today, in a matter of 3 to 4 weeks, we're looking at all the Sena leaders, part of the Eknath Shinde camp, pointing fingers at Sanjay Raut, claiming that he is corrupt and that he should be arrested. Now, ED heat now mounting over Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who has been accused of money laundering charges in 1,034 crore Patra Chawl scam. But this is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate for their involvement in the scam. Let's have a quick look at this detailed report.
Another Mahavikas Aghadi leader under ED glare. After Sena's Anil Parab, NCP's Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, trouble mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Uddhav's close aide has been accused of money laundering charges in the rupees 1,000 crore Patra Chawl scam. This is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by ED for their involvement in a scam. In September 2019, ED filed a money laundering case against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Pawar in connection with the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Former Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab is also facing heat for his alleged links to the violation of coastal zone rules in the construction of a resort in the Dapoli beach in Ratnagiri. Nationalist Congress Party leader and former minister Nawab Malik was arrested on February 23, 2022 by the Enforcement Directorate. Malik was arrested over alleged land and money transactions with henchmen of fugitive terrorist and underworld don Dawood Ibrahim, who is also mastermind of 1993 Mumbai attacks. The ED is probing a money laundering case against former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh based on the FIR filed by the CBI in April 2021. The FIR alleges corruption and bribery by the then minister in the Hafta Gate involving extortions from bar owners, using dismissed Mumbai Police Assistant Inspector Sachin Vazi. While the Mahavikas Aghadi calls naming of only its members in ED cases as political witch hunt, the BJP calls it an all-out war on corruption. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, Sanjay Raut is on his way to get a medical checkup done, and post that we'll be headed towards court. We're going to track those developments. For now, thank you for watching. I'll be right back with the top headlines.
गुरुराज, कैसी रही आपकी जर्नी 2010 से लेकर 2022 तक?
बहुत ही सफ़र किया हूँ मैं 2010 से। तब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था वेट लिफ्टिंग। मैंने 12th का बाद डिग्री ज्वाइन किया। तब मेरे को लगा वेट लिफ्टिंग मेरा कैरियर है, लाइफ बना सकते इसमें। मुझे वहाँ पे अच्छी सी कोच मिला है राजेंद्र प्रसाद नाम से। वो मुझे वेट लिफ्टिंग सिखाया और उसी कॉलेज का दिन में मैंने स्टेट और इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑल इंडिया ऐसे खेल के 2014 में नेशनल पहुंच गया था, नेशनल मेडल लिया। उसके बाद 2015 में मुझे एयरफोर्स ज्वाइन किया हूं मैं। एयरफोर्स में भी बहुत अच्छी सपोर्ट था लिफ्टिंग करने का। वहाँ पे टीम था, जितेंद्र कोच था और वहाँ पे मेदवान सर था। ये लोग मुझे बहुत ही सपोर्टिव किया हूँ। और 2015 में मेरे को नेशनल कैंप में आया था मैं। उस टाइम मेरा 56 कैटेगरी में था मैं। 2016 मैंने इंटरनेशनल कैरियर स्टार्ट किया था।
भाई, अगर बात की जाए आपके इस मेडल से,
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi? Parce que les aides-soignants, aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
You are watching India Today.
Powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, हर गुस्ताखी साफ, ब्रोकरेज क्यों देना, nobroker.com है ना.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut now taken in for medical examination before being produced at the PMLA court. Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray come out in support of Raut. They reached the home of Sanjay Raut in solidarity with Sanjay Raut, who's accused in this land scam case. Political showdown over Sanjay Raut and his arrest. Uddhav Thackeray, Sena now claiming this is nothing less than a witch hunt. BJP calls it a corruption fight. Congress and NCP now backing the Sena MP. FIR against Sanjay Raut on complaint of women witness in Patra Chawl's case. The complainant alleges that she's received rape and death threats given to her in a threat letter that was hidden in a daily newspaper. She has now approached the police to file an FIR. Arpita Mukherjee and the TMC link now explodes after Mamata Banerjee says she doesn't know who Arpita is. India Today accesses a 2011 TMC rally video where Partha and Arpita can be seen sharing stage. Another day, another Karnataka Congress CM faced Nataka. Amid the fight between Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah, Veerappa Moily now pitches for Lingayat Neta S.R. Patil. And then you see a fan video emerging there where songs sung endorsing Siddaramaiah as CM face. After death threats from Moosewala's killers, Bollywood star Salman Khan gets a firearm license for self-protection. All right, the Sena MP Sanjay Raut now is headed towards JJ Hospital. He's been taken there for a medical examination before he's produced before court. Sanjay Raut will be produced at the PMLA court in just a little while from now. But for now, he's at the JJ Hospital for a medical examination as he's now been taken into ED custody over corruption allegations. Enforcement Directorate now has said Sanjay Raut has not been cooperative. Raids on Sanjay Raut's residence and his grilling began last morning at 7:30 a.m. Until this minute, we're seeing Sanjay Raut, who's been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, and now they're readying him to be produced before the PMLA court. Of course, procedure is for him to first take a medical checkup, and that's what's happening right now as we speak. He's at the JJ Hospital where a medical examination is being conducted, and post that he'll be taken to the PMLA court. Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray come out in support of Sanjay Raut. They're headed to the house of Sanjay Raut to give their condolences or their solidarity with the Raut family at this point. Of course, Sanjay Raut has been arrested right in front of his family members. He was taken away by the ED to the office, and it was expected then itself that Sanjay Raut could likely face arrest. And as expected, Sanjay Raut is now in ED custody, but they're of course they've got to formally establish that at the PMLA court that Sanjay Raut and his custody is important to investigate this land scam, Patra Chawl land scam worth 1,034 crores. Devesh Singh, who is joining us live from Mumbai for more on that. Devesh, Sanjay Raut right now at the JJ Hospital, and post that he'll be taken to the PMLA court. From what I hear from legal experts and even Mustafa giving us some clarity on that, it's going to be very difficult for Sanjay Raut to shrug off custody of the Enforcement Directorate. It's very likely that this is just formality and the ED will take him in, maybe for the long haul.
Well, Nabila, the Enforcement Directorate is armed with a lot of evidence against Mr. Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP, in the Patra Chawl land scam case. First, the recovery of 11.5 lakhs cash that happened from his residence yesterday while a search operation was carried out by ED. Second point is the diversion of funds done by Guru Ashish Construction's director, Praveen Raut, to Sanjay Raut and his family members. Other than that, there is a rupees 55 lakh unsecured loan which was transferred by Praveen Raut's wife Madhuri Raut to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut. This money was used to purchase a property in Dadar which is now under attachment of Enforcement Directorate. Then there are 8 land parcels which were purchased in Alibag, and the payment for these land parcels was made in cash by Sanjay Raut. This come out in the statement of the people who sold this land parcel to Sanjay Raut. Other than that, the witness Swapna Patkar in her statement also revealed that the money for land parcels in her name and also in Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut's name was paid for by Sanjay Raut. So ED is now armed with a lot of evidence regarding money laundering, regarding diversion of funds, regarding cash being utilized.
Yeah.
That is
so obviously a lot of misappropriation which the ED is right now investigating. They're not really finding concrete answers to this scam, which is to the tune of 1,034 crores. It's a huge scam, a corruption case which the ED is probing into, and they must be probing into this extensively. But is Sanjay Raut the man where the scam begins and ends with? Are there more stakeholders in this crime? Who are they, and is the ED investigating them as well? I'm going to try and cut across to Ritvik Balekar for a little more on the support that Sanjay Raut is right now receiving from the Thackeray family. Ritvik, the Thackerays right now on their way to Sanjay Raut's residence. They want to give their solidarity with the family members. We saw Sanjay Raut hugging his mother before he left with the ED. So clearly the Thackerays now assuring or reassuring the Raut family that they are with them solid.
Yes, right now Uddhav Thackeray with the senior leaders of the party is on his way to Sanjay Raut's residence in Bhandup, and he's going to meet the family of Sanjay Raut, his mother, 2 daughters, his wife, and 2 brothers. Sunil Raut, one of his Sanjay Raut's brother, is already at ED office since morning. This is a very symbolic and strong message by a party president who is in hurdle right now and who is facing wrath from all the sides, mainly from the party insiders like Eknath Shinde and 40 of his MLAs who have parted their ways, and there's a huge there's a big split in the party. In the meanwhile, we can see that Sanjay Raut is being taken to court, and at the same time Uddhav Thackeray has also left his home and is trying to go and console his family and put out a strong message that he is not just a party president, but he is also in the role of the chief of the family, and in that sense he's going there, he's meeting them, he's trying to console, show solidarity, and the same message is sent across the party line, the party cadre, that he is not going to bow down, he is going to stand firm, and that's what we can see from this optical. Nabila.
All right, stay with us, Ritwik and Devesh. I'm going to cut across to some big information coming in on that. India Today now accesses Sanjay Raut's ED arrest memo. This is the big news that we're currently tracking. The ED sources say that they have proof of money laundering by Sanjay Raut. ED sources say enough proof to prosecute Sanjay Raut. Remember, so far, no clarity has come on what grounds that Sanjay Raut has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. But now the latest information that we get is that ED sources tell us that there's enough proof to prosecute Sanjay Raut. Munish Pandey joining us from the India Today newsroom, live on more with the ED and its developments. Munish, so long we were wondering what exactly were the grounds of arrest. ED arresting Sanjay Raut just based on 11 lakh cash found at his home seemed a little odd. But we now know that there's a lot more that the ED may have found. Do give us some clarity on what they have found.
Well, Nabila, India Today has accessed the arrest memo, and if I can request my camera person to show you this arrest memo which we have accessed, and this also mentions the ground of arrest of Sanjay Raut. And if I can read and quote from this arrest memo, I, the investigative officer, Assistant Director of Enforcement Directorate, on the basis of material in my possession, have reason to believe that Sanjay Raut, his residential address, has been guilty of an offence punishable under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And Nabila, this becomes very important, where ED has mentioned in the arrest memo that they have reason to believe that Sanjay Raut is guilty of an offence punishable under the provisions of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Further, they have said that Sanjay Raut, in exercise of powers conferred to me under subsection 1 of section 19 of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, I hereby arrest Sanjay Raut at 12:05 today, that is 12:05 in the midnight. So this arrest memo becomes very important because ED in this arrest memo is claiming that they have reason to believe, and this reason is based on the evidence which they have collected, not only in form of the transaction details which they have, which they are claiming, but also there are certain witnesses' statement which the ED has at this point of time. And I spoke to several officials who are part of the investigative team. What they have told India Today, that not only the witness statement, but first time when Sanjay Raut was called at the ED office on July 1, then after recording that statement, they recorded many other statements, and during that investigation they got hold of certain entries, certain transaction details between Sanjay Raut and people who were beneficiary of this money laundering Patra Chawl scam. So after getting all those documents, all those witness statements, they decided to arrest Sanjay Raut midnight around 12:05. Nabila. When they say that they found proof about transaction between Praveen Raut and Sanjay Raut, is there any declaration on what kind of proof that they've gathered, or is this completely confidential, cannot be revealed? Yeah, well, Nabila, it will be revealed before the court today when Sanjay Raut will be produced, and what we are hearing from our sources is that when Sanjay Raut will be produced before the court, the ED will be seeking his 14 days custody, and the grounds of those custody are going to be very important. As far as the evidence is concerned, the transactions details are of nature that at this point of time the ED is completely tight-lipped. But sources have told me that they have the transactions detailed linking Sanjay Raut with the accused in the case, especially the prime accused Praveen Raut, who is an alleged close associate of Sanjay Raut. So these are the nature of evidence which the ED claims to have collected. But so far, we have been given to understand is that apart from the transactions detail, they have also witnesses statement, which were recorded by the Enforcement Directorate, where they have named Sanjay Raut, and based on those statements, the ED is going to make a full-proof case against Sanjay Raut, because they also understand this case is political in nature. There will be many questions asked to the Enforcement Directorate, and that is why they are being very careful and cautious as far as the investigation, the documents, and as far as this entire proceeding is concerned.
Manish, as we see here, from what we hear from ED sources, that they've got enough proof to prosecute Sanjay Raut. What does this really mean? That Sanjay Raut, according to them, has already been concluded as guilty. That's more or less from what we understand here. ED, after grilling Sanjay Raut, we believe, has found the 3 main grounds for arresting him. And this is what is going to be presented before court. One of their reasons to arrest Sanjay Raut is that Sanjay Raut, of course, is not cooperating. He's not giving out answers to what questions they have for him. And reason 2, there is enough proof of money laundering by Sanjay Raut. And reason 3, Sanjay Raut indeed helped key accused Praveen Raut in carrying out this 1,034 crore land scam. These are 3 of the reasons, main reasons, which the Enforcement Directorate now is ready to place before the PMLA court and ask for arrest and custody of Sanjay Raut, the Sena leader. Manish, these are the 3 reasons which the ED has given, but again, no clarity. These are the same allegations that have been going on since the start of the investigation to today, which is why I ask you, when you say they have proof of money laundering by Sanjay Raut, is there anything that they've revealed, or is this highly confidential? Again, they say that Raut indeed helped key accused Praveen in carrying out this massive scam. How has Raut helped him? Any evidence, any substantial evidence to prove that this has happened? Is there any way for us to know?
These 3 grounds are not only the grounds for custody, but also on these very same grounds, the ED will be pushing for his custodial interrogation. And this becomes important, Nabila, because, so far the allegation was that Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut, received 55 lakh rupees from the prime accused Praveen Raut. Sanjay Raut has been maintaining that he is a very good friend of, close friend of Praveen Raut, and this money was taken to buy a property in Dadar. That property has been attached by the Enforcement Directorate, and that 55 lakh rupees was returned to Praveen Raut, but only after the ED started their investigation. Before that, it was an unsecured loan by Sanjay Raut from his friend Praveen Raut. But the allegations at that point of time were of 55 lakh rupees. Now what ED is claiming, that apart from that 55 lakh rupees, they have also got evidence that there were more entries, there were more transactions, and beneficiary of those transactions were, one person, that is Mr. Sanjay Raut. So they are claiming that this is going to be an important evidence in the case. Apart from that, you rightly pointed out that in many cases ED claims that the person is not cooperating. This is a very is the allegation which we have seen in many cases. But as far as Sanjay Raut is concerned, the transactions detail and the evidence and statements claiming that Sanjay Raut benefited from the prime accused of this entire 1,000 crore scam, that is Praveen Raut. Now those evidences will be produced before the court. The nature of those evidences has not been revealed by the Enforcement Directorate, claiming that they will be revealing before the court so that they can get custodial custody of Mr. Sanjay Raut in this case. Nabila.
Right, Manish, of course, Sanjay Raut's counsel might just argue in court that the same investigation on whatever points that the ED has placed before them, that there is proof for money laundering by Raut, that Raut may have helped the key accused in this case. Could this not be done without Raut being taken into custody? He's not running away. He's very much part of the larger scheme of things politically. So he's very much present in Mumbai. And he said that time and again to the ED as well, that he's not a criminal. He's not going to run away. He's very much here. Anytime they want me, I'm present for questioning. So do you think the council will win that argument?
Well, Nabila, whether they will win this argument or not, but certainly there are 2-3 things. I spoke to people who are close to Sanjay Raut. What they are alleging, that all the evidences which the ED is claiming at this point of time is completely false. The lawyers before the court are going to argue that what ED is claiming, that they have certain statements, they have certain documents to prove there has been a transaction between Sanjay Raut and Praveen Raut. All those evidences are completely false and baseless, and this is a case where there is a political vendetta. There is a political conspiracy against Sanjay Raut, and that is why he has been arrested. So that is argument number one. Second argument which they are going to claim before the court is that Sanjay Raut is a person who speaks against the opposition, and that is why the ED on behest of Centre is targeting Mr. Sanjay Raut, and that is why he has been arrested. But what's going to be extremely important is that when ED will be arguing and presenting their evidence before the court, then what evidence the lawyers will have, because remember 11.5 lakh rupees of cash amount was also recovered by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches. Now there are documents also. So whether the ED's argument will be considered by the court or whether the lawyer's argument will be considered by the court, that is going to be something very interesting, and we have to watch for it.
Munish Pandey, thank you very much. Munish is on top of this story to get us all those exclusive developments happening with the Enforcement Directorate's arrest on Sanjay Raut. In a late-night development, firebrand Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut had been arrested after 2 rounds of grilling. One at his home that started at 7:30 a.m. last morning and then ended at 6. He was taken towards the ED office. Another marathon, 7 hours of grilling later, he was formally arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chawl land scam case. Enforcement Directorate officials searched Raut's home for most part of Sunday and found about 11.5 lakhs in cash. Raut was arrested soon after. Now, being defiant, Sanjay Raut had said that any action taken by the Enforcement Directorate will not deter or scare him. He'll stick by Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena. The ED had questioned Sanjay Raut for over 10 hours on July 1st, had summoned him again on July 20th, which he skipped. The ED is now investigating alleged violations under the PMLA Act in a case pertaining to irregularities in redevelopment of Patra Chawl in Mumbai.
उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसमें 1% भी सही बात नहीं है. आप कोई चिंता मत करो. एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे.
All right, our reporters there in Mumbai constantly on this story. They were looking at developments happening by the minute. Divyesh Singh live from Mumbai, Ritvik Balekar also live from Mumbai, tracking the Thackeray family. A quick clarity on Sanjay Raut and what his position was when the Patra Chawl land scam took place. Divyesh, would you be able to give us clarity? Was Sanjay Raut in power at that point? Do you think this was an attempt to misuse his power? To which the ED has now started investigating. And since when did the case come to light? Since when did the ED come into the picture?
The Patra Chawl scam first came to light in 2018 when the Economic Offences Wing of Mumbai Police registered an FIR against Rakesh Wadhwan, Sarang Wadhwan and Praveen Raut, the 3 directors of Guru Ashish Constructions. Praveen Raut was later arrested by EOW of Mumbai Police, after which an ECIR was registered by the Enforcement Directorate. Enforcement Directorate began investigation in early this year. In February, they arrested Praveen Raut. Praveen Raut was the director and he was carrying out daily activities and licensing for Guru Ashish Constructions. He was taking care of all the work being done by Guru Ashish Constructions. He was also dealing with authorities like Bhada and other government authorities who had awarded the contract for redevelopment of Patra Chawl. Now, what had happened was after selling the FSI for 1,034 crores and not developing any flats for the tenants of Patra Chawl or the flats promised to Mhada, Praveen Raut had received 96 crore from HDIL. HDIL is a subsidiary company of Guru Ashish Constructions. Rakesh Wadhwan and Sarang Wadhwan are the promoters of HDIL. Out of that, he had transferred 1 crore 60 lakhs to his wife Madhuri Raut. Now Madhuri Raut, out of now this money becomes the proceeds of crime. Out of that 1.6 crores, she transferred rupees 55 lakhs to Varsha Raut. Varsha Raut is the wife of Sanjay Raut. So proceeds of crime travels to Sanjay Raut's family members. Other than that, for a mere investment of 5,625 rupees, Varsha Raut got an overdraft of rupees 12 lakhs from a company she and Madhuri Raut had formed. Avani Constructions was the company. For a mere investment of 5,625 rupees, she got rupees 12 lakhs as overdraft facility. This still remains pending. One more very important point which was raised by Enforcement Directorate in the remand report of Praveen Raut. They clearly stated that Praveen Raut looks like a front of a politically influential person. Now, who is this politically influential person? They had hinted at Sanjay Raut. They had started their investigation. They had found some evidence, and that is why this was mentioned in black and white in the remand report of Praveen Raut while he was produced in the PMLA court. Other than that, they had also mentioned that Praveen Raut had been making bookings for... Nabila.
I just want to know, before the Enforcement Directorate, which were the agencies that were probing this case? Did they find anything substantial? Why has it taken 5 long years? You're saying 2018 this scam was discovered. 2018 to 2022, so long it's taken for respective agencies to uncover the truth. What's taken them so long? Nothing concrete found?
Well, Nabila, the scam happened between 2007 and 2013, after which there were multiple litigations that were going on, and then finally a case was registered by the Economic Offences Wing in 2018 against Sarang Wadhwan, Rakesh Wadhwan and Praveen Raut for duping the tenants of Patra Chawl, and other than that duping the Maharashtra Government Authority, Maharashtra Housing and Urban Development Authority, which is also called as MHADA. They had promised to develop 3,000 flats for MHADA and 672 flats for tenants of Patra Chawl. The remaining land parcel could be used by Guru Ashish Constructions to construct a tower, construct a building, and that was the only saleable part that they had. But what they did was, they did not develop any flats. In fact, they sold FSI to 8 top builders of Mumbai, FSI of the land to 8 top builders of Mumbai for 1,034 crores. Other than that, they had also floated a project called Meadows, which never took off, and took bookings from various other customers, duping them. So a cheating, breach of trust, fraud case was registered against directors of Guru Ashish Constructions. And though Mumbai police was investigating the cheating, breach of trust and the conspiracy angle in this case, the money laundering part, the diversion of funds, how the money had traveled and who were the people who benefited out of it, is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. You see, Enforcement Directorate has the mandate of investigating money laundering case. Police cannot investigate money laundering case. And that is why the money laundering angle is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. And earlier in February this year, they did arrest Praveen Raut. And after which, in the month of April, they had attached flats and land parcels belonging to Sanjay Raut's family members located in Alibag and in Mumbai. Other than that, Sanjay Raut was questioned on July 1st.
We know that after. So as per your report, the ED has stepped in only recently. It's been close to 6-7 months that the ED stepped into this case and are tracking the money laundering or the money trail, which could be quite incriminating against Sanjay Raut. Now, if I can cut across to Ritwik Balekar. Ritwik, we understand that you're tracking the movements of Uddhav Thackeray and his family. Uddhav and Aditya, both of them trying to pacify the family members of Sanjay Raut. And those images are quite telling. Very emotional moments before Sanjay Raut was taken away by the Enforcement Directorate. His mother there blessing him. They hug each other and he seeks her blessings and then leaves, promising to come back. You know, while he exited his home also waved out at crowds saying that I will fight, I will fight. This kind of heroic or heroism that he's displayed while the ED has taken him into custody all the way from his house to the ED office is really commendable. Sanjay Raut really believes he's innocent. He's reiterating time and again that he's innocent. But what the ED has managed to find, and at least what the ED has said prima facie, is that they've got enough evidence to prosecute him. So according to the ED, they've almost concluded that he's guilty. What assurance do you think Uddhav Thackeray can possibly give his family today?
The meet itself is a very symbolic message to the party cadre, because what is being said by the rebels who have left Uddhav camp, they were saying that Uddhav is not available. He is not meeting his party cadre, his party workers, his MLAs, his MPs, and that was the reason given by all the rebel MLAs, which has damaged his image as a party president as well as CM of Maharashtra. So he is trying to revive that, and today's meet with the family of Sanjay Raut itself symbolizes that he's out there. He's out there on streets. He's out there in the party cadre. He is going to meet people. He is going to pacify their families, and he's going to console them. He's going to stand firmly behind them, and that's the message he wants to give right now, it seems. At the same time, we can also see that Shiv Sena President Aditya Thackeray is also touring Maharashtra. Today is his second tour in Konkan area of Maharashtra. He'll be touring in Sindhudurg, which is believed to be the bastion of Central Minister Narayan Rane, who has once left Shiv Sena, who's known as a very aggressive leader of Shiv Sena, but now obviously we know that he's a BJP's central minister, and he's going to tour those areas where these rebel MLAs comes from. So he's also touring. He's also trying to establish a connect, the lost connect with the party cadre. And what we can see through all these optics is that both son and father are trying to revive their party.
Right. Ritvik, you know, from what we understand is that the Sena has also decided to carry out a protest of sorts across Mumbai, across prime locations of Mumbai. I'm going to come back to you on that. But let me quickly cut across to Seha Murdani, who elaborates to us the key players in this Patra Chawl scam, where the ED suspects Sanjay Raut of the Sena is in the center of it all.
Well, the Financial Probe Agency is investigating this case around alleged irregularities to the tune of over 1,034 crores in a redevelopment project in Mumbai's Goregaon suburb, the Patra Chawl scam. Who are the people involved in all of this? Praveen Raut, Sanjay Raut's friend, is accused of manipulating the Maharashtra Housing Area Development Authority. Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited is an HDIL subsidiary in which Praveen Raut was the director, entered into an agreement with the tenants and the MHDA to redevelop the settlement. The company allegedly helped Vadhavan HDIL get the land parcel for private developers. In return, Praveen Raut got illegal payoffs from HDIL, and Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha, got 83 lakh rupees, which she used to buy a flat in Dadar. It is alleged that Sena MP Raut got Benami land parcels as well, as per the deal, which were allegedly bought in the name of one Swapna Patkar, who has now turned an ED witness.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Prahlad Joshi addressing the media. Let's cut across.
Come and allow the house to function smoothly at 2 o'clock. This is my appeal through you also, that if you are really interested, come at 2 o'clock. We will start discussion at Lok Sabha. And tomorrow we will start the same subject discussion in the Raj Sabha. No Piyush ji. हिंदी में पीयूष जी बोलेंगे.
बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि जब सरकार पहले दिन से तैयार थी कि महंगाई के ऊपर चर्चा हो, विपक्ष दोनों सदनों को चलने नहीं दे रहा था. हमारी वित्त मंत्री माननीय निर्मला सीतारमण जी को कोविड हुआ था. उनके आने के बाद से हम लगातार उनको अपील कर रहे हैं कि चर्चा शुरू करने के लिए हम तैयार हैं, आप हाउस चलने दें। आज से 3 दिन पहले ये तय हो गया गुरुवार को कि आप मंडे को लोकसभा में और मंगलवार को राज्यसभा में महंगाई पे चर्चा कर लीजिए। अब हम हाउस को चलने देंगे। उसके बावजूद पुनः एक बार आज दोनों सदनों में उन्होंने हाउस चलने नहीं दिया। बार बार हमारे अपील के बावजूद मैंने आज आश्वस्त कराया कि कल दोपहर को 2 बजे राज्यसभा में चर्चा होगी महंगाई पे। आज लोकसभा में तो लिस्टेड है, उसके बावजूद विपक्ष कोई एक मत पर नहीं आ पा रही है। अब समझ में आ रहा है कि ये महंगाई से भाग रहे हैं। शायद बहुत उनके मन में शंका है कि सरकार ने जो अच्छे काम किए वो सामने आएंगे और ऑपोजिशन को भी हम एक तरीके से नकाब खुलासा कर देंगे कि कैसे ऑपोजिशन के राज्यों ने महंगाई के ऊपर ठोस कदम नहीं उठाए, वैट भी नहीं कम किया पेट्रोल डीजल पे। ऑपोजिशन अब महंगाई की चर्चा से, जीएसटी की चर्चा से भाग रही है। ये पूरी तरीके से आज स्पष्ट हो गया। अभी भी हमने अपील किया है कि दोनों सदन सुचारू रूप से चले, सरकार अपना पक्ष भी रख सके, विपक्ष भी रखे। बहुत ज़रूरी अहम लॉ मेकिंग भी सदन के सामने है, जो कानून पारित करने हैं। उसमें भी हम चाहते हैं कि दोनों सदनों में चर्चा हो और कानून भी पारित हो। सदन का काम कानून भी है, सदन का काम अलग अलग विषयों पे चर्चा भी है, और दोनों को आगे करने के लिए हम विपक्ष से पुनः एक बार अपील कर रहे हैं। जोशी जी ने बताया कि उन्होंने खेद व्यक्त करना चाहिए जो उन्होंने गलत काम किया, और नेता ने या अलग अलग एमपीज जो चारों एमपीज हैं वो आके खेद व्यक्त कर दे, या उनका नेता उनके बिहाफ पे खेद व्यक्त करे और एश्योर करे कि आगे वो प्लेकार्ड लेके नहीं आएंगे जो पूरी तरीके से कायदे कानून के खिलाफ है। तो सस्पेंशन वापस लेने के लिए सरकार मोशन मूव करने के लिए तैयार है।
राज्यसभा में एक नया मुद्दा सेंट्रल एजेंसीज के मिसयूज का उठा दिया है अपोजिशन ने।
देखिए, वी आर लॉ मेकर्स नॉट लॉ ब्रेकर्स। हम सब सदन में माननीय सांसद यहाँ कानून बनाने के लिए आते हैं। कानून की एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है। शायद उनके सरकार में रहता होगा कि सरकार दखल अंदाज करती होगी इन एजेंसीज के काम पे। हमारी सरकार कभी एजेंसीज के काम में दखल अंदाज नहीं करती है। जो उनका काम है, द लॉ विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स। उसमें केंद्र सरकार का या कोई राज्य सरकार की दखल अंदाज नहीं होना चाहिए।
So the entire opposition seems to be united on the Sanjay Raut arrest, demanding release of Sanjay Raut.
मुझे लगता है कि उनके मन में कुछ खोट होगा, उनके मन में कुछ चिंता होगी कि उनका कुछ पर्दाफाश होने वाला है, इसलिए वो चाहते हैं कि सरकार दखल अंदाज करे। पर देश की जो कानून व्यवस्था है वो कानून व्यवस्था संभालने वाले ही एजेंसीज करती हैं। सरकार को उसमें दखल अंदाज नहीं देना करना चाहिए। और हमारे हिसाब से विपक्ष शायद महंगाई की चर्चा से भागने के कारण अब नए नए मुद्दे लेके आ रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
All right, that's Prahlad Joshi and Piyush Goyal, both of them from the government, appealing to the opposition party leaders not to disrupt the House so that they can have a sensible debate and discussion on price rise and whatever else. But protesting in the House with placards, raising slogans, disrupting the House, would lead to another washout. And this it's not possible for them to have a fruitful discussion in that manner. So appealing to the opposition party leaders not to disrupt the House and allow for discussions to take place in a civil manner.
Please try to understand.
All right, embattled leader Uddhav Thackeray reaches the residence of Sanjay Raut. He is meeting with the family members. That's the intention, to give out their support to Sanjay Raut's family, who right now are aggrieved, upset and worried for their son Sanjay Raut. 60-year-old Sanjay Raut is right now in ED custody. He has been taken for medical examination. Right now, Sanjay Raut is at the JJ hospital getting his medical checkup done before he is produced at the PMLA court. On the other hand, we're seeing Uddhav Thackeray, whose Man Friday is Sanjay Raut, the man who really has been the voice of Uddhav Thackeray all along. Uddhav Thackeray himself now lands up at Sanjay Raut's residence. He's been wanting to meet with the family members and give out his support and solidarity with what's happened. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray, we've heard him speak very briefly. He said this is nothing less than a witch hunt. This is a way to muscle the opposition's voice. This is, of course, targeting his camp members only because they did not join with the Shinde camp or join with the BJP. This is a way to target anybody who questions or criticizes the BJP and its camp. Now, we're looking at Uddhav Thackeray, who's just reached Sanjay Raut's residence. There we see outside the residence of Sanjay Raut, we are also looking at several Sena members, Shiv Sena members who are right outside Sanjay Raut's residence since last morning when the raids began at 7:30 a.m. Shiv Sena members, grassroots leaders had gathered right outside Raut's residence, protesting, sitting down in dharna right there outside the residence and condemning ED investigation and raids and now the arrest. They've been calling this a witch hunt and a way to pressurize their leader. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray now, who's landed up at Raut's residence to give out his solidarity and support to Sanjay Raut's mother, his family members. In fact, right before the ED took Sanjay Raut with him to the Enforcement Directorate's office last evening, he took his blessings from his mother. Sanjay Raut took blessings from his mother, touched her feet, hugged her, promised her that he'll come back. A very emotional scene that played out when Sanjay Raut was taken by the Enforcement Directorate. And now, in light of that, knowing very well that Sanjay Raut's family is quite aggrieved. And since Raut has so long stood by the Thackerays like a rock, in fact, Sanjay Raut has been the closest aide to Uddhav Thackeray and family. He was first the loyalist of Balasaheb Thackeray, then his son Uddhav Thackeray has been with the Shiv Sena under the Thackerays for over 4 decades. He's been an absolute loyalist, has grown in the party exponentially for the kind of support and work he's done for the Thackeray family. He's been very well rewarded as well. Sanjay Raut is really known to be almost like a family member to the Thackeray's. And considering that equation, Uddhav Thackeray himself has landed up at Sanjay Raut's residence, and there you see visuals of Uddhav Thackeray's car that's just arrived. And this visual of his mother is from yesterday, where his mother, weeping mother, sent off Sanjay Raut with the Enforcement Directorate officials. We have Ritvik Bhalekar, who's tracking the Thackeray's right now. Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray, Ritvik, we believe, have reached Sanjay Raut's residence. And they're giving out their solidarity, showing solidarity, giving out assurances. What best can they do at this point?
Yes, Nabila. Uddhav Thackeray is at Sanjay Raut's residence. He has just arrived, and Aditya Thackeray is touring Maharashtra. He's in Konkan belt of Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray has reached here with senior leaders, MP Arvind Sawant, Ravindra Vaikar, and Milind Narvekar. He has just arrived and he is going to meet the family. The family comprises of Sanjay Raut's mother, his wife, his 2 daughters, and a brother. One of his brothers, Sunil Raut, is also an MLA, is at the ED office since morning. Uddhav Thackeray wants to show that he is standing firmly behind the family. He is not just in the role of party president now, but he also wants to show that he is one of their family member, because over a decade we've seen how Sanjay Raut has defended Shiv Sena, how he has been the voice of Shiv Sena, and also through the mouthpiece Samna, how aggressively he put forward the role and the thing of Shiv Sena. So this is the time the family of Sanjay Raut needs party president the most, and here he is. He is out of his closet, he is out of Matosri, and Uddhav Thackeray is out on street. He is meeting families of the party cadre. He's also trying to pacify them. He's also trying to show solidarity with the family, and he's also trying to put out a strong message that he is no more a leader who is incommunicado, who doesn't meet a party cadre, who doesn't give a damn, but he is a leader. He's a changed leader who comes on the doorstep of the party cadre, and a leader like Sanjay Raut, and he's here to meet his family and show solidarity to them.
All right, Ritik, at this point we can understand the emotions of Sanjay Raut's family. They're very upset. The mother was seen weeping when she parted with Sanjay Raut. The Enforcement Directorate officials took him along with them, and Raut had taken her blessings, hugged her, and promised that he'll return and he'll be safe. That's what he said to the family members and even his followers and fans who were standing outside while he left. Now, Uddhav Thackeray has landed up at Sanjay Raut's residence to give out his solidarity with the family of Raut and assuring them, the family members, that the Thackeray family will be standing beside them solidly. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Thank you very much, Ritik, for joining us on that. Stay with us. Slipping into a short break. We'll be right back.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Cash Mountain news break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita Cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Patra Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested in coming days.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seemed to be on the back foot
with huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey, Cash Mountain Kand, relentless coverage.
All right, here's the big news coming in. Amir Khan's first reaction to calls to boycott his film Lal Singh Chadda. As it trends on Twitter, Amir Khan reacts to India today. He's for the first time broken his silence on this and says, "It does hurt me because they who call for a boycott of my films truly believe that I don't like India, that I'm someone who dislikes India. Please don't boycott my film. What you believe is not true. Please watch my film." This is exactly what Amir Khan has said. Remember, Lal Singh Chadda, even when the trailer released back in May, there was boycott Lal Singh Chadda trending on Twitter, where people dug up Amir Khan's old Twitter posts where he condemns India for its growing intolerance. And now when the movie is all set to release, it appears that that trend on Twitter is back again. And Amir Khan for the first time has reacted, saying that it does hurt me because they keep attempting this. They keep saying boycott Bollywood, boycott Lal Singh Chadda. I feel sad over this. I feel sad that some of the people who are saying this in their heart truly believe that I'm someone who dislikes India. Please don't boycott my film. Please watch my film. This is Amir Khan, who responds to those people on social media platforms who are pulling up many of Amir Khan's controversial tweets of the past, where Amir Khan has said that he's upset over India's growing intolerance. This was Amir Khan's words a few years ago, which seems to be haunting him even till date. Let me cut across to the reaction as he spoke to India today.
What is your take on cancel culture? Because social media is so quick to cancel films, cancel actors, say that rubbish film came out, it's not working.
Of course, because the accessibility is there. Today, everyone has a voice. Today, there are different platforms. I mean, everyone has an opinion. So now if that is going to be there, then you have to learn to ignore certain things. Otherwise, then it will just become impossible to live your life.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, okay, everyone, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
Yeah.
So that's it. But the audiences, and if it's a good film, I believe that it will surpass anything. Film has to be good for that.
Yeah.
There could be a reason why also people are, talking about a particular film. So I think that good films will surpass anything.
All right, there you have Kareena Kapoor, who's the actress in the film Lal Singh Chadda. She's spoken out to my colleague Tushar, who's our entertainment editor, while he speaks on the movie, the progress of the film and the criticism. That's what Kareena says. Let me quickly cut across to Dipali Patel, joining us on the phone line for more on that. Dipali, Lal Singh Chadda, all set to release. It's a remake of Hollywood classic Forrest Gump, and a much-awaited film of Amir Khan. After quite a while, we see Amir Khan and Kareena Kapoor coming together on the big screen. And as much as there's excitement for this movie, there's also a lot of criticism. Boycott Lal Singh Chadda is trending on Twitter. Could you give us some clarity on why this kind of cancel culture against Amir Khan's film?
Yes, Nabila. I mean, Amir Khan gave this statement, in a group interview, and let me read out the statement. He said, "Yes, I feel sad. Also, I feel sad that some of the people who are saying this in their heart, they believe that I am someone who doesn't like India. In their hearts, they believe, but it is not true. It is rather unfortunate that some people feel that way. That's not the case. Please do not boycott my film. Please watch my film." He's basically requesting everyone to not boycott his film, and this statement came after he was asked in a group interview. Nabila, I must say that, like Kareena said in her interview, that everyone has their own opinion. If we pay attention to each and every opinion, then we are not going to live our own lives, which is true in people like these celebrities. I think netizens are targeting Amir Khan for something which happened in the past, and he had made very clear back then about his statement that he did not mean what he said at that time. And, again, Nabila, we at India Today never support trolls, and these are trolls who are kind of targeting Amir Khan for something which happened in the past.
All right, these are visuals of Uddhav Thackeray right now at Sanjay Raut's residence. That's the mother of Sanjay Raut waving at Uddhav Thackeray. She's, of course, seems like finally made peace with the fact that her son has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate after Uddhav Thackeray has reached Raut's home to assure the family that he stands with them firmly. These are visuals of Uddhav Thackeray, where he's landed up at Sanjay Raut's residence, met with the family members, and now just departed from the home of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut is known to be the closest man to the Thackeray family. He's been with the Thackerays under Balasaheb Thackeray first and then under Uddhav Thackeray for at least 4 decades. Has been a thorough Sena loyalist, Shiv Sena loyalist, Shiv Sena under the Bal Thackeray. He's been a man who stood by the party for years and been a very vocal voice of the party and a vocal critique of the BJP. Has been quite a bold voice against the BJP over the years. And the man right now is embroiled in corruption allegations, and if proven to be true, then it is very likely that Sanjay Raut could be behind bars for a long haul. Of course, he's been claiming that he is not guilty, he's innocent. This is fabricated evidence being used against him. This is all false proof that's been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate by beating down people and forcing them to testify against him. These were the words of Sanjay Raut as he spoke right outside the Enforcement Directorate's office when he was brought there last evening. So we're looking at Sanjay Raut being defiant despite all the allegations of corruption and the ED claiming that they've got enough evidence to prosecute him. Sanjay Raut, on the contrary, and the Thackeray clan very firmly standing their ground, saying this is a witch hunt, vendetta politics, a tactic by the BJP to break them and, of course, divide Hindus so that there's no party left for the Marathis. All these words came from the Uddhav Sena clan. And now today, after Sanjay Raut was arrested, we saw Uddhav Thackeray reaching Sanjay Raut's residence and trying to convince the family of Sanjay Raut, who may be quite aggrieved and upset. Quite naturally, their son has been arrested by the ED, and if proven guilty, he could be gone in for years. It's a grave allegation of corruption, money laundering, which the ED is probing into to the tune of 1,034 crores. There are at least a good number of Marathi families who are aggrieved, who lived at that Patra Chawl, were promised apartments to be given to them in exchange of that land. And once they agreed to move out and were hoping to get the apartment as promised to them, most of those families there were cheated. Now, who is to blame for that massive scam? Is Sanjay Raut indeed the man in the center of the scam? Or is the ED only investigating and that the real culprit is yet to be brought to book? Of course, clarity will come post the investigation, but for now, we're looking at several aggrieved parties. One is, quite naturally, the family members of Sanjay Raut, very upset and praying for their son to come back. In the meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray and family lands up at Sanjay Raut's residence only to give their assurance and to tell them that they're very firmly standing beside the Raut family in this time of crisis. Those are the visuals there, if you can see on the right-hand sides of your screens, where Uddhav Thackeray has gone in and come out. In fact, Arvind Sawant as well, MP of the Shiv Sena, has accompanied Uddhav Thackeray to Raut's residence. Let me quickly cut across to Devesh joining us live for more. Devesh, a quick word. Uddhav Thackeray has landed at Sanjay Raut's residence. They're giving out their support to the Raut family. Very important man of the Uddhav clan, the Uddhav Sena, has been taken away by the Enforcement Directorate. This comes as a big blow, not just to Sanjay Raut's family, but of course even to Uddhav Thackeray and his family, the Thackeray family. So clearly we're looking at Uddhav Thackeray trying to show his solidarity and support to the family of Sanjay Raut. The mother we see right at the window where she waves at Uddhav Thackeray as he leaves. Tell us more, what exactly is happening at this moment?
Nabila, Uddhav Thackeray, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and also the President of Shiv Sena, presently he has visited Sanjay Raut's residence. Sanjay Raut presently in custody of Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. As we've seen in the arrest memo also, it had been clearly mentioned that Sanjay Raut has been booked under various sections of money laundering, and Uddhav Thackeray has now reached his residence. He's meeting his family members, close family members, along with senior leader Arvind Sawant. Uddhav Thackeray is waiting. It's a very rare instance that we've seen that Uddhav Thackeray has been to the residence of one of his party members, and Sanjay Raut is said to be a close, confidant, close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. He's been with Shiv Sena for a very long time, and he's been the executive editor of Shiv Sena mouthpiece Samna, and he's been working closely with Uddhav Thackeray and other Thackeray family members. Also, it was being said that when the MVA government was formed, the Maha Vikas Aghadi government was formed in 2019, when Shiv Sena parted with BJP and joined alliance with the Nationalist Congress Party and Congress Party. It was being said that Sanjay Raut played a very crucial role in bringing Nationalist Congress
absolutely.
Party.
And Sanjay Raut has indeed played a crucial role in many of the decisions, important decisions that was taken by Uddhav Thackeray and his camp. So for Sanjay Raut to be taken in by the ED clearly comes as a double blow, one to the family of Sanjay Raut and to the family of Uddhav Thackeray. The Thackerays itself banked on Sanjay Raut extensively to make their point heard. Today it seems like they've lost their voice with Sanjay Raut in ED custody. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to, of course, track those developments there. India Today on top of this story, bringing you the latest exclusives. The ED now going to be presenting their proof before the PMLA court on why Sanjay Raut must be taken into custody. We're going to track those details on the other side. Do stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, हर गुस्ताखी साफ, ब्रोकरेज क्यों देना, nobroker.com है ना.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. We're looking at Sanjay Raut now going to be taken to the PMLA court. More details on that. First, the headlines. India Today accesses ED's arrest memo for Sanjay Raut. Sources say ample proof to prosecute the Sena MP. Agency to seek custody of Raut in the land scam case. Political showdown over Sanjay Raut's arrest. Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray come out in support of the Raut family, reached their home to give out their solidarity. BJP calls it a fight to corruption, while the Congress and the NCP now backing the arrested Sena MP. Modi government reaches out to the opposition, says ready to revoke suspension of MPs. Union Minister Piyush Goyal slams the opposition for creating a ruckus in the House and disrupting proceedings. Another day, another Karnataka Congress CM face Nataka. Amid the fight between Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah, Veerappa Moilina pitches for Lingayat Neta SR Patil. Meanwhile, a fan video erupts where the video evokes Siddaramaiah as their next CM face. After death threats from Moosewala's killers, Bollywood star Salman Khan gets a firearm license for self-protection. Amir Khan breaks his silence on boycott Lal Singh Chadda trend, says that he feels sad that some believe that he doesn't like India, pleads fans not to boycott his film. All right, here's a big story that we're tracking at the moment. Sanjay Raut, who's right now at the JJ hospital getting his medical test done, will be soon produced before the PMLA court, where the ED will be seeking his custody. Meanwhile, we're seeing Uddhav Thackeray, who came out in support of Sanjay Raut. He's landed up at the residence of Sanjay Raut to show his solidarity with the Raut family and to give them assurance that he stands firmly with them. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray now all set to address a press conference at 4 p.m. This, of course, is quite a time of crisis for Uddhav Thackeray and his clan. Not only did he lose his position as the chief minister, he also lost control of his own party. And now his closest aide, a man who's looked at as a family member to the Thackerays, he's been taken away by the Enforcement Directorate. The real voice of the Uddhav Sena has now been taken away by the Enforcement Directorate. Devesh Singh, who is tracking those developments, let me cut across. Devesh, where exactly is Sanjay Raut at this moment? Is he still at the JJ hospital? Has the medical test completed?
Well, Sanjay Raut has just reached CST. His medical test was done at the JJ hospital, after which doctors have certified him and is being taken to court. The convoy carrying Mr. Sanjay Raut, taking Mr. Sanjay Raut to court, has reached a CST area, and within a few minutes they'll be reaching the Mumbai Sessions Court. We are here at the Mumbai Sessions Court, and it will be within a few minutes that Sanjay Raut would be brought to the court by Enforcement Directorate officials, where he'll be produced in the PMLA court. ED officials will be seeking his custody of 6 to 7 days. That is what we are being said. And depending on the evidences that they produce to the court will grant custody of Sanjay Raut to ED officials. He needs to be interrogated. As we had reported in the arrest memo, it clearly indicates that Sanjay Raut wasn't cooperating. He was non-cooperative when his statement was being recorded. There are a few Shiv Senics who have assembled here. You can see in our frame that there are a few Shiv Senic behind the barricade who have assembled here in support of Sanjay Raut at the Mumbai Sessions Court. Police has been deployed in the area to maintain a law and order situation at the Mumbai Sessions Court. All the supporters of Sanjay Raut are put behind the barricade. They are not being allowed on the road or close to the gate of Mumbai Sessions Court. As of now, the convoy has just crossed CST area and they will be shortly reaching the Mumbai Sessions Court. Nabila.
You know, from what we hear is that there's protests that the Shiv Sena workers have planned across different parts of the city. Is that true? What time will the protests begin? Are they protesting outside court? And these are visuals, live visuals coming in. Is at the hospital, JJ Hospital, where he was taken in for medical checkup. It's either that or the Enforcement Directorate's office. We're going to get some clarity to you on that, on where exactly this location is. But Sanjay Raut, at any given opportunity, has been waving at the cameras in an act of defiance. He's been constantly claiming that he's been targeted. This is a witch hunt. They're trying to muscle his voice, and he will not bend, buckle, or bow down. This is his stance right from the start to date. Look at him, every given opportunity, waving at the cameras. Devesh, what would you like to say? Sanjay Raut there, not missing an opportunity. Wherever he finds a camera, he waves at the cameras in an act of defiance. He seems to be exuberating such confidence and has claimed that he's innocent right from the start. While the ED, on the contrary, has given out feelers that they have enough evidence to prosecute him. So according to ED sources, it appears that they've already concluded that Sanjay Raut is guilty, but the man acts like all is well.
Supporters. This was Sanjay Raut, who has just reached Mumbai Sessions Court. Sanjay Raut has reached Mumbai Sessions Court.
All right, there you have it.
And he was waving at his supporters who had gathered, sloganeering has started.
Devesh, we can hear you. Go on.
Supporters are raising slogans in his support. Raut supporters are raising slogans in his support. You can see in our frame over here, there are around 100 people, 100 supporters who have gathered near the Mumbai Sessions Court. Raising slogans in support of Shiv Sena, raising slogans in support of Sanjay Raut. मैडम आप लोग यहाँ पर you can see slogans being raised, Sanjay Raut being called the Lion of Shiv Sena. A lot of female supporters of Sanjay Raut have gathered here. Female workers of Shiv Sena have gathered here. They've been put behind barricade.
पेड़ बहुत निकला है बाहर.
Nabila?
Yeah, Divesh, we're tracking you and we see the protests right behind you. Interestingly, a lot of women who are coming out in support of Sanjay Raut. They have a huge women cadre within the Shiv Sena, is what appears. Because even when Raut was being interrogated in his own house, we saw a huge bunch of women who were seated there in protest. Today as well, the women there extensively of the Shiv Sena who come out condemning the ED arrest and investigation into this corruption case on Sanjay Raut. But do tell us, what are they expecting? What will this protest really, how will it gain, will it benefit them in any way? Will this put pressure on the Enforcement Directorate? Will it influence the case? In no means will any of this have a bearing on the proceedings of the case at all, but yet it seems like they're relentlessly protesting. What really is on their mind? Would you like to talk to them, Divyesh?
We tried speaking to some of the protesters, and what they are claiming is that whatever is happening, this is the ED action is not warranted. Sanjay Raut had no role to play in the Patra Chawl scam, and he is innocent. That is what they claim. This action is unwarranted. That is what the Shiv Sena supporters, the Sanjay Raut supporters are claiming. Police is trying to maintain law and order at this spot. None of the supporters are being allowed towards the barricade. We are also, the media is also has been pushed behind the barricade so that there's no commotion that happens at the spot. We are at the Mumbai Sessions Court. A lot of supporters have gathered. A lot of women cadre of Shiv Sena from South Mumbai, from Bhandup area, from Vikhroli area of Mumbai, where Sanjay Raut resides. Supporters have travelled to South Mumbai from Bhandup in support of Sanjay Raut.
Yeah. All right,
we can see slogans being raised against Enforcement Directorate, against government agencies.
But let us remind our viewers here, the protests by the Shiv Sena at this point will clearly have no bearing on the case or its investigation, or if the court decides whether or not to hand over Sanjay Raut to ED custody. Really, at this point, this is only symbolic. The Shiv Sena members are protesting extensively, only symbolic, because it's not going to have any impact on the case and its proceedings, investigation into this corruption case. But that said, we see that the Uddhav Thackeray camp is trying to gather all its might, whatever is left of their camp at this point, to come forward and condemn this vehemently. They are holding protests on one hand. Uddhav Thackeray is meeting with Raut family on the other. And at 4 p.m., we believe a press conference will be held where Uddhav Thackeray will be addressing the media. He'll be speaking on exactly on the same lines, the same narrative, right, that has been since the start of this ED summons to Sanjay Raut, that he's been targeted. This is a witch hunt. This is not fair, and it's a way to muscle the opposition's voice, etc. This is the narrative that we've heard right from the start, ever since ED summons were issued to Sanjay Raut. And not just Sanjay Raut, be it Nawab Malik of the NCP, also Anil Deshmukh of the same party, both of them embroiled in corruption. They were taken into custody, and it's been months now since they've been let off. But it appears that all the parties who are part of the Mahavikas Aghadi are all sticking to the same narrative, that this is the BJP's bid to try and arm twist any opposition or voice that speaks against them. So here, another round, Uddhav Thackeray now is likely to speak addressing the media and will be saying almost the same things that we've heard for long now, that it is a witch hunt, this is vendetta politics, etc. Now, also on the contrary, you had Sanjay Raut, who said while he was being taken away that this is enough and more pressure being put on him so that he moves to the Eknath Shinde camp. He's been saying that he's got calls, he's been requested, he's been bullied, forced to join the Shinde camp. But since he's refused, and since he takes up to Uddhav Thackeray and his family, and since he's been a hardcore loyalist to the Thackeray family, and that's why it seems like they're targeting him and trying to break his support, or rather break him and end his political career so that he does not support the Thackeray clan. But Divyesh, this is just the tip of the iceberg. While the ED is investigating this case, it could be very possible that many more people associated with the case could also be probed and investigated. You heard the Ranas, Ravi Rana, Navneet Rana, both of them, while they very ferociously condemned these corruption, the corruption that Sanjay Raut is allegedly involved in. They said that he is a man who's a 420. These are words of the Ranas, calling him 420, etc. And they claimed that this is the tip of the iceberg. A lot more will come out along the investigation. Even the Thackeray family as such might just be pulled up for their association with several scams. This could be one scam that could also be linked back to the Thackeray family. Is what the opposition, is what the Ranas say. But do you think that's a possibility there, Divyesh?
If you see a money laundering case, during investigation, Enforcement Directorate officers see the continuance of crime. So this particular crime has started in 2007 when the Patra Chawl contract was awarded. Between 2007 and 2013, the crime was committed. The land parcel FSI was sold to various builders, to 8 or 9 builders for 1,034 crores. Out of that amount, the money was diverted to multiple people. So we have a document with us where Enforcement Directorate claims, I would like to read out that document, which says clearly that money trail investigation conducted so far revealed that around 100 crores were transferred from HDIL to the account of Praveen Raut. Now, Praveen Raut is the prime accused in this case. He is the director of Guru Ashish Constructions and close aide of Sanjay Raut, close friend of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut himself, when he was arrested, when Praveen Raut was arrested, had claimed that yes, Praveen Raut is his friend. Other than that, the amount were further diverted by Praveen Raut to various accounts of his close associates, family members, his business entities, etc. It is also revealed that during 2010, part of proceeds of crime amounting to rupees 83 lakhs were received by Mrs. Varsha Raut, wife of Sanjay Raut, and it was utilized to purchase a flat in Dadar. It is also revealed that there are various other transactions between Madhuri Raut and Praveen Raut. Now, Madhuri Raut is the wife of Praveen Raut and Varsha Raut is the wife of Sanjay Raut. Other than that, the 8 plots of land at Kihim Beach at Alibag were purchased in the name of Varsha Raut and one Swapna Patkar. Swapna Patkar is close associate, wife of close associate of Sanjay Raut, Sujit Patkar. In this land, apart from the registered value, cash payments were made to the sellers. On identification of these assets, other assets of Praveen Raut and others, attachment was done by the Directorate of Enforcement. So these are the details which have emerged during investigation. So 83 lakhs were received
of Uddhav Thackeray at the home of the Rauts. Those are exclusive images that we bring to you right here on our television screens. Divyesh, I'm going to come back to you, but let's take a quick look at these images. These images showing Uddhav Thackeray meeting with the family of Sanjay Raut. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray there reassuring the Raut family that he stands firmly with them and will ensure that he is brought out and is free and safe. This is the assurance, a reassurance that's given out to the Raut family. Of course, they have been aggrieved and upset ever since the ED arrested Sanjay Raut. They were all witness to the raids when the Enforcement Directorate barged in. 10 officials of the ED had barged into the Raut residence early last morning, on Sunday morning, 7 a.m. when the ED officials barged in, taking the family by surprise. Almost 11 hours of raids later and post about 8 hours of grilling at the home in the presence of all the family members, including the mother you see in the white sari there of Sanjay Raut, who's right now interacting with Uddhav Thackeray. All of them were questioned. We believe that the ED has questioned all of them collectively. A few questions posed to the family members of Sanjay Raut, and the rest of those questions were directed to Sanjay Raut itself. And 11.5 lakhs cash was also recovered from the Raut's residence. This is the house where Uddhav Thackeray has now reached. He is giving out showing his solidarity with the Raut family and assuring them that he will ensure that Sanjay Raut is out and free, and he stands with them firmly. This is a moment, an emotional moment between Sanjay Raut's mother and Uddhav Thackeray, where he's assuring her. Sanjay Raut lives in a joint family. 2 of his brothers live in the same house, their wives, their children, Sanjay Raut's own family itself, then the mother, all of them in one house. And that household, the ED has recovered 11.5 lakhs cash. And many of those family members were also questioned on all the irregularities which the ED has suspected. So, of course, now Uddhav Thackeray at this point giving out his assurance to the family members of Sanjay Raut that he will ensure that Sanjay Raut is safe. Now, India Today has exclusively accessed the arrest memo of Sena MP Sanjay Raut. In fact, sources in the Enforcement Directorate have told India Today that the agency has ample proof to prosecute Sanjay Raut under the PMLA. ED is also seeking Raut's custody on 3 main grounds. The agency says that Sena MP is guilty of an offence punishable under the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. ED officials say that Raut isn't cooperating during the questioning, the investigation. Sources in the ED have also alleged that Raut had helped the key accused Praveen Raut in the Patra Chawl land scam, that he helped Praveen carry out this scam to the tune of 1,034 crores. India Today is the only channel to access this arrest memo and the ED's grounds of Raut's arrest. Munish Pandey joining us live for more on that. Munish, I can't help but notice that ED sources say that there's enough proof against Sanjay Raut to prosecute him. So from what we understand on the minds of the ED, they've already concluded that Sanjay Raut is guilty.
Well, Nabila, as far as this arrest memo is concerned, what the investigative officer, while serving the arrest memo to Sanjay Raut, last night, what he has written in this arrest memo is that he has reasons to believe that Sanjay Raut is guilty of the offence punishable under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, what it essentially means that the Enforcement Directorate investigative officer is claiming that he has enough evidence against Sanjay Raut, based on which he was arrested under Section 1 of 19 of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This is a section under which any person is arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, what is important here is to point out is that so far the summons were issued to Sanjay Raut in this case. First on July 1st, then there were 2 more summons for July 20th and 27th, but both these summons, the last summons were skipped by Sanjay Raut, saying that he wants to appear before the agency only on 7th of August. But when I spoke to ED sources, that what was the hurry to raid his premises, what was the hurry to arrest Sanjay Raut, what they said that after the questioning, they got hold of certain evidence which were documentary in nature, and they also got the evidence in form of transaction details and entry mentioning Sanjay Raut arrest. And after getting those evidences, they wanted a clarification from Sanjay Raut. But when he was questioned, he was not cooperating during the investigation. He had no concrete answer regarding the transactions between him and accused in the case. And based after this entire confrontation with the documentary evidences last night, the investigative officer of the Enforcement Directorate and Assistant Director rank officer, to be precise, he decided to arrest Sanjay Raut. So based on these charges, based on the evidences, the ED is claiming that Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest at 12:05 last night. Nabila.
All right, Manish, it's going to it looks like an uphill task for the counsel of Sanjay Raut right now to get him out of ED custody. It appears that this presence in court will only be a formality for the Enforcement Directorate, before which they take him into custody, and could be for a long haul. We're going to try and understand as the story develops. Thank you very much, Manish, for joining us for the moment. We're slipping in a short break. We'll be right back. Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप का मेडल है आपके पास, और ये पहला आपका कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का मेडल है। आपको लगता है कि ये अभी यहाँ से आपका जो प्रोफेशनल जो लाइफ है, जो करियर है, वो कम्प्लीटली चेंज होने वाला है, अलग एकदम बदलने वाला है?
अभी थोड़ा चेंज करने मतलब अभी खाना पीना में और ज़्यादा फोकस करेगा और नेक्स्ट कंपटीशन के लिए।
मम्मी पापा या फैमिली जो है, अगर आप उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बता सकें कि क्या है बैकग्राउंड, अगर आप किस तरीके से एथलीट बनने के पीछे क्या कहानी थी, कैसे आपने वेट लिफ्टिंग को चूज़ किया?
ओके मेरा पहले 2008 से मैं ताइक्वांडो 8 to
लेकिन अब कोई है जो
Welcome, you're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, my colleague Tushar Joshi caught up with Kareena Kapoor Khan ahead of the release of Lal Singh Chadda. She spoke at length about the film, choices she makes in her career, Ranveer Singh's nude photoshoot controversy, Alia Bhatt's pregnancy and motherhood, Shamshera's box office failure, and her son Taimur. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
बहन को क्या हुआ? कुछ भी नहीं, मैं तो बिल्कुल चंगा हूँ। कहाँ रहते हो? अपने घर विच। बुद्धू हो क्या? नहीं जी, मैं तो बिल्कुल चंगा हूँ।
आपका बच्चा अलग है। कुछ बच्चे होते हैं बहुत इंटेलिजेंट, कुछ होते हैं नॉर्मल और कुछ नॉर्मल से कम, जैसे आपका लाल। मैं ले लेता हूँ।
ओए, तू अपना काम कर, वो खुद उठाएगा।
किसी से कम नहीं है तू, बाकी बच्चों जैसा ही है। मैं जो किया है वो हमेशा याद रखी।
अब कुछ लोग विश्वास नहीं करते, पर जिंदगी में चमत्कार होते हैं जी। हाँ। मम्मी कहती थी कि हर एक दी अपनी तकदीर होती है, कि सारा कुछ लिखिया होता है। मैंने नहीं पता कितने लिखिया है सब, किसने लिखिया है और क्यों लिखिया है जो लिखिया है।
Kareena, welcome to India today. Thank you. It's always exciting to hear from you. You know, I read this really interesting phrase the other day about you. Somebody in London had written a piece. They said Kareena Kapoor Khan is somebody who's often imitated but never duplicated. There is only one Kareena Kapoor. What do you make of this?
No, I don't think that's... I don't know. It's... Even everybody keeps asking me this question, but I just don't know how to answer it, because I just feel that one should just be their own personality. One should at least just, you know, kind of be just the way they are. The reason is that because I think I'm just the way I am.
And you've managed to stay that for over 2 decades and running, which is not easy.
No, I mean, it's fine. You have to keep also changing with each era, with each year, learning, evolving, kind of trying to do, you know, you're making your choices braver, bolder, you know, something.
Absolutely.
Keep evolving as a person also, so that then that also helps in your performances.
Right. And as we promote Lal Singh Chadda, I know how much invested you're in every role that you choose. And you also say no to a lot of stuff that comes your way as an actor, right? At this stage, what excites you as an actor? What are you hungry for? What are you looking out for?
I think the pandemic has changed everybody's thoughts, you know, like in terms of like films, content, cinema, whatever they're watching. So it's changed my thought as well. So I want to also do something and work with people I've never worked with. Like now I'm working with Sujoy and Jaideep and Vijay. It's a different project. They're different actors. I'm a different actor. So I want to do things that I've probably never done or worked with people I've never worked with. And that's, the only way that will keep me also growing.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a conscious decision.
And you have a very exciting slate. I mean, these are just few of the titles you mentioned, but all the roles are so diverse.
Yeah, they will all be.
And for fans, it's a treat.
Yeah.
Because we get to see you do different things.
Yeah. Even in Lal Singh, Rupa is the one that's got the arc that's the, graced, slightly more dark, slightly more like you don't know, more mysterious, just the way Jenny was in Forest. But it's a lot more emotional because we've also adapted it to Indian audiences in the Indian palette.
Absolutely. And also what is interesting is your approach towards these films and these roles. You keep getting asked this question. A lot of actresses keep getting asked this question. What happens after marriage? What happens after 40? What happens? Are there roles written for women? It's a question that women constantly keep getting asked. And you've also answered this in the past. But now I want to ask you, does ageism still exist? Does sexism still exist?
No, I think only on social media, not actually in life, because it makes good topic and you're constantly like talking about it. You're constantly, it gives a topic of discussion. People are writing articles, debates are happening and everything. But I mean, in the reality of situation is that we're still working. Everyone's getting their work. If you're talented, you will get work.
Yeah.
If you're looking good, you will get work. If you're, being yourself, you'll get work. So you have to have the confidence in yourself also, And today, I think everybody is doing great work.
Yeah.
Age is just a number. I mean, people are doing different characters. And you're as old as you look, So I think that's what you have to go by. I mean, it makes good copy to write things and say things and all that. But I think Twitter or in some platform में अच्छी होती है कि ये discussion चलना कि ageism, sexism, ये है, वो है. But your decisions should speak that. I mean, I'm still working. I worked throughout my pregnancies, and people who have a problem with it don't take me. But the fact is that I've shot with Amir even when I was 5.5 months pregnant. Yeah. Alia's still pregnant and working and continuing to work. So it's up to the person to break boundaries. You also have to kind of take and try and, take up the challenge.
You mentioned Twitter. And I see you, we get to see a glimpse of your life on Instagram.
Yeah.
You also share what you want to share.
Yeah.
There's a certain line I'm guessing you draw.
Yeah.
Where you think, okay, this is too much. You just had a sigh. I want to understand what is your take on cancel culture? Because social media is so quick to cancel films, cancel actors, say that rubbish film came out, it's not working.
Of course, because the accessibility is there. Today, everyone has a voice. Today, there are different platforms. I mean, everyone has an opinion. So now if that is going to be there, then you have to learn to ignore certain things. Otherwise, then it will just become impossible to live your life.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't take any of this seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, okay, everyone, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
Yeah.
So that's it. But the audiences, and if it's a good film, I believe that it will surpass anything. Film has to be good for that.
Yeah.
There could be a reason why also people are, talking about a particular film. So I think that good films will surpass anything.
Are you somebody who's very attached to a film even post-release, or on a Friday you let go very easily? What kind of an actor are you?
No, I let go.
Yeah.
I'm like a bird, I fly. And that's just the way to live life. And I live my life like that. I've never been... Also, I've learned over the years not to be so attached. Every day it's not going to be like, wow, happiness. If there's happiness, there's sadness. कुछ फिल्में चलेंगी, कुछ फिल्में नहीं चलेंगी. So you have to also have the confidence and the courage to be a part of this profession.
Absolutely. It's not a bed of roses at all. So what is your reaction when, say, a film doesn't do well? Like right now, Shamshera hasn't done well. Every actor from the film is coming out and apologizing on Twitter as if they're almost made to apologize. The director has come out and written a note. Sanjay Raut came out and wrote a note. Ranveer, of course, is not on social media.
Yeah.
But as somebody who's part of the family, what do you feel?
I mean, I'm nobody to talk about a particular film because A, I haven't seen the film. B, I have no... I think everyone operates differently. Everyone kind of treats and takes their film very differently. And some people, like I said, are very attached. Some people are not. So, it's a very individualistic kind of thing. Every actor operates and comes from a different area. Every director does. So I think to comment on that would be very wrong on my part.
That's true. And also, interestingly, you work with all the Khans. You keep getting this question, and they are so possessive of you. They speak so fondly of you, whether it is Shah Rukh, whether it is Amir, or whether it is Salman. In the making of this film, because you and Amir have not only delivered one of the biggest blockbusters of all time, but the fact that he is so, he's so giving in terms of praising you in his interviews, talking about you. What did you discover about him in this film? Something different from before?
No, Amir is nothing short of a thespian, I think. I think he's someone who's just been unbelievable. Someone whose gumption, whose bravery, whose dedication, whose craft has nothing. I mean, you just have to salute it. Because he truly comes from a different direction from anyone else. Because the kind of like, it's just a different high when you're working with Amir. Because he's, he just wants from the lightman to, the person in art direction, the person who's giving you chai, the person who's making the chai, the person who's doing it. Everybody has to be involved in the shot. Everybody has to know what's happening in the film. So he just, his operandi is very different, the way he operates. And no one really knows the real Amir, because I think he's never, from Rakh to Lal Singh Chaddha, you've never really seen Amir Khan on screen.
Yeah.
You've just seen the character, because that's his dedication, the way he is. I mean, he's been the pioneer of playing characters. I mean, today, even the young actors look up to Amir Khan because, he's probably been that. I mean, he did Rakh in his 20s, 30s. Yeah. Who would think of that? Way ahead of its time. Way ahead. He did, every film was way ahead of its time. I mean, today when you put on Rang De Basanti, you're like, oh my God, you're like proud that it's, a film from Indian cinema.
Yeah.
So he's given that to cinema. So, I mean, when he wants to do Lal Singh Chaddha and when he wants to play Forrest Gump, he's obviously has a reason for it. I mean, he's an actor for the last 40 years.
True.
And he wanted to adapt it in Hindi. And I think it's extremely brave of him to play this part, knowing that it's such an iconic film, and he has brought in his take to it.
Right.
Now, obviously, there will be comparisons.
Yes.
People will write.
That was my next question. What do you have to say to those who will?
Of course. They'll have a field day. People will go ballistic because, but you've asked for it. You're an iconic film. But I truly believe that it's a wonderful film because we've adapted it brilliantly. And it's something that you have to watch for the Indian palate also. Because we have seen Lal Singh Chaddha.
Yes.
The classes have seen Lal Singh Chaddha. People who watched English films have watched Lal Singh Chaddha. I mean, have watched Forrest Gump, but the masses have not seen it. So for them, it's a story that they're going to watch. So everyone has to be given a chance.
Right. You sort of wrote the Bible and the Dummy's Guide to sort of how to raise kids in the glaring eye of social media. I mean, when Taimur made national headlines, and that was just the onset of social media.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a different ballgame altogether. It's become something of its own. And Ranveer was asked this question recently, now that he's embracing fatherhood, and he said, Kareena's done it so effortlessly. When it comes to me, I'll figure out.
Yeah.
As a mother, I don't want to say piece of advice, but what would you want to tell Alia, if at all? Because she's going to be in that spot where you were a few years back.
I mean, I think that it's you have to just learn to live with it also. I mean, the more you try to, each to its own also, the more you try to kind of run away from it or control it or something, I don't know. I don't even think about it too much. I'm just like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Take a picture. Just finish it off. Just don't bother me after a point. It's like that. But obviously, I don't understand that what the reason is, that why, they would want to photograph him. I mean, my son today even asked me that why are they taking my picture?
Absolutely.
And you guys are famous, I'm not. He understands that, so I don't know why people don't.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's growing up now. So.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not famous. And I'm like, yeah, you're not. I mean, you have a long way to go, you're just a kid. So he knows that, so people should know that.
Yeah, I think that's rightly put, and to each his own, like you mentioned in the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another thing, obviously, that has sort of caught storm right now is Ranveer, and everybody's talking about that. What has been your take on this strange outrage, which is bizarre?
But I think that's what I'm saying. बोलने के लिए तो सबको बोलना है, and like I said, there's a ticket now, open ticket to everybody to start talking and having debates.
Yeah.
So It's like, chalo kar lo.
Might as well. Wash
I
your
think
hands.
everyone has a lot of free time also, maybe, because everybody has a take on everything. I don't know why it's such a big take, but like I said, that definitely just proves that we have a lot of free time on our hands.
Absolutely, couldn't say that better. When you see Alia and Janhvi, all these girls make reels, pure iconic dialogues, how does it feel? Because truly, I mean, are you aware of the fact that your dialogues are the biggest hit on every possible platform?
But I don't know. I think that it's just that they were iconic characters that obviously everyone feels and wants to portray and play, you know. So, yeah, it just feels nice, but that's okay. I don't take that too, like, seriously.
And finally, I want to ask you, you know, your fan base is loyal.
Loyal.
Over all the years, I haven't seen fans who have stayed through you through thick and thin, through ups and downs, through marriage and post that. What do you make of that? I mean, that truly is some sort of a fan base.
But we are nothing without them. We are nothing, we are not the stars. They are the real stars, because this word stars now today has no value.
True.
I think we are just people that are loved by our fans. They are the people that go and make us what we are. And I know that my loyal fan base is there, and I know that they're like really protecting me, even when I was not on social media, you know. So like, I know that. And it's just there, I think, because they can see that I'm real and I'm trying my best to do balance family and films and everything. And they kind of appreciate and love that.
Yeah, and I think they're in for a royal treat. Not just with Lal Singh Chadda, but your slate. I think it looks fantastic.
Joy and Hansal, and hopefully just trying to, like I said, evolve with the times. That's the whole idea, is that trying to choose content, keep moving forward. That's all.
I think you're going to set a new benchmark with these choices. Fingers crossed for that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kareena, for speaking to India Today.
Thank you.
रूपा मेरे साथ ब्याह करेगी?
तुम मुझे बहुत अच्छे लगते हो लाल, लेकिन हमारा कुछ नहीं हो सकता.
मेरी मम्मी कहती थी कि जिंदगी गोलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं परता. क्या पता हमें है कहानियां हैं, कहानी में हम.
It's time for a short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
Do you want to hear dead people? Well, you might in the near future through Alexa. Amazon is all set to go a notch higher in the tech world with the introduction of its latest feature of Alexa. During Amazon's Global Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Conference, Alexa AI gave an unusual demo by mimicking the voice of a dead relative to a child. Yes, you heard it right. Through the use of artificial intelligence and recent advancements in text-to-speech technology, Alexa will be able to mimic someone's voice using less than a minute of recording. The AI may not eliminate the loss of your loved ones, but it can definitely make their memories last longer. While this may be comforting for some people grieving, a lot of netizens are feeling uneasy about the whole idea. Especially Twitterati is quite apprehensive and using hashtags like creepy and morbid for this new Alexa feature.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are
Deepika Padukone and Ranveer Singh first turned showstoppers for fashion designer Manish Malhotra to mark 10 years of the Mijwan Couture show. And now the couple is setting the internet on fire with their pictures from the evening. Take a look. Deepika Padukone and Ranveer Singh turned heads as they walked the ramp for fashion designer Manish Malhotra to mark 10 years of Mijwan Couture show. And now the couple is setting the internet on fire with their pictures from the evening. Deepika turned showstopper with Ranveer in an ivory ensemble with intricate embroidery on the lehenga and a cape-style dupatta. While Ranveer, on the other hand, wore a black royal kurta with floral motifs in white and gold embroidery. Interestingly, the duo stole show not only with their debut appearance for the show as a couple, but also for the compliments that Ranveer showered upon Deepika.
The best thing to have ever happened to me, baby. Achieving things on a global stage that are unprecedented for an Indian artist. You make your own path as you go. And through all of your achievements, really just living a life of purpose. I find that hugely inspiring. I admire you, I love you, and you're really the best thing that ever happened to me.
Guys, this is my fiance Zain. That's Alicia, my cousin. Nice to meet you.
क्या बात है टी? टस्कनी में शादी कर रही है?
I hope so.
On work front, Deepika, who was last seen in Gehraiya, has a couple of interesting projects lined up. Including Pathaan with Shah Rukh Khan. Directed by Siddharth Anand, the film, which also stars John Abraham, is all set to roll out in cinemas on January 25th, 2023.
नाम रखने वाला भी नहीं था. अगर कुछ था, तो बस यही एक देश.
She also has Fighter alongside Hrithik Roshan in her kitty. Ranveer Singh, who on the other hand recently made headlines for his nude photo shoot, was last seen on Bear Grylls' show.
तू दुनिया घूम ले, मेरे जैसा आशिक तेरे को मिलेगा नहीं. मेरी हर सांस में जो ताकत है ना, आपके प्यार की है. Will you say something with me? जय बजरंगबली! जय
And has now wrapped up Karan Johar's Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani, which also stars Alia Bhatt and is set to release in February 2023. He also has Rohit Shetty's Circus, which is slated to hit cinemas on Christmas 2022. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. S.S. Rajamouli praised Kicha Sudeep for his performance in Vikrant Rona. Chiranjeevi, on the other hand, is gearing up for a dance number with Salman Khan for his upcoming film Godfather. This and much more, here's our popular segment, What's Trending.
ಬಾಸಾತೀಗ ಗುರಿಯೊಂದೇ ಹಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹಲ್ಲು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ರಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ರಕ್ತ.
Kicha Sudeep starrer Vikrant Rona opened to a great start at the box office. Though the film has received mixed reviews, celebrities and fans have been lauding the actor. Ace filmmaker S.S. Rajamouli is the latest to join the bandwagon. He took to social media to praise Kicha Sudeep for his performance in the film.
ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೋಟ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್. ವಿಕ್ರಾಂತ್ ರೋಣ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಇದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಏನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಕಾರಣ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
He wrote and we quote, "Congratulations Kicha Sudeep on the success of Vikrant Rona. It takes guts and belief to invest on such a line. You did and it paid off. Pre-climax, the heart of the film was superb. Couldn't see that coming and it was too good. Special mention to Goody's friend Bhaskar." After receiving love from SS Rajamouli, Kicha Sudeep also wrote a thank you note for him. Written and directed by Anup Bhandari, Vikrant Rona is a fantasy action adventure film and also features Jacqueline Fernandez, Nirup Bhandari and Neeta Ashok in pivotal roles. That's not all. The film that rolled out in cinemas on July 29th has also minted 80 crores on its first weekend as per the reports. Chiranjeevi took to social media to share this silhouette picture of him and Salman Khan from the sets of his upcoming film Godfather. Sharing the details behind the photo, the superstar captioned the post as, "Getting on to the dance floor with Bhai Salman Khan for Godfather and some rocking moves by Prabhudeva are coming your way. Super thrills guaranteed." Earlier, Chiranjeevi had also dropped a welcome on board post for Salman Khan, after which several pictures of him from the sets of the film went viral on social media.
ആ ദൈവത്തിന് മക്കളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, വലിയ സൈന്യമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
Directed by Mohan Raj, Godfather is the official Telugu remake of Mohanlal's hit Malayalam movie Lucifer.
ദൈവം ഒരു വലിയ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ രാജാവായിരുന്നതുകൊണ്ട്
The film also stars Nayanthara in lead role and will see Salman Khan doing a cameo as he marks his debut in Telugu film industry. Parineeti Chopra has been roped in to play the lead role opposite Akshay Kumar in his yet-to-be-titled film. Confirming the same, actress took to social media to share this photo where she can be seen posing with Akshay in New York City. She captioned the post as, "We are back. This time, the Kesri duo may be shooting in York, but the laughs, jokes, games and Punjabi gupshup is the same." Earlier, a picture of Akshay Kumar from the sets of this untitled film went viral on social media. In the photo, he can be seen standing in the middle of a field in a maroon turban. Directed by Tinu Suresh Desai, the film is based on the true story of Chief Mining Engineer Jaswant Gill, who rescued miners stuck inside the coal mine. Kiara Advani turned a year older, and to celebrate her birthday, several celebrities including Shahid Kapoor poured in wishes for her. One of them was also her rumoured boyfriend Siddharth Malhotra, who shared this behind-the-scenes video in which they were seen goofing around during the promotion of their latest film Shersha. Hey buddy, kaisa hai yaar tu? The actor captioned the post as, "Happy birthday Ki. Cheers to many more BTS and fun moments. Big love and hug." The rumoured couple is currently spending time in Dubai, as pictures of them posing with their fans against the same backdrop are going viral on social media. Siddharth and Kiara are rumoured to be dating each other for a while now. However, the couple is yet to officially confirm the news. Earlier, rumors were doing the rounds that the couple parted ways, but they rubbished it by attending Salman Khan's sister Arpita Khan's Eid party together. On work front, Kiara is riding high on success of her two recent outings.
नड्डांची एक दोन वाक्य ही हे बिहारमधले मुद्दे आहेत जे मला आता ई पेपर आपल्या त्याच्यातनं तुम्ही काढले. आता त्याच्यात त्यांनी काय म्हटलेलं आहे की लोक 20-30 वर्ष इतर पक्षात काम करून भाजपात येतात, म्हणजे यांचं कर्तृत्व एक शून्य, यांच्याकडे काही आचार विचार असं काही नाहीये. भाजप सोबत लढणारी किंवा लढणारा आज कुठलाच राष्ट्रीय स्तरावरील पक्ष नाही, कुठलाच विचार पक्षांकडे नाही. हे फार भयानक आहे. आणखी पुढे जे आहे त्यांचं म्हणणं असं आहे की हा एकच म्हणजे इतर संपले, जे संपले नाहीत ते संपतील आणि फक्त आपण टिकणार. हे जे त्यांचं वक्तव्य आहे हे देशाला एकछत्री किंबहुना हुकुमशाहीकडे नेणारं वक्तव्य आहे. ओडिसा एक व्यक्तीचा पक्ष, तेलंगणा, तामिळनाडू, महाराष्ट्रात शिवसेना जी संपण्याच्या मार्गावर आहे ते त्यांनी प्रयत्न करूनच बघावा. राष्ट्रवादी कुटुंबाचा पक्ष, काँग्रेस पण भाऊ बहिणीचा पक्ष, भाजपाला वंशवादाच्या विरोधात लढायचे आहे. पहिला भाजपचा वंश कुठून सुरू झाला हा पण एक महत्वाचा मुद्दा आहे, कारण तेच म्हणतात की इतर पक्षात काम केले.
इम्पॉर्टंट इशू.
इतर पक्षातले लोक जर त्यांच्याकडे येणार असतील तर भाजपचा वंश तरी नेमका कोणता आहे. आणि आजचं जे राजकारण चाललेलं आहे ते अत्यंत निर्गुण आणि घृणास्पद आहे, अत्यंत निर्गुण आणि घृणास्पद आहे. म्हणजे त्यांच्यासोबत हे राजकारण मी समजू शकतो. आपले जे गुलाम होतील ते काही काळ आपले, त्यांचं काम संपल्यानंतर नवीन गुलाम येतील, हे गुलाम जातील. हे गुलामगिरीकडे आणि त्याचा सगळ्यांनी प्रत्येक पातळीवरती विरोध करायला पाहिजे. संजय राऊत बद्दल मला नक्कीच अभिमान आहे, कारण पक्ष वाढवत आहेत. ठीक आहे, एक गोष्ट म्हटल्यानंतर आपण साधारणतः बुद्धिबळाशी त्याची तुलना करतो, पण आजचं राजकारण जे आहे त्याच्यामध्ये बुद्धीचा नाही पत्ता, फक्त बळाचा वापर चाललेला आहे. आणि नुसतं बळ आज तुमच्याकडे आहे म्हणून तुम्ही जर का इतरांना संपवण्याच्या मागे लागणार असाल तर नसतात. दिवस एक फिरतात आणि मग दिवस एकदा फिरले की तुमचं काय होईल याचा विचार सुद्धा नड्डाची आवश्यकता आहे. संजय राऊत बद्दल नक्कीच अभिमान आहे. संजय माझा जुना मित्र आहे. आत्ताच मी त्याच्या कुटुंबियांची भेट घेऊन आलो. आई, बहिणी.
संजय राऊत, आय एम प्राउड ऑफ संजय राऊत. ही इज अन ओल्ड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन. आय मेट हिज फॅमिली मेंबर्स.
शिवसैनिक आहे, निर्भीड आहे आणि जे पटत नाही तो बोलतोय आणि ज्या पद्धतीने त्याला
नॉट अफ्रेड ऑफ एनीवन.
एक वाक्य चांगलं आहे, मरण आलं तरी परवा नाही पण मी शरण जाणार नाही. हे फार महत्वाचं आहे आणि तोही शरण जाऊ शकला असता. जे जे शरण तिकडे गेलेत, मी असं म्हणेन की आंघोळीला गेलेले आहेत आणि जोपर्यंत सत्तेचा फेस त्यांच्या शरीराभोवती आहे तोपर्यंत आमच्यावरती ते टीका करू शकतात. तो फेस गेल्यानंतर त्यांच्या परिस्थितीची त्यांना जाणीव होईल. सत्तेचा फेस एकदा का उतरला की ते काय आहेत हे लोकांसमोर येईल. तूर्त मला असं वाटतं की आज एक जुनी आठवण जे शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी मलाही सांगितलेले आहे आणि मला असं वाटतं की भाषणात सुद्धा सांगितलेली आहे की दुसरं महायुद्ध जेव्हा पेटलेलं होतं त्यावेळेला हिटलर जोरात होता आणि एक काळ असा आला होता आता
हिटलर
रोज कुठे ना कुठेतरी बॉम्ब टाकायचा आणि त्यावेळेला मात्र
इट वॉज प्रेडिक्टेड दॅट हिटलर विल कॉन्कर द वर्ल्ड.
ब्रिटनमध्ये होते, मूळचे ते न्यूझीलंडचे. डेव्हिड लो एक व्यंगचित्र काढायचे आणि हिटलर नामोहरम व्हायचा. म्हणजे हिटलरची तळपाई.
I remember David Low. Somebody told me that David Low, one of the cartoonists from London,
याला घेऊन या जिंदा या मुर्दा
used to portray one cartoon and Hitler used to get disturbed.
तशी परिस्थिती आज आपल्या देशात व्हायला लागलेली आहे की विरोधात जर का
and Hitler used to order his people that arrest David Low,
बऱ्या बोलाने म्हणजे दमदाटी आणि
bring him to Germany. This is what is happening in India. The people who are not listening to the government are being arrested.
कारण शेवटी 4 स्तंभ आपण आपल्या लोकशाहीचे मानतो आणि या स्तंभांपैकी बाकीचे स्तंभ त्याच्यात एक तुमचा सुद्धा आला आणि तुमच्याच पैकी एक आज त्याला अटक झालेली आहे. ही अटक आणि सगळ्या गोष्टी बघितल्यानंतर मला तर जसं नितीन गडकरी म्हणाले तसं आता वाटायला लागलेलं आहे.
आफ्टर सीइंग ऑल दीज थिंग्स द वे
आता घृणास्पद व्हायला लागलेले आहे.
people are being treated in the politics today, I also feel like what Nitin Gadkari said few days back.
जर का हाऊस असेल तर तुम्ही जनतेसमोर जा. जसे तुमचे काही विचार इतरांना विचार नाही आहेत तर तुमचं काम सोपं असायला पाहिजे. तुम्ही तुमचे विचार मांडा. ज्यांच्याकडे विचार असतील किंवा नसतील ते त्यांचे मुद्दे मांडतील आणि जो काही निर्णय आहे तो जनतेला घेता येईल जे आजपर्यंत करत आले. अगदी काँग्रेस सुद्धा 60-65 वर्ष काँग्रेसने राज्य केलं. आज काँग्रेसची परिस्थिती बघितल्यानंतर लगेच जे कोणी सत्तेत बसलेले आहेत त्यांनी मोठमोठ्या बड्या मारण्यामध्ये काही अर्थ नाहीये. कारण
Congress also ruled this country for 60-65 years. Look at what has happened to Congress. So the people who are sitting in power today should understand
2.5 वर्षाच्या काळामध्ये
from the example of Congress.
मुख्यमंत्री पदाची हवा गेली नव्हती. ती मी जाऊ दिली नव्हती आणि मला त्याचा स्पर्शही झाला नव्हता. याचं कारण शिवसेना प्रमुख जे सांगायचे की या सगळ्या ज्या गोष्टी असतात पदं असतील सत्ता असेल येते जाते परत येते पण तू नेहमी लोकांशी नम्र राहा. लोकांशी नेहमी नम्र राहा. मी नम्र राहण्याचा प्रयत्न नेहमी करत आलेलो आहे. आज मात्र ज्यांच्या डोक्यात हवा गेलेली आहे त्यांनाही मी सांगू इच्छितो की निर्गुणपणाने वागू नका. दिवस आणि काळ हा सगळ्यांसाठी नेहमी चांगलाच असतो असं नाही.
I just want to tell the people who are in the power today
काळ बदलल्यानंतर
do not behave
आपण जसे
like
लोकांशी
this.
वागलोय तसा तो बदललेला काळ हा कदाचित जास्त निर्गुणपणाने आणि दुष्टपणाने तुमच्याशी वागू शकतो.
Tomorrow
किंवा शकेल
you might not be in power.
ही संस्कृती
Time will tell.
आजपर्यंत तरी नाही आहे ती याच्या पुढे येऊ देऊ
Time will take revenge.
शिंदेनी असं काल म्हटलं होतं जेव्हा ते दौऱ्यात होते आता की जुन्या गोष्टी आहेत मीही बोलू शकतो अनेक गोष्टी.
जाऊ द्या त्याच्यावरती मी काय उत्तर देणार नाही. आमच्या केदारनी त्याला उत्तर चांगलं दिलेलं आहे. केदार निगेने उत्तर दिलेलं आहे आणि मला त्याच्याबद्दल काय बोलायचं
जे विधान आहे
ते फार घातक आहे आणि गंभीर आहे.
ते लक्षात घेता प्रादेशिक पक्षांची एकजूट असावी यासाठी आता पुन्हा म्हणजे हा जो मुद्दा ऐरणीवर आलेला आहे
एकच हा महत्वाचा मुद्दा तुम्ही मांडलात. प्रादेशिक पक्षाची एकजूट हा एक पुढचा टप्पा झाला पण प्रादेशिक पक्ष संपवण्याचं जे भाजपचं कारस्थान आहे
BJP is trying to finish off the regional parties.
मला शब्द मुद्दा म्हणून वापरत नाही. कोश्यारींच्या उद्गारातून
We can understand that from what Bhagat Singh Koshari said few days back.
म्हणजे
And today even JP Nadda has said it.
हिंदूंमध्ये पुन्हा सांगतो हिंदूंमध्ये फूट पाडायची भाषिक ती फूट भाषिक भाषा भिंती त्याच्यात उभ्या करायच्या आणि स्थानिक अस्मिता ही चिरडून टाकायची. म्हणजे मराठी माणसाला मराठी असं राजकारण करायचं आणि आपल्या विरोधात जर कोण असतील तर त्यांना चिरडून टाकायचं. असं हे भाजपाचं कारस्थान आता.
And they are also trying to throttle the voices who are opposing them.
सर एक प्रश्न असा आहे की ज्याप्रमाणे आपण प्रादेशिक पक्षांना ताकद देण्याची गोष्ट करता ममता बॅनर्जी या ठिकाणी आल्या आणि सगळ्यांना एकत्र करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला परंतु तो प्रयोग मात्र राष्ट्रपती उपराष्ट्रपतीच्या या निवडणुकीमध्ये
शेवटी एक लक्षात घ्या त्याही वेळेला म्हणजे तेव्हा आणीबाणीच्या वेळेला आणीबाणीला एक अनुशासन देशाला अनुशासन पाहिजे म्हणून शिवसेनेने जरूर पाठिंबा दिला होता. कारण ते पुन्हा त्याच्यावर ते बोलतील तुम्हीच पाठिंबा दिला होता. हो ते अनुशासनासाठी कारण तो सगळा इतिहास आणीबाणीचा काढला तर त्या सगळ्या गोष्टी तुम्हाला दिसतील. पण तेव्हा सगळेजण ज्यांचा राजकारणाशी संबंध नव्हता म्हणजे अगदी आपले पु ल देशपांडे मी महाराष्ट्र पुरतं बोलतोय दुर्गाबाई भागवत वगैरे हे सुद्धा साहित्यिक विचारवंत की त्यांना कळत होतं की अरे हे योग्य नाही चाललेलं आहे. त्यांनी परिणामाची पर्वा न करता त्या लोकशाहीच्या होमकुंडामध्ये उडी मारली होती आणि लोकशाही जिवंत ठेवली होती. तर मला असं वाटतं की एखादी गोष्ट म्हणजे असं राष्ट्रपतींची निवडणूक असेल आणखीन गोष्ट असेल त्याच्यावरनं लगेच तुमचं ऐक्य होणार की नाही हे काही अवलंबून नसतं. आता सुद्धा वेळ गेलेली नाही म्हणण्यापेक्षा अजून वेळ पूर्ण आलेली नाहीये पण ती वेळ जाण्याच्या आधी किंवा वेळ येण्याच्या आधी देशातील सर्व राजकीय पक्षांनी म्हणण्यापेक्षा सर्व जनतेने विचार करण्याची वेळ आता आलेली आहे.
काही लोकांनी म्हणतो जेव्हा ईडीच्या चौकशा सुरू झाल्या की तुम्ही माझ्यापाशी जुळवून घ्या
म्हणून मी म्हणताना हमाममध्ये गेले तो सत्तेचा फेस आहे त्यांच्या शरीरावर. तो फेस गेल्यानंतर मग काय दृश्य असतं ते मला बोलायचं नाहीये तर ते कळेल. पण याच्यात मला मी पुन्हा सांगतो की जसं आता माझ्या बाजूला अरविंद आहेत वायकर आहेत सुनील आहेत असे अनेक म्हणजे कोणतरी एक दलाल बोललाय की आता यांना आमदार आणि खासदार शोधावे लागतात. एक दलाल कोणतरी बोललाय, दलाल आहे तो. तर आमदार आणि खासदार ठीक आहे, पण माझ्या बरोबर आहे ते दमदार आणि वफादार आहेत.
All these people sitting next to me like Arvind and everybody, they are all very loyal to me. They can call us Dalal, but these are actually the Wafadar people. They are the honest loyalists and my close aides.
जैसे मैंने अभी अभी कहा कि नड्डा साहब ने जो भी कल कुछ भाषण दिया है, क्या उसमें आपको प्रजातंत्र दिखाई दे रहा है? सिर्फ एक ही पार्टी, मतलब उनकी जो पार्टी है वही रहनी चाहिए और वही रहेगी, और बाकी सारे पार्टी, जितनी सारे पक्ष हैं, सारी पार्टियां हैं, वो खत्म हो जाएगी. आज तक हम मानते थे कि ये शतरंज, यानी कि मराठी में कहते बुद्धिबल, तो इसमें शतरंज नहीं है, बुद्धि का कोई ठिकाना नहीं है, सिर्फ बल वापरले जाते हैं, शक्ति का उपयोग किया जा रहा है. और अगर ऐसे ही आपका तरीका होगा तो मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं, जमाना एक रहता नहीं, सारे लोगों के लिए दिन जो है बदलते रहते हैं. अच्छे दिन, बुरे दिन, अच्छे दिन कब आएंगे वो बात अलग थी, लेकिन ऐसे लोगों के बुरे दिन तो जरूर आते हैं. और आप जैसे बर्ताव उस वक्त अन्य लोगों के साथ करते हो, शायद उससे बुरा बर्ताव उस वक्त जनता आपके साथ कर सकती है. तो मेरी विनती है कि जो भी विचार अगर आपके पास है, सोच आपके पास है, जनता के सामने आइए. हमारी सोच जो भी है हम जनता के सामने रख रहे हैं, आप भी सोच रखिए और जनता के ऊपर फैसला छोड़ दो. जिसको प्रजातंत्र कहते हैं, जरा मतलब पूर्ण तरीके से उसे प्रजातंत्र कहते हैं. ये अगर आप ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई, तो फिर प्रजातंत्र कहाँ रहा? जितने हमारे सारे लोग गए हैं, मैंने कहा कि वो तो गए, उनके हमाम में गए हैं, हमाम में गए हैं वो. अब वो मजा ले रहे हैं, लेने दो, लेकिन जब पानी बंद हो जाएगा तो क्या करेंगे आप? हिटलर का एक एग्जाम्पल मेरे पिताजी ने दिया था, क्योंकि मेरे पिताजी आप सारे जानते हो कि वो तो शिवसेना प्रमुख, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट, एक ही हिंदू हृदय सम्राट आज तक जो हुए वो है. और साथ ही साथ उनकी करियर की शुरुआत वो व्यंग्य चित्रकार थे, कार्टूनिस्ट. और डेविड लो ब्रिटेन के कार्टूनिस्ट है, जो ओरिजिनल न्यूजीलैंड से आए हुए थे, उनको अपना गुरु मानते थे. तो उन्होंने, मेरे पिताजी ने कहा था, मुझे भी कहा था, और शायद मैं मानता हूं कि पब्लिकली भी कहा था, कि जब सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा. तो उस वक्त डेविड लो, मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था, और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था. और ऐसे कहा जाता है कि हिटलर ने उस वक्त अपने सारे लोगों को कहा था कि ये व्यक्ति है कौन, है कहाँ, इसे लेके आओ, जिंदा या मुर्दा जैसे है उसे लेके आओ. तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है. जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए, जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है, तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं. बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है तो निकलते.
संजय राउत साहब ने कल कहा कि मैं झुकूंगा नहीं और शरण भी नहीं जाऊंगा. उनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई, उस पर आपकी टिप्पणी क्या है, क्योंकि आज आप परिवार से भी मिलकर आए?
नहीं, मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है. और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए, ठीक है पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं. जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए, और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता. जो भी लोग कह रहे थे कि हम बाला साहब की जो भी हमारे पास एक शिक्षा थी, शिक्षा म्हणजे मराठीतली नाही, शिकवण ज्याला म्हणतो, उसके ऊपर हम हमारा आगे की दिशा तय कर रहे हैं, तो ये बाला साहब ने दिखाई नहीं, दिशा नहीं है.
एक प्रश्न असा आहे की आपण जे बोलले की तो वेळ यायची आहे विरोधकांना एकत्र घेण्याची,
यायची आहे नाही, वेळ गेलेली नाही किंवा आलेली नाही. आता आपण मध्ये आहोत. आणि आता हे काल नड्डांचं जे भाषण आलेलं आहे ते फार घातक आहे की सगळे पक्ष संपतील किंवा आम्ही संपवू, असा त्याचा कंसातला अर्थ आहे.
पण माझा प्रश्न असा आहे की भाजपचाही हिंदुत्व आहे, शिवसेनेचं हिंदुत्व.
आता हे विषय सगळे झालेले आहेत.
शिवांगी फ्रॉम जी न्यूज, मेरा सवाल ये है कि मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे वो ये कहते हैं कि रोज सुबह उठकर 8 बजे बजने वाला भोपू अब अंदर चला गया. मुख्यमंत्री पद पर बैठे व्यक्ति को इस तरह का वक्तव्य जो है वो एक सांसद के लिए देना चाहिए, आप क्या कहते हैं?
मैं उसके ऊपर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, कारण मुळामध्ये त्यांचं सगळं सरकारच कोर्टात चॅलेंज झालेलं आहे. नहीं, पूरी सरकार जो है उसी को हमने चैलेंज किया है कोर्ट में, अदालत में. तो फिलहाल मुझे उसके ऊपर कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं है.
बंगालमध्ये पण जी परिस्थिती पाहायला मिळते कुठेतरी तुम्ही प्रादेशिक पक्षाच्या नेत्यांशी संपर्क करताय किंवा तुम्हाला कोणी संपर्क केलाय, काही चर्चा झाली?
असं आहे की ममता दीदी आहेत, केसीआर आहेत, अशी काही लोक हे संपर्कात आहेत. पण जसं मी म्हटलं ना, काल आता यांचा मुखवटा पूर्ण बाजूला झाला आणि जसं मी परवा आपल्या कोश्यारींना एक धन्यवाद दिले होते की तुमच्या पोटातलं ओठावरती आलं अनावधानाने की महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मराठी माणूस किंवा मराठी अस्मिता चिरडण्याचं जे तुमचं स्वप्न आहे ते तुम्ही कदाचित अनावधानाने आमच्यासमोर आणलं. तसंच काल भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष जे आहेत त्यांच्या पोटातलं ओठावरती आलं की त्यांना या देशात आता दुसरे कोणतेही पक्षच नको आहेत, म्हणजे हुकुमशाही पाहिजे याचा असा त्याचा अर्थ झाला.
संजय राऊतांना अटक केल्यानंतर काल शरद पवारांचं अजून एकही वक्तव्य आलं नाहीये. तुम्ही पण
बोला.
तर अशी एक चर्चा आहे की संजय राऊतांना एकटं पाडलं जात आहे का, यावर तुम्हाला?
मला या फालतू प्रश्नांना उत्तर द्यायची नाहीये, कारण मी आता संजयच्या घरी जाऊन आलो. पुन्हा एकदा सांगतो की संजय आणि आमचे कौटुंबिक चांगले संबंध आहेत.
Sanjay Raut is like my family. I just went to his house.
करतोय तो एक कट्टर शिवसैनिक आहे आणि
he is a true Shiv Sena.
दंडेलशाही विरुद्ध न झुकता लढू शकतो ही एक ठिणगी नक्कीच त्यांनी टाकलेली आहे.
Uddhav Thackeray right there going on to say he's proud of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut is like his family. He just mentioned, he said that he is the true Shiv Sainik. He's Kattar Shiv Sainik, the true Shiv Sainik. And I just went and met him at his house as well. He is my family. And gone ahead and defended Sanjay Raut on the back of all these allegations that we're seeing in the Patra Chawl scam. Devesh is now joining us for the latest. Devesh, for our viewers who have just tuned in, since Uddhav Thackeray's press conference was in Marathi and we tried our level best to translate, why don't you encapsulate first the big points mentioned by Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, Nabila, Uddhav Thackeray did mention that whatever is happening, he is proud of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut is he's a strong person. He's not scared of anyone. He could have gone with the rebel faction, but he did not go with the rebel faction. He also went on to give examples stating that, hinting at one particular party, that if this party is now this party is now in power, and that is why they are targeting the opposition, they are targeting other parties, but the days will always not remain the same. Days will change, and a time will come when they will also have to face consequences. But he also went on to mention, he mentioned that he met the family of Sanjay Raut. He visited his residence. He met the family of Sanjay Raut. Other than that, Uddhav Thackeray did mention that there are cases being made, specific people are being targeted. Sanjay Raut had always been vocal and he was working for the party, working for Shiv Sena. He has grown the party, he has helped the party grow. Other than that,
all right, Sanjay Raut's ED case hearing is underway. That's the breaking story that is coming in at this point. Devesh still continues to remain on our broadcast. Sanjay Raut's ED case hearing underway. On your screens right now, the latest coming in, ED has accused Raut of influencing the witnesses. This is a big charge. Devesh, big charge coming in that the Enforcement Directorate says that he's gone ahead and influenced witnesses.
Remember, India Today had exclusively reported that one of the crucial witnesses in the Patra Chawl case, Swapna Patkar, had been receiving threats. She had received a threat letter in which she was threatened of rape and murder if she doesn't take back the statement or she doesn't withdraw the statement given to the Enforcement Directorate. Swapna Patkar is a key witness, crucial witness in this case. She is a joint owner of 8 land parcels that were bought in Alibag by Sanjay Raut. The land parcels were jointly held in the name of Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, and Swapna Patkar had claimed that the money paid for these land parcels was paid by Sanjay Raut, of which a large percentage was paid in cash. Even the sellers of this land revealed this to the Enforcement Directorate officers that 60 to 70% of the amount was paid in cash. And these land parcels are worth crores of rupees, and the 60-70% of this amount was paid in cash. Other than that, Praveen Raut, regarding Praveen Raut, ED has informed the court that Praveen Raut, the accused arrested in Patra Chawl case in the month of February, was acting as a front for Sanjay Raut. We'd been reporting this, that Praveen Raut was acting as a front of Sanjay Raut, and that is what ED had gathered during investigation. Praveen Raut had been booking tickets, flight tickets, booking holiday packages for Sanjay Raut and family members. They'd been traveling together, and Praveen Raut's land parcel in Palghar was also attached when the attachment in Alibag was done by Enforcement Directorate in the month of April. Other than that, there is a construction company that was floated by Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut and Praveen Raut's wife Madhuri. Madhuri had also transferred more than 1 crore rupees to Varsha Raut, and this money was received. This money was part of the proceeds of crime that was received from the Patra Chawl scam. And that is the evidence, that is a crucial piece of evidence that ED has found during investigation. ED also went on to say that Sanjay Raut had twice not appeared before ED despite being issued summons, after which ED on yesterday raided his residence, carried out search, and then he was issued summons again, brought into ED office, questioned for over 6 hours, and then placed under arrest post midnight.
And the Enforcement Directorate now, Divyesh, is likely to seek how many days custody in this case, and what are the arguments in defense that you're picking up from your sources that Raut's lawyers are likely to make in court?
Well, as of now, the Special Public Prosecutor for Enforcement Directorate, Hitin Venegaonkar, is informing the court regarding the evidence that was found during investigation against Sanjay Raut. He's providing information regarding the conspiracy, regarding the fruits of crime, the proceeds of crime being enjoyed by Sanjay Raut and family members from the Patra Chawl case. The defense is yet to start arguing in this case. Defense is yet to make any statements in this case. Chaiti.
All right, so defense is still to make any statement in this case. The case hearing has just begun. It is underway as we speak, and the defense is still to start making its arguments in court. Divyesh is bringing us all the very latest in terms of all that is going on. Divyesh, multiple fronts, there are multiple allegations as well. As far as Sanjay Raut is concerned, his wife is concerned, the money laundering case, alleged irregularities involving redevelopment of the Patra Chawl is concerned, and there is also a charge of insulting the modesty of woman on the complaint lodged by the witness in the money laundering case. If you could walk our viewers through all that is going to be brought forth by the Enforcement Directorate in court today.
Well, there's a separate FIR that has been registered by the Mumbai police in connection with a viral audio clip between Sanjay Raut and Swapna Patkar. This is a 2021 clip, and regarding that, a case has been registered against Sanjay Raut. Sections 506, 509 and various other sections of IPC have been applied against Sanjay Raut. The sections mentioned in the FIR, I would like to read out the sections which have been mentioned in the FIR. 509, 506 and 504. threatening, outraging modesty of a woman and other sections have been applied against Sanjay Raut. This FIR was registered at the Wakola police station on Sunday, that is yesterday, on basis of which on basis of the complaint received from Swapna Patkar, the witness, the ED witness in this particular case. She has revealed that in this particular call,
ED has sought 8-day remand of Sanjay Raut on your screens right now. 8-day remand is what the Enforcement Directorate is seeking. Raut received 2 lakh rupees per month from aid is what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. There you go. You can see all the latest coming in. ED says Raut threatened the sellers and also he threatened the witnesses. Live updating on your screens right there. The fastest court updates here on India Today. Take a look at the flashes on your screens. The Enforcement Directorate has sought 8-day remand of Sanjay Raut. The arguments are underway. The defense is still to make their argument. ED going on to say Raut received 2 lakh rupees per month from aid. Then the ED has said that Sanjay Raut threatened sellers. He's threatened witnesses as well. Divyesh, grave charges against Sanjay Raut. We'll have to wait and watch to see what the defense has to say about these charges. Divyesh? Divyesh, can you hear me?
Argument by the public prosecutor in the case, Patra Chawl case, is still going on, and Hiten Venegaonkar, who is representing the Enforcement Directorate, has revealed that even the land parcels which were bought in Alibag by Sanjay Raut and family members it was bought from the proceeds of crime which were received from the Patra Chawl land scam. Praveen Raut, the director of Guru Ashish Constructions, had received around 100 crore rupees from SDIL, which was part of the proceeds of crime from the Patra Chawl land scam by selling the FSI of the land of the Patra Chawl land. And after that, a lot of money from this amount was transferred to close associates of Praveen Raut, and this also included Sanjay Raut and his family members. Varsha Raut had received around a crore and 6 lakh rupees. Other than that, cash was received by Sanjay Raut. That is what is being alleged, and this was used to purchase plots in Alibag, which have now been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. It has also come to light that on multiple occasions Praveen Raut booked flight tickets, booked hotels, booked holiday packages for Sanjay Raut and other people. ED also went on to say that Praveen Raut is a front for Sanjay Raut. So that is a very serious allegation. If Praveen Raut is a front for Sanjay Raut, that means Praveen Raut was acting on orders of Sanjay Raut, and his involvement in the Patra Chawl land scam was on orders or on orders of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut was directly involved in this case, and that is what the ED is claiming through their public prosecutor Hiten Venegaonkar. Cheti?
Yes, absolutely. And big charges that are coming in as far as ED is concerned vis-a-vis Sanjay Raut. We're getting the fastest court updates here on India Today. The defense is still to make arguments at this point of time. The ED has sought 8-day custody. Raut's lawyer, okay, there you go, has said that this is political vendetta. ED is saying that Raut has threatened the sellers and witnesses. So, Divyesh, there is the witnesses we know about that the ED has mentioned earlier, that charge, and an allegation that Raut threatened the witnesses. What about these sellers? Who are they referring to as far as the Patra Chawl case is concerned?
Well, there is a set of witnesses which mentions the people who sold their land parcels to Sanjay Raut, which was registered in the name of Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar. These sellers were threatened by Sanjay Raut, and the cost of the land was much higher than what it was sold for. Sanjay Raut allegedly threatened the sellers with dire consequences, with action against them, and that is how he managed to buy these 8 land parcels at Kihim Beach in Alibag. Other than that, another crucial witness of Enforcement Directorate is Swapna Patkar. We earlier pointed out that Swapna Patkar has already registered an FIR against Sanjay Raut. This was a call made by Sanjay Raut in 2016 where he had threatened the witness. Other than that, Swapna Patkar on 15th of July received a threat letter where she was threatened of rape and death threats were issued to her. She was asked to withdraw her statement given to Enforcement Directorate, and in her statement the information that Swapna Patkar had revealed, most of it was related to Sanjay Raut and his involvement in using the fruits of crime, the proceeds of crime that was received from Patra Chawl, and that is why Swapna Patkar was being threatened, and that is what ED is trying to inform the court. Cheti.
And as far as Swapna Patkar is concerned, these allegations are rather very grave in terms of the intimidation and threatening that she has ended up facing as well. We'll get you more details as we go along the way in terms of what we are picking up as far as the allegations that have been made by Swapna Patkar is concerned. What's interesting here is, Divyesh, that there has already been an FIR by this woman. On one side, you've got Shiv Sena crying political vendetta, but the woman has gone ahead and made an FIR in time. Is that correct?
Oh, well, yes, Swapna Patkar had earlier also been trying to file complaints, but her complaints were not addressed, and now an FIR has been registered against Sanjay Raut for threatening her, for abusing her, outraging her modesty. Other than that, a non-cognizable offence was also registered regarding the threat letter that she had received on 15th of July. This threat letter was put inside a newspaper that she received at her residence, and found that rape and death threats were issued to her, and it clearly indicated that she was being told to withdraw her statement given to ED, given to the Enforcement Directorate. She was called as a witness in the Patra Chawl land scam, and being a crucial witness, threat letters were being issued to her, and that is what the court is informing, that Sanjay Raut could be involved behind the threats issued to Swapna Patkar.
All right, thanks Divyesh. Stay on with us. We'll come back to you for more as the hearing is underway, and Divyesh is getting us all the live updates that are coming in this case. We're slipping to a very short commercial break. When we return, Amir Khan breaks silence on boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trend. He says he feels that some believe that he does not like India, pleads the fans to not boycott his film.
You are watching India Today.
Kim Tae-hyun, aka V of pop group BTS fame, well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and...
You are watching India Today.
10 days before his film Lal Singh Chaddha releases, Amir Khan has pleaded to the audience to watch his film Amir's comments come at a time when boycott Lal Singh Chadha has been trending on social media. Netizens have been outraging against Amir and his latest film, citing his former wife Kiran Rao's comments on intolerance, his alleged disrespect to Hindu gods in his film PK, and for meeting Turkish First Lady. Amir, when asked about the boycott call, said he feels sad that certain people think that he does not like India. He appealed to the audience to not boycott his film. Remember, Amir was dropped as the brand ambassador of Snapdeal over his comments on intolerance in India. Kareena Kapoor Khan, Amir's co-star in the film, has also been facing backlash for allegedly saying that people don't have to watch their films. Here's what she told India Today's entertainment editor Tushar Joshi on cancel culture.
What is your take on cancel culture? Because social media is so quick to cancel films, cancel actors, say that rubbish film came out, it's not working.
Of course, because the accessibility is there. Today, everyone has a voice. Today, there are different platforms. I mean, everyone has an opinion. So now if that is going to be there, then you have to learn to ignore certain things. Otherwise, then it will just become impossible to live your life.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, okay, everyone, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
Yeah.
So that's it. But the audiences, and if it's a good film, I believe that it will surpass anything. Film has to be good for that.
Yeah.
There could be a reason why also people are, talking about a particular film. So I think that good films will surpass anything.
All right, let's bring Dipali Patel to join us live for the very latest on this entire controversy. But Amir Khan going ahead and assuring his fans that he loves India, and he is now in the middle of this controversy 10 days before his film Lal Singh Chadha releases. He's pleaded to the audience, go ahead, watch the film. His comments are coming at a time when the trend on social media has been boycott Lal Singh Chadha. Netizens have been outraging. This is an outrage against Amir and his latest film, citing his former wife Kiran Rao's comments, if you remember, on intolerance, his alleged disrespect to Hindu gods in PK, and for meeting the Turkish First Lady. When Amir was asked about the boycott call, he said he feels that certain people think he does not like India, and he's appealed to the audience to not boycott his film. Remember, Amir Khan was also dropped as the brand ambassador of Snapdeal over his comments on intolerance in India. And you heard Kareena Kapoor right there, what she had to say about cancel culture as well, and about everybody having an opinion. Amir also said some people think that he does not like India, but that's not the case, and he has assured that he does like India, and there are reports now doing the rounds. Social media is full of these reactions coming in from netizens as well on this story. Boycott Lal Singh Chadha is trending, and Amir Khan is appealing to fans that go ahead, watch the movie. And his comments are coming at a time when boycott Lal Singh Chadha has been trending on social media. Dipali Patel now joins us for the very latest. Dipali, everybody seems to have an opinion these days with social media, and there is always a storm about something or the other that you find on social media and something to talk about. As far as Amir Khan is concerned, he's made his stance amply clear. He likes India. He's also told his fans, go ahead and watch the movie. Then why this controversy?
Absolutely, Chetty. First of all, I will bring this up. Amir Khan said this in a group interview. He did not say it to a particular media channel, but he's said this in a group interview, and I quote him. He said that, yes, I feel sad. Also, I feel sad that some of the people who are saying this in their heart, they believe that I am someone who doesn't like India. In their hearts, they believe, but it is not true. It is rather unfortunate that some people feel that way. That's not the case. Please don't boycott my film. Please watch my film. Chetty, I must say that, netizens these days, this cancel culture is becoming very common. In fact, even Kareena Kapoor said the same thing in her interview with Tushar, that it is becoming very common these days, and, if they pay attention to it too much, they are not going to get to live their own lives. So they kind of now they are not hurt when boycott calls are being made by netizens, and they're, I think, unnecessarily targeting Amir Khan for something which happened in the past.
Dipali, since you track this so closely and you're somebody who knows exactly what is happening in the world of entertainment, back in the day when Amir Khan made that comment, when Kiran Rao also ended up making that comment, remember that whole controversy about them wanting to leave India? What was that in context of? It needs to be seen in context of why they were saying what they were saying, and they are allowed to have an opinion in a democratic country.
Yes, absolutely, Chetty. That time he just said in one of the interviews that he and Kiran Rao had a conversation about the scenario that was happening in India that time. It was around 2015 when this happened, and out of nowhere, Amir just like very casually he said that Kiran mentioned that if they should like leave the country, but he did not mean the way he. In fact, he just like today also he made his stance very clear, and he said that he did not mean what he said that time, and he did not mean what he said today in a group interview. But it is being blown out of proportion by netizens. They are trying to target him and his film.
But even if he meant it, Dipali, haven't there been ample people who have left the country, go out, settle abroad, settle overseas? Why take this one statement made by Amir Khan and blow it so much out of proportion that now the trend is just redundant of boycott Lal Singh Chadda? It makes no sense.
Yes, of course, Sheti. It's been more than 7 years that that controversy had happened, and netizens are still bringing this up, and I think it's very unnecessary that people are boycotting the film. In fact, I am willing to watch it, and India Today doesn't support these trolls at all. I don't know about the trolls, but I am definitely going to watch this film. He is coming after 4 long years. It's hard. It has taken this film 3 years to make, especially with the COVID that happened and the shoots being halted, theatres being shut. I think we should all come out and support films these days, especially Bollywood, which is
Well, it's up to the viewers. They want to watch it, they can. They don't want to watch it, they leave it. But this is just unnecessary fodder for the social media trolls. And, it's interesting that we've got that reaction on cancel culture as well, because it takes really nothing but one tweet and one trend and one hashtag to cancel somebody. But it takes a lot to go ahead and make films like this. So boycott Lal Singh Chadda, trending right there. But as Dipali mentioned, she's going to be watching the film, and I'm pretty sure our viewers also will decide for themselves if they want to watch this or not. In a major development, Bollywood actor Salman Khan has been issued a gun license. Mumbai police has approved firearm license to Bollywood actor after he applied for a weapon license for self-protection in the backdrop of the threat letters that he received recently. Salman Khan earlier met Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar in this regard on 22nd of July. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang had allegedly threatened to kill Salman Khan like singer Sidhu Moosewala. Earlier in 2018, the Bishnoi gang had issued a similar threat against the Dabang actor when the trial for Black Bag poaching case was underway.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं. जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं.
Moving on now, Indian Idol fame singer Farmani Naz has landed himself in a controversy over a Shiv bhajan. A fatwa has been issued against Farmani Naz by Deoband Ulemas for singing Har Har Shambhu song. A week back, Naz sang the Har Har Shambhu song during Kanwad Yatra that has garnered over 6 lakh views on YouTube. A fatwa was issued against Indian Idol fame, claiming that Muslims should not sing this type of a song, and also called her song un-Islamic. Meanwhile, singer Farmani said that she is an artist and has to sing all kinds of songs. Farmani added that an artist has no religion and she sings devotional songs along with Qawwali as well.
किसी भी तरीके के गाने हों उनसे परहेज करना चाहिए, बचना चाहिए. और ये जो है फरमानी कोई औरत है, इसने जो है ये गाना गाया है, ये वैसे भी जो है शरीयत के ख़िलाफ़ है और मुआशरे के अंदर जो मुसलमान होने के बावजूद इस तरीके के गाने गाती है तो ये गुनाह है, उसको इस चीज़ से परहेज़ करना चाहिए, तौबा करनी चाहिए।
कभी भी ये सोच के नहीं गाते कि भाई हम किस धर्म से हैं, हम क्यों गा रहे हैं। तो देखो जी, कलाकार का कोई धर्म नहीं होता। हम जब अपने स्टूडियो में रहते हैं, अपना जब काम करते हैं, तो हम ये भूल जाए कि हम कौन है। हम कलाकार हैं, तो हम सिर्फ ये समझ के गाते हैं कि हमारा काम है लोगों को अच्छा सुनाने का, क्योंकि वो हमारा इंतज़ार करते हैं हमारे जो ऑडिशन है कि कुछ नया लाए। तो इसी वजह से हम कव्वाली भी गाते हैं। हमारा कव्वाली का भी चैनल है नाज नज़म के नाम से, और हमारा भक्ति का भी चैनल है। तो हम सभी तरह के उन पे अपने अपने अच्छे कभी भजन, कव्वाली और म्यूज़िक के साथ अच्छे से अच्छे गाने उनको देते हैं। तो हम सिर्फ कलाकार हैं, इसलिए हम सब चीज़ गा लेते हैं।
Okay, we'll get some reactions and our reporter as well on this story. Indian Idol fame singer Farmani Naz, she's landed herself into a huge controversy, and all of this for what? For singing a Shiv bhajan. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Let's cut straight across to the breaking news that is coming in on your screens right now. The breaking news on your screens, Uddhav's mega show of support for Sanjay Raut. That's the breaking news coming in at the moment. You do know that he also addressed a press conference where he showed Sanjay Raut a sea of support. He made a Hitler attack at the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. He called Sanjay Raut his family. He said, I also met his family. He says that Sanjay Raut is his family. Now the court is dictating Sanjay Raut's order. That is a big one. Let's see what the court has to say about this. We're standing by and we're getting you second by second updates. ED has sought 8-day custody of Sanjay Raut, as you already know. We've been mentioning this. Now the court order is getting dictated. We're going to be bringing you the court order as the court is dictating. It will be flashing on your screens. But just remember, the hearing began some time back, and what were the ED allegations? Just to encapsulate while we bring you the court order. Number one, that Raut tampered with witnesses. Number two, Raut dodged ED summons. Number three, he helped the key accused Praveen. And what is Raut's defense as far as this was concerned? Our reporter has been bringing you the defense and the arguments that have been taken in the court as well. For now, what we're picking up is that ED has sought 8-day custody. We'll have to wait and watch to see if the court orders the 8-day custody or denies the 8-day custody. That's now point number one. The other point that we will be watching out for is the observations that the court ends up making as far as this case is concerned, and all the charges that the Enforcement Directorate has made about Raut tampering with witnesses is concerned, about the dodging of the ED summons is concerned, about helping the key accused Praveen is concerned as well. Sanjay Raut camp, remember, that is a Shiv Sena, has been crying foul. They've been crying conspiracy and political vendetta, but it's up to the courts to decide. And the court is deciding as we speak, so the order is currently being dictated. Let's wait for that order. Our legal eagles, our reporters, they are all going to be joining us in moments from now. The court, as we speak, is dictating the order. We'll bring you that order. We'll put that order first. I promise you, viewers, that order will be first here on India Today. We'll wait and watch to see what the court has to decide based on the arguments made for and against in this case, one by the ED and the other by Raut's defense as well, and huge allegations against Sanjay Raut and his wife too, allegations of tampering with the witness by Sanjay Raut. ED has made the allegations that Sanjay Raut tampered with the witnesses. They've also made the allegation that he dodged the Enforcement Directorate summons and helped the key accused Praveen. ED now seeks 8-day custody of Sanjay Raut. The court is going to decide whether the ED gets that custody or does not get that custody, and the court is currently dictating the order, and we are getting you what the court observes. In moments from now, the court order will be first here on India Today. We'll get you all the latest. In fact, Sanjay Raut's lawyer has also said that the remand allegations were all speculative. Uddhav Thackeray has come out in support of Sanjay Raut. Sena MP's lawyer, the Sanjay Raut's lawyers, also said that cash was given by Praveen Raut. This is the latest coming in as far as the Patra Chawl scam is concerned. ED seeking 8-day custody of Sanjay Raut. And of course, Uddhav Thackeray backed Sanjay Raut earlier in that press conference too, saying that they are not afraid of anyone. The arguments began in the court as far as this case is concerned. ED now seeking 8-day custody of Sanjay Raut. Raut has, remember, been arrested after being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with a money laundering case that has been linked to alleged irregularities involved in the redevelopment of a Mumbai Chawl, which is Patra Chawl. Court at the moment is going to decide the big one, of course. The court will make several observations, but the big one that we are waiting to know is that whether the court has granted ED the 8-day custody of Sanjay Raut or not. That is what we are waiting for. That is the big order that we are waiting for. And as we speak, the judges have already started dictating the order. And our reporters are bringing you the latest as far as what is happening in the court in moments from now. I promise you, just a few moments, stand by. The order is out. The order is being dictated. And we'll be the first to get you the latest. Mustafa is joining us now. Mustafa, the court has started dictating the order. The big one, of course, that everyone is waiting for is whether the court has granted Sanjay Raut's 8-day custody to Enforcement Directorate or not. Over to you.
Well, yes, it seems like there have been, the ED has concluded its argument. The defense lawyer for Sanjay Raut, Mr. Mundargi, has said that the interrogation goes on to late in the night and this puts a lot of stress. I understand that he is in their custody, but if it is not kept till late night, then it will be better. Which means that ED is investigating with Sanjay Raut till late in the night, and the lawyer for ED has said that we will now try to wind it up by 10 p.m. And the ED has said that around 8:30 and 9:30 in the morning, the interrogation with Sanjay Raut will start when he is in ED custody, and it will end by 10 p.m. And till now, whatever allegations which have been made is of about 103.9 crores rupees, which has been just a scam of that amount. And Pravin Raut, one of the accused, who is already in custody. So it is also alleged that the FSI was sold to some builders illegally. Now also it has further alleged that funds of seven companies was siphoned off by Pravin Raut, which is to the tune of 112 crores. So these are allegations which have been made, and there is another amount of 37 lakh was also benefited by wife of accused and accused himself. So they are talking about the money which was given by Pravin Raut's wife to Sanjay Raut's wife. So this is the crux of the ED's argument, and ED has prayed for 8 days of custody for Sanjay Raut. That's a important news, that ED has prayed for 8 days of custody for Sanjay Raut. And the defense lawyer Mundargi is now alleging that allegations which have been made against Sanjay Raut are vague in nature. He's also said that it's an attempt of political vendetta.
All right, the Enforcement Directorate gets custody of Sanjay Raut. That's the big breaking news coming in. ED has got custody of Sanjay Raut. Coming in first from the court. The court is dictating the order. The Enforcement Directorate gets Sanjay Raut's custody. That's the big one. That was the main point. We were waiting to know whether ED gets Sanjay Raut's custody or not. But till 4th of August, Sanjay Raut is going to be in Enforcement Directorate custody. The arguments for and against wound up. The court dictated the order, and the final order is out. Sanjay Raut to be in Enforcement Directorate custody till the 4th of August. 4-day custody has been. ED has asked for 8-day custody, remember, but the court has granted 4-day custody of Sanjay Raut at the moment. That's the latest order that's come out from the court. Mustafa still continues to be with us. Mustafa, it's interesting to know that there was a longer period for which the custody was asked by the ED, but the court has denied the longer period to the Enforcement Directorate and shortened the time period, and now 4-day custody of Sanjay Raut is what's granted. Mustafa.
Well, yes, it's interesting to note that ED had asked for 8 days of custody, but the court has given 4 days of custody. The judge has said that he is of the opinion that the charge sheet against Pravin Raut has already been filed. Everything is already before the prosecution, as it is all documented. The bank statements of the wife of the accused is already there. This such long custody of 8 days is not required. This is what the judge had said, and hence he said that he is of the opinion that if the accused is remanded to ED custody till August 4, then it will suffice. So Sanjay Raut has been sent to ED custody till 4th of August. In the event of interrogation, ED can basically the court has asked ED to give rest to Sanjay Raut at night during interrogation due to his health, and the allegation that was denied and interrogated till late night, so it needed proper order pass in order to conduct investigation. ED application before remand should be allowed partly, and so the remand has been kept till 4th of August, and ED has been asked to give Sanjay Raut proper rest in the night. There has been an allegation which has been made by Sanjay Raut's lawyers is that he was questioned till late in the night, due to which he was stressed, and given his health condition, the court has asked them what will be the time, and they have said they'll start the interrogation around 8:30, 9:30 a.m. and end it by 10 p.m. That's what the ED said. That's the period of the interrogation which will take place in the ED while Sanjay Raut will be in the ED custody. So 4th of August is the date till which Sanjay Raut has been sent to ED custody. Back to you.
Absolutely. And as far as the defense arguments are concerned, you were bringing us those details as well. Any more observations coming in from the court, or is the order just restricted to the custody that the ED was seeking of Sanjay Raut in the Patra land scam case? Mustafa?
Well, the judge has also recorded defense arguments. Mr. Mundargi, who is representing Sanjay Raut, had made these arguments that Sanjay Raut has been arrested on the pretext that he was not cooperating. So the arrest cannot be made just by saying that he was not cooperating, is what the defense lawyer had said. So, of course, if the accused is required for thorough investigation, then it is a different matter. So the defense lawyer was arguing on the ground which was given for arrest of Sanjay Raut, because he was saying that the entire case has been already investigated by the ED. The charge sheet has been submitted in the case by the ED. All the documents which ED is citing is already part of the charge sheet, and hence custodial interrogation was not required. But yes, of course, the judge was of the opinion that 4 days of custody is required. Hence, Sanjay Raut has been sent to ED custody till 4th of August. Back to you.
Yes, all right. So we're getting more details. Judge says, besides, I'm of the opinion that if the accused is remanded to ED custody till 4th August, then it will suffice. So the court has said that 4-day custody is enough till August 4, and a longer period is not required. The judge has said that he's of the opinion that if the accused is remanded to ED custody till 4th of August, then it will suffice. So this is a big observation that is coming in from the judge who's dictating this order, saying that there is no, also the court says that there is no questioning that is going to be held at night, and 4 days is enough for the Enforcement Directorate to probe whatever it is that they want to. Net is what we are picking up from this order that is coming, Mustafa.
Well, yes, the court has also allowed to Sanjay Raut to consult his lawyers, to brief his lawyers whenever the Enforcement Directorate allows. So Sanjay Raut will avail the facility of briefing his lawyers whenever ED allows the lawyers to come and speak with Sanjay Raut. ED will also have to take care of Sanjay Raut's medicine and hospitalization if required, and maintain the hours of interrogation as needed. So now Sanjay Raut is leaving the courtroom. The court has given him 4 days of police custody. He has also said that the hours of interrogation...
Kirit Somaya is now joining us on the phone line on this big story that is coming in. Mr. Somaya, the ED had asked for 8-day custody, but the court has given Sanjay Raut 4-day custody. What is your first up reaction on this story that is coming in? Because it's sort of a partial relief coming in for Sanjay Raut as the Bharatiya Janata Party. What is your reaction?
I feel that there is no transparency. The financial benefits 1,200 crore, 1,200 crore corruption. Sanjay Raut partner, colleague Praveen Raut found involved. He has got the benefit, and Praveen Raut has transferred some of the benefit which he received to Sanjay Raut's family. So there is a substance. Now ED in next 3 days will have to go a little further. The only issue will be that Sanjay Raut will have to cooperate. Otherwise, after 3 days also, the situation will be standstill. So I feel that Mr. Raut should cooperate the investigative agency so that how, why, what happened could be brought to the notice of the judiciary.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Somaya is saying that that Sanjay Raut must cooperate with the Enforcement Directorate at this point. But, you know, it's interesting that the court has not given Enforcement Directorate the 8-day custody. They are going ahead and saying that 4 days will suffice, which only means that the court is not convinced that this, grilling needs to last that long. All right, that was Kirit Somaya joining us with the first up reaction on this story. That's the latest coming in right now. We're getting you all the latest reactions coming in. Sanjay Raut and ED Net. Kirit Somaya of the Bharatiya Janata Party going on to say that Sanjay Raut ought to cooperate in this particular case. Latest coming in from the courts right now. It's a blow coming in for the Uddhav Sena for sure, but a partial relief for Sanjay Raut because instead of 8 days, now he's going to remain only in 4 days of the Enforcement Directorate custody. And the judge has very clearly said that I'm of the opinion that if the accused is remanded to ED custody till 4th of August, then it will suffice. That's the latest we are bringing to you. Is Mustafa still with us? All right, ED gets 4-day custody of Sanjay Raut. That is the big breaking story right now. We're getting you latest coming in from the court. Sanjay Raut is going to be in Enforcement Directorate custody till 4th of August. The arguments just wound up for and against. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut sent to ED custody till 4th of August. In fact, earlier today, we had former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backing Sanjay Raut as well. Court has also said no questioning to be held at night. These are the court orders and the ED now cannot violate these court orders. So in the night, you cannot be questioning Sanjay Raut. You only have to question him in the day. And instead of 8 days, he's going to be in custody for 4 days now because the judge is of the opinion that that period is enough. Just in case he does not cooperate in this, then obviously the ED can ask for an extension of this custody as well. But that we'll only know after the 4th of August whether or not Sanjay Raut has cooperated in his questioning with the Enforcement Directorate. But the judge going on to say that I'm of the opinion that if the accused, that is Sanjay Raut in this case, is remanded to ED custody till 4th of August, then it will suffice. The Patra Chawl scam latest coming in right now. Sanjay Raut to remain in Enforcement Directorate custody. He is going to be grilled in connection with his role with the money laundering, the allegation of money laundering linked to alleged irregularities involved in redevelopment of Patra Chawl in Mumbai. There are a spate of allegations that the Enforcement Directorate has made against Sanjay Raut. But the latest coming in is from the court. The defense lawyers argued on the basis of the arguments put forth by the public prosecutor representing the Enforcement Directorate. And now the court has read out the order. That order copy is with India Today. Sanjay Raut has been sent to Enforcement Directorate custody till 4th of August. That is the latest coming in. We are getting you more details of the order as they are trickling in. We are in possession of the order. Our reporter will be joining us to read the order out so you get up to speed with the very latest development on this story. Till 4th of August, Sanjay Raut will be in Enforcement Directorate custody. in terms of what the court had to say about the evidence presented in the court is something that we will wait for the order once our reporter joins us, who has the copy of the order as well, to get you the nuances of what this particular order really says. But for now, 2 points. One, till 4th of August, Sanjay Raut goes to Enforcement Directorate custody. Number 2, and the other big point we are bringing to you, is that there will be no questioning held in the night. So all the questioning will happen in the daytime. The quizzing cannot happen in the night. It can only happen in the day, and the Enforcement Directorate will have to abide by the court orders. Latest coming in right there, Sanjay Raut's arrest. All right, latest visuals on your screens right now. Sanjay Raut leaving the court, and you can see heavy police barricading right there, heavy security also right there. You can see those visuals coming in. The hearing just wound up, and Sanjay Raut so there was, hang on, yeah. All right, so there was Sanjay Raut, who was taken out of the court. Uddhav's closest aide, and let's bring you those cavalcade of cars once again, because we got you those live visuals of what is happening outside the court at the moment. There you go, all the action happening outside the court, heavy police barricading. You can see the media, you can see a lot of crowds gathered outside the court as well. This is as the hearing concludes on the Sanjay Raut case. Raut was arrested midnight, if you remember, and now Sanjay Raut, he was grilled for over 8 hours, and now he's going to be grilled in ED custody till 4th of August, and there will be no questions allowed in the night. Live visuals coming in from Mumbai of Sanjay Raut leaving the court with many police officers, as you can see on your screens right now. Heavy police barricading outside the court in Mumbai. Dramatic arrest, and now the court has just given the order, and you can see a lot of action outside the court. Breaking news coming in, ED's gotten 4-day custody of Sanjay Raut. The order copy is with us, and I promise you we'll get you further nuances in terms of what the order really has to say. There will be details in the order copy, further nuances, but 2 big points that we know so far from the court. Point number 1, till 4th of August, Sanjay Raut remains in ED custody. And point number 2, there will be no questioning of Sanjay Raut that will take place in the night. This happened in Mumbai Sessions Court, and the visuals were on your screens of Sanjay Raut leaving the Sessions Court in Mumbai as well. We'll get our reporters to join us in moments from now. Devesh is now joining us on the phone line. Devesh, 2 big points. Till 4th of August, Sanjay Raut remains in ED custody. And the second point is that there will be no questioning done in the night. So all the questioning will happen in the daytime. In terms of the other points in the order, what are they? If you could get us those nuances.
The lawyers representing Sanjay Raut had requested the court that late night questioning shouldn't be done, and the lawyer representing ED, Hitin Vinagaukar, said that they'll wrap up the questioning by 10 p.m. Other than that, Wundargi also had an request regarding lawyers regarding asking lawyers to remain present while Sanjay Raut is being questioned. That was also allowed by the Enforcement Directorate lawyer, and they said that we allow lawyers to be present, and every day between 8:30 and 9:30, Sanjay Raut can meet his lawyers at the ED office while he is in custody. Other than that, 10 p.m. the questioning will be wrapped up. He also, the lawyers representing Sanjay Raut pointed out that he suffers from heart ailment, and that is why late night questioning shouldn't be done.
Yes, and do we have further details on the order in terms of what the court had to say about the evidence put forth by the Enforcement Directorate?
Well, the order copy is yet to be received. The order copy is yet to be uploaded. So, as of now, we do not know what are the remarks made by the judge by the special PMLA court judge. But as of now, what we learned is the judge clearly stated that as of now 4 days custody is enough, while ED has been demanding 8 days custody.
That's right. And any kind of reactions coming in from the Uddhav Sena or from Sanjay Raut's family members on the back of this development of ED getting 4-day custody of Sanjay Raut?
There were a lot of supporters who were present outside court, and as soon as the court pronounced that Sanjay Raut being sent to ED custody till August 4th, they started raising slogans against the agency, against the government, and in favor of Sanjay Raut.
Yes, absolutely. And are we getting any reactions from the lawyers? Have they come out of the court?
No, as of now, the lawyers are still inside the court. We are yet to get more details from that, but the lawyers are still inside the court.
What are your sources saying in terms of whether Sanjay Raut's defense counsel is convinced or not with the order that has come out? Because it's a partial relief, partial defeat as well for them, given the fact that ED was asking for 8 days custody and now there's a 4-day custody given, but the custody has been given. It's not like he's come out scot-free.
Well, ED had presented a lot of evidence in front of the court. They produced that 1 crore and 6 lakh rupees from the proceeds of crime of Patra Chawl were transferred by Praveen Raut to Sanjay Raut and his family members, which were used to buy property in their name. Other than that, there was also 8 land parcels which were purchased in name of Sanjay Raut's wife and Sapta Patkar. For this also,
बाहर आ जाएंगे. बरोबर, चलो.
Moments from now, live reactions are coming in from outside the court in Mumbai. Divyesh still continues to be with us. Divyesh, the reactions have started trickling in. We're tracking the story in much detail. You were talking about the evidence presented by the Enforcement Directorate in court. Is that prima facie in nature? What does the court have to say about the evidence? What kind of evidence was presented by the Enforcement Directorate?
Well, the court did consider the evidence which was produced by Enforcement Directorate, and that is why 4 days custody has been granted. 4 days custody has been granted to Enforcement Directorate for Sanjay Raut, and Sanjay Raut will remain in ED custody till August 4. After August 4, if needed, ED will seek further remand, further custody after producing Sanjay Raut in court. But as of now, it looks like the evidence produced by Enforcement Directorate in front of the court has allowed them 4 days custody of Sanjay Raut.
All right, leave it at that. Continue to be with us, Divyesh. We'll keep establishing that connection with you because all the latest is with you, and you'll also get us the further nuances of the court orders. We're waiting for that, and we have that copy with us. In the meanwhile, listen into what Uddhav Thackeray had said earlier.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं. जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता. मेरी विनती है कि जो भी विचार अगर आपके पास है, सोच आपके पास है, जनता के सामने आइए. हमारी सोच जो भी है हम जनता के सामने रख रहे हैं. आप भी सोच रखिए और जनता के ऊपर फैसला छोड़ दो. जिसको प्रजातंत्र कहते हैं, जरा मतलब पूर्ण तरीके से उसे प्रजातंत्र कहते हैं. ये अगर आप ईडी, इन्कम टॅक्स, सीबीआय, तो फिर प्रजातंत्र कहाँ रहा. संजय राऊत बद्दल मला नक्कीच अभिमान आहे, कारण ज्या पद्धतीने नड्डा पक्ष वाढवत आहेत. ठीक आहे, एक गोष्ट नक्की की राजकारण म्हटल्यानंतर आपण साधारणतः बुद्धिबळाशी त्याची तुलना करतो, पण आजचं राजकारण जे आहे त्याच्यामध्ये बुद्धीचा नाही पत्ता, फक्त बळाचा वापर चाललेला आहे. आणि नुसतं बळ आज तुमच्याकडे आहे म्हणून तुम्ही जर का इतरांना संपवण्याच्या मागे लागणार असाल तर दिवस हे सर्वदा सारखे नसतात. दिवस हे फिरतात आणि मग दिवस एकदा फिरले की तुमचं काय होईल ह्याचा विचार सुद्धा नड्डा साहेबांनी आणि भाजपाने करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे.
All right, latest coming in. Sanjay Raut given 3-day ED custody At the moment, ED given Sanjay Raut's custody, I beg your pardon, Sanjay Raut to be in ED custody till 4th of August. ED has sought 8-day remand of Sanjay Raut. In its order, the court has said that ED must not conduct interrogations in the night, keeping in mind Sanjay Raut's health condition. The Enforcement Directorate has also agreed to not question Raut at night. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to avail the facility of briefing his lawyer. The court has directed the Enforcement Directorate shall give Raut medicines and hospitalization if required. In court, ED accused Raut of influencing witnesses. ED also claimed that Sanjay Raut threatened sellers and witnesses. ED also alleged that Raut did not attend the summons. Sanjay Raut's counsel argued in court that most of the arguments made by ED were about Praveen Raut. India today has exclusively accessed arrest memo of Sanjay Raut, the Sena MP. Sources in ED have told India Today that the agency has ample proof to prosecute Sanjay Raut under PMLA. ED is also seeking Sanjay Raut's custody on 3 main grounds. Agency says that the Sena MP is guilty of an offence punishable under the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, or the PMLA as it's popularly known. ED officials have said Raut is not cooperating during the questioning. Sources in Enforcement Directorate have alleged that Raut helped key accused Praveen Raut in Patra Chawl land scam. India Today is the only channel to access the arrest memo of ED's arrest of Sanjay Raut and the grounds for arrest as well.
Well, India Today has accessed the copy of arrest memo, and if I can request my camera person to show you the copy of that arrest memo which was given to Sanjay Raut, and it has been exclusively accessed by India Today. And if I can read and quote from that arrest memo what the officer has written, the investigative officer, that I, the Assistant Director of Enforcement Directorate, Mumbai, on the basis of material in my possession, have reason to believe that Sanjay Raut has been guilty of an offence punishable under provisions of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. What is important here is to point out that the investigative officer has said that he has reason to believe that Sanjay Raut is guilty of an offence punishable under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And after that, what he has written is the timing of arrest. Around 12:05 a.m. today, he was placed under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate, and this arrest memo was shown to Sanjay Raut while he was being arrested. So this becomes very important. Not only the officer, the ED is claiming that they had reason to believe Sanjay Raut's involvement in this money laundering, but on this very same basis, Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest.
Politics has erupted after Sena MP Sanjay Raut's arrest. Sena has slammed ED arrest, calling it political vendetta. Former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, in a scathing attack, called Raut arrest a shameless conspiracy. Congress hit out its central agency, saying that ED is misusing its power to topple elected governments and destroy a federal structure. Maharashtra Chief Minister Shinde vowed action against Sanjay Raut, saying that cops will probe the matter and the law will take its own course. BJP boasted about Raut's arrest and said nothing can save Raut from ED's immense heat. Raut was arrested at midnight after hours of questioning in connection with the redevelopment of a chawl in Mumbai, which is the Patra Chawl case.
एक लेटर मिला जिसमें 10 लाख रुपए नाम लेकर आपका नाम था उसमें। उसकी जानकारी मैं लेता हूँ तो उनको ही मालूम होगा ना, उनको ही पूछना मांगता है, पुलिस पूछेगा।
अब देखिए पॉलिटिकल सर्कस चल रही है और जो भी इस राज्य में चल रहा है वो डेमोक्रेसी को पकड़ के नहीं है, लोकशाही को पकड़ के नहीं।
आज ईडी खुद जाकर उनके घर गई, चौकसी की और ईडी को कुछ न कुछ पुरावा मिला होगा, इसलिए उन पे गुनाह दाखिल हुआ।
एक बहुत पुराने मामले में धोखे से उनको अरेस्ट किया। संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे। संजय राउत जी एक मराठी वीर है और महाराष्ट्र की अस्मिता और मुंबई की अस्मिता के लिए अंतिम सांस तक वो लड़ेंगे।
Recovering it from a joint family which has 3 brothers, has 2 daughters, has the mother, is not unaccounted for cash. These are all sources-based stories that Enforcement Directorate is known to plant to try and justify their political conspiracy. They are going as per the script of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they do not have any truth or any proof to prove that there was anything which was unaccounted for. I continue to say this is nothing but a political conspiracy, and Enforcement Directorate is nothing but an extended department of Bharatiya Janata Party. They have compromised the institution, they have compromised with the responsibility that was entrusted upon these officials to keep up the nation's flag flying high and maintain the transparency. They have only attacked political opponents of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that
काल सकाळी 7:30 वाजता ईडीचे अधिकारी माझ्या घरी आले, संजय राऊत साहेबांच्या घरी आले आणि 7:30 वाजल्यापासून जवळजवळ 4-4:30 वाजेपर्यंत ते माझ्या घरी सर्च करत होते. 5 वाजता त्यांना ईडीच्या ऑफिसमध्ये घेऊन आले. 5:30-6 वाजता ईडीच्या ऑफिसला आम्ही सगळे पोहोचलो. रात्री 12:40 संजय राऊतना ईडीने अटक केलं असं आम्हाला इंटिमेशन दिलं. आज सकाळपासून आम्ही न्यायालयामध्ये त्यांची वाट पाहत होतो, परंतु 12:30-1 वाजता त्यांना जे रुग्णालयात घेऊन गेले. तिथून त्यांना आता न्यायालयीन सेशन कोर्टमध्ये घेऊन आले. सेशन कोर्टामध्ये आपल्याला माहिती आहे आमची पूर्ण न्याय व्यवस्थेवर, संपूर्ण न्यायालयावर आमचा विश्वास आहे आणि या आज आम्ही ठरलेलो आहोत. आज ईडीने त्यांच्याकडे 8 दिवसाची पीसी मागितली होती. न्यायालयाने 8 दिवसाची पीसी न देता
but High Court rejected the 8-day demand made by the ED.
त्यांना परत एकदा न्यायालयामध्ये हजर करतील आणि मला विश्वास आहे की संजय राऊतांनी कुठल्याही प्रकारचा भ्रष्टाचार केलेला नाही.
I am confident that Sanjay Raut is involved in no corruption at all.
आणि माननीय पक्षप्रमुख उद्धवसाहेब ठाकरे यांना कुमकुवत करणं या एकाच याने संजय राऊतांना अटक केली आहे आणि मला खात्री आहे की न्याय व्यवस्था आपलं काम चोख करेल.
I have full faith in the judiciary and that Sanjay Raut will end up getting justice. We have full faith in the courts at the moment.
देखो कल 7:30 बजे मेरे घर पे संजय राउत साहब के घर पे ईडी के 20-22 अधिकारी आए थे. 7:30 बजे से 4:30-5 बजे तक उन्होंने घर सर्च किया, कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके गए. 5 बजे हम लोग घर से निकले, 6 बजे हम ईडी के ऑफिस में आए. तब से 7 घंटा इंतजार करने के बाद रात को 40 को संजय राउत को अरेस्ट दिखाया. आज हम इंतजार कर रहे थे 12 बजे से कोर्ट में, लेकिन आज 1:15 बजे उन्हें जे रुग्णालय लेके गए, उनकी मेडिकल हो गई. अभी उनको कोर्ट हाजिर किया. हमारा पूरा विश्वास न्याय व्यवस्था पे है. ईडी ने उनके 8 दिन की पीसी मांगी थी, लेकिन आज 8 दिन की पीसी न देते हुए न्यायालय ने उनको 3 दिन की पीसी दी है. 4 तारीख को संजय राउत साहब को फिर एक बार कोर्ट के हाजिर करेंगे और हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि न्याय व्यवस्था परफेक्ट न्याय हमें देगी और संजय राउत को जल्दी ही बाहर आ जाएंगे.
संजय राउत के वर्तमान हालात के बारे में कहने के लिए पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेता ही उसके बारे में टिप्पणी कर पाएंगे. मैं सामान्य व्यक्ति हूं, सामान्य लोगों का काम करते रहता हूं. संजय राउत के घर में जो भी पैसे मिले 11 लाख रुपए, उसका हिसाब किताब तो संजय राउत ही दे पाएंगे. मुझे लगता नहीं कि और कोई भी दे पाएगा.
भ्रष्टाचार की जांच करना, भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त लोगों को गिरफ्तार करना, यदि ईडी का दुरुपयोग है तो शिवसेना ये बता दे उसका सदुपयोग क्या है. मुझे लगता है कि पहले अपने आप को ऐनक में देखना चाहिए और देखने के बाद कोई टिप्पणी करनी चाहिए. शिवसेना अपने अंतर विरोधों के कारण और अनैतिकल यानी अनैतिक रास्ते को अपनाने के कारण बिखर रही है. इसलिए दूसरों पर आरोप लगाने से पहले अपने घर को झांकना चाहिए.
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई. विधि का विधान है, जो जैसे करेगा उसे वैसे ही भरना होगा. मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ यदि कोई सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करके जनता को लूटता है तो उन लोगों को अंततः परास्त ही होना है. ये अतीत के इतिहास के पन्ने भी हमें सिखाते हैं और वर्तमान में देश भी देख रहा है.
मेरा साफ कहना है, हम
समय भी वही है, सिर्फ समय चेंज होता रहता है। चेहरे बदल गए हैं हम धर्म के नाम पर, और इन्होंने पावर का दुरुपयोग कर हम जैसे लोगों को जेल के पीछे भेजा। पर आज सच में जो जेल के पीछे जाने वाले हैं वो उन्होंने करप्शन किया है। अगर देश का पैसा कोई डुबाता है, गरीब की खून पसीने के पैसे अगर कोई इस तरीके से मिसयूज करता है तो उसके साथ में ऐसा ही होना चाहिए। उन्होंने जिस तरीके से कल हाथ वेविंग करके एक ऐसे देश के कोई हीरो हाथ कर रहे हैं और सभी को आश्वस्त कर रहे हैं कि मैं आपके साथ हूँ, करप्शन करने वाले व्यक्ति ने इस तरीका का एटीट्यूड रखना, ये मेरे हिसाब से मुझे गलत लगता है।
जिस तरह से आज संजय राउत ने जो करप्शन किया है, महाविकास आघाड़ी बनाने के लिए कांग्रेस एनसीपी की तरफ से बड़ा पैसा संजय राउत को दिया गया है। इसीलिए उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने भाजपा को छोड़ के, भाजपा को धोखा देके महाविकास आघाड़ी कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन करके खुद मुख्यमंत्री बने, और इसके माध्यम से संजय राउत को कितना पैसा मिला उसकी भी जांच ईडी ने करना चाहिए।
उसको गिरफ्तार करना, उनको सांसद से निकालना, ये सब हैरेसमेंट है। आप प्रश्न पूछ लीजिए कौन रुका रहे हैं आपको। बात यह है कि ऐसे लोगों को सिर्फ हैरेसमेंट नहीं, अरेस्ट, गिरफ्तार, बार बार क्वेश्चनिंग, अपना काम भी करने दे दीजिए। वो तो चुन के लेके आए हैं हमारे संसद में काम करने के लिए, काम करने दीजिए।
संजय राउत एक बड़े सज्जन आदमी है, बीजेपी के खिलाफ वो बोलते रहते हैं, बीजेपी के सामने डर के मारे सर नहीं झुकाई। बस यही इनका एक ही गलती है, एक ही अपराध मान सकते हैं आप।
With vengeance, vendetta, they are arresting people, and they don't want a vocal opposition should be in the house. The opposition mukta parliament they want. So they are doing it, and he is also fighting. Let us see.
मुझे लगता है कि ईडी और जो स्वायत्त संस्थाएं हैं, इसका जो दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है उसके लिए कहीं तो पाबंदी होनी चाहिए। और जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में जो खेल खेला जा रहा है वो सब पूरा दुनिया देख रही है, मुझे लगता है यहाँ पे कुछ रोक लगाने की जरूरत है।
पर क्या ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार चल रही थी तब ईडी का कोई नोटिस नहीं, ईडी उस समय तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी राउत साहब, और जैसे ही सरकार गिरती है वहां पर एकनाथ शिंदे जी मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। अभी तक जो अपने मंत्रिमंडल का गठन नहीं कर पाए, पर वहां से और केंद्र सरकार की जांच एजेंसियों ने संजय राउत जी को हिरासत में ले लिया। ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है, देश जानना चाहता है।
Akshata Nandgopal, my colleague, she spoke with Shinde Sena spokesperson on Deepak Kesarkar on Sanjay Raut arrest. Take a listen in.
We've been getting in a number of voices from Uddhav Thackeray's camp, from the opposition, all of whom are questioning the timing of this crackdown on Sanjay Raut, saying that he's in fact facing this kind of heat from the Enforcement Directorate because of him taking on Eknath Shinde, because of him backing Uddhav Thackeray.
It is totally false. We never had demanded any action against him, and his action is, I don't know his relation with
So we seem to have lost. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
In spite of that, he was not arrested. He was just questioned.
Breaking news coming in, 8 people confirmed dead in Jabalpur hospital fire, 2 critically injured. That's the latest coming in. There's been a fire in Jabalpur. Let's get you those visuals on your screens. There you go. The visuals on your screens are of a fire that has broken out in a hospital in Jabalpur, and 8 people are unfortunately confirmed dead in the fire. Rather unfortunate to bring this news to you that 8 people are dead in the massive blaze at a hospital in Jabalpur. 2 are critically injured. What is the cause of this fire? We don't know right now. Preliminary reports coming in at the moment, and initial reports just coming in. Live visuals on your screens of the tremendous amount of smoke that you can see right there. This is come on the back of the fire that is taken place at the hospital in Jabalpur. The name of the hospital still unknown. Reason of the fire still unknown. We'll get you more details whether fire tenders have rushed to the spot or not, and what is the latest in terms of rescue and relief operations look like. For now, what we know is that there's been a fire in Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh. 2 people are critically injured. And unfortunately, there are 8 people who have lost their lives. They are confirmed dead in the hospital in Jabalpur. We'll get you more details as we go along today in terms of what caused the fire, what was the reason behind this particular fire. Those details our reporter will bring us in moments from now. We'll also find out where does the rescue and relief operations stand, whether fire tenders have been rushed to the spot or not, and what is being done of the ones who are still trapped inside to rescue them and bring them out safely. All right, latest, my producer tells me that there are 8 people confirmed dead. That is the latest coming in. 10 people, I beg your pardon, confirmed dead, not 8. Heminder is now joining us on the phone line. Heminder, we had earlier mentioned 8 people confirmed dead, but Gagan, my producer, just told me 10 people have died. That's what's flashing in our screens right now as well. Is the count only increasing, Heminder?
Well, yes, the district collector has confirmed 8, but the district collector has also said that 2 more people are dead. So the number of deaths in the hospital fire has gone to 10. And this fire has, this hospital is New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in the Shiv Nagar area, and this was opened during Corona time. So the exact cause of the fire is not yet known, but as the visuals suggest, it's a huge fire, big fire, and fire tenders from nearby areas have been rushed to the spot. They are trying to control the situation, but the situation has not yet been brought under control.
And right now, for the ones who are trapped inside the New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital, the ones who are currently trapped, the rescue operations are underway at the moment. You said the fire tenders are there. They might be trying to douse the fire, obviously. But what about the rescue operations of the people who are trapped inside as we speak?
Well, there is there's a large amount of smoke also that has engulfed the entire hospital. The flames are also there, as you can see in the visuals, and not just the fire tenders, not just the officials from the fire department, but also officials from the police department are there on the spot. Also, officials of the hospital and also health department officials are there, and they are trying to rescue people who are trapped inside and first find out how many people are actually trapped inside the hospital. The district collector has confirmed the number of dead to us, and the district authorities are trying their best to get inside and get those trapped inside out of the situation.
Yes, and you know, usually when these fires happen, there's also a fear of death due to asphyxiation, and hence I kept asking how many, rescue operation teams are on the spot trying to get the people who are trapped inside, who are still alive outside. 10 people have died and 2 critically injured is what we can say. The cause of the fire, obviously, Heminder will be able to tell once the investigation is over. Too early to tell?
Well, yes, the exact cause of the fire is not yet known.
All right, Health Minister Vishwas Sarang, he's joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Sarang, thanks so much for joining us on this broadcast. Very unfortunate news on our screens right now of the New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital being reported. What more can you add? आप इसके बारे में और क्या जानकारी आप दे सकते हैं, Mr. Sarang?
देखिए, जैसा आपने बताया कि एक प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में आग लगी है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हुआ, आग अभी पूरी तरह से काबू में है। मेरी अभी कलेक्टर से बात हुई थी, कलेक्टर भी घटना स्थल पर पहुंचे हैं। प्रशासन की ओर से पूरा रेस्क्यू किया गया है और बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि आग लगी है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में। पूरी जांच के आदेश दिए हैं, जांच के बाद ही कुछ कहना उचित होगा। जो भी कमियां होंगी या कोई दोषी होगा तो उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
नहीं, बिल्कुल, वो तो बात की बात है, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन खत्म हो जाएगा उसकी बात है। आप टच में हैं वहाँ पर जो लोकल अथॉरिटीज़ है या द रेस्क्यू एंड रिलीफ ऑपरेशन दैट इज गोइंग ऑन, जिस टीम से जो कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं उनके साथ आप टच में हैं अभी?
जी हाँ जी, तो कलेक्टर वहाँ पहुंचे हैं, मेरी लगातार कलेक्टर से और जिला प्रशासन से
कलेक्टर से एक और कॉन्फर्मेशन आया कि 10 लोगों की मौत ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है। तो आपको क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि कितने लोग वहाँ पर ट्रैप्ड हैं?
देखिए, फिगर अभी कहना उचित नहीं होगा। पूरा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जब समाप्त होगा उसके बाद ही फिगर बताना उचित होगा।
मिस्टर सारंग, आप एक और चीज बता सकते हैं, इस हॉस्पिटल के इलाके में नियर बाय एरियाज में और कोई अस्पताल है जिसमें जो क्रिटिकली इंजर्ड है और जिनको रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है उनको ले जाया जा सकता है?
देखिए, ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि उस हॉस्पिटल के सभी लोगों को वहां से शिफ्ट कर दिया जाए। तो ये निर्देश दिए हैं कि वहाँ के सभी लोगों को शिफ्ट करें, किसी दूसरे हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट करें।
वहाँ पर पास में कौन सा दूसरा हॉस्पिटल है मिस्टर सारंग जिसमें शिफ्ट किया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये तो वहाँ जिला प्रशासन निश्चित कर रहा है कि किस तरह के पेशेंट है, उनको कहाँ लेके जाना है। जिला प्रशासन और वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स निश्चित कर रहे हैं।
पर सारी टीम्स को ये इंस्ट्रक्शन चला गया है कि जो वहाँ पे ट्रैप्ड है और जो क्रिटिकली इंजर्ड है उनको आसपास के कोई अस्पताल में जल्द से जल्द लेके जाया जाएगा।
ये इंस्ट्रक्शन ऑलरेडी दे दिया गया और प्रक्रिया भी शुरू हो गई।
बिल्कुल। और इस फायर का कारण जो है वो बहुत आई नो इट्स अ लिटिल प्रीमैच्योर टू आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन क्योंकि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद
I am not able to anything about this. It's a matter of investigation. After the report, I will be able to say.
All right. Anything else you can add, Mr. Sarang, to this?
नहीं, nothing. ये रेस्क्यू चल रहा है, इससे पहले कुछ और कहना ठीक नहीं है।
और फायर टेंडर्स एग्जैक्टली अगर मैं आपको पूछ लूँ तो कितने फायर टेंडर्स पहुंच गए हैं वहाँ पर? बिकॉज इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू ऑलराइट ही इज डिस्कनेक्टेड द लाइन बट ही इज गिवन अस फेयर बिट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन राइट देयर। दैट वाज द मध्य प्रदेश हेल्थ मिनिस्टर विश्वास सारंग who was on the line with us. Heminder still continues to be out there. Heminder, how many fire tenders exactly have reached the spot? How many rescue operation teams have reached the spot? And how quickly are they being able to rescue the people who are trapped inside? Over to you, Heminder.
Well, the last I spoke to the district administration authorities, they said that close to half a dozen fire tenders have been pressed into service. So that meant that some of them have reached and some are on their way to the spot. Half a dozen, 6 fire tenders have been pressed into service. The number could be increased because there is they are at hand available also in Jabalpur because there is a military cantonment close by. So they could ask the fire tenders from there as well. So, but right now the district administration has commissioned 6 fire tenders, and they have claimed that they are in the process of bringing those people who are trapped inside the hospital out of that particular spot.
Could you tell me a little about the fire compliance of this hospital as well? Do we have any details as far as whether this, from the local corporation, whether this hospital's fire compliance was done? When was it done last? Do we have any of that information or too soon?
आग लगी है, ऐसी जो बात सामने आई है और ये आग इतनी खतरनाक थी कि ये फर्स्ट ग्राउंड फ्लोर से लगना शुरू हुई जो 3rd फ्लोर तक गई। हमारी टीम के द्वारा तत्काल इस पे संज्ञान लेते हुए टीआई कोतवाली, टीआई गोलपुर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए और हमारी पूरी फोर्स ने इसको यहाँ पर आग को कंट्रोल करते हुए पूरे जो अंदर फंसे हुए लोग थे उनको बाहर निकाला। इसमें 7 गंभीर अवस्था में घायल हुए हैं जिनको मेडिकल और अन्य अस्पतालों में भेजा गया। बाकी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया गया।
कुछ डेथ
अभी जो प्राइमरी जो सूचना है उसमें 4 लोगों की इसमें डेथ हो चुकी है और 3 लोग गंभीर रूप से इलाज रहते हैं।
किन कारणों से आप लोग आइडेंटिफाई हो पाए?
अभी ये शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है। हमारी एक्सपर्ट टीम देख रही है कि आग की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई है।
That is still with us on the phone line. Heminder, I was asking you the question earlier about the fire compliance details of this hospital. Have you accessed any of that?
Well, the district administration, they have not commented on whether the required SOPs were adhered to or not. Fire compliance adhered to or not, but the hospital is being questioned. The authorities in the hospital, they are being questioned and they are being asked as to whether they are adhered to those SOPs or not. But at this stage, the district administration, neither the district collector nor the district SP, they are not in a position to either confirm or deny whether these SOPs were adhered to or not.
Right, so obviously that will be a matter of investigation. Now the first step, SOS would be to really rescue the people who are trapped inside. We can confirm that 10 people are dead in this hospital fire, 2 are critically injured. Heminder, we spoke to the health minister earlier as well. He said that he's instructed the local DM right there to move the ones who are being rescued into another nearby hospital. Are there hospitals nearby where they can be rushed to?
Yeah, there are several hospitals. In fact, many hospitals have mushroomed during the lockdown that was imposed during Corona. But also the Jabalpur Medical College is nearby, so they can be taken to the Jabalpur Medical College. The district hospital is there. So there's no dearth or scarcity of hospitals as far as this particular area is concerned.
Getting latest coming in from Shiv Sena Chauhan. Sorry about that interruption. Heminder right there. The latest coming in from Shiv Sena Chauhan is that he says the sad news has been received of a horrific fire accident in a hospital in Jabalpur. I'm in constant touch with the local administration and the collector. The chief secretary has been directed to keep an eye on the entire matter. Every effort is currently being made for relief and rescue operations. So Shivraj Singh Chauhan's first up reaction coming in as far as this fire is concerned. Sorry about that interruption. Heminder, continue. You were telling us whether there are any hospitals nearby where they can be rushed to and whether we have that information in terms of where the injured are being rushed to at the moment.
Well, there are hospitals close by. The Jabalpur Medical College is also not very far off. The district hospital is also there. And now, since the government, the chief secretary has been directed by the chief minister, as has been quoted, the government has taken it on top priority. The district administration has taken it on top priority. All efforts are being made to rescue those trapped inside and those who are injured. 2 of them are critical. The district collector said they are being rushed to a nearby hospital. They have not named the hospital yet, but there is no dearth of hospitals or scarcity of hospitals in this particular area. So hospitals
does not look good. It looks very, very grim. Sorry about the interruption. The first visual on your screens that you see on our 3 windows, the first one, take a closer look at that. This is the hospital where the fire has taken place, and just look at the ghastly fire. This is the front side of the hospital that we're bringing to you right now. Just look at that. It is absolutely ablaze. There is... we don't want to create unnecessary panic, but it does not really look good. Heminder still continues to be with us. Heminder, I'm taking a look at the visuals. It does not look good. Heminder?
Yes.
We're getting these visuals of the hospital which is on fire, and it just does not look good. I mean, it's completely ablaze, Has this fire of the video one that we're showing on our screens, I don't know if you can take a look at what we're showing, has this been doused at least or not doused? Or is that something which is underway at the moment?
Yeah, the fire tenders are trying their best to bring this fire under control, but the visuals that you are seeing, they are not like very old visuals, just 5-10 minutes back. They have been shot and sent to us by people from the spot, and they are still sending in more visuals. So the visuals that we are receiving, there is still fire there at the hospital, and the fire tenders are trying to just douse that fire. Efforts are still being made, but they have not yet been able to bring the fire under complete control.
Yes, and if we have any information of the number of doctors, medical practitioners, nurses, staff, along with the number of patients, so the total number of patients that the local authorities suspect who are trapped inside that hospital which is ablaze.
Well, the district administration has not been able to confirm this or say with any kind of conformity as to how many people are still trapped inside. But what they have been able to confirm is that 8 people in the first installment were reported dead, then 2 people were reported dead in the second installment. So the number of dead has gone to 10, and there are 2 people. This thing is also not confirmed whether the 2 people who were initially reported critically injured, they have been reported dead, or they are the 2 dead the number of deaths that has been increased by 2. They are the ones who were critically injured initially. So this confirmation has to come from the district administration. As far as pressing medical authorities into service is concerned, all district medical authorities and the doctors from the Jabalpur Medical College, they have been pressed into service. They have been asked to be on standby, and if the situation show demands, they would be sending the people critically injured to these hospitals, the district hospital as well as the Jabalpur Medical College. So everything is being monitored by the state, from the state secretariat, by the chief secretary and the health secretary in the secretariat. The district collector is on the spot, the district SP is on the spot, the divisional commissioner is there, and the IG is also reportedly there on the spot. So the entire machinery of the government is there. The health officials are there, doctors are there, nurses are there, everyone is there. But the point is that the fire has still not been brought under control.
So the government, the authorities, everyone has really swung into action, as you are reporting right now. Any kind of helpline number, or where the near and dear ones, next of kin of the patients who were admitted in this hospital, or the next of kin of the doctors who perhaps might be trapped inside, any kind of a helpline number to find out how their near and dear ones are doing? And how can the family members really know the status of their relatives who are trapped inside the hospital, Heminder?
Well, no such number has been issued by the authorities so far. The first priority, the top priority at the moment is to evacuate those trapped inside. And after that is done, probably they would be in a position to tell which patients from which departments got trapped, and also identify the dead. The dead have still not been identified. They have not identified it to the public or to the media. In fact, they have just given us the numbers so far. So that process is also on, but the first priority at the moment is to evacuate people, those trapped inside. And also, as far as the police and the fire tenders are concerned, their top priority is to bring this fire under control. They are trying their best, and hopefully the fire would be controlled very soon. That's what they are saying.
Cause unnecessary panic, but the visuals just do not look good. And as Heminder was mentioning, these visuals are just a couple of minutes old, and all eyes are now on whether this fire that we see is doused in time, so that cases of asphyxiation can be reduced and as many people possible can be brought out alive from that hospital, whether it is the patients, the staff, the doctors, the nurses. And I also want to tell our viewers that earlier we spoke to the health minister as well. Shivraj Singh Chauhan too has given out a statement, plus the health minister who we spoke to also has given out a statement saying that surrounding, there are many hospitals over there, and the DM and the authorities have been told to rush the people who are trapped, the ones who are getting rescued, to these nearby hospitals as well. At the moment, what we can confirm is 2 people critically injured in the fire tragedy. There's a massive blaze at the Jabalpur hospital. The name of this hospital is we'll just get you New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital. That's the name of the hospital, and 10 people are confirmed dead. This count could perhaps be higher given the manner in which the fire, the whole hospital has been set ablaze. Fire tenders are on the spot. Rescue and relief operations currently going on at the moment. Heminder, one big question: are there ambulances that have reached the spot to ferry the critically injured to other hospitals? Heminder.
Well, yes, the ambulances that are required to shift people to other hospitals, they are on hand. They have already been commissioned from nearby hospitals, also from the district hospital. So there is no scarcity of ambulances as far as shifting people from one hospital to another hospital is concerned. So the infrastructure is available. That has been commissioned, and people have been directed to move to the spot. The Chief Minister himself has asked the Chief Secretary to take care of the situation and monitor the situation. And once the Chief Minister does that, automatically it goes down the line. So the district authorities, because the district collector himself reached the spot.
You go live visuals on your screens right now. The hospital insides completely ruined, as you can see, because of the massive blaze at the Jabalpur hospital. You can see the scale of destruction inside the hospital. Down to ashes, really. We're getting a ground report that is coming in from inside the hospital. Let's zoom in. And Dheeraj is getting us more details. Dheeraj, आप जो अंदर की जो visuals ले आ रहे हो हमारे लिए, थोड़ा सा और बताइए कि यहाँ पर अभी latest
कारण बहुत ही ज़्यादा दृश्य खराब थे, गौरव जी।
Let's toss straight across to Aaj Tak, our sister channel, where Dheeraj is reporting live from inside the hospital. Listen in.
अभी प्रशासन का कहना है कि वो अभी हम लोग उसकी जांच कर रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं चित्रों में कि अग्निशामक जो यंत्र होते हैं वो रखे हुए हैं, पर उसका उपयोग करने तक का समय नहीं मिला और का पूरा अस्पताल राख हो गया है, जल चुका है। लोग ऊपर तो वह भी निकल नहीं पाए और उनका दम घुटने के कारण मौत हो गई है। प्रशासन अभी कह रहा है कि कई गंभीर व्यक्ति भी हैं।
कि ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि वहां पर आग बुझाने के यंत्र भी रखे हैं और आप कह रहे हैं कि उनका भी प्रयोग नहीं हो पाया, तो ये आग इतनी तेजी से कैसे फैली? आपकी कुछ प्रत्यक्षदर्शियों से, आई विटनेसेस से बात हुई, क्या बताया उन्होंने आपको?
प्रत्यक्षदर्शियों का कहना है कि हम लोग को आपकी लपटें दिखी एकदम, तो हम लोग वहां पर गए और उन्होंने संभालने की कोशिश की, पर आग जो थी फ्रंट से इतनी तेज थी कि अंदर जाने का मौका ही नहीं मिल पा रहा था, जिसके कारण यह घटना हो गई। और इतनी भयानक अंदर ही से आग इतनी तेज थी कि जब अपन फ्रंट गेट होता है उसी जगह पे बहुत तेज आग होने के कारण कुछ भी मौका नहीं मिल पाया, गौरव जी।
और क्या ये पता चल पा रहा है कोई और निकासी का मार्ग नहीं था, कोई और एग्जिट नहीं था इस अस्पताल से? एक ही दरवाजा था अंदर जाने और बाहर आने के लिए?
जी गौरव जी, मैं आपको बता दूं कि कोरोना काल का ये फायदा उठाते हुए अस्पताल बना
जी,
सुविधाएं जो होती है आग के कारण बचने की वो भी नहीं थी, कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं था, जिसके कारण वो एक ही गेट होने के कारण जहीं पर आग लग गई और वहां के बाद वो जा नहीं पाए, कोई आदमी निकल नहीं पाया और ये जिसके कारण ये बड़ा हादसा हो गया।
और रहिए मेरे साथ धीरज, आपसे भी ये चर्चा हम जारी रखेंगे। आप वहीं ग्राउंड जीरो पर है, रवीश पाल सिंह मेरे सहयोगी।
All right, as you can see, our reporter saying पूरा अस्पताल जल के राख हो गया है. The entire hospital is completely burnt down to ashes from within, and there are fears of people dying on the back of asphyxiation due to fire, according to our reporter who just joined us. Dheeraj just mentioned to Aaj Tak as to how there are fears of the ones who are trapped inside of asphyxiation thanks to the smoke and the fire that has taken place. And inside the hospital you can see it's absolutely unrecognizable that it used to be a hospital at one point of time. Just look at how it's burnt down to ashes. The cause of the fire is still unknown, but this is a massive tragedy that we are reporting right now. And at the moment the official count given to us is 10 people officially dead. The count could be much higher. 2 people are critically injured, and there are major fears of deaths due to asphyxiation and burns, etc. We'll get you more details as far as this is concerned. Hemender is with us. Is Hemender with us? All right, Hemender will also be joining us in just moments from now. But just look at that fire. It's really ghastly. You can see that fire. The district administration has swung into action. The state administration has also swung into action. Assurances are coming in from the health minister, from the chief minister, that they are in constant touch with the local authorities to ensure that number one, the fire gets doused ASAP. Number two, that they are given all the medical assistance that they require, the critically injured who are trapped inside. Number three, that the rescue operation teams are on the spot. Number four, the ambulances are on the spot as well. Number five, the fire tenders are on the spot too. The sixth assurance given is that the critically injured will be rushed to the nearby hospitals too. And once all of this is over, there will be an investigation that will be carried out to know the reason of this fire. At the moment, we can only draw conjectures as to why the fire could have taken place. We are not going to be doing that. Dheeraj is there with us, who is bringing us the story. Dheeraj, आप हमें ये बताइए कि अभी जो ये जो घटना हुई है, लेटेस्ट इसमें डेथ फिगर कितना है, कितने क्रिटिकली इंजर्ड है, सारे लोगों को अंदर से बाहर लेकर आए हैं कि नहीं? आप अंदर से हमें इमेजेस भी लेकर आए थे, पूरा जल के राख हो गया ये हॉस्पिटल।
जी आपको बता दूं, जल के पूरा राख हो चुका है। ये मेन इंट्रेंस है जो आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं, ये मेन डोर है जहाँ पे आग लगी थी। इस डोर से ही यहाँ पे आग बढ़ गई और आपको अस्पताल में और कोई डोर नहीं था आने और जाने का। आने और जाने के लिए एक ही डोर था, जो जबकि दूसरा डोर नहीं होने के कारण ही ये आग इतनी भड़क गई थी। और जब आग आगे से ही लगने के कारण लोग बाहर, बचाव दल भी बाहर नहीं जा पा रहा था, जिसके कारण ये आग लगी है। ये आप देख सकते हैं, यंत्र भी रखे जिनका उपयोग नहीं हो पा रहा है। और इस तरह ही इतनी भयानक आग थी कि पूरे अस्पताल में आग फैल गई और जम घुटने के कारण करीब बताया जा रहा है कि अभी 10 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है और अधिकतर यह अस्पताल का स्टाफ ही है। कोरोना काल में यह अस्पताल खोला था, जिसके जो फायदा लोगों ने लिया, आपदा में भी फायदा लिया लोगों ने, और ये 1 साल पहले इसको लाइसेंस मिला, ऐसा कहा जा रहा है। जबकि कोई भी अस्पताल में जो मूलभूत सुविधाएं होती है, जो जरूरत की चीजें होती है, वो नहीं थी।
आप हमें ये बताइए, आपने अभी कहा कि आने का और जाने का एक ही रास्ता था, मतलब एंट्री एंड एग्जिट पॉइंट एक ही था। तो अगर एक ही एंट्री और एग्जिट पॉइंट था इस न्यू लाइफ मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल में, तो ये मेडिकल नेग्लिजेंस का भी केस बन सकता है, क्योंकि फायर कंप्लायंस के हिसाब से सिर्फ एक एंट्री और एग्जिट नहीं हो सकता। धीरज
जी, सॉरी
धीरज, हमें ये बताइए कि फायर एग्जिट मतलब एक ही अगर दरवाजा था जिससे लोग आ सकते और जा सकते, तो फायर कंप्लायंस नहीं था इस हॉस्पिटल का। दिस हॉस्पिटल वाज नॉट फायर कंप्लायंट।
आपको बता दूं, यहाँ पे कोई भी एक ही एंट्री डोर था और एक बिल्डिंग में जो व्यवसायिक अपनी एक बिल्डिंग थी जिसमें पहले किसी और की दुकान थी, वहीं पर अस्पताल बना दिया गया था और प्रशासन ने वह कोई भी सुविधा चेक करने की जरूरत नहीं समझी और लाइसेंस दे दिया, जिसका परिणाम आज ये हुआ है कि अब प्रशासन बोल रहा जांच करेंगे, जबकि प्रशासन की पूरी गलती है इसमें कि जब ये लाइसेंस दिया जा रहा था, जब यह कुछ भी नहीं चेक कराया।
तो अभी कोई एफआईआर दर्ज हुआ है?
अभी एफआईआर दर्ज एसपी जबलपुर के एसपी महोदय और पुलिस प्रशासन पूरा है करने के लिए पूरी बात कह रहा है। बाकी अब उनका कहना है कि अब इस बात की जांच की जाएगी और फिर एफआईआर की आगे की कार्रवाई करेंगे।
तो लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो है और अस्पताल का जो मैनेजमेंट है, इन दोनों पे कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि ऐसा अलाउ ही कैसे किया कि एक ही दरवाजा है जिसमें से एंट्री और एग्जिट हो पाएगा।
कि बिल्कुल आपका कहना बिल्कुल सही है। जब प्रशासन के ऊपर आपदा आती है, जब वह ये सब चीज बात की ध्यान देते हैं, पर जब नहीं होता है, जब लाइसेंस देने की बारी आती है, तो वह अपने ऑफिस में बैठे हुए ही लाइसेंस प्रदान कर देते हैं। और ऐसा यह पहला अस्पताल नहीं है, जबलपुर में ऐसे कई अस्पताल हैं जिसमें कोरोना काल का फायदा उठाते हुए इस तरह के अस्पताल खोल दिए गए हैं, जो बाद में आके आज एक अस्पताल में हुआ और कई अस्पतालों में भी घटनाएं अगर होगी तो इसी तरह के मामले सामने आएंगे।
तो बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से आप कह रहे हो उस तरीके से हमें पता लग रहा है कि ये हॉस्पिटल फायर कंप्लायंट नहीं था, एक ही एग्जिट था, एक ही एंट्री था। इसका मतलब ये है कि दिस लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड द हॉस्पिटल मैनेजमेंट आर सपोज्ड टू बी आंसरेबल इन टर्म्स ऑफ फायर compliance and putting lives at risk like that. So we'll get you more details. We'll get you our reporter to join you with more details and questions definitely arising on medical negligence and many other points. We'll continue tracking these developments. For now, we're slipping into a very short break on the visuals that are coming in from Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
लेकिन अब कोई है
We are picking up from our sources within the ED that Sanjay Raut continues to not cooperate during the investigations. First of all, how do you react to that? He's been saying that when he communicated already that he will be available post the 7th of August, then what is this drama about?
See, I'll tell you one thing. He will create all these things. He will do all nonsense things. He's bought in all Uddhav Thackeray's gundes on road. He will do all nonsense things because he's not clean on his part, madam. If he would have clean, then he would have attended all the inquiries as given notice given by the ED department. Now all the ED department has reached to his house and they all are searching about this. If it is clean, he should answer them. Why he's not cooperating him? Why
I want to ask you, Navneet Rana, you know, MPs have been saying, Shiv Sena MPs have been saying that he is also a member of parliament. So what is wrong with him wanting to perform his duty as a parliamentarian and attend the proceedings in the House?
See, that is what, when they have worked against, they have misused their power against me. As a member of parliament, they have put me behind the bar only in the name of Hanuman Chalisa. I was supposed to chant Hanuman Chalisa in front of Uddhav Thackeray ji. They have done a same misuse of the power, and same thing. It is not used. They are not misusing the power against him. They are using their power. What power the law has given to the ED department? All the member of parliament from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both houses, member has taken initiative and given all the powers to the department. He should go and face the department's investigation. Why he's not doing so? Because he's a corruption. He's done corruption. He's a corrupted leader. See, tell me one thing. A simple editor of some newspaper, from where he gets so much of property that he have no answer to answer this department? If he is so clean, then he should go in front of them and answer everything. Where Alibag's property comes from, where this Goregaon's Patra Chawl, this issue comes from, and 25 to 30 companies still are there where he is involved directly and indirectly with all the big shot builders from Maharashtra, where that all inquiry comes from. See, from Mahavikas Aghadi, he became an agent of Mahavikas Aghadi and he was working and he's doing corruption for these people.
Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching.
Co-powered by Solar है लगाना तो Luminous को बुलाना. In association with the new Volkswagen Virtus.
Udhav's top man in Enforcement Directorate net. Raut spends night in Enforcement Directorate custody. Dramatic arrest. Sena cries vendetta. ₹1,034 crore land scam haunts Raut and his wife. Udhav shows solidarity, meets Raut's family. Congress backs the Sena, says ED misusing powers.
उसको गिरफ्तार करना, उनको सांसद से निकालना, ये सब harassment.
Raut faces ED's heat. So what's going to happen to Sanjay Raut? How big is the case against him? And we have two news breaks coming up in the next 30 minutes that make this an even bigger story than other channels are covering. Remember, the channel that broke the story always has the lead as far as the news breaks are concerned, and you'll see them. I'm Shiv, this is 5 Live, these are the headlines. Modi government reaches out to opposition, revokes suspension of 4 opposition Lok Sabha MPs. Union Minister Piyush Goyal slams opposition meanwhile for creating ruckus in the House. Amidst Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar face off in Karnataka, SR Patil enters Karnataka Congress Chief Ministerial face race. Fan video pitches Sidda as next Chief Ministerial face of the Congress party. It's my big story at 5:30.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರೇ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಿಎಂ ಕರುನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯಿಂದ ಇದು ಕಾಯಂ.
Amir Khan breaks silence on boycott Lal Singh Chadda trend, says he feels sad that some believe that he doesn't like India, pleads with fans not to boycott his upcoming film. After death threats from Moosewala's killers, Bollywood star Salman Khan gets a personal firearm license for self-protection. Big fire breaks out in Jabalpur Hospital in Madhya Pradesh. 10 people charred to death inside the hospital, 2 critically injured. Fire tenders rushed to the site. And continuing with our rolling coverage of this unfolding story, Sanjay Raut has been sent to 4 days custody with the Enforcement Directorate. That's till August the 4th in connection with the Patra Chawl land scam case. Meanwhile, his boss in the Uddhav Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, says that he is proud of Sanjay Raut. There is a dialogue on in Pushpa, Jhukega Nahi, but the real Shiv Sainik who won't bend is Sanjay Raut. Big, powerful words from Uddhav Thackeray for his man Friday, his closest confidant and top aide, Sanjay Raut. The man who gets everything done for Uddhav Thackeray is now under arrest for the next 4 days with the Enforcement Directorate, but his boss has just mounted a huge show of strength and support for the beleaguered Sanjay Raut. The Enforcement Directorate had wanted 8 days custody. They've been granted 4 by a PMLA court in Mumbai. I want to go straight across and get a full live update first from Divyesh, who's joining us from outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Divyesh, the Enforcement Directorate wanted his custody for a longer time. They've got until August the 4th. Tell us what's happening right now and what you're hearing from inside.
Well, Shiv, just a while ago, Sanjay Raut was brought back from the PMLA court to the ED office. He will have to remain here. I will ask my camera person to just pan and show the ED office, the Enforcement Directorate office on the top floor of this building. Sanjay Raut will have to be will have to stay here at the ED office for till August 4. After which again he will be produced in PMLA court, where ED officials could seek his further custody, his further remand to interrogate him. As of now, till August 4, he will be interrogated regarding 3 important points. First thing, why had Praveen Raut and his wife transferred 1 crore 6 lakh rupees to Sanjay Raut and his family members?
Yeah.
Second point, why was Praveen Raut paying 2 lakhs every month? Praveen Raut had also paid for the 8 land parcels purchased in name of Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar. Now, who is Praveen Raut? Praveen Raut is the director of Guru Ashish Constructions and one of the key accused in the Patra Chawl land scam. Praveen Raut had played a very crucial role in illegal sale of the FSI of the Patra Chawl land. They had sold it to 8 builders while they had just been given contract to redevelop Patra Chawl and build houses for tenants staying there and build houses for Maharashtra Housing Authority. But they sold the FSI for this land to 8 builders at cost of rupees 1,034 crores. Out of which Praveen Raut received 100 crores, and out of those funds he had transferred funds to Sanjay Raut.
Okay, it's going to be interesting. No night questioning can happen. That's what the court has ruled. So we'll have to see how this actually plays out. The Enforcement Directorate does, as a form of routine, do questioning late into the night as well. They've done that with people like Rahul Gandhi, with Partha Chatterjee on the other end of the country. But they can't question Sanjay Raut late into the night is what the judge has decreed for the custody that he has granted over the next 4 days. Divyesh, thanks for that. Well, after the marathon grilling at his residence yesterday and then at the Enforcement Directorate office, Sanjay Raut was arrested late last night in connection with this Patra Chawl alleged scam case. The court has now sent Raut to ED custody, like I said, till the 4th. But there is a lot happening behind the scenes as well. And that's the reason why India Today's team, both in Delhi and in Mumbai, is the only journalistic team that has you covered on every angle. Take a look at this report.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Patra Chawl land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा। दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा।
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court. for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land scam and laundering. Uddhav Thackeray paid a visit to the Raut household in a mark of support and attacked the BJP and Shinde government.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
पॉलिटिकल सर्कस चल रही है और जो भी इस राज्य में चल रहा है वो डेमोक्रेसी को पकड़ के नहीं है, लोकशाही को पकड़ के।
But despite Uddhav Sena putting up a brave face, the ED appears confident of nailing Sanjay Raut. The arrest memo exclusively accessed by India Today shows ED officials confident of prosecuting Raut for laundering. Terming Raut as uncooperative, ED asserts that there is ample evidence of the Sena MP's collusion with key accused Praveen Raut.
The officer, the ED is claiming that they had reason to believe Sanjay Raut's involvement in this money laundering, but on this very same basis, Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest.
The opposition, however, accuses the ED of inaction against BJP and Shinde Sena loyalists accused of corruption, including Union Minister Narayan Rane, Pratap Sarnaik and Yamini Jadhav. With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
If there's one person perhaps even more disadvantaged by the arrest of Sanjay Raut, it is, you've guessed it, his boss Uddhav Thackeray. Sanjay Raut, a staunch Thackeray loyalist, has been by Uddhav Thackeray's side ever since the demise of his father Balasaheb Thackeray. From engineering alliances to being a trusted troubleshooter, Sanjay Raut has been the man for all seasons as far as the Thackeray family is concerned. Sanjay Raut has now been taken in by the Enforcement Directorate, and that casts a shadow on Uddhav Thackeray. Take a look.
His man Friday in custody. His closest and oldest aide in ED crosshairs. Sanjay Raut's arrest has hit Uddhav Thackeray hard. The former Maharashtra CM, in a show of solidarity, visited Raut's home and met with his family to express his support.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
Sanjay Raut has been the backbone of the Uddhav Sena, leading from the forefront and the background. The strategist and the attacker all rolled in one. Raut has been a staunch Thackeray loyalist, and it was his all-out campaign that ensured Uddhav Thackeray even became the chief minister. Many believe that even the decision to break ties with BJP and create the Maha Vikas Aghadi stemmed from Sanjay Raut. The Uddhav faction believes that it is because of his proximity to the Thackerays that Sanjay Raut is today behind bars.
त्यांना फक्त शिक्षा एवढीच आहे की भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या विरोधामध्ये बोलणं आणि माननीय पक्षप्रमुख उद्धवसाहेब ठाकरे यांना कुमकुवत करणं या एकाच याने संजय राऊतांना अटक केली आहे आणि मला खात्री आहे की न्याय व्यवस्था आपलं काम चोख करेल आणि संजय राऊतांना न्याय मिळेल.
Raut has been with the Thackerays for decades, and his association with the mouthpiece Samna made him closer than ever to Balasaheb Thackeray and then directly to Uddhav as well. Amid the endless Maharashtra political crisis too, Uddhav chose to break his silence in an interview to his closest confidant.
गुन्हा माझा आहे तो म्हणजे मी यांना परिवारातले समजून यांच्यावरती अंधविश्वास ठेवला.
Sanjay Raut's arrest hurts Uddhav the most, politically and personally, as his go-to crisis manager is now in ED custody. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Sanjay Raut has been a trusted aide, first to Balasaheb Thackeray and then to Uddhav Thackeray for over 4 decades. Now, given that this entire questioning of Sanjay Raut will happen over the next few days and it will become even more politically important going forward, we thought it was best if we told you everything we possibly could about who this man is. He is pretty much behind the scenes. He's got a loud mouth. He is, is the person who runs Samna for Shiv Sena, and he is the Man Friday of the Thackeray family. But the firebrand MP has often landed in controversy over his comments. Here's a report on the rise and now possible fall of Sanjay Raut.
Most trusted Uddhav aide. A brash Uddhav Sena spokesperson. Head of Sena mouthpiece Samna. Known for acerbic attacks on Uddhav's opponents. Sanjay Raut has been in the eye of multiple storms throughout his political life, often for his sharp tongue. Starting his career in 1980 as a junior reporter, Raut was handpicked by Shiv Sena patriarch Balasaheb Thackeray to take over the reins of Samna. Known for his scathing attacks on Sena opponents through his editorials, Raut quickly rose through the ranks. Raut was first elected to Rajya Sabha in July 2004. He was soon named party's chief whip in the upper house.
तो पाकिस्तान के नागरिक की असेंबली नहीं है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं. अगर पाकिस्तान की भाषा हमको पसंद नहीं है तो हमारी इतनी मजबूत सरकार है, पाकिस्तान को खत्म करो.
Raut is known to have played a major part in forging the 2019 alliance with the NCP Congress and breaking away with the alliance with BJP, which ensured Uddhav achieving his lifelong ambition and becoming the chief minister. Under Uddhav as chief minister, Raut was often part of several run-ins with voices critical of the Aghadi government. Be it his infamous spat with Bollywood actor Kangana Ranaut,
मुंबई में रहते हो, महाराष्ट्र में रहते हो, या अपना सब कुछ कमाते और आप फिर भी यहाँ की पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं रखते. मैं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री और गृह मंत्री से सीधा अपील करता हूँ, जो लोग मुंबई पुलिस की बुराई कर रहे हैं, डिमोरलाइज कर रहे हैं, और यहाँ की जो राजनीतिक पार्टी ऐसे व्यक्तियों का समर्थन कर रही है, आप उनके खिलाफ कठोर एक्शन लें.
और his face off with Navneet and Ravi Rana.
देखिए, बंटी एंड बबली अगर पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कोई एतराज़ नहीं है. ये जो स्टंटबाजी है, फिल्म के लोग हैं, ये फिल्मी लोग हैं. ये स्टंटबाजी या मार्केटिंग करना उनका काम है सबका. और बीजेपी को अब ऐसे लोगों की ज़रूरत पड़ती है अपने मार्केटिंग के लिए. सब हिंदुत्व की मार्केटिंग करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. हमको मालूम है हिंदुत्व क्या है.
Raut was at his scathing best. The rise of Raut as number 2 in the party soon became a friction point in Shiv Sena. Many Sena leaders complained of a coterie within the party, blocking off access to Uddhav Thackeray. The rebellion that resulted in the collapse of Aghadi government is also blamed on Raut and his tongue lashing.
हे जे 40 लोक तिकडे आहेत ना, ही जिवंत प्रेत आहेत, लक्षात घ्या. हे मुर्दे आहेत, त्यांच्या बॉड्या इकडे येणार आहेत, त्यांचा आत्मा मेलेला असेल.
Sparing Uddhav himself, most rebel Sena MLAs had launched a full frontal attack on Raut. Sanjay Raut is once again in the eye of the storm over his alleged involvement in the Patra Chawl scam, worth 1,000 crore rupees. Will the firebrand Sena face survive the political upheaval? Bureau Report, India Today.
So these are very serious charges against Sanjay Raut. He's been accused of money laundering to the tune of an untold number in the 1,034 crore rupee Patra Chawl land scam case. But this is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. Here's a report on ministers who've been or are under the ED scanner.
Another Mahavikas Aghadi leader under ED glare. After Sena's Anil Parab, NCP's Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, trouble mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Uddhav's close aide has been accused of money laundering charges in the rupees 1,000 crore Patra Chawl scam. This is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by ED for their involvement in a scam. In September 2019, ED filed a money laundering case against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Pawar in connection with the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Former Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab is also facing heat for his alleged links to the violation of coastal zone rules in the construction of a resort in the Dapoli beach in Ratnagiri. Nationalist Congress Party leader and former minister Nawab Malik was arrested on February 23, 2022 by the Enforcement Directorate. Malik was arrested over alleged land and money transactions with henchmen of fugitive terrorist and underworld don Dawood Ibrahim, who is also mastermind of 1993 Mumbai attacks. The ED is probing a money laundering case against former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh based on the FIR filed by the CBI in April 2021. The FIR alleges corruption and bribery by the then minister in the Hafta Gate involving extortions from bar owners, using dismissed Mumbai Police Assistant Inspector Sachin Vazi. While the Mahavikas Aghadi calls naming of only its members in ED cases as political witch hunt, the BJP calls it an all-out war on corruption. Bureau Report, India Today.
And coming up next, the very public feud between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah has made the Congress's chief ministerial face race a total public tamasha. The latest is Rahul Gandhi is landing there tomorrow. Is he going to end this fight? Remember, 9 months to go for the elections, but fans of Siddaramaiah have him grooving to viral victory songs already. And we've got a big exclusive news break as well after this break.
How hack-proof is cryptocurrency? On paper, blockchain is difficult to hack, which is what most cryptocurrencies are based on. But over the years, hackers have found a way to exploit weak spots in third-party exchanges. Millions of people buy and sell cryptocurrencies on these third-party exchanges. Here are some of the biggest crypto heists in the world. This gaming-based crypto network was hacked for $620 million worth of Ethereum. This is the biggest crypto heist so far. This network is best known for one of the biggest play-to-earn games called Axie Infinity. This story is quite bizarre. The hacker turned out to be a good guy. Out of the $600 million stolen, he returned all the funds minus $33 million of Theta. USDT. In a strange twist, the attacker returned nearly all the money, but over $200 million was trapped in an account that required a password from the hacker. The hacker, known as Mr. White Hat, was asked to return the money. The platform even promised to grant the unidentified person $500,000 bounty for helping it identify a flaw in its system, and even offered them a job as chief security advisor. Japan-based crypto exchange CoinCheck made the mistake of storing its token on a hot wallet, a digital storage that you can access on your device. It's connected to the internet for it to work and thus vulnerable to cyber attacks. They lost more than $532 million. By 2014, Mt. Gox had been handling almost 70% of all Bitcoin transactions, but in the same year, it had suspended trading and filed for bankruptcy. The hack continued from 2011 to 2014. At the time of the theft, Bitcoins were worth $470 million, but now they are 10 times their value. This was one of the major hacks of 2022 when hackers exploited vulnerability in the Wormhole network with forged signatures. Wormhole also offered the hackers a reward of $10 million, but hackers were not in the mood.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
And we're starting with some breaking news from Karnataka. Siddaramaiah at 75. Details of the massive scale arrangements for the former Congress Chief Minister's birthday event to be held in Davangere in Karnataka. We're hearing that over 1,500 cooks have been hired, 5 lakh water bottles, 5 lakh Mysore Pak sweet packets have been made, 3 lakh people are estimated to attend. 42-acre ground will be used for the Siddharamotsava, Siddaramaya's 75th birthday in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi will also be attending it. It's on August the 3rd. Rahul Gandhi will be arriving tomorrow, one day ahead of the big celebrations. So this is going to be on a big scale. Priyanka Rudrappa getting us these details ahead of the Siddharamotsava in Davangere. Priyanka, thanks for joining me. Big event. Rahul Gandhi obviously is going to be, the key highlight attendee of this event. Siddaramaiah turning 75. It's going to be a celebration for the people. In many ways, it will also be a show of strength, isn't it? Because there is still this very public brawl going on over who's going to be the chief ministerial face.
It looks like the event is going to be massive in Davangere on August 3rd. Siddharamotsava or Amrut Mahotsava as the Congress leaders call it, which is being organized in Davangere on August 3rd to celebrate the 75 years of his birthday. Now, according to reports, there are about 5 lakh water bottles have been ordered, 5 lakh Mysore Pak sweet packets have been ordered for people who will be attending the event, along with 3 lakh people, at least 3 lakh people will be attending the massive event in Davangere, which is being held on a 42-acre ground there. Like you said, Rahul Gandhi will also be attending the event along with senior Congress party leaders from the state as well. Now, this is being seen as a show of strength, projecting Siddaramaiah as the next chief ministerial candidate. However, his party loyalists say that this is an event which is being organized only to celebrate his achievements as a politician.
Okay, his fans are also making viral videos with images of Siddaramaiah dancing and singing. So, one gets the sense that all is not well within the Congress party. It seems that the Siddaramaiah faction and the DK Shivakumar faction are busy trying to outdo the other in this race to be anointed the chief ministerial face. The only problem with all of this is that the elections are only 9 months away, and voters, supporters, cadres are all getting conflicting signals of whether the party is truly united to take on the Bommai government in Karnataka. There's no end to the infighting in the Karnataka Congress for the chief ministerial post. The two-way tussle between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah for the party's next chief ministerial face position has now widened. Senior Congress leader Veerappa Moily has bowled a total googly into this entire mess and proposed a third name, who happens to be a Lingayat face. This comes at a time when Siddha supporters have released a song titled Next Chief Minister Siddha. Will this infighting torpedo or worsen the Congress's poll prospects in a state, mind you, where the Congress, relative to many other places, is actually quite strong? Heavy shots fired in the Congress party's endless internal war for the chief ministerial candidate position. This song by former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's fan association, embedded with images of a grooving Siddha, have taken Karnataka's internet by storm.
ಅನ್ನ ಭಾಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬಿದೆ ಹಸಿದ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಶಿರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯುವೆ.
The latest in this escalating war, where Siddaramaiah has been defending his right to be the Congress's chief minister face against State Congress President DK Shivakumar, who's been busy painting himself the Congress's numero uno for the assembly elections coming up in 9 months. In a thinly veiled, festering face-off, the two leaders have all but thrown verbal punches at each other. With Congress MP Rahul Gandhi arriving in Karnataka on Tuesday, could there be some clarity on which cat gets the political cream? Of course, Rahul is arriving in the state to be part of Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday celebration, an ongoing bone of contention between the two feuding leaders.
He will be coming here and holding a
Political Affairs Committee meeting, which will give a shape for the politics of Karnataka from the Congress party. After that morning is going to the 75 years of birthday of my CLP leader.
But in the finest traditions of Congress disarray and confusion, the DK Siddha feud isn't even the headline story in today's chapter of the Nataka. Because ahead of Rahul's arrival, old Gandhi loyalist and former Congress Chief Minister of Karnataka, Veerappa Moily, has bowled his own political googly.
ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಶಿಫಾರಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅವರು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ
In the caste-drenched battlefield of Karnataka, Moily's words are a veritable bombshell. Siddaramaiah is an OBC leader, while DK Shivakumar is from the Vokkaliga community. What Moily has done by proposing SR Patil is to field a leader from the dominant Lingayat community, the same community as current Chief Minister Bommai, as well as his predecessor from the BJP, B.S. Yediyurappa. As this public internal Congress fight continues, the party's battle readiness will probably take a hit, with cadres and workers divided between the leaders and not working as one to take on the BJP. Is this building up to another Congress disaster? With Priyanka Rudrappa and Nagarjun Dwarakanath in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
So you must understand why we are doing this story here on India Today, because there is a perception sometimes that the media tends to focus on the opposition. Karnataka is a state where the Congress party has been in power not too long ago. It's a place where it has powerful leaders who take independent decisions, who are charismatic, who have mass bases and a very good structure in Karnataka. And therefore, there is one view that as far as Karnataka goes, the Congress can put up a very spirited fight. But now, 9 months before the elections, with this kind of public tutu meme and fighting going on between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, both mass leaders, one of them a former chief minister, the other the state Congress president, what message is going out to voters, what message is going out to the Congress workers on the ground is the main question, which is why here are the 5 questions we're asking today before we go to our political guests. Number 1, is Congress killing any chances of a strong show in the 2023 polls by allowing this fight between DK and Siddaramaiah to fester in this manner? Is this public infighting happening since the Gandhis are no longer seen as strong, and therefore it's almost like an indulgence in indiscipline which would never otherwise happen? Doesn't this gravely erode the Congress's battle readiness for 2023? Because you've got 2 camps that are looking at each other instead of at their enemy, which is the BJP, which is in power. The mission should be to topple the BJP, but they're so busy trying to outdo each other. That's where all the energy appears to be going. Number 4, will Rahul Gandhi settle this during his visit tomorrow? There's a crucial meeting tomorrow in Bengaluru, followed by that big Siddharamotsava 75th birthday celebration for Siddaramaiah. Will Rahul Gandhi in some way send out a message to both these leaders? You've got to stop fighting this way in public. It makes us look really bad, is what Rahul should probably say. But will he do that is the question. And finally, who does the Congress leadership actually favor for Chief Minister? In the recent past, the Congress leadership has taken specific decisions. They are usually accused of dilly-dallying, waiting until it's too late, taking bad decisions. But in the recent past, for instance, in Punjab, they took a specific decision. It totally backfired on them, but they took a decision. Are they going to do the same in Karnataka, or are they going to let this public feud between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar fester and escalate, because it is very thinly veiled now? Let's go straight across and get our guests in from the ground in Karnataka. Mohan Krishna, spokesperson of the BJP in Karnataka. Aishwarya Mahadev, spokesperson of the Congress party. Aishwarya, big day tomorrow. Rahul Gandhi is going to be there. Crucial meeting. But it looks like the power struggle, the race. And I don't want to seem like I'm exaggerating this, because, for the Congress party, this is a real issue. I'm saying, is the Congress hoping that this matter will get settled? Because from the outside, it looks like this war between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah is only escalating, Aishwarya.
Good evening, Shiv. I want to emphatically state and put on the record that first and foremost, the Congress has already put forth, the leadership has already told us that the 2023 elections is going to be fought on the plank of collective leadership, and every single Congress party member, irrespective of caste, creed and their hold, is going to work together to bring the Congress party to power. I think the KPCC president has also spoken along the same lines. The CLP leader himself has also accepted that. However, the greatest disservice to not only the party but also the leaders themselves is people and MLAs from within or outside, or even these fan associations, putting out things like this that causes more disarray and causes more communication gaps. Very singularly, the party has always held that collective leadership is what is going to win us the election, and then whoever is CM will be decided, because you may want somebody like the CLP leader, I may want the PCC president to next head our state, but the decision is not ours. Not only will it come to the legislative party, it will also come down to the workers, and this is what we have held. And today, let me just clarify, Mr. Moily, I'm sure while not propping himself up to be a CM for the next term, has spoken about Mr. S.R. Patil as a person who has the capability to become chief minister, and the Congress party that way is blessed. We have a lot of opportunities, or rather a lot of very tall stalwarts capable of being CMs. And I think that is what he spoke about. However, again, even if Mr. S.R. Patil wants to come to the forefront and fight for, the party in collective leadership, much appreciated. And that is the stand. Whatever anybody else says, the leadership has made it extremely clear. Tomorrow, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is coming to Hubli to go to that one license, the Khadi Grama, the industry that manufactures the original Khadi flags and has the ISI certification, which the central government has recently revoked and allows for polyester flags to be made. Mr. Gandhi will be visiting that and having a political affairs committee of Karnataka meeting, following which he will be visiting the birthday celebrations of Shiv Sena in Davangere. So as of now, none of this is not coming to clear anything, Shiv. Things are very, very clear. If people don't get the message, then they'll be warned even more sternly. But
Aishwarya, you're blaming these fan agencies, but with the greatest of respect, it's all very well to say collective leadership and, the issues on which it will be fought. But the fact is, the two people who are having a go on an almost 2-3 daily basis are two leaders who have mass bases. One of them has been a chief minister. The other is your Congress state president. And, it's not even thinly veiled anymore. You've got DK Shivakumar saying, I've done all the cooking and now somebody else will come to eat. He talks about not having a birthday celebration. There was one day where on 3-4 occasions in different public meetings, he, all but propped himself up to be the chief ministerial face of Karnataka. He did that in the Vokkaliga heartland as well. So the sense one gets is that there is a factional problem within the Congress party and time is running out.
Shiv, let's make one thing very clear. At no point can you negate, the former chief minister aside, at no point can you negate the fact that Mr. DK Shivkumar is one of the tallest leaders in the Congress and in Karnataka. He does have a mass base and he appealed to his community to support him, which I think has been clarified as there is nothing wrong, and the aspirations of anybody who wants to be chief minister next is something that people have already proposed. But the fact that the leadership has made this clear, both of them are extremely large mass leaders. Instead of individual leadership, if you combine them and have collective leadership, you have far more of a base, far more people support, and far more popular when you go to the elections. And Mr. Shivkumar has also made it very clear that for him, he wants to bring the party to power and nothing else. The next step ahead is something that can be seen. And I believe very strongly that this is the sentiment that is running through. However, nobody should fault anybody for having aspirations. However, he has not been somebody who says, I will not do this unless I'm given this. He is not blackmailing the party.
No, I agree. I agree with you with that. I agree with you about that. But the point, we all know how elections work. It's, collective leadership is a great thing. They're all mass leaders. But at the end of the day, voters are looking for clarity of purpose, unity of purpose, a single leader who is going to be the chief ministerial face, not a party that's allowing its tallest leaders to sort of take pot shots at each other in a pretty direct manner. The other point is, and I want to bring Mohan Krishna, I'll come back to you, Aishwarya. Mohan Krishna, we're not discussing the merits or demerits of the Congress party and what chances it has in the election. But as a politician in Karnataka, what are you making of this? Because the fact that Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar are tall leaders is beyond debate. They are tall leaders. They are both elected representatives. My question to you is, in the perception from the BJP, from the public, are these two leaders undermining each other? And in that sense, is it advantage BJP?
Shiv, very good evening to you.
Good evening.
Shiv, if you have found out the issue properly, if you decode it properly, I mean to say, before elections, I don't think Congress has done these kind of things earlier. That is one part. The earlier question in the opening you asked, is the lack of leadership is the problem with the Congress? Absolutely true. That is the issue of the Congress today. You have seen in Punjab how Sidhu and Cheney were problem. Today they have the same problem. Rahul Gandhi went there and announced Cheney, and how badly they have lost in Punjab, you know that well. I'll come to the point of whether it is advantage BJP or not later. Coming to the point, he will come tomorrow, he will do the same thing. We are very happy. कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत करने के लिए कोई दूसरा नहीं चाहिए. सिद्धरामैया बस है और डीके शिव कुमार बस है, राहुल गांधी बहुत काफी है. This is one point. Second point, I will tell you something. This is a teaser for 2023 elections. The script has to be written now, the film has to be made, and it has to be released by 2023. By then you will see Mr. Karge candidate, Mr. Moili candidate is already S.R. Patil, then you will have another XYZ candidate, then you will have ABC candidates. So Congress will be full of leadership quality leaders.
Okay.
I want 10 leaders want to be a CM. They have
Aishwarya, I think the point generally is, and I don't disagree entirely with that point, because it's a technical point. The point is that, unlike the BJP, the Congress appears to be, tolerating this kind of public debate. This is the kind of thing that should be happening behind closed doors. Because let the voters see unity. The voters don't need to see these leaders taking a pot shots and their ambitions coming out in public and colliding in this manner. And Mohan Krishna is right when he takes the example of Punjab. That kind of fighting between two public leaders gravely eroded the Congress. And that over there, the Congress was in power.
Shiv, first and foremost, I believe anybody who is talking outside, who is taking this sort of their opinion about who is the next leader and whatnot publicly, has been severely and promptly reprimanded, no matter how big or small or tall that leader is. And I think the recent letter to Mr. Zamir Ahmad Khan is proof enough. The singular fact in the party line is this, and if they do not have respect for it, then action will be taken against them. But it's very rich of Mr. Mohan Krishna to talk about what happened in Punjab while we remember the 3 CM scenario in Karnataka. Today, the BJP workers themselves are rebelling against the BJP government and Mr. Bommai, who, if you look at Mr. Chakravarti Sulibele's tweets today, who's one of the most profound proponents of the BJP, he says the CM had more time to go watch a movie and shed tears than to shed tears over a Hindu karyakarta who had died. Their house is not in order. They are blatantly corrupt and they have their own issues to face. And Mr. Yatnal, please let us not forget the eternally entertaining Mr. Yatnal, who tells us exactly what happens with the BJP government. So please, sir, check yourself before you throw stones in your own glass house. And my party will sort its issues. My party will obviously resolve what it is, because the idea is not one person or two people. The idea is preserving the idea of democracy and giving clean governance to Karnataka that the BJP has blatantly forgotten in their callous manner to make their 40, 50, 60% commission to obviously vie for the chair of chief ministership.
You can answer that. Go ahead. Okay, we're getting into the specifics of the Karnataka government. Go ahead and answer that. Then I'll ask my final question.
I would like to ask a simple question to Aishwarya Mahadevan today.
Mahadev, sir, Mahadev. Not
Aishwarya
Tamilian, I'm a
Mahadev,
Kannadiga.
it's okay. It's okay, fine. No problem. See, your leaders were telling in 2013 that BJP has changed three chief ministers. Today I'm asking you, Aishwarya, you are naming already 4 chief ministers candidates. What is this you are doing? What is that you are trying to do to the people? Shiv, is it not a confusion in the Congress? Congress is not confused.
I'm saying
They are trying to confuse people more. But I will tell you something. Congress might be confused, but people are not confused. They have convictions that Congress is not going to come back to power. Let them have this tussle, this teaser.
My final point is,
or whatever maybe, let it happen. The final results will be for the party which is ruling well under Bommai and BJP party.
Okay,
and let me answer to that what she was talking about our party workers and Chakravarti Suli Bele. Mr. Chakravarti Suli Bele is a Hindu activist, and we are ready to talk to them. If we have problem, he has not said about the government, he has not said about, come on, stop about that 40%. You could not prove that. Aishwarya, don't talk that.
Let's not divert now.
Time you prove it in the court, then you talk.
Let's not divert. Okay. That point has been made. She's made the point. You've answered the point. Because since we have limited time, I'd like to come to my last point. Aishwarya, Rahul Gandhi coming there tomorrow, affords its own kind of opportunity to, to put up a united front, put out the optics and show that the party is united, because this is not a Congress BJP thing. There is a public perception that one represents as well. The reason why this election is important, every election is important, but the reason why this is especially important is because this is an opportunity for the Congress to put up a strong show before the 2024 election as well. It's an opportunity for momentum. So my final question to you is the Congress hoping that Rahul Gandhi will send out some kind of a message that will end the little niggles? You're calling them little niggles. I'm saying they're more serious. But will they be ironed out post this visit by Rahul?
Shiv, first, Mr. Mohan Krishnan will never answer the question that's given to him. But besides that, Shiv, tomorrow when Mr. Rahul Gandhi comes to Karnataka, one thing is very clear. His priority first is the Political Affairs Committee meeting to give us the vision for the next election. And I'm very sure he will emphatically state the point of collective leadership. If somebody wants to have posters all across claiming or proclaiming they're the next chief minister, it is an absolute bad taste. And I believe that the party will look upon it as such, because any sort of arm twisting, any sort of blackmail, any sort of pressure being put on by any leader across from anywhere on the Congress leadership has never borne any results, because the Congress party believes you have a responsibility greater than your own self-interest of power, and you have to deliver to the people of Karnataka government. I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi will make that emphatically clear in what he says, because no matter what it is, the Karnataka Congress is going to the polls together. We're going to win it together, because this is not about one caste community, one former CM, one CM who will be, but rather it is about the people of Karnataka and to deliver the people of Karnataka from the clutches of this corrupt BJP
20
government.
seconds to Mohan Krishna.
That is the truth.
20 seconds.
Yes.
20 seconds.
Yes, Shiv, I am very happy that Aishwarya has accepted that they have to go together, that they will not. That is for sure. People know it today. And look, they have to get the blessings of the people and then talk about the chief minister. Second thing. Very importantly, Congress has lost how many elections, Shiv? Can you name it? Can you give me the figures? Can Aishwarya tell me that today? How many series of elections they have lost? Series of elections and series of states they have lost. They have lost here, and forever they are going to lose. They are not going to come back to power. We are going to come back to power with thumping majority. We have an able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi.
The question is,
we have an election machine king Chanakya, Mr. Amit Shah, and we have a leadership in Karnataka, Mr. Yediyurappa, as well as Mr. Bommai is doing an excellent job.
Out of time now.
If they want to prove that 40%, if they want to prove, let them prove it in the court and then talk.
Will the Congress
not unnecessarily create the issue of 40%?
Okay. Will the Congress be optimally battle ready with these little infightings that are continuing to go on?
Can it be brushed aside and called collective leadership, or will it actually undermine the party's preparedness to mount a real fight for the BJP is the question. Maybe the tide will turn. Maybe we are missing something completely. We'll have to see how it goes. We will cover it very closely. Aishwarya and Mohan Krishna, appreciate your time. Thank you very much for being with me here on 5 Live. That's a wrap on today's show. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Up next, 6 p.m. Prime with Pooja. After Partho, top Udhav aide Sanjay Raut in Enforcement Directorate custody. Is it a big witch hunt or a mega scam fight? Pooja puts the big question on the table next.
तो देश को आज एक और गोल्ड मेडल हासिल हुआ और देश को गोल्ड मिलाया किसने? जेरेमी ने। जेरेमी, ये आपके करियर का कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का सबसे बड़ा मेडल है। बहुत आपने तैयारी भी की थी, स्ट्रगल भी किया, बताइए कैसे रहा? 2011 में शुरू किया था करियर?
हाँ जी, वेट लिफ्टिंग 2011 दिसंबर में स्टार्ट किया था और स्टार्ट करने के बाद मैं कोच मेल सोमा का अंदर भी ट्रेनिंग किया था और आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में मैंने 2012 में ज्वाइन किया और वहाँ आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में जारजाऊ की कोच मिज़ोरम का ही है, उनने मुझे ट्रेनिंग करवाया और तब से कंटिन्यू ही कर रहा हूँ।
आज आपको लगता है कि आपने जो सोचा था वैसा किया? हालांकि गोल्ड मेडल मिल गया, लेकिन आपको लगता है जो आपने प्लान किया था वो आप कर पाए?
जो मुझे चाहिए था ये गोल्ड मिला है, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस दे नहीं पाया और मैं दिखाना चाह रहा था सबको, मतलब कि मैंने कितना मेहनत किया है, लेकिन गेम में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ पता ही नहीं लगता। तो थोड़ा सा मसल क्रैम्स का वजह से हो नहीं पाई क्लीन एंड जर्क में, लेकिन खुश हूँ अभी।
खुश है अभी। आपकी फैमिली बैकग्राउंड भी सब स्पोर्टिंग है, पापा भी खेलते हैं, भाई भी खेलते हैं, 5 भाई आप लोग। कैसा रहता है घर में एटमॉस्फेयर?
घर में तो सर मस्ती करते रहते, पापा तो भाई जैसा ही ट्रीट करता है और मम्मी अकेला लड़की अभी, और मम्मी भी ऐसे ही ट्रीट करते हैं हम सभी, और आपस में बॉक्सिंग भी खेल लेते हैं पापा लोग के साथ भी, और मतलब काफ़ी मज़े करते हैं हम।
67 में ये आपका आज आखिरी इवेंट था, इसके बाद आप तैयारी करेंगे पेरिस की, आपको वेट भी चेंज करना होगा। ये ट्रांजिशन जो बदलाव होगा उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? कितना कठिन होने वाला है?
बहुत मुश्किल होगा। मेन फेस जो है मेरा वेट गेन करने का, अगर वेट गेन होगा तो ट्रेनिंग तो मैं अच्छा करता हूँ, मैं खुद में इतना मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मैं ट्रेनिंग कर लूँगा अच्छा से। अगर 73 मतलब चला जाऊँगा अभी 67 छोड़ के, ओलंपिक के लिए तैयारी करूँगा, बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दूंगा मैं।
आखिरी एक सवाल जेरेमी, ये मेडल आप किसी को डेडिकेट करना चाहेंगे? फैमिली में, कंट्री में, किसी को आप बताना चाहेंगे ये मेडल किसके लिए आपने जीता है?
एक ही को नहीं दे सकता, क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम से मैं ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ और हमारा देश को तो सभी को डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ, फिर भी मेरा फैमिली और मेरा ग्रैंडफादर और ग्रैंडमदर के लिए। जी।
You are watching
इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं बिंदिया रानी, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स की सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट 55 kg वेट कैटेगरी में। बिंदिया, आपका पहला कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स और सिल्वर मेडल, कैसे एक्सप्लेन करेंगे अपनी खुशी को?
आज मेरा ये लाइफ का गेम से इसमें मेरा सिल्वर मेडल आया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत आई एम सो फील वेरी हैप्पी। मेरा फर्स्ट लाइफ के लिए सिल्वर मेडल आया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत खुश है।
मैं ये जानना चाह रहा था कि एक एथलीट बनने के पीछे आपने कितनी कड़ी मेहनत की, किन किन चुनौतियों का आपको सामना करना पड़ा, चाहे वो परिवार की बात रही हो, चाहे एक आप खुद आपने किस तरीके से ना अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाया वो।
और ये मेरा कोच लोगों ने भी बहुत हेल्प किया और टॉप्स और साई ने बहुत हेल्प किया। उसके बाद मेरा कोच विजय शर्मा प्रमोद सर वो लोगों ने अभी भी ट्रेनिंग में पूरा मेरा टेक्निक थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, इसके लिए रूम हमने अभी इधर बताया, फिर रूम में जाके सौ की सोचना है। सालों ने ये बताया, ये ऐसे बोला, मैंने सालों का एडवाइस मैंने दिमाग से लगाया, इसके लिए वो सालों ने बहुत हेल्प किया।
करेक्ट। स्नैच में आप थोड़ा सा अभी आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा सा और इम्प्रूव करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि आप क्लीन एंड जर्क में बेहतर कर रहे थे, लेकिन स्नैच में थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम थी, उस पर आप कैसे काम कर रहे हैं?
मैं स्नैच भी अभी तो कभी कभी अच्छा किया, तो क्लीन जर्क तो कॉम्पिटिशन में ट्रेनिंग में इतना फेल नहीं है। स्नैच तो थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, तो प्रॉब्लम तो अभी तो ठीक चल रहे। इधर बर्मिंघम में ट्रेनिंग आया, अभी ठीक चल रहे। फिर उसके बाद अभी भी स्नैच तो पहले से अभी ठीक है।
Enforcement Directorate has now trained its guns on Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut, getting his custody for the next 4 days. This is in the alleged Patra Chawl scam of 1,034 crore rupees. What is the scam and how did the Shiv Sena MP get into the eye of the storm? Importantly, massive politics already brewing out over this arrest. I get you the latest on that and more on 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali, on India Today. Do not miss.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. After Partha, another opposition neta in ED net. Top Uddhav aide Sanjay Raut in ED custody. Land scam worth 1,000 crore rupees haunts Raut and his wife Varsha. Uddhav Sena cries vendetta. BJP announces war on corruption. Big witch hunt or mega scam fight. Raut faces ED heat.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Pooja Shali. This is the bulletin where I bring issues that matter to you as citizen of this country. Top right now story is about tenants who haven't got their houses for 14 years now. That's the Patra Chawl land scam case. I'll be bringing you all the latest on that. First, the headlines. Modi government reaches out to the opposition, revoking the suspension of 4 opposition Lok Sabha members of parliament. Union Minister Piyush Goyal slams the opposition for creating commotion inside the parliament. Arpita Mukherjee's Trinamool Congress link has exploded after Mamata Banerjee says she does not know Arpita Mukherjee. India Today has accessed this 2011 TMC campaign rally video where Partha and Arpita can be seen sharing the stage. Amid Siddaramaiah and DK Shiv Kumar face off, SR Patil enters Karnataka Congress Chief Minister face race now. The fan video pitches Siddaramaiah as the next CM face. Actor Amir Khan breaks silence on boycott Lal Singh Chadda trend. Says he feels sad that some believe he does not like India, pleading the fans to not boycott this film. After death threats from Moosewala killers, Bollywood superstar Salman Khan gets a firearm license for self-protection now. Horrific tragedy coming in from Madhya Pradesh. Massive fire breaks out in Jabalpur hospital. 10 people charged to death, 2 critically injured. Fire tenders rush to the site. Horrific visuals from the location. Big news coming in from the High Court on the Smriti Irani Goa restaurant controversy. Remember, that had become a big political face-off, and now the High Court has said Smriti Irani, the minister, and her daughter are not the owners of the restaurant. Smriti Irani or her daughter never applied for a license for that restaurant. Neither the restaurant nor the land is owned by the minister or her daughter. So this clearly can come as a big relief for Smriti Irani, who was facing allegations from the Congress party specifically. The 3 defendants conspired, according to the High Court, the 3 defendants conspired with each other and other individuals to launch a tirade of false, scathing and belligerent personal attacks on Smriti Irani and her daughter. The motive was to malign, defame and injure the reputation, the moral character and public image of Smriti Irani. Very strong words there by the High Court. This clearly against the Congress netas who had led that press conference, remember, also against Smriti Irani. And the High Court has said slanderous allegations have been made without verifying fact. Great injury has been caused to Smriti Irani and her family. Bogus statements with a malicious intent. Imperative need to protect the reputation of Smriti Irani, who is a respected member of the society. Let's go across now to our crime bureau head right now. And Nalini is joining me for the latest on that. Nalini, this is clearly a relief for Smriti Irani, and she also was very confident. She had even taken the defamation route against Congress netas. What are you picking up on what the High Court has said?
Well, Pooja, this was a hearing that had happened before the High Court on Friday when summons were issued to Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera, as well as another Congress leader who had made these statements against Smriti Irani. And the detailed order copy of it has just come out, where the Delhi High Court's made some very serious observations in favor of Smriti Irani, especially regarding this entire controversy that has been ongoing. Now, remember on Friday, the judges had asked for all of the Congress leaders to delete the tweets immediately, and in case the Congress leaders don't do so, the social media platforms were directed to take down the tweets within 24 hours. But now the High Court's gone one step further, and they said that there is an imperative need to protect Smriti Irani's position, considering the fact that she is a reputable member of the society, and that is why it's put down in the order that these statements that have been made by the Congress leaders are based on unverified facts, and that the court has gone through the documents that have been presented before them, and they can conclusively say that the restaurant is not owned by Smriti Irani or her family members. In fact, even the land that is on which the restaurant is constructed is not owned by Smriti Irani or her daughter. None of the licenses have been applied for by Smriti Irani or her daughter, and even the show cause notice has not been issued to them. So there is absolutely no relation that Smriti Irani or her daughter have with this restaurant in Goa that is in the midst of this entire controversy. And specifically because of that, the Congress leaders have been asked to take down their tweets. The High Court's also gone ahead and said that the way in the manner in which these statements were made, where a press conference was held publicly and the public was given these details without verifying the facts, shows that there was a malicious intent to defame Smriti Irani, which is why the High Court has now stepped in to protect her reputation.
So this is very clear. And if you can also again tell us, Nalini, what precisely did the High Court say to say that they're not even owners? They never applied for a license. How did the 3 defendants who had attacked her were even claiming that it was their restaurant? Because Smriti Irani from day one had said that her daughter has nothing to do with it. She's being attacked primarily because she has been exposing the top leadership of the Congress party. So what can we say are the strong words by the High Court that does become a shot in the arm for Smriti Irani?
Well, Pooja, it's important to highlight over here that the High Court is not just saying this on the basis of the arguments that were made before them by both sides. The High Court has categorically noted in its order that they've gone through the documents that were put forth before them, along with the affidavit that was filed by Smriti Irani and all the documents that were supplementing it. So they've in detail gone through the documents, after which they've come to the conclusion that neither Smriti Irani nor her daughter had any ownership or part in this restaurant in Goa, because none of the licenses have been issued to them. They in fact have not even applied for any licenses under their name. Even the show cause notice is not issued to them. And like I told you earlier, the restaurant or the land on which the restaurant is built, none of that is in Smriti Irani or her daughter's name. The High Court's also gone ahead and said that there was a concocted effort by all of these Congress leaders who, in conspiracy with each other, had put out these statements which have ultimately maligned and defamed Smriti Irani's reputation. It was interesting, like you pointed out earlier, that Smriti Irani took the route of civil defamation as soon as this controversy arose, and that was possibly because she knew that she had all the documents that were backing her in her favor, to know that none of these that she or her daughter had no relation to the restaurant in Goa. And immediately after these statements were made, Smriti Irani had issued a warning that it's going to be followed up with a legal notice. Now things finally seem to be falling in Smriti Irani's favor, because she's put forth all the documents before the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court's gone through them, they've passed this detailed order, and the Congress leaders now seem to be in the dock, because they will have to appear before the court on the next day. They will have to explain exactly on what basis these statements against Smriti Irani were made.
Okay.
So even though,
Apart from clearing her of all the charges, to also then go about what the defendants had said. And this is very important for anyone who's quick to launch any sort of tirade of false, scathing, belligerent personal attacks. The High Court has taken cognizance in this matter, saying that the motive was clear: to defame, injure the reputation and moral character and public image of Smriti Irani. These are slanderous allegations. And now, with the copy of what exactly had the High Court said, I'm joined by our managing editor right now, Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, because these are the strongest words that the court has taken, that these were slanderous allegations to defame moral reputation and character of Smriti Irani. Over to you now, Gaurav.
India Today has accessed the court order, and that court order is scathing in its indictment. It says false and defamatory content. The utterances of defendants number 1, 2 and 3 in the press conference were used and continued to be used by the defendant number 1, 2 and 3 and various other individuals and entities, directly and indirectly disseminating such and similar misrepresentation on various media websites and of course on social media platform. The learned counsel appearing from the plaintiff have taken me extensively through these documents. Attention of the court has been drawn to the positive averments made in the plaint supported by an affidavit. The plaintiff and her daughter are not the owners of the restaurant or the property upon which it is situated. The plaintiff or her daughter are neither running nor operating the restaurant or any bar in Goa. No license for the restaurant has been even applied for or granted to the plaintiff or the daughter. No show cause notice has ever been received by either the plaintiff or her daughter till date. So they have said that it is submitted that the defendant number 1, 2 and 3 indulged in character assassination of the plaintiff and her family at the highest level. So all the points that have been made by Smriti Irani, the union minister and her daughter, India Today has accessed the court order where it said that the perusal of the aforesaid categorically shows the reputation of an individual has been placed at the highest altar and has been akin to right to life of a citizen under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. It is imperative need to protect reputation of an individual, least to say that of the plaintiff, who is a respected member of the society and an esteemed member of the union ministry. And this is the reasoning given by the learned judge, by Justice Pushkarna, in giving the verdict, where it says the plaintiff or her daughter are not the owners of the restaurant. It has also been established by the plaintiff prima facie that the plaintiff or her daughter never applied for the license. So the plaintiff has been able to make out a prima facie case, and balance of convenience lies in favor of the plaintiff and the defendants. So the judge says, the learned justice says that she's satisfied that the defamatory allegations and contents linked to it, if allowed to stay on the internet and social media platform, then the extent of damage to the plaintiff could be of immense magnitude and injurious to the reputation of the plaintiff and her family.
Gaurav Sawant reading out word to word about what the court has said. So clearly a shot in the arm for Smriti Irani, but also in many ways an embarrassment and at massive level this time for the Congress leadership for throwing those allegations against Smriti Irani. Thank you so much, Gaurav Sawant and Nalini Sharma, for the latest coming in at this point about Smriti Irani. A big relief. All facts cleared for her with regard to her and the daughter. After marathon questioning at his residence and then at the Enforcement Directorate office, Sanjay Raut, the Member of Parliament of the Shiv Sena, has now been arrested, and that happened later last night in connection to the alleged Patra Chawl land scam. The court has now sent Raut to Enforcement Directorate custody till the 4th of August. So next 4 days, Raut will be under the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Here's all that happened in the past few hours.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Patra Chawl land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिव सेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिव सेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा। दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा।
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land scam and laundering. Uddhav Thackeray paid a visit to the Raut household in a mark of support and attacked the BJP and Shinde government.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
पॉलिटिकल सर्कस चल रही है और जो भी इस राज्य में चल रहा है वो डेमोक्रेसी को पकड़ के नहीं है, लोकशाही को पकड़ के।
But despite Uddhav Sena putting up a brave face, the ED appears confident of nailing Sanjay Raut. The arrest memo exclusively accessed by India Today shows ED officials confident of prosecuting Raut for laundering. Terming Raut as uncooperative, ED asserts that there is ample evidence of the Sena MP's collusion with key accused Praveen Raut.
The officer, the ED is claiming that they had reason to believe Sanjay Raut's involvement in this money laundering, but on this very same basis, Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest.
The opposition, however, accuses the ED of inaction against BJP and Shinde Sena loyalists accused of corruption, including Union Minister Narayan Rane, Pratap Sarnaik and Yamini Jadhav. With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So what is this Patra Chawl land scam case? Let me help it explain to you one by one. We're talking about a Patra Chawl which was in Maharashtra, in Goregaon West. Now to redevelop the Patra Chawl for 3,000 flats, 627 tenants. It was a project that was then received by GAC, which is a Guru Ashish Constructions Limited, which is also a subsidiary of the HDIL. Now this is when, rather than develop the chawl into how it was supposed to be, they sold it to builders. This got in the eye of the Enforcement Directorate. And how? Because when they got the money that was then to be laundered, it got laundered to family and friends. that happened through Sanjay Raut, according to the Enforcement Directorate, who's a member of parliament now of the Shiv Sena. Now, when that money was being laundered to, about at least, this is confirmed, that 83 lakh rupees, an apartment was bought by the wife, Varsha Raut, wife of Sanjay Raut. There was another property in the name of Swapna Patkar, whose husband Sujit Patkar is an associate of Praveen Raut. Now, Praveen Raut is the main guy right now under the ED radar. He is the one, both of them, Praveen Rawat and Vadhavans, have already been taken into arrest. Now, because Sanjay Raut, according to the Enforcement Directorate, had proceeds of the crime, while tenants are waiting for 14 years to get their redeveloped apartments, this is how the project went to them, got manipulated by the Housing Development Authority and then got redistributed to some of these accused. Divyesh Singh joins me now from Mumbai because Divyesh knows exactly what's happening here. Divyesh, one bit is how shocking this scam is of about 1,034 crore rupees at least. But the bigger shocker is for a member of parliament, Shiv Sena, to allegedly get proceeds of crime. How has Sanjay Raut become in the eye of the storm of this Patra Chawl scam case?
Well, Pooja, Sanjay Raut, according to the Enforcement Directorate, was enjoying the fruits of crime or was enjoying the proceeds of crime in the Patra Chawl land scam case. First and most important thing that what Enforcement Directorate told the court was that Praveen Raut is the frontman of Sanjay Raut. So that means Praveen Raut was working for Sanjay Raut. That is what they hinted at the PMLA court while he was being produced. Other than that, Praveen Raut diverted 1 crore and 6 lakhs initially to Sanjay Raut and his family members, which was used to purchase a property in Dadar, purchase a flat in Dadar. Other than that, 8 land parcels were bought in the name of Varsha Raut, who is Sanjay Raut's wife. For that, payment was done by Praveen Raut. Praveen Raut also paid rupees 2 lakhs every month to Sanjay Raut. Praveen Raut made bookings for Sanjay Raut, took care of his holiday packages, airline travel and other expenditure. All this was being done from the money that Praveen Raut had received from the money that was gained out of selling FSI of the Patra Chawl land. Pooja.
What does this mean now? How has Sanjay Raut, who's now under the custody of ED for next 4 days, what will the ED want to get out of him? What is the question list? And how do you think Sanjay Raut would want to defend himself? Because what we saw right now was a very confident Sanjay Raut, waving to the cameras, posing, speaking, absolutely unafraid. But the charges are very serious, and this is of receiving proceeds of the crime.
Well, Sanjay Raut has been maintaining that he is innocent and he has nothing to do with the Patra Chawl or the scam that has come to light that is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. But the evidence that ED has produced at the PMLA court says something else. The evidence says that there are multiple transactions which are yet being proved, which are yet under investigation. Those that have been investigated clearly point out that more than 1 crore or more than crores of rupees were diverted for the benefit of Sanjay Raut and his family members. And this money was gained out of selling the FSI of Patra Chawl land. Other than that, the remand report of Enforcement Directorate, which was produced in the PMLA court while Sanjay Raut was being produced for remand. The remand report clearly states that there are multiple transactions which yet to be proved.
And you know, the ED clearly, according to what our reporters are also saying on the ground, appears very confident that they have evidence. It will be up to Sanjay Raut to now put his case as well. But this is clearly a shocker that has come, remember. Now, what is happening is what the investigators have been doing their job. But politics has also broken out clearly in Mumbai right now. Because remember, Sanjay Raut is one of the few loyalists left with Uddhav Thackeray. Raut is a staunch Thackeray loyalist, has been by Uddhav Thackeray ever since we saw not only the demise of Bala Saheb Thackeray, but from whether it was engineering alliances to being a trusted troubleshooter. Raut has done it all for the Shiv Sena, and specifically recently when the Maharashtra government saw it all, it was Uddhav Thackeray standing with Sanjay Raut. Uddhav Thackeray reached out to his family today. Take a look.
His man Friday in custody. His closest and oldest aide in ED crosshairs. Sanjay Raut's arrest has hit Uddhav Thackeray hard. The former Maharashtra CM, in a show of solidarity, visited Raut's home and met with his family to express his support.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं लेकिन झुका नहीं जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता.
Sanjay Raut has been the backbone of the Uddhav Sena, leading from the forefront and the background. The strategist and the attacker all rolled in one. Raut has been a staunch Thackeray loyalist, and it was his all-out campaign that ensured Uddhav Thackeray even became the chief minister. Many believe that even the decision to break ties with BJP and create the Maha Vikas Aghadi stemmed from Sanjay Raut.
शिवसेना सिर्फ ठाकरे नाम पर जिंदा है और शिवसेना का आत्मा ठाकरे नाम से जुड़ा है.
The Uddhav faction believes that it is because of his proximity to the Thackeray's that Sanjay Raut is today behind bars.
त्यांना फक्त शिक्षा एवढीच आहे की भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या विरोधामध्ये बोलणं आणि माननीय पक्षप्रमुख उद्धवसाहेब ठाकरे यांना कुमकुवत करणं या एकाच याने संजय राऊतांना अटक केली आहे आणि मला खात्री आहे की न्याय व्यवस्था आपलं काम चोख करेल आणि संजय राऊतांना न्याय मिळेल.
Raut has been with the Thackeray's for decades, and his association with the mouthpiece Samna made him closer than ever to Balasaheb Thackeray and then directly to Uddhav as well. Amid the endless Maharashtra political crisis too, Uddhav chose to break his silence in an interview to his closest confidant.
गुन्हा माझा आहे तो म्हणजे मी यांना परिवारातले समजून यांच्यावरती अंधविश्वास ठेवला.
Sanjay Raut's arrest hurts Uddhav the most, politically and personally, as his go-to crisis manager is now in ED custody. Bureau Report, India Today.
Once in the same party fold and now estranged, Deepak Kesarkar, who's now in the Shinde camp, spoke to Akshita Nandagopal about all that's been brewing there with regard to the ED under the radar, keeping Sanjay Raut and got his custody. Listen into this.
We've been getting in a number of voices from Uddhav Thackeray's camp, from the opposition, all of whom are questioning the timing of this crackdown on Sanjay Raut, saying that he's in fact facing this kind of heat from the Enforcement Directorate because of him taking on Eknath Shinde, because of him backing Uddhav Thackeray.
It is totally false. We never had demanded any action against him, and his action is, I don't know his relation with
So we seem to have lost. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
In spite of that, he was not arrested. He was just questioned, and unless there are concrete proofs, nobody would be arrested. So linking it with the Shinde group or our fraction or our CM is totally wrong. And people are also trying to link our CM's visit to Delhi with that, because our expansion is expected any time now. And because of that, one meeting was pending between Honorable Amit Shahji and our Honorable CM. And that was basically because of our cabinet expansion and nothing else. In what way Mr. Raut is concerned with our formation of government? He is just a spokesperson of Shiv Sena. So we are also Shiv Sena, and we are not afraid of Mr. Raut in any case, because he used to say so many bad words about him.
But he is, Mr. Kesarkar, the most vocal voice also of the Uddhav faction. And besides that, let me also highlight what the opposition is saying here, sir. They're saying that this case isn't new. It's something that the investigation has been going on for at least 2 years or so. And I'm sure you remember that the first summon that was issued by the Enforcement Directorate in recent times was amid all of this political crisis in Maharashtra. So that's why they're questioning the timing, sir.
No, not at all. Please try to understand. They have given sufficient time to Mr. Raut. And if you go through the audio clip that was viral 2 days back, he was telling a lady that you must change your statement given to AD. And I was also a home MOS home of Maharashtra. when investigation agencies always take a step when somebody tries to tamper with the evidences. So that could be one of the reasons why this action was taken.
It's a developing story. I'll be tracking the latest in this. After a very short commercial break, I take you to Bengal because remember, Trinamool Congress was claiming that Arpita Mukherjee has no connect to the TMC. But now India Today has accessed this visual and I'll be talking in detail about it. This from a rally in Bengal. Let's bring you the latest after a short break.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Wildfires, droughts and whatnot. Alaska is experiencing wildfires like it has never seen before. The US state has seen more than 500 wildfires this season. The frequency of fires has increased and people are being evacuated from the city. Amid these conditions, the question arises, what led to this? The pattern this year is quite similar to what happened in 2004. In 2004, wildfires burned more than 26,000 square kilometers. But climate specialist Rick Thorman said that the frequency of these fires have doubled. There is no doubt that the climate change has caused these wildfires. In the coming years, this condition is going to get worse. Due to climate change, heat waves and droughts are more frequent, destructive and hard to fight. More than half of Alaska's wildfires were started by lightning, other by humans through negligence or intention. This year, there has been about 145,000 lightning strikes in Alaska. But it is said that the Alaskan fires do not need to be fought. Fire plays a significant role in cleaning out low-lying debris, thinning trees and renewing habitats for flora and fauna. It is not just America's Alaska. This year, wildfires have burned through Portugal, Spain, France, England and Germany. Wildfires have torn through France. About 14,000 people have been evacuated from France's Gironde region. More than 360 people have died due to the heat wave. People were asked to evacuate by the police officers without any warnings. The temperature in these regions have reached a record high. Extreme heat alerts have been set across Europe. What do you think about these heat waves caused by the climate change? With that recovery of crores of rupees, gold worth 1 crore and much more leading to the arrest of Patra Chawl and Arpita Mukherjee, the Trinamool Congress denied that there was ever a link with Arpita Mukherjee. India Today has now accessed visuals of Arpita Mukherjee sharing a stage with Patra Chawl at a TMC rally. It was being addressed as a TMC campaign rally in 2021 assembly elections. Take a look at this.
Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee seen on stage here at a Trinamool rally. The VIPs on the stage campaigning for a Trinamool Neta last year during the assembly election. Undeniable proof of cash queen Arpita Mukherjee's link to Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress. Proof that the Trinamool tried to hide, but India Today has now unearthed for you, the viewer. You can see in this 2021 footage, Arpita and Partho seated next to each other. Arpita even speaks on stage campaigning for the Trinamool candidate. And this footage has emerged just days after an outright denial from Mamata's party.
যে এই টাকার সঙ্গে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের কোনো সম্পর্ক নেই।
The BJP, armed with this fresh Arpita Trinamool link, has staged a protest outside Parliament, setting the stage for a big new political showdown.
ये जो पार्थो चौधरी को निकाल के तृणमूल कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनका चेहरा को एकदम अच्छे से रखे, लेकिन ये नहीं होगा। तृणमूल सरकार पूरा एकदम करप्टेड है। हम सब लोग जानते हैं। सिर्फ तो 50 करोड़ अभी मिले हैं, 50,000 करोड़ भी उनके पास है। हम लोग बार बार बोलते हैं एकदम करप्शन बहुत अंदर अंदर में है। बहुत सारा नेता, प्रभावशाली मंत्री, MLA, MP इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं।
बोल चुकी है कि पार्टी जीरो टॉलरेंट टू करप्शन, कोई भी भ्रष्टाचार पार्टी सहन नहीं करेगी। अगर कोई कानून के नजर में आए तो कानून अपनी जांच तो करेगी। वो जांच में आपके लॉयर्स भी है, आपके लॉयर्स भी अपनी तरफ से जो है जितना प्रूफ है वो रखेंगे।
The Trinamool is in damage control mode and has now targeted the Enforcement Directorate. After the Howrah police intercepted a vehicle with 50 lakh rupees in unaccounted cash from Congress MLAs from Jharkhand, the Trinamool has questioned why the ED is silent on this mega cash haul and also claimed a secret BJP link.
সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস এর পূর্ণাঙ্গ যথাযথ তদন্ত দাবি করছে এবং যেহেতু প্রাইমা ফেসি কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকেও বলা হচ্ছে ষড়যন্ত্র, কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকেও বলা হচ্ছে সরকার ফেলার চেষ্টা, তাহলে এই তদন্তে শুভেন্দু অধিকারীকেও যোগ করতে হবে। তার কারণ হচ্ছে তিনি তো বলছিলেন এরপর ঝাড়খণ্ড।
The cash pile is growing, the evidence is mounting, and the political showdown is heating up. Partho Chatterjee, dumped by Mamata Banerjee, continues to cry conspiracy. With Partho Chatterjee's arrest and the mountain of evidence growing, it's been endless embarrassment for the Trinamool. Adding insult to injury are now the images of Arpita Mukherjee campaigning directly in person for the Trinamool Congress. With Ritik Mondal and Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
And moving on now, remember the Parliament session is on, and amid the commotion and pandemonium in the Lok Sabha, suspension of 4 members of Parliament has been revoked. Lok Sabha Speaker called an all-party meeting urging the lawmakers to not disrupt the session and let it run smoothly, because remember, right now minimal business has concluded within the House. The opposition, meanwhile, has come out all guns blazing, alleging the government at the centre is not ready to discuss the price rise and GST revised rates. And in no time, the centre hit back at the opposition, saying government was ready from the first day to discuss inflation, but the opposition was not permitting the House to function normally. But now, with just 10 days left into the monsoon session, parliamentary proceedings have been crippled by the chaos in both houses. All the bills that could not be cleared.
To settle the scores outside.
And government has already agreed for the discussion on price rise. Our MOS, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, has appealed in the Lok Sabha. Since it is listed today, don't bring unnecessarily issues. Now they are bringing the issue of suspension in Lok Sabha. Leader of the Congress party, parliamentary party, if he says that hereafter we will not bring the placards in the House, we are ready to withdraw the suspension also. Government is so open, what else we can do? So in spite of that, they are not cooperating. That means they are running away from the discussion of the price rise.
जब से मॉनसून सत्र चला है, विपक्ष मांग कर रहा है कि चर्चा हो। हमने पहले दिन से कहा कि हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं। महंगाई पर चर्चा आज लगी है, लेकिन विपक्ष आज भी चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। इससे विपक्ष का चेहरा बेनकाब भी होता है कि ये लोग केवल हल्ला करने के लिए आते हैं, चर्चा करने में विश्वास नहीं रखते हैं। और बाकी जो विपक्ष के कुछ लोग हैं, जो दल हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि क्या गिनी चुनी पार्टियां सदन में अवरोध पैदा करके रोज सदन नहीं चलने देती, तो ऐसा कितनी देर तक चलेगा।
I'm heading into a very short break, but when I return, stay tuned because I bring you the flood fury in several states of the country. It's complete monsoon mayhem from Jammu and Kashmir to Kerala. I'll get to the ground reports from our reporters after a very short break.
We have never demanded any action against Mr. Sanjay Raut, although he has spoken very bad words about it. And that may be a spontaneous reaction of one MLA, which is not correct. We are not against taking any personal action against anybody. If he has done anything wrong, then he will have to face the consequences. And if he hasn't done anything, then I don't see any, because when the central agencies take any action against anybody, they will have to produce them before the court, and there they will have to produce the evidences against that person. So that process is always there.
It is a corruption done by Sanjay Raut. Because of that, ED has done this investigation. And in the early morning itself, I have told Madam, and when that incident happened with me about Hanuman Chalisa, that time itself I have told, see, after a few months or few days, 101% this Sanjay Raut is going to be get arrested by ED, and he is going to be there under custody of ED. Because already many cases of his, everything was coming out in Maharashtra, and we knew in and out. The way he was working like an agent of Mahavikas Aghadi from last 2.5 years, he was working like agent Pandam. He was working for all big builders, all big shot in from Mumbai and Maharashtra like an agent only.
Whether the issue is who is arrested, it depends upon the judiciary. Who is involved in scam? That is the main thing. If the evidence is produced by Mr. Somaya, not a single page till now in last 24 months, I have exposed all these people, including Sanjay Raut. He could not deny that the benefit he has achieved about the foreign tribute, his properties, involvement in Patra Chawl scam, participation in 2,000 crores, Unitech Pearl Group, the scam of Vasai, his foreign interaction with various people at Dubai.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
So in several parts of the country, there is still heavy rainfall and flood-like situation, and one by one I'll take you to the ground to help you understand what many of our citizens are facing right now. Let's begin first with the northern part of the country, because Himachal Pradesh, there's been a flash flood in the Manikaran Valley. The water level has risen in the Beas River with heavy rainfall that you can see is taking place. Remember, it's also a tourist spot. Let's go across now to Jammu and Kashmir, because specifically in Poonch and Kotua area, there is nature fury with 3 people who got washed away, a flood-like situation, the water even inundating the residential areas. Let's now come across to the state of Telangana, because specifically in Hyderabad, there is a heavy rainfall and waterlogging that has been witnessed. Take a look closely about how people are forced to take shelter in different parts of the area where they can. Now, we're also picking up that there has been traffic jam, with the Met Department predicting moderate rainfall that will continue in Hyderabad and nearby areas. In the state of Tamil Nadu, specifically in Madurai, there has been heavy rainfall. Even the houses have been damaged, but there's high waterlogging that has been reported in several parts of Tamil Nadu, specifically Madurai. Now, it is in Kerala where the situation has become worse over the last few days. For example, apart from heavy rainfall and waterlogging in Kochi, I'm being told that Kottayam, Pathanamthitta districts, which are the hilly regions, there is also one person dead in flash flood in Kollam. The areas have been inundated. There is high rainfall and waterlogging as well. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in Kerala has met the district commissioners as well. Take a look now at the ground report sent by our colleagues on the ground about what precisely is the situation like. Take a look.
Heavy rains continue to fall in central and southern districts of Kerala, and a red alert has now been issued to districts from Thiruvananthapuram to Idukki, and an orange alert has been issued to Malappuram and Thrissur districts in Kerala. I am right now near the Neyar Dam in Thiruvananthapuram, and its shutters, 4 shutters of the Neyar Dam was raised to 2.5 centimeter owing to heavy rainfall that's been hitting the state since yesterday.
Heavy rains have lashed Hyderabad city in the morning hours. Right now we are at Raj Bhavan Road in Hyderabad, where you can see heavy waterlogging is experienced here. Here you have the previous Chief Minister's camp office completely inundated in water. The officials here, the disaster response officials are clearing the way out here, and several vehicles, mostly you can see all of them inundated in water. Heavy traffic jam is being seen on this road. This being the main hub, where you have on the other side 200 meters there is Raj Bhavan, and this side is the Chief Minister's residence, former residence here where Chief Minister used to reside. So this road is completely inundated in water. Many officials in the keep moving from this side. So sir, what is the issue here? What happened to your vehicle?
The vehicle got stuck and we are not able to move, and this is the peak office hour. At this hour, if we are not able to move, how it would be difficult for us to reach to office. So we need to do something about this. This is the worst experience we have this morning.
Mainly here you can see how the drain is overflowing and the heavy water can be seen here. Several vehicles are inundated in water. Heavy traffic jams to the main routes that are leading to this Somajiguda Raj Bhavan Road. With camera person Damodar, Abdul Bashir, Hyderabad.
Now 10 days to go before the film Lal Singh Chadda is going to be released. Amir Khan has pleaded to the audience to watch his film. Why did Amir Khan have to plead? Now remember, at this point it was Amir Khan's comments previously at a time when boycott Lal Singh Chadda has been trending on social media. Netizens have been outraging against Amir Khan and his latest film, citing that his former wife Kiran Rao's comments on intolerance, his alleged disrespect to Hindu gods in his film PK, and for meeting the Turkish First Lady, all of that coming in this controversy. Amir Khan, when asked about the boycott call, has said he feels sad that certain people think that Amir Khan does not like India. He appealed to the audience to not boycott this film and go ahead and watch it. Remember, Amir Khan was also dropped as the brand ambassador of a Snapdeal over these comments on intolerance in India. Now, meanwhile, Kareena Kapoor Khan, who's also a co-star of Amir Khan in the same film, has also been facing backlash for allegedly saying that people do not have to watch their films if they don't want to. Here's what she now told India Today's entertainment editor Tushar Joshi on this cancel culture that's been brewing. Listen in to Kareena Kapoor.
What is your take on cancel culture? Because social media is so quick to cancel films, cancel actors, say that rubbish film came out, it's not working.
Of course, because now, because the accessibility is there, today everyone has a voice. Today there are different platforms. I mean, everyone has an opinion. So now if that is going to be there, then you have to learn to ignore certain things. Otherwise, then it will just become impossible to live your life.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, okay, everyone, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
Yeah.
So that's it. But the audiences, and if it's a good film, I believe that it will surpass anything. Film has to be good for that.
Yeah.
There could be a reason why also people are, talking about a particular film. So I think that good films will surpass anything.
Let's go across now to Akshita Nandgopal. She is joining me from the newsroom. Akshita, both are two of the biggest actors of the industry, and both of them are looking perturbed because Lal Singh Chadda was being seen as this mega film both for Kareena Kapoor Khan and Amir Khan, and now what we have this big controversy.
That's right, Pooja. And I just want to explain to you what are the kind of reactions that have come on social media. This is because of a slew of controversies that have come back to haunt Amir Khan. For example, take a look at this particular tweet that's been put out. Again, with the hashtag of boycott Lal Singh Chaddha. There's an image that says, what will you do? Watch the movie or feed the poor? Referring to a comment that Amir Khan had made in his TV series where he'd said, stop wasting money on offering milk to Lord Shiva, instead feed the poor. So they've used that to question him on this, saying instead of ticket prices, money on tickets for the film, we'll go ahead and feed the poor. Now, one more tweet, again, referring to a number of controversies. Here, Kareena Kapoor's comment saying, don't watch our movie, we don't force anyone. When she made the comment about nepotism and star kids, that comment has been pulled up. What I told you about saying pouring milk on shivling is useless, this money can feed poor children. Those two comments have been used to say, you know what to do with Lal Singh Chaddha, skip his movie and feed a poor child with this money. These are just a few. You know what also interestingly is doing the rounds on social media is this, saying why waste money to watch the copy when you can watch the original for free. Lal Singh Chaddha is a remake of Forrest Gump. So there are several such tweets that are currently doing the rounds as well, Pooja. Here's another one. Scenes from the film PK used to again reference why there is a boycott Lal Singh Chaddha campaign that's currently going on social media. So these are just some of the controversies that have been pulled out from the past to target Amir Khan, to target Kareena Kapoor as well. And that's why this trend, this hashtag of boycott Lal Singh Chaddha along with boycott Bollywood is currently trending.
Very interesting. Thank you so much, Akshita, for actually putting it in perspective about where all these earlier comments made by the actors are now surfacing with regard to their recent film. Akshita Nandagopal with all the latest. I'm heading into a very short break. On the other side, we get you the details from the Commonwealth Games because India is shining and we help you understand one by one about the medal tally that India is now heading to. And of course, Mirabai Chanu led it. Many are following it.
We are picking up from our sources within the ED that Sanjay Raut continues to not cooperate during the investigations. First of all, how do you react to that? He's been saying that when he communicated already that he will be available post the 7th of August, then what is this drama about?
So I'll tell you one thing. He will create all these things. He will do all nonsense things. He's bought in all Uddhav Thackeray's gundes on road. He will do all nonsense things because he's not clean on his part, madam. If he would have clean, then he would have attended all the inquiries, has given notice given by the ED department. Now all the ED department has reached to his house and they all are searching about this. If it is clean, he should answer them. Why he's not cooperating him? Why
I want to ask you, Navneet Rana, you know, MPs have been saying, Shiv Sena MPs have been saying that he is also a member of parliament. So what is wrong with him wanting to perform his duty as a parliamentarian and attend the proceedings in the House?
See, that is what, when they have worked against, they have misused their power against me. As a member of parliament, they have put me behind the bar only in the name of Hanuman Chalisa. I was supposed to chant Hanuman Chalisa in front of Uddhav Thackeray. They have done a same misuse of the power. And same thing, it is not used, they are not misusing the power against him. They are using their power, what power the law has given to the ED department. All the member of parliament from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both houses, member has taken initiative and given all the powers to the department. He should go and face the department's investigation. Why he's not doing so? Because he's a corruption, he's done corruption, he's a corrupted leader. See, tell me one thing, a simple editor of some newspaper, from where he gets so much of property that he have no answer to answer this department. If he is so clean, then he should go in front of them and answer everything. Where Alibag's property comes from, where this Goregaon's Patra Chawl, this issue comes from. And 25 to 30 companies still are there where he is involved directly and indirectly with all the big shot builders from Maharashtra, where their all inquiry comes from. See, from Mahavikas Aghadi, he became an agent of Mahavikas Aghadi and he was working and he's doing corruption for these people.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
In our final Be-inspired segment, meet the Indian team at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games, where our sportspersons are holding a billion hope on their shoulders, literally. 3 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze won by Indian weightlifters. While you applaud their achievement today, I now show you their struggle, their endurance, which they decided to hold on to hold this medal now. Take a look at this inspiring story of our sportspersons in the CWG Games. And all the best to all of them.
Weightlifters have lifted the mood of a nation. Olympic silver medalist Mirabai Chanu led a crusade, and others like Jeremy Lalrinunga and Achinta Sholli joined the bandwagon. While the entire nation celebrated their success at the Commonwealth Games, their respective journeys have been nothing but inspirational. Sanket Sargar, who opened the floodgates for India in Birmingham with a silver medal, has lived much of his life in poverty. Sanket would help his father in his tea stall, where the two would sell pan to make ends meet.
मैं संकेत के पापा हूँ। मेरे लड़के ने भारत को पहला मेडल दिया और सांगली को भी पहला मेडल दिया, उसको बहुत खुशी है। ये खुशी आज हमको मुँह से बात इतना हो गए, बात नहीं कर रहे, इसलिए इतना ज़्यादा हो गए।
It's a chain reaction where one athlete inspires others to become future stars. In fact, Guru Raja Pujari, who won a bronze in Birmingham, was the man who inspired Sanket to pursue weightlifting when he won a silver at the 2018 Gold Coast Commonwealth Games. Gold medalist Achinta Sholli kept India awake on Sunday night with a power-packed performance in 73 kg. Achinta's father was a labourer before he passed away in 2013. The young Howrah boy had no choice but to help his mother with stitching and embroidery.
खाने के लिए ठीक ठाक सप्लीमेंट नहीं था और कोई आगे नहीं आया सपोर्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि मैं भी लिफ्टिंग करता था। 2010 से स्टार्टिंग किया, उसके बाद मेरे भाई को 2011 में लेके आया।
Despite his struggles, the zeal to make it big never went away for Achinta, and he now has his sights set on bigger goals.
हमने तो पहले अपना परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ट निकालने का सोच के आया था, तो जब मुझे कोच साहब ने बताया कि हमने परफॉर्मेंस बेस्ट करना है, तो उस स्टेज से मैंने माइंड सेट किया। फिर जब मलेशिया वाला जो थोड़ा फाइट में आया, तो हमने सोचा कि हम बीट करते हैं उनको पहले परफॉर्मेंस में। मैं इस कैटेगरी में ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई करने की कोशिश करूँगा।
When Mirabai Chanu lifted a silver medal at the Tokyo Olympics, she lifted the sleeping northeast region of India, which has never lacked talent. Jeremy, who was being touted as the next big thing in Indian weightlifting, comes from a family where sport runs in blood. Jeremy's father was a boxer who could never represent India at the senior level.
घर में तो सर मस्ती करते रहते, पापा तो भाई जैसा ही ट्रीट करता है, और मम्मी अकेला लड़की अभी, और मम्मी भी ऐसे ही ट्रीट करते हैं हम सभी।
Now this 19-year-old boy from Mizoram is realizing a dream that his father once saw for himself. India have had a good start to the Commonwealth Games, and it will only get better from here. In lawn bowls, India have also assured themselves of at least a silver medal in the women's fours after making it to the final for the first time ever. Sports Bureau, India Today.
गुरुराज, कैसी रही आपकी जर्नी 2010 से लेकर 2022 तक?
बहुत ही सफ़र किया हूँ मैं 2010 से। तब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था वेट लिफ्टिंग। मैंने 12th का बाद डिग्री ज्वाइन किया, तब मेरे को लगा वेट लिफ्टिंग मेरा कैरियर है, लाइफ बना सकते हैं इसमें। मुझे वहाँ पे अच्छी सी कोच मिला है राजेंद्र प्रसाद नाम से, वो मुझे वेट लिफ्टिंग सिखाया, और उसी कॉलेज का दिन में मैंने स्टेट और इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑल इंडिया ऐसे खेल के 2014 में नेशनल पहुंच गया था, नेशनल मेडल लिया। उसके बाद 2015 में मुझे एयरफोर्स ज्वाइन किया हूँ मैं। एयरफोर्स में भी बहुत अच्छे सपोर्ट था लिफ्टिंग करने का। वहाँ पे टीम था, जितेंद्र कोच था और वहाँ पे मेदवान सर था। ये लोग मुझे बहुत ही सपोर्टिव किया हूँ। और 2015 में मेरे को नेशनल कैंप में आया था मैं। उस टाइम मेरा 56 कैटेगरी में था मैं। 2016 मैंने इंटरनेशनल कैरियर स्टार्ट किया था।
गुरु भाई, अगर बात की जाए आपके इस मेडल से अब किस तरीके से आपका जो प्रोफेशनल करियर है वो बदलेगा, कितना जो है एक बड़ा ये प्लेटफॉर्म है, कितनी बड़ी अचीवमेंट है आपके लिए?
ये मेरा सेकेंड मेडल है। फर्स्ट मैंने 2018 में सिल्वर जीत गया था उसमें गोल्ड कोस्ट में। और ये उसका बाद मैंने कैटेगरी 61 में आया, चेंज किया था। अब मुझे लगा था 61 में अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करके मैंने दोबारा कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स और ओलंपिक कैटेगरी में ये अच्छा सा परफॉर्मेंस कर सकते करके मैंने मूव किया। वो कैटेगरी क्या हुआ था, 56 से कम हुआ, 55 आ गया। मैंने उसमें बॉडी वेट कंट्रोल नहीं हो रहा था मेरे को। मैं अप में आया, अप आके 61 में 2019 से 61 स्टार्ट किया और अच्छा सा परफॉर्मेंस मैंने 61 में भी किया हूँ। अभी 2022 का
आज के अगर इवेंट की बात की जाए, स्नैच आपका बहुत अच्छा था, जर्ग में भी बहुत ज़्यादा कंपटीशन था। आपको लग रहा था कि आप ऊपर की तरफ जा पाएंगे, एक वक्त पे आप नंबर 1 पे चल भी रहे थे, लेकिन उसके बाद नीचे के से बाकी के जो 2 खिलाड़ी थे उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया।
मुझे लग रहा था मेरा बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस निकलेगा तो आज कुछ मेडल आ सकता है, मेरा बेस्ट निकलना है स्टेज में, ऐसे करके मैंने सोचा था। आज मेरा अच्छे दिन है, मतलब मैंने 5 लिफ्ट पास किया था और ब्रॉन्ज के लिए बहुत ही फाइट था। 151 मारने से ब्रॉन्ज आना था। मुझे कोच ने मोटिवेट किया और मैंने मार के और ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीत गया।
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University in association with Jeep Meridian, Untamed Sophistication.
Good evening. You're watching 7 at 7. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Over the next 30 minutes, I'm getting you the top 7 stories that we're tracking this Monday. Let's begin with the headlines. Another Neta in ED crosshairs. Shiv Sena's loudest voice, Sanjay Raut, arrested and put in ED custody till August 4th. India Today accesses arrest memo for Raut. Sources say ample proof to prosecute Sena MP with ED. Modi government reaches out to the opposition, revokes suspension of 4 opposition Lok Sabha MPs. Union Minister Piyush Goyal slams opposition for creating ruckus in-house. Big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani in court. Delhi High Court says Smriti and daughter not owners of Goa restaurant and had never applied for the license. Arpita Mukherjee TMC link explodes after Mamta says she doesn't know Arpita. India Today accesses 2011 TMC rally video where Partha and Arpita can be seen sharing the stage. Amid Sidramaya and DK Shivkumar face-off, SR Patil enters Karnataka Congress CM face race. Fan video pictures Sidramaya as the next CM face. Amir Khan breaks silence on boycott Lal Singh Chadda trend, says he feels sad that some believe he doesn't like India, pleads fans not to boycott his film. And 468 liquor shops pull their shutters down in the national capital as Delhi returns to the old excise policy. Only government-run shops allowed to remain open. And let's begin with the latest updates coming in from Karnataka. The Congress is plagued with an all-out crisis as the senior-most leaders are now fighting it out to be named as the CM candidate of the party. So far, you've heard about the tussle for power between Sidramaya and DK Shivkumar. There's a new entrant in this Game of Thrones now. SR Patil, as senior Congress leader Veerappa Moily, has backed this Lingayat face as the CM face for Congress.
heavy shots fired in the Congress party's endless internal war for the chief ministerial candidate position. This song by former Chief Minister Siddaramaya's fan association, embedded with images of a grooving Siddha, have taken Karnataka's internet by storm. The latest in this escalating war, where Siddaramaya has been defending his right to be the Congress's chief minister face against State Congress President D.K. Shivakumar, who's been busy painting himself the Congress's numero uno for the assembly elections coming up in 9 months. In a thinly veiled, festering face-off, the two leaders have all but thrown verbal punches at each other. With Congress MP Rahul Gandhi arriving in Karnataka on Tuesday, could there be some clarity on which cat gets the political cream? Of course, Rahul is arriving in the state to be part of Siddaramaya's 75th birthday celebration, an ongoing bone of contention between the two feuding leaders.
He will be coming here and holding a political affairs committee meeting, which will give a shape for the politics of Karnataka from the Congress party. After that morning, he is going to the 75 years of birthday of my CLP leader.
But in the finest traditions of Congress disarray and confusion, the DK Siddha feud isn't even the headline story in today's chapter of the Nataka. Because ahead of Rahul's arrival, old Gandhi loyalist and former Congress Chief Minister of Karnataka, Veerappa Moily, has bowled his own political googly.
Pradesh Congress ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಶಿಫಾರಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅವರು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು
In the caste-drenched battlefield of Karnataka, Moily's words are a veritable bombshell. Siddaramaya is an OBC leader, while D.K. Shivakumar is from the Vokkaliga community. What Moily has done by proposing S.R. Patil is to field a leader from the dominant Lingayat community, the same community as current Chief Minister Bommai, as well as his predecessor from the BJP, B.S. Yediyurappa. As this public internal Congress fight continues, the party's battle readiness will probably take a hit, with cadres and workers divided between the leaders and not working as one to take on the BJP. Is this building up to another Congress disaster? With Priyanka Rudrappa and Nagarjun Dwarakanath in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
And clearly, with zero intervention from the High Command, this infighting, this internal war within the Congress in Karnataka is only festering. And with less than a year to go for elections, questions loom on what this will mean in the long run for the Karnataka Congress. The two most powerful leaders, Siddaramaya and D.K. Shivakumar, remain embroiled in this tussle to be named as the CM face for the Congress in Karnataka, and enter now another contender, someone who's not really well known in the political circles of Karnataka, but belongs to a very, very important community. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more details on this. Nagarjun, the latest player who's been thrown into this fight for the CM face, to be named the CM face of the Congress. Tell us details about S.R. Patil. Where did this really emerge from?
Well, Veerappa Moily, who's a senior stalwart of the Karnataka Congress and also National Congress, has thrown a controversial statement saying that Lingayat community leader S.R. Patil, who is a former working president of the Congress party, he thinks he's an ideal candidate for him to be the chief minister of Karnataka. So we have a Kuruba leader, Siddaramaya, we have a Okkaliga leader, D.K. Shivakumar, and the majority of the population, which are the Lingayats. Now we have S.R. Patil name propped up by the senior Congress leader, Veerappa Moily himself. He says that S.R. Patil, considering his stature of political journey, he's an ideal candidate for the chief minister post here in Karnataka. And now we have three contenders for the chief minister post. We'll have to wait and watch how this pans out in the next few months, and who do people or who do Congress legislators choose at the end of the day?
All right, we'll see how this plays out. Siddaramaya's birthday also, celebrations kick off in 2 days from now, for which Rahul Gandhi also will be in Karnataka. Thanks for the moment, Nagarjun, for joining us with all of those details. Let's get to the other big story that we're tracking this Monday evening. About 10 days to go for Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda to release. He's got a lot pinned on this particular film. But there's a trend that's currently doing the rounds on social media saying boycott Lal Singh Chadda. So why is this trend doing the rounds? And in our next report, we also tell you about Amir Khan's personal appeal to his fans saying, please go watch my film.
हो रहा है जो हो रहा है क्यों तुम न जानो ना हम.
Looks like cancel culture is going too far in Bollywood, as latest victim is now Amir Khan's upcoming film Lal Singh Chadda. That's right. Boycott calls for it has been trending on social media. So much so that the actor, during an interaction with media, spoke about his thoughts on the hatred towards films ahead of the release. He expressed that it does hurt him when people talk about boycotting Bollywood and Lal Singh Chadda. The actor further added, and we quote, "Yes, I feel sad. Also, I feel sad that some of the people who are saying this in their heart, they believe that I am someone who doesn't like India. In their hearts, they believe, but it is untrue. It is rather unfortunate that some people feel that way. That's not the case. Please don't boycott my film. Please watch my film." Amir Khan is facing the brunt for his 2015 controversial comment where he said that India is becoming intolerant. The statement was dug up by netizens soon after the trailer of his film released. But this is not the first time an actor or a film has come under the social media scrutiny. From Alia Bhatt starrer Sadak 2 to Akshay Kumar's Lakshmi, boycott calls were made for all of them. In fact, India Today recently caught up with Kareena Kapoor Khan, who spoke about such trends.
The accessibility is there. Today, everyone has a voice. Today, there are different platforms. I mean, everyone has an opinion.
We're cutting across live to the Lok Sabha, where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is speaking on the price rise debate.
किसी मेंबर को ठेस पहुंचाने के लिए नहीं, at the same time जवाब सुन करके ये क्या है, राजनीतिक भाषण दे रही हो. राजनीतिक भाषण सुनना ही पड़ेगा. ठीक है जी. आपने बोले स्टार्ट आपने सो इस बीच में ऐसे इंटरप्शन आना भी मुझे कुछ दिक्कत नहीं है सर. मैं बिल्कुल आपकी अनुमति से आगे बढ़ती हूँ.
आपको तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन मैं सदन में व्यवधान नहीं पैदा होने दूंगा.
हाँ सर, आप हैं, इसीलिए मैं उसके ऊपर चिंता नहीं करूँ.
आप उनको परमिशन मत दो कि वो व्यवधान पैदा करें.
Sir, let us please be in this house looking at India today compared to what is happening in the rest of the world. Just 2 or 3 highlights will tell you where India is compared to the rest of the world, and why should we have to compare with the rest of the world? Because whether it was in 2008 or usse pehle, we have never seen a calamity of this kind, a pandemic of this kind, and coming out of the pandemic, even as all of us were trying to make sure that people in our constituencies, people in our states, people in our area are given that extra help, each at our own level. I recognize that everybody, members of parliament and also state governments, have all played their role. Otherwise, India today will not be where it is compared to the rest of the world. So I fully credit the people of India for this kind of a, even against adversity, that we are able to stand up and be recognized as the fastest growing economy. And this is not my assessment. Repeatedly in the last 2 years, both World Bank, IMF and many other agencies are periodically giving an estimate of what the global trade is going to be like, what the growth of the global GDP is going to be like, and also recasting their assessment about what the world's growth is going to be, and by country what the assessment is going to be. And each time when they have reviewed, when they've downgraded the global growth, when they have reassessed, saying no, it is not as we thought 6 months ago, it is worse, it is getting worse. In each of these times, India also has been reduced in terms of the growth it is expected to achieve, but even after that, we remain as the fastest growing. If it was with 8.2%, now it may be 7.4%. But even as the entire globe's growth is being reviewed, reassessed, re-estimated, each time we remain at the highest. So it is important for us to, first of all, as Indians, appreciate that our people have gone through this pandemic, Delta wave, Omicron wave, and after that the way in which global value chains have hit us. But in spite of that, because of the various steps taken by the government and also by the Reserve Bank of India, we are remaining much better than most countries. I think we...
No, माननीय सदस्य, देखिए माननीय सदस्य, एक मिनट माननीय मंत्री जी, एक मिनट माननीय सदस्यगण, आप सबने अपनी बात रखी, मंत्री जी ने आपकी बात को ध्यानपूर्वक सुना, कोई बीच में इंटरप्ट नहीं किया। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, आप भी उनके जवाब को पूरा सुने। सबको बता दिया माननीय मंत्री जी।
So, globally, when the situation is really like this, and every agency after agency is assessing the situation by country, and repeatedly in their assessment, India has remained the highest, I think this House, irrespective of the party differences, will have to feel proud for this country and its people. They have struggled. State governments have helped. And it is exactly this, sir. It is exactly this which I'm trying to address. It is not that the country doesn't have problems. We have to work together to do it, and we are trying to do it. But even as we are trying to do it, and even as the global agencies are saying this country is suffering like that, that country is suffering with these problems, a third country is suffering with something else, and India is like this. It's the moment that all of us will have to be true to ourselves, rather than... Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have a problem if I speak? There's nothing about warring here. I'm sorry, I take objection to that, Honorable Speaker, sir. Because you are there in front of me, sir. You are there in front of me. Before I complete one sentence... Oh, thank you very much. The person who's mercurial in this House tells me not to be excited. I take your point. Mercurial. So, sir, it's important for us to, for all the members, through you, I would like to say, I'm quite convinced of every input given, and I think it's my duty to respond. But even before hearing me, if there's mockery, I will take it definitely seriously to reply those who like to mock rather than hear. So I would seek your indulgence on that. Sir. Sir, this is why I want to say this to you. When there can be interruptions which are serious, and when there are mocking tone coming from there, I reserve my right as a member of this House to reply to those. And if that is treated as dumpty, what should be the first one which comes? Treated as mocking or dumpty?
She is not a member of this House.
Oh, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. All right, in that house or this house. Dada, you're always very keen on coming up with things which are not so relevant for the conversation.
एक मिनट, मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से फिर आग्रह करूंगा कि आप बैठे-बैठे टिप्पणी न करें और माननीय मंत्री जी इनकी बेटी टिप्पणी को आप सुने नहीं क्योंकि कोई रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा है और ये मैं अपेक्षा करूंगा बैठे-बैठे कोई टिप्पणी न करें नहीं तो मुझे नाम से पुकारना पड़ेगा.
I'm not a member of this House, but with your permission, I'm here because I have to reply, sir. So the senior member, Saugata Roy, should probably take that into his, system. Okay, thank you, thank you. Please recall your glorious days when you were trying to talk to me about onions, na? Recall those days, because you always had that approach to women in the House. Sir.
आप बोलिए ना, आप बैठे-बैठे टिप्पणी मत सुनिए आप कोई.
Sir, the GDP of the US fell 0.9% in the second quarter, following a 1.6% decline in the first quarter, marking a start of what they call themselves an unofficial recession. There were some members who were saying, even Adirji mentioned, are we going into a stagflation? And will the finance minister please reply? I will first of all start with the last speaker, but the leader of the opposition here. There is no question of India getting into recession or stagflation. Adirji, you please be assured there is no question of us getting into either a stagflation or, like the US, they may say technical recession, whatever.
Please, Mani Sadash, please, no.
Sir, it is not just me, sir.
No.
A Bloomberg survey, which was done by economists, sir, has said that zero probability of India slipping into recession. So it's not just me saying. There is zero probability of India slipping into recession, even though there are several major economies who are in substantial risky positions of getting into recession. So again, because we are comparing, I start with comparing things which are happening globally and also position myself in telling about India. Bank and bank's health are equally important for looking at the economy and its situation at any point in time. Compared globally, 4,000 banks in China are reportedly on the verge of going bankrupt. I want that to be taken cognizance of by the honorable members. In India, the gross non-performing assets, the NPAs, of scheduled commercial banks has hit a 6-year low of 5.9% in FY22. So China, 4,000 odd banks are on the verge of going bankrupt and our NPAs are improving. Sir, again on government debt, Government debt is one of the important criteria with which you measure the economy. The debt to GDP ratio of many countries are in triple digits. And that includes Japan, Greece, Italy, Bhutan, Singapore, US, Portugal, Spain, France, Sri Lanka, and Canada. Whereas the central governments very consciously have controlled its debt, and it is at 56.29% of the GDP at the end of 21-22, compared to 59.9% pegged in the revised estimates for that year. So even from the revised estimates, we have brought it further down. So even when comparing the general government debt, which means the center and the states, India is in a far better position than its peers. According to the IMF data, it's not me saying it, with a general debt to GDP ratio of 86.9, which includes both center and states. So I just want to draw the attention of members. So globally, if the situation is pandemic, Russia, waves, second wave, third wave, and the Ukraine conflict and the disruption in the supply chain, if globally each country is in this situation, India's position, I've just given you some few comparisons. Today, sir, this morning, we have announced the GST collection for the entire month of July. July 22, we have garnered the second highest level ever since the introduction of the GST, which is 1.49 lakh crores. Second highest. And compared to the last year, this is one of the highest amounts. This year in April, you may be aware, I'd like to gently remind, in April 2022, it was 1.67 lakh crores, which was the highest reached. Now we've got in July 22, the second largest, which is 1.49. This is the fifth consecutive month that collections have been above 1.4 lakh crores. GST collections have been above 1.4 lakh crores consecutively for 5 full months. So the Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index, which has also come out only in the morning, I think, and it is at 8 months highest number of 56.4 for July. So the trend for output and new orders are strengthening, so the economy is really getting even more robust. The PMI rose from 53.9 in June. I said it is 56.4 in July, well above the 50 level, which is what shows it separates that there is no addition if it is below 50, but it has remained at 50 level, separating growth from contraction for a 13th month in a sequence. So India's 8 infrastructure sector, all of them grew in double digits for the second consecutive month in June. Data released for the month of June showed the core sector grew at 12.7% in June year on year. So strictly speaking, sir, Indian economy in every one of these aspects is showing very positive signs. I remind myself about the line Honorable Member Supriya Sule said, you know, it's enough, you can't be going on talking about earlier days. Now you've had enough number of time. She compared also very untypically to a married woman who enters the house. She gets to be a part of that house and you don't anymore say we are new, whereas what has been there and all that. But in these kind of situations, where constantly questions are based not so much on facts, I'm not talking about Supriya ji alone, but in general, when facts will have to be reminded, because the way in which questions are being asked as though it didn't exist earlier. Even now, the leader of opposition said, please, accept that inflation existed before the pandemic also. Inflation exists, sir. At what level is the question? So conceding to that point, I have no difficulty. Inflation exists. But at what level? And that is why, if you will pardon me, Honorable Member, I would like to go back to recalling. Let's not forget, for a small taper tantrum, I'm saying small today, of the Fed of 2008, the problem continued till 13, that the Indian economy became a fragile file country. But what are we today in? Pandemic, second wave, Omicron, India, Russia, Ukraine, supply chain, even today, largest supply component suppliers around in China, still under lockdown in several areas. In spite of that, we have held the inflation well within 7 or even below. And that has got to be recognized. Oh yes, sure, I will speak. So, just gently, some bullets will have to be remembered. हमें याद करना आवश्यक है, क्योंकि बार-बार 8 साल पहले का यूपीए का क्यों बात कर रहे हैं? हाँ, बात करने का आवश्यकता नहीं है. हम बोल सकते हैं हम क्या कर रहे हैं, कितना अच्छा कर रहे हैं, शायद और बेहतर कर भी सकते हैं, मगर हम क्यों बार-बार उसको जिक्र करना चाहिए? क्योंकि उसका इंटेंसिटी क्या है? एक ही था पैंडेमिक भी नहीं है, वो एक फेड का प्रॉब्लम था, यूएस रेट बढ़ा दिया, उनका लिक्विडिटी कंप्रेस करने के लिए कोशिश किया, वो सिर्फ एक प्रॉब्लम था, उसके असर इतना पड़ा कि भारत देश फ्रजाइल फाइल देश में एक हो गया था 13 में, 2013 में. मगर अब तो हम झेल रहे हैं पैंडेमिक, सेकेंड वेव, ओमिक्रॉन, चाइना में जगह जगह पर लॉकडाउन, और आज भी ग्लोबल ट्रेड नॉर्मलसी तक नहीं पहुंचा. फिर भी हम मैनेज कर रहे हैं हमारी इन्फ्लेशन को 7 और 7 के नीचे रखने के लिए. इसीलिए मैं उदाहरण कोट करना चाह रही हूं सर. रिटेल इन्फ्लेशन वॉज मोर देन 9%, अभी 7% है. 7 से कम होने के ही प्रयत्न हर बार हुआ है, 2 बार उसका अच्छा नतीजा भी पहुंच गए. मगर 9% से ज्यादा 28 मंथ्स को आप एक इकट्ठा करके देखेंगे, उसमें 22 मंथ्स में 9% से ज्यादा था यूपीए के कार्यकाल में, 9% से ज्यादा. अभी जब हम 7 में हैं और 7 से नीचे कम करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, फिर भी हमें बोला गया इन्फ्लेशन, आप क्या कर रहे हो इन्फ्लेशन. 22 मंथ्स को आपने 9% से ज्यादा रखा इन्फ्लेशन. वो याद करिए ना प्लीज एक बार. फिर इन्फ्लेशन उसी समय में डबल डिजिट्स में गया, 10% से ज्यादा में गया. 9 बार यूपीए सरकार के समय 9 बार डबल डिजिट में था इन्फ्लेशन. वो भी याद करना चाहिए जब हमें मांग रहे हैं कि 7% से कम होने क्यों नहीं हो रहे. करो, करेंगे, बिल्कुल करेंगे. मोदी जी ध्यान रख रहे हैं उन सब के ऊपर, जरूर करेंगे. मगर आप 22 मंथ्स में.
Co-powered by RK Marble, खूबसूरत ईमानदारी. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and one story that we've been tracking here very, very closely on India Today is the Bengal Cash for Job scam. The TMC for the last many weeks has been denying any direct link with Arpita Mukherjee, and India Today has now accessed images for you showing Arpita Mukherjee sharing the stage with Partha Chatterjee. Partha and Arpita jointly addressed a TMC campaign rally in the 2021 Assembly polls. Let's get you all the details in our report and then we'll debate.
Arpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee seen on stage here at a Trinamool rally. The VIPs on the stage campaigning for a Trinamool Neta last year during the assembly election. Undeniable proof of Cash Queen Arpita Mukherjee's link to Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress. Proof that the Trinamool tried to hide, but India Today has now unearthed for you, the viewer. You can see in this 2021 footage, Arpita and Partho seated next to each other. Arpita even speaks on stage, campaigning for the Trinamool candidate. And this footage has emerged just days after an outright denial from Mamata's party.
যে এই টাকার সঙ্গে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের কোনো সম্পর্ক নেই।
The BJP, armed with this fresh Arpita Trinamool link, has staged a protest outside Parliament, setting the stage for a big new political showdown.
ये जो पार्थो चटर्जी को निकाल के तृणमूल कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनका चेहरा को एकदम अच्छे से रखे, लेकिन ये नहीं होगा। तृणमूल सरकार पूरा एकदम करप्टेड है। हम सब लोग जानते हैं, सिर्फ तो 50 करोड़ अभी मिले हैं, 50,000 करोड़ भी उनके पास है। हम लोग बार बार बोलते हैं एकदम करप्शन बहुत अंदर अंदर में है। बहुत सारा नेता, प्रभावशाली मंत्री, MLA, MP इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं।
बोल चुकी है कि पार्टी जीरो टॉलरेंट टू करप्शन, कोई भी भ्रष्टाचार पार्टी सहन नहीं करेगी। अगर कोई कानून के नजर में आए तो कानून अपनी जांच तो करेगी। वो जांच में आपके लॉयर्स भी है, आपके लॉयर्स भी अपनी तरफ से जो है जितना प्रूफ है वो रखेंगे।
The Trinamool is in damage control mode and has now targeted the Enforcement Directorate. After the Howrah police intercepted a vehicle with 50 lakh rupees in unaccounted cash from Congress MLAs from Jharkhand, the Trinamool has questioned why the ED is silent on this mega cash haul and also claimed a secret BJP link.
সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস এর পূর্ণাঙ্গ যথাযথ তদন্ত দাবি করছে এবং যেহেতু প্রাইমা ফেসি কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকেও বলা হচ্ছে ষড়যন্ত্র, কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকেও বলা হচ্ছে সরকার ফেলার চেষ্টা, তাহলে এই তদন্তে শুভেন্দু অধিকারীকেও যোগ করতে হবে। তার কারণ হচ্ছে তিনি তো বলছিলেন এরপর ঝাড়খণ্ড।
The cash pile is growing, the evidence is mounting, and the political showdown is heating up. Partho Chatterjee, dumped by Mamata Banerjee, continues to cry conspiracy. With Partho Chatterjee's arrest and the mountain of evidence growing, it's been endless embarrassment for the Trinamool. Adding insult to injury are now the images of Arpita Mukherjee campaigning directly in person for the Trinamool Congress. With Ritik Mondal and Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
So undeniable proof on your screens there, viewers, of Patra Chawl seated with Arpita Mukherjee on a TMC stage. This was last year during the 2021 Assembly elections that Arpita Mukherjee is seen there even rallying, campaigning, speaking on that stage for a TMC candidate. And this is something that the Trinamool Congress will have to explain, because just days ago when we were covering the story and we asked those questions of the Trinamool Congress whether Arpita Mukherjee is linked to the party, they had said absolutely not. And while they've been, kind of trying to cover ground, damage control over Patra Chawl, now there's a fresh front they have to deal with. We've got Saket Gokhale of the TMC joining us on this broadcast. Saket Gokhale, good evening. These images that have come to the fore are from last year's assembly elections. Arpita Mukherjee is seated next to Patra Chawl on a TMC platform. So the party can no longer claim that Arpita isn't linked to the TMC. There she is campaigning for a TMC candidate.
Again, look, there have been several videos. I don't know if this is some scoop you guys got, because there have been videos of her with Patra Chawl at a Durga Puja and Mamata Banerjee on stage as well. Like we've said a gazillion times, at the end of it, if she is Patra Chatterjee's allegedly close associate, if she was campaigning with him, that's the business between the two of them. There are a lot of people seen at a lot of rallies. In fact, the BJP recently had a Bangladeshi actress who was campaigning for them at the elections, and then they said that there could be anybody on the stage. It's not that Mamata Banerjee sits and decides, oh my God, every rally, who is going to go on stage and who is going to be there and stuff. If Partha Chatterjee invited her, that's an equation between the two of them. And if their links are limited to just that, or if their links go deeper, is something that the ED needs to investigate.
This is not a personal platform, is it, Saket Gokhale? This is a party platform that she's at. She's campaigning for a TMC leader. So then obviously the party is answerable. Like you just pulled up the BJP, there will be questions after of the Trinamool Congress.
Which leader is she campaigning for? Which leader?
Saket, we're losing your connection.
Which leader is she campaigning for?
She's campaigning.
Can you hear me? I said, what leader is she campaigning for?
She's there on the stage with Partha Chatterjee campaigning for the 2021 Assembly elections.
Yeah. So Partha Chatterjee invited her with him. They might have an equation with each other. She's supposed to be an aide of Partha Chatterjee. That has nothing to do with the party. Partha Chatterjee was a member in the TMC government. Yes. Now he invited her. I mean, how does that establish a link directly between her and the party?
Because let me again reiterate, Saket, that this is a party platform. You can't claim that this is a personal platform for Partha Chatterjee.
Again, today, if somebody comes on stage, if somebody is invited by somebody to come on a stage, let's say there's a party stage tomorrow, an actor comes at a Trinamool Durga Puja event, and on the Trinamool Durga Puja stage, he gives a speech and wishes everyone.
At a Trinamool campaign event, if there's an actor who comes up, yes, the TMC is answerable. Priyanka Tibrewal of the Bengal BJP is also with us. Ms. Priyanka Tibrewal, what do you have to say about this? Saket Gokhale is saying that, look, for every political party, there are these people who the party can't be answerable for when they come on stage.
No, the party is absolutely answerable. And there is this vicarious liability with Mamata Banerjee to respond to whatever activities are being done by their subordinates. Now, when he's saying that she was only campaigning for Partha Chatterjee, and that is none of their business, so he's wrong in saying so. Because it is not that she campaigned only for Partha Chatterjee, she has campaigned in both the seats of the Behala constituency also. So when you are campaigning for someone under the flag and the leadership of your party, especially your general secretary is there on the stage, so the party is answerable, because I don't believe that anybody for that matter can step onto the stage and then campaign. And not just that, she has been seen on a number of occasions sitting on the stage of Trinamool, wearing the symbol of Trinamool around her neck.
This isn't the first event. This isn't the first event, is the essential message from the BJP, Saket, that there have been many instances where Arpita Mukherjee has been seen on a TMC stage, at the TMC platform. So is a mere statement saying she has nothing to do with us enough? Because there's more and more footage emerging of her link to the party.
So can I answer? Okay. So anybody wearing a TMC flag, like Ms. Tibrewal said, anyone can wear a flag of any party. And if you're saying that Mamata Banerjee is responsible because this Arpita Mukherjee was... Let me finish, ma'am. If she was wearing a Trinamool flag and she was seen on stage, then by that logic, one of the monsters who beheaded Kanhaiya Lal was a BJP member. One of the Lashkar guys caught in Jammu was a BJP IT cell head. Should we blame Narendra Modi for that?
Was he campaigning for BJP? Was he seen with the General Secretary? Did he have deeds of property deeds along with the General Secretary? No.
No, one second. One at a time, please. One at a time. Saket. Yeah.
Riaz, who murdered Kanhaiya Lal, is a member of the BJP's minority cell. The guy caught in, the Lashkar guy caught in Jammu is a member of the BJP. Why is the BJP not answerable for them then by that same logic?
Priyanka Tibrewal, answer.
So that is what I am saying, that mountains of money which was recovered from where? From whose house? And the property deeds which are recovered.
No, answer Saket's question. Priyanka Tibrewal, one second. Answer Saket Gokhale's question there. Answer Saket's question, Priyanka, that when there are links emerging of others accused in several crimes to the BJP because they're seen taking pictures with leaders, they're seen taking pictures with ministers, or seen at some event with a flag, then the BJP says they're not linked to the party. So they're saying that use the same equation, the same length to measure the TMC as well.
If you are finding out cash like this, did they get cash like this from anywhere? And then BJP said that no, we are not linked to them. No. But here the cash has come. Here the property deeds have come where the name of Partha Chatterjee is there. And now that Partha is also saying that, you know, this is a conspiracy. So whom is he pointing that finger towards? He's pointing that finger towards the TMC. He is saying that it is the TMC people who are also involved. I am not saying so. See, it will come out very soon. Because yesterday only Partha has said that this money is not mine. If it is not yours, then the property deeds, which is there, your name is there in all of the deeds. Where did so much of money come from? And who are the others who are involved in this money trade? So all these names will come out. That's the reason they have disowned him. No, that's the reason. Because I'm telling you that they did not disown Kunal Ghosh. They did not disown Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, Madan Mitra. So that means they believe that he is not innocent.
The same questions. Unfortunately, no political party can preach on this, whether it's Priyanka or Saket, because every political party has one or two of these people who are accused of corruption and the party just squats on them, refuses to act. Priyanka, there are many of them in the BJP, the Bengal BJP too.
There's a difference, Akshita.
I am telling you one thing. See, I am telling you whenever they question.
Yeah, 1 second, Saket. Let Priyanka answer.
Sorry, can I just...
They say that BJP is a washing machine. Correct. So they say that BJP is a washing machine. So there is an acceptance that they are dirty. There is an acceptance that they are dirty and they believe that their dirtiness is washed by BJP. They believe so. So I will once again question that when Suvendu was in your party, if you say that he was seen, then many other netas were seen. What action have you taken against them?
No, the same question. Unfortunately, both. No, you know, it's ironical that we're hearing this from both parties because the same question can be asked to both right now. Saket, go ahead.
You told me to give me a chance to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It's funny she's mentioning Suvendu Adhikari and asking what action we have taken. Madam, let me remind you, the Enforcement Directorate is controlled by your government at the center. And they have not...
It's not, that is what I'm saying. It's not controlled by
everybody had that corrupt people.
It's an independent
I did not interrupt you. Do not interrupt me. This is not fair. This is absolutely not fair. You can't let this person interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Go ahead, Saket. Priyanka, just hold on.
This is not parliament. So a lot of parties are a lot of corrupt people. Some were originally from the BJP like Yediyurappa. Then there was Himanta Biswa Sharma who was in the Congress. There was Suvendu Adhikari who was in the TMC. You admit that these people were dirty, then why did your party clamor to take these people on in Maharashtra? 50 MLAs, out of which 20 of them had ED charges. You suddenly went and you took them. Now there is no investigation. So my question is, you're saying why was no action taken? Madam, the ED comes under your BJP government at the union.
Sir,
why aren't you investigating Himanta?
That only.
Why aren't you investigating?
That is what I'm saying.
Why aren't you
That is what I'm saying. That it is the ED who decides their course of investigation, that what they have to do, what will be their actions. We don't.
This is an allegation. This is an allegation, Priyanka. This is an allegation you face across the country. Maharashtra today, right now, the same question is being asked. About selective targeting.
Allegations are there in the air. They can speak. Once again, I am saying that today, whatever questions they are saying here in front of the media, ask them to go to the court of law, prove the same. Ask them to go and file an FIR against whomsoever they think is corrupt. Why do they believe? Why do they believe that the judiciary will not stand with them if they are correct? Because whatever they are saying is all in the air. They will not be able to prove any allegation. That's the reason they do not get a court order. That's the reason that when they question the credibility of this ED, when they question the credibility of this ED before the Supreme Court, that is why they had to face the check from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court refuted each and every allegation which they made.
You know what?
That is the reason.
This is criminal contempt of court because
no other option. So they may speak whatever they like.
1 second.
But whatever is happening, all the investigation is being done on the order of the honorable court. And if this
okay, I'm going to 1 second. I'm going to give a chance. I'm going to give a chance to Saket Gokhale also to respond. Saket, go ahead. Let's try not to speak over each other, please.
First of all, it's absolute garbage to say that someone went against the ED to court and it was upheld. In fact, tomorrow morning is my petition against the ED director's appointment. It has been listed in the Chief Justice Court. For a lawyer, Ms. Tibrewal really needs to check the cause list every day. Number two, they say that, Acha, if you have evidence, go to court. So basically meaning that the ED will go after opposition leaders, but when it comes to BJP leaders, then ED will not do anything. You go to court and file a case against them. Is that how it's supposed to work? Is that how the Enforcement Directorate is supposed to work? That to
now that is what I'm saying.
A murder,
If the case was filed in 2017. Don't misguide people. Don't misguide. For Partho Chatterjee and cheaters like Partho Chatterjee who are very much part of Trinamool Congress, even today, cases are filed in the court. And that is how we get orders from them.
Yet. Even yesterday,
yes.
Even yesterday.
Yes, that is the reason Madan Mitra went inside. That is the reason Kunal Ghosh went inside and was yelling that Mamata Banerjee is a conspirator.
No, 1 second.
Kunal Ghosh was yelling.
Priyanka, when you say Mamata Banerjee is a conspirator, you know, you're making extremely strong allegations there. And the BJP said this time and again.
Listen to my statement. I said his spokesperson of TMC, when he was behind bars, Kunal Ghosh, he said that Mamata Banerjee is a conspirator. And this is there in all the videos. Then what happened? When he came back, he becomes the spokesperson of the party.
Yeah.
Can I get 10 seconds, please?
Yeah, 10 seconds. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I get 10 seconds? Okay, by that logic then, I'm making a straight on-the-record statement here that Prime Minister Modi is so incredibly involved with corruption. He's been photographed with Nirav Modi. He's been photographed and having a speech with Mehul Choksi. And the reason these fugitives are at large is because Narendra Modi himself is helping them. Not just me saying it, there are people, including Mr. Yashwant Sinha, the presidential candidate, quit the BJP because of the immense corruption that's happening under Modi and Shah. There is nobody as corrupt as Narendra Modi.
Why did you throw and disown Partho Chatterjee? Tell me. So there is an acceptance by TMC that he was a cheater, he was a fraudster. So TMC has accepted that. You did not wait for the probe to finish.
No, we haven't. There is something called a court of law.
Oh. Then
See,
why did you disown him and not the others? Why did you disown him and not the others?
In our party, I'll tell you this, the difference is in our party, when someone under a cloud of suspicion, we let them prove their innocence. Our party will wait till they're convicted.
They have all cheated people.
Party waits till they're
all cheated people. So why did you see them with different eye?
Teni's son ran over farmers.
1 second.
Cabinet.
Priyanka, you've asked a question. Let Saket respond. Saket, why did you feel the need? Why did the TMC feel the need to crack the whip against Patra Chatterjee?
The difference, the reason we felt the need to do that is the way our party works versus how the BJP works is, and I'm not speaking for any other party, but us as the TMC versus the BJP. The moment Partho came under a cloud of suspicion, Mamata Di expelled him from all his cabinet posts. Abhishek Banerjee removed him from all party posts. And we said, let him go, prove himself innocent in a court of law and come back. The difference, however, being that in the BJP, however, until the person, no matter how much of cloud of suspicion they're under, MJ Akbar was not sacked until...
So Saket, when you believe that the TMC believes that the ED action in this case is not political vendetta, correct?
Was not under the cloud of suspicion for TMC. Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, 2 years inside the jail, was not under the cloud of suspicion.
1 second. You know, both Priyanka, Saket, hold on. Press pause for a second, because if we start taking names, this will become an endless debate. Both sides, every political party, unfortunately, has all of these corrupt leaders. And if we start getting into the names, it's going to be an endless discussion. Final word from both of you. Saket Gokhale, your party felt the need to crack the whip against Patra Chatterjee. Great, considering he's facing the investigation. But then it goes against your own party stand that this is political vendetta.
No, it doesn't go against the party stand. In fact, what we are saying are two separate issues. In Partho Chatterjee's case, we are demanding a time-bound probe. We are saying complete the case in 3 months, give it to a fast-track court and convict or acquit him, whatever the result might be. At the same time, we are saying that it's not just our party, but the ED is being used as an instrument of vendetta today against Mr. Sanjay Raut.
Final word. I've completely run out of time. Final word, Priyanka Tibrewal. TMC is acted against Patra Chatterjee, so you welcome that. So it means that they're cracking the whip right now against corruption.
Not at all. They are trying to disown him in order to save their neck. And that is the fact. Because a person from your party who's a general secretary has contested elections so many times. When he was filing his ITR returns, they never showed these property anywhere. Why did the police fail to find out these facts, although the police ministry falls under the chief minister herself?
Okay, point taken, point taken. We've run out of time. Priyanka Tibrewal, Saket Gokhale, thank you very much for joining us this evening on To The Point. Clearly, the political showdown in Bengal will continue. But right now, there will be questions asked of the Trinamool Congress also about Arpita Mukherjee, her link to the party, to which the TMC says there's no link whatsoever. She's only Patra Chatterjee's close aide. It's up to you, the viewer, to decide on that. Thanks very much for tuning in. Good night.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To The Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं बिंदिया रानी, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स की सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट 55 kg वेट कैटेगरी में। बिंदिया, आपका पहला कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स और सिल्वर मेडल, कैसे एक्सप्लेन करेंगे अपनी खुशी को?
आज मेरा ये लाइफ का गेम से इसमें मेरा सिल्वर मेडल आया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत आई एम सो फील वेरी हैप्पी। मेरा फर्स्ट लाइफ के लिए सिल्वर मेडल आया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत खुश है।
मैं ये जानना चाह रहा था कि एक एथलीट बनने के पीछे आपने कितनी कड़ी मेहनत की, किन किन चुनौतियों का आपको सामना करना पड़ा, चाहे वो परिवार की बात रही हो, चाहे एक आप खुद आपने किस तरीके से ना अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाया वो।
और ये मेरा कोच लोग ने भी बहुत हेल्प किया, और टॉप्स और साई ने बहुत हेल्प किया। उसके बाद मेरा कोच विजय शर्मा, प्रमोद सर, वो लोग ने अभी भी ट्रेनिंग में पूरा, मेरा टेक्निक थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, इसके लिए रूम हमने इधर बताया, फिर रूम में जाके सौ की सोचना है। सालों ने ये बताया, ये ऐसे बोला, मैंने सालों का एडवाइस मैंने दिमाग से लगाया, इसके लिए वो सालों ने बहुत हेल्प किया।
स्नैच में आप थोड़ा सा अभी आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा सा और इम्प्रूव करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि हमने देखा कि आप क्लीन एंड जर्क में बेहतर कर रहे थे, लेकिन स्नैच में थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम थी, उस पर आप कैसे काम कर रहे हैं?
मैं स्नैच भी अभी तो कभी कभी ऐसा किया, तो क्लीन जर्क तो कॉम्पिटिशन में ट्रेनिंग में इतना फेल नहीं है। स्नैच तो थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, तो प्रॉब्लम तो अभी तो ठीक चल रहे। इधर बर्मिंघम में ट्रेनिंग आया, अभी ठीक चल रहे। फिर उसके बाद अभी भी स्नैच तो पहले से अभी ठीक है।
सो देश को आज एक और गोल्ड मेडल हासिल हुआ, और देश को गोल्ड मिलाया किसने? जेरेमी ने। जेरेमी, ये आपके करियर का कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का सबसे बड़ा मेडल है। बहुत आपने तैयारी भी की थी, स्ट्रगल भी किया, बताइए कैसे रहा? 2011 में शुरू किया था करियर?
हाँ जी, वेट लिफ्टिंग 2011 दिसंबर में स्टार्ट किया था, और स्टार्ट करने के बाद मैं कोच मेल सोमा का अंदर भी ट्रेनिंग किया था, और आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में मैंने 2012 में ज्वाइन किया, और वहाँ आर्मी स्पोर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में जारजाऊ की कोच मिज़ोरम का ही है, उनने मुझे ट्रेनिंग करवाया, और तब से कंटिन्यू ही कर रहा हूँ।
आज आपको लगता है कि आपने जो सोचा था वैसा किया? हालांकि गोल्ड मेडल मिल गया, लेकिन आपको लगता है जो आपने प्लान किया था वो आप कर पाए?
जो मुझे चाहिए था ये गोल्ड मिला है, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस दे नहीं पाया। और मैं दिखाना चाह रहा था सबको, मतलब कि मैंने कितना मेहनत किया है, लेकिन गेम में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ पता ही नहीं लगता। तो थोड़ा सा मसल क्रैम्स का वजह से हो नहीं पाई क्लीन एंड जर्क में, लेकिन खुश हूँ अभी।
खुश है अभी। आपकी फैमिली बैकग्राउंड भी सब स्पोर्टिंग है, पापा भी खेलते हैं, भाई भी खेलते हैं, 5 भाई आप लोग। कैसा रहता है घर में एटमॉस्फेयर?
घर में तो सर मस्ती करते रहते, पापा तो भाई जैसा ही ट्रीट करता है, और मम्मी अकेला लड़की अभी, और मम्मी भी ऐसे ही ट्रीट करते हैं हम सभी। और आपस में बॉक्सिंग भी खेल लेते हैं पापा लोग के साथ भी, और मतलब काफ़ी मज़े करते हैं हम।
67 में ये आपका आज आखिरी इवेंट था, इसके बाद आप तैयारी करेंगे पेरिस की, आपको वेट भी चेंज करना होगा। ये ट्रांजिशन जो बदलाव होगा उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, कितना कठिन होने वाला है?
बहुत मुश्किल होगा। मेन फेस जो है मेरा वेट गेन करने का, अगर वेट गेन होगा तो ट्रेनिंग तो मैं अच्छा करता हूँ, मैं खुद में इतना मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मैं ट्रेनिंग कर लूँगा अच्छा से। अगर 73 मतलब चला जाऊँगा अभी 67 छोड़ के, ओलंपिक के लिए तैयारी करूँगा, बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दूंगा मैं।
आखिरी एक सवाल जेरेमी, ये मेडल आप किसी को डेडिकेट करना चाहेंगे, फैमिली में, कंट्री में, किसी को आप बताना चाहेंगे ये मेडल किसके लिए आपने जीता है?
एक ही को नहीं दे सकता, क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम से मैं ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ, और हमारा देश को तो सभी को डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ, फिर भी मेरा फैमिली और मेरा ग्रैंडफादर और ग्रैंडमदर के लिए। जी।
₹40 crore Patra Chawl scam unravels. The scam taint singes the Shiv Sena. Was money diverted to Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut? Hundreds of families wait for their homes. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest. The scam unravels. The Patra Chawl scam decoded on the news track at 8 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, आग से बचाए. Co-powered by RK Marble, खूबसूरत ईमानदारी.
$1,040 crore scam unravels. 14 years on, hundreds wait for their homes.
जब तक चाबी नहीं मिल रहा है, तब तक हम लोग भरोसा ही नहीं कर सकते.
Redevelopment fraud singes Shiv Sena. Scam money diverted to Sanjay Raut. Anatomy of the Patra Chawl scam. Decoded on News Track with Gaurav Sawant.
The Enforcement Directorate says Sanjay Raut is not cooperating with investigations. He was asked to repeatedly join the probe, but he kept avoiding it, saying he's in Parliament. This is a probe into the 1,034 crore rupee Patra Chawl investigations. The Shiv Sena is hit back at the government, saying the centre is targeting opposition leaders. Uddhav Thackeray insists, like real-life actor Pushpa, Sanjay Raut is real-life Pushpa. मैं झुकेगा नहीं. Not crawling under ED pressure. But does the Enforcement Directorate have Sanjay Raut, have evidence of Sanjay Raut's complicity in the Patra Chawl scam? Priyanka Chaturvedi, Deputy Leader of the Shiv Sena in Rajya Sabha, has demanded accountability of the ED, CBI and Income Tax Department. She joins me here on the news track. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines at 8. After days of disruptions, Parliament debates price rise. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman says India controlled inflation despite the COVID pandemic. That is still the fastest growing economy in the world. Congress MPs stage a walkout. Delhi High Court validates Smriti Irani in the Goa restaurant controversy. Court says the minister and her daughter are not owners of the restaurant. Say there was an intent to malign and damage her reputation. Amid Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar face off, fan video pictures Siddaramaiah as the Congress chief ministerial face. Preparations underway for the big Sidda birthday bash. Delhi goes dry due to Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy flip-flop. Nearly 500 liquor shops are shut. Pubs and bars are running low on liquor stocks. Actor Amir Khan pleads to his audiences not to boycott his upcoming film. Lal Singh Chadda says he feels sad that some people think he does not like India. After an early morning raid and close to 15 hours of questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, at midnight, formally, Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut was arrested. The Enforcement Directorate told a Prevention of Money Laundering court that Sanjay Raut was not cooperating with investigations, and they also alleged tampering with evidence. They sought 8 days custodial interrogation but were granted custody till the 4th of August. Our Mumbai bureau brings you our top story tonight.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है वो निकलते हैं।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
For the uninitiated, what is the 1,034 crore rupee Patra Chawl scam? Why Sanjay Raut, Member of Parliament of the Shiv Sena, why has he been arrested for this? Now, there is, according to the Enforcement Directorate, a complex money trail, including transfers of fund to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha. Varsha Raut got some money that was reportedly used to buy a flat in Dadar through an unsecured loan. According to the Enforcement Directorate, it's not just about one flat at Dadar. They have claimed there are at least 8 other properties at multiple locations, including several plots at Alibag. Shiv Sena says, where is the evidence?
Mumbai's Patra Chawl case is unravelling. Shiv Sena's link to the alleged scam is now under scanner, with the party's MP Sanjay Raut under arrest. Siddharth Nagar, popularly known as Patra Chawl, is in the northern Mumbai suburb of Goregaon. It had 672 houses spread over an area of 47 acres. In 2008, the Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority took over the redevelopment project, and the contract was given to Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited. 14 years on, the people of Patra Chawl are still waiting to get their homes.
ये सब बहुत तकलीफ हो रहा है. अभी आउट पैसा किधर से, भाड़ा किधर से, तो घर कैसा चलो, ये टेंशन में अभी बहुत कंटल ही रह रहा है. पत्रा चाल ये लोग आज भाड़ा देंगे, कल देंगे, ऐसा करके हम लोग एक डेढ़ साल से उनके घर में रह रहे कि तुमको हम कैसा भी भाड़ा करके देंगे, डिपॉजिट देंगे.
हम भी यही सोच रहे हैं कि जो चीज़ 2008 से शुरू हुई है, पानी सर के ऊपर जा चुका है, हर जगह पे उसी की चर्चा है. हर महाराष्ट्र की फिलहाल राजनीति इसी नाम पे चल रही है. हर कोई राजनीतिक फ़ायदा बटोरने के लिए इसी का नाम ले रहा है, लेकिन हमारा काम पूरा नहीं हो रहा है.
So what went wrong? The Enforcement Directorate alleges that Guru Ashish Constructions misled Maharashtra Housing Development Authority and sold floor space to 9 private developers. The group allegedly collected 901.79 crore for it. No construction took place. Guru Ashish Construction Limited is a subsidiary of a real estate firm, Housing Development and Infrastructure Limited. ED claims Praveen Raut, Sanjay Raut's friend, received 100 crores from HDIL and allegedly diverted the money to accounts of his close associates, including the family of Sanjay Raut. ED claims in 2010, 83 lakh rupees, which was part of the proceeds of the crime, was transferred to Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha, who used the money to buy a flat in Dadar. 8 plots of land in Kihim Beach, Alibag, were also allegedly purchased in the name of Varsha Raut.
The Enforcement Directorate says that the transaction details establish Sanjay Raut as a beneficiary of the crime. The agency also alleges that the Shiv Sena MP helped prime accused Praveen Raut in laundering money.
The investigating agency maintains that Sanjay Raut is not cooperating in the investigation. The Sena MP was grilled for close to 15 hours on Sunday. His home in Bhandup, Mumbai, was also searched for several hours. Now in ED custody till 4th of August, will more skeletons tumble out? With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Mustafa Sheikh and Divyesh Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
The opposition is up in arms, insisting all voices that oppose the Narendra Modi government are systematically being silenced. The government has hit back, saying there is a transparent, evidence-based investigation that is currently underway, and it's courts that decide who's guilty and who's not. Joining me on the show is China NC, BJP leader and spokesperson from Mumbai. Raj Punj is the political analyst associated with the Shiv Sena. Munish Pandey, my colleague tracking the Enforcement Directorate, and Sahil Joshi, our managing editor in Western India. But before that, I want to cut across to Priyanka Chaturvedi, Shiv Sena's deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. And Priyanka Chaturvedi, I want to begin by asking you, ma'am, the Enforcement Directorate has alleged lack of cooperation by your party MP, Sanjay Raut. They say he's not joining investigations. They're talking about tampering of evidence. ED says that's exactly why they require custodial interrogation, because of this lack of cooperation. Then why complain, ma'am?
I don't know if you all heard the statement of his brother, Sunil Rautji, who said not a single document was asked for. At 7:30 a.m. when they came in, all the documents that were needed were all in order, but they were not asked for. And speaking of cooperation, how does one cooperate? Every summon given to him, he was attending to, he was going to the ED office. It was just the last 2 summons which he could not attend because the parliament was in session. He gave it to them in writings, requesting for a change of date and postpone it to post-parliament session where he could come and cooperate with them. But I do not know what was the tearing hurry for them to not, give him an alternate date and go to his house and arrest him, detain him, arrest him, and not a single shred of evidence was asked for. So this non-cooperation, etc., also fell flat today in the court, where they were asking for 8 days of custody. They've been granted 3 days.
3 days. Okay, fair enough. Now, Sanjay Raut's brother, of course, we heard what Sunil Raut had to say. He also claimed that money found in the house, incidentally, belonged to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Claimed this wasn't personal money, but party funds that were meant for the trip of members of parliament and leaders of the Shiv Sena who were to go to